This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. They had never expected that with more than 1,000 guards, they still could not capture even a little more than 30 people inside the palace. Moreover, the news spread quickly, immediately alarming the Tang army outside. If those 400 fierce soldiers charged in all at once, Zhu Wentai hurriedly ordered his confidant to prepare horses, claiming that he would ride out and fight the Tang army to the death. Of course, he had no such intention, he only wanted to find a good horse and escape. By your command. The confidant, having received the order, rushed out, but before he could even step outside, he was struck dead by an arrow flying straight toward him. In his final moment, he only saw the approaching Tang soldiers, all with furious faces. Charge in! Rescue General Chang and Duke Qinghua. Even without formal command, the 400 soldiers still charged into the palace in perfect order. They immediately forced the 1,000 guards who were blocking the palace gates into confrontation. These guards, sons of noble families, usually found it difficult even to wield their spears. Now, seeing the fierce, blood-boiling Tang soldiers charging at them, they were terrified on the spot. Who would dare resist? At the first clash, the Tang army quickly cut off nearly 100 heads, breaking the enemy formation and driving them into trampling one another. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, who had been blocked at the gates, could no longer hold back. He rushed out with more than 30 men, hacking fiercely as blood splattered everywhere. With the attack from both inside and outside, the battle was quickly one-sided. All the defenders dropped their weapons and surrendered, declaring they would no longer resist. "Take off your armor, throw away your weapons, and tie up Zhu Wentai for me." Facing the surrendered soldiers, Qingxiu ordered coldly, "Whoever still protects Zhu Wentai will be executed together with him." At once, the palace guards panicked, then promptly tied up Zhu Wentai and personally delivered him to Qingxiu. "Here he is for your inspection." Zhu Wentai had even stripped off his court robes, trying to disguise himself as a guard to escape. Now, he was lying on the ground trembling, not daring to lift his head and look at Qingxiu. He already knew what his fate would be. "I submit to your command. I will go to Chang'an with you right now. Whatever punishment you decide, I have no complaints." He kowtowed repeatedly, begging Qingxiu for mercy, but Qingxiu ignored him and strode toward him. "I already gave you a chance to live. You refused it, who else can you blame?" Without another word, Qingxiu thrust his sword straight into Zhu Wentai's back, piercing him through the heart as he knelt. Zhu Wentai gave only a muffled groan before collapsing dead. This decisive execution shattered the courage of the ministers and guards. All trembled in fear. "We only followed orders, we didn't know Zhu Wentai was plotting rebellion. We are innocent. Please judge fairly, don't drag us all down. We will obey everything you say. We all saw it, it was Zhu Wentai who strangled the king. It was all his doing." The voices begging for mercy were endless. Qingxiu grew impatient, waved his hand, and shouted at them to be silent. "I will not kill the innocent. From here, you senior officials will return to Chang'an with me. As long as you speak the truth there, I promise your lives will not be in danger." Hearing this promise, the frightened crowd finally calmed down. At this banquet, 2 important figures had already died. None of them wanted to share their fate. Qingxiu first ordered the soldiers to watch over the surrendered guards and ministers, then thought about how to handle the situation. To be honest, even he had not expected things to develop like this. At first, he had only wanted to scold Zhu Wenqing, seize back the money, and escort him to Chang'an for a few months' imprisonment before sending him back. But unexpectedly, they had staged a coup by themselves, then openly rebelled. It was like a roller coaster. Although Zhu Wentai might claim he was provoked, in the end, it was his own choice. No matter what, since things had escalated so far, the initiative now lay in Qingxiu's hands. He made up his mind, under no circumstances could the Zhu family continue to hold power and succeed to the throne. Otherwise, after this, they would surely hold a grudge against Tang, and rebellion would only be a matter of time. Since the court is about to send troops to the western regions and will pass through here, we might as well seize this chance to take control of Gaochang. Qingxiu resolved firmly. This must be done to pave the way for the Tang army's entry into the western regions. Soon after, Cheng Yaojin received Qingxiu's order to search the capital thoroughly and capture every member of the Zhu royal bloodline. He also personally selected several high-ranking Gaochang officials to take back to Chang'an. Boy, let me remind you, if we take them all away, the rest here will surely rebel against Tang, Cheng Yaojin warned. I know. That's why we cannot all leave. Someone must stay behind to guard Gaochang. Clearly, Qingxiu had already considered this. He looked Cheng Yaojin up and down, his calculating gaze making the latter uneasy. Wait, you don't mean me, do you? This came suddenly. I didn't expect a short mission to turn into long-term stationing. But for the greater cause, Uncle Cheng, you must endure for now. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth. Fine. Enough talk. His Majesty already said I should follow your lead. We'll do as you say. But you must return quickly. I know nothing of governance or keeping order. I can only suppress with force, and that won't last. Cheng Yaojin had only 500 men. After Qingxiu took some away, at most 300 would remain. If time dragged on and other Gaochang soldiers came to restore the throne, this small number could not resist tens of thousands. Don't worry. I'll rush back to Chang'an and return before things escalate. Qingxiu ordered the city searched, gathering all good horses and carriages, then immediately set off for Chang'an. He knew that every day of delay meant greater danger for Cheng Yaojin, so this matter had to be resolved quickly. As soon as Qingxiu's convoy left the city, Cheng Yaojin ordered the gate sealed. No one was allowed in or out. At the same time, following Qingxiu's instructions, he opened the palace treasury, distributed the gold and silver to the people, and even recruited a band of strong men to help guard the walls. This move won the Tang army overwhelming praise in the city. The people vowed they would defend the city for the Tang to the very last moment. As expected, absolute loyalty must be backed by a great deal of silver. Although old Cheng looked rough, he was not careless in handling matters. Even though he did not understand politics, at least he could make some basic rules, strictly control crimes, and keep order for a few days without problems. Unexpectedly, his casual attempts even made the security of the capital much better than before. Only then did he realize how poor Zhu Wenqing's governance had been. Under his rule, the common people were almost starving to death, and their lives were miserable. Because of this, Cheng Yaojin even had the thought, I could be this king myself. Qingxiu rushed back to Chang'an, and when he handed over the list of people he had brought back, Li Er almost spat out his drink. Weren't you supposed to go reclaim the stolen money? Why did you bring back the entire royal family of Gaochang? After hearing Qingxiu's explanation, the emperor finally understood how reckless Zhu Wentai had been. What you did was absolutely right, you acted decisively. Otherwise, once you left, Zhu Wentai would surely seize power and rebel. Then the army would have to waste much more manpower and resources to suppress it. At this moment, Li Er truly wanted to put up a big banner in Chang'an to publicly reward Qingxiu. Not only had he removed a hidden threat before it could grow, but he had also wisely left Cheng Yaojin behind to stabilize the situation, preventing further chaos. As you see, what should be the next step? Like Qingxiu, Li Er had not prepared beforehand for this matter. In the past, Gaochang had always shown respect to Tang. Even if it was only superficial, at least Tang did not need to allocate much military force there. For now, it was difficult to mobilize large resources to handle this situation. Qingxiu did not rush to answer. I would like to hear your Majesty's plan first. With the question pushed back to him, Li Er hesitated slightly. In my opinion, we can first support a king under our control, let him stabilize Gaochang, and later plan further? This was indeed the safest and cheapest method. If the ministers were present, they would surely all support this option, as in their eyes there was no better choice. But Qingxiu frowned. He was very dissatisfied with this plan. Zhu Wentai had been led into making a huge mistake, and Gaochang could almost be charged with rebellion. And the result would only be replacing him with a puppet ruler? Your Majesty, when I went to Gaochang, I found that the people there are extremely poor. Even after working hard on their land, most of the harvest is taken away, and they cannot even fill their stomachs. Many people faint from hunger while farming, so bandits often appear, stealing or robbing merchants. Li Er was puzzled. Why do you bring this up? Qingxiu said firmly, I mean, Zhu Wenqing's governance is extremely poor, and the people's resentment is very deep. They have long hoped for the blessings of the heavenly dynasty to save them. If Tang sends honest and capable officials to govern Gaochang, we will surely win the hearts of the people. At this point, Li Er immediately understood. He was asking the court to directly annex Gaochang, governing it as Tang's territory under the county system. Although Zhu Wentai's actions gave Tang a reason to occupy, Li Er still worried that the cost of control would be too high. If so, Duke of Qing, what cost do you think the court must pay to control Gaochang? Li Er was uncertain. Gaochang could indeed serve as Tang's base for advancing into the western regions. But with wars on all borders, he did not want to spend too much for a small Gaochang. It only needs a dozen outstanding, honest officials, and about 1,000 elite soldiers to keep Gaochang stable for a long time. Within 10 years, the people will completely accept Tang's rule, with no more disloyalty, and fully submit. The cost of this governance was unbelievably low. If anyone else had said this, Li Er would have laughed it off. But from Qingxiu, it sounded entirely possible. Even the most unbelievable things he said somehow became reality. Very well. I will follow your advice. Tomorrow I will give you everything you need. But food and money I cannot give much. No need. Qingxiu had seen Gaochang's treasury with his own eyes. The silver piled up like mountains, and the grain was rotting from excess. Yet Zhu Wenqing still refused to use it to feed the people. If all of it was used, it would be just enough to maintain Gaochang's current situation. By the next harvest, everything would be manageable. Li Er was overjoyed. He loved nothing more than someone like Qingxiu, who could achieve great things with almost no cost. Good. Duke of Qing, you are truly bold and capable. I will not trouble you further. For 10 years, the court will not collect taxes from Gaochang. If there is surplus after covering local expenses, you may use it at your own discretion. This was equivalent to letting Qingxiu rule Gaochang as a local emperor for 10 years, a huge favor. Your Majesty, rest assured. And I have one more request. Please immediately appoint officials and call up soldiers for me, for I want to set off before nightfall. He had not forgotten that Cheng Yaojin was still risking his life in Gaochang. The sooner he went back, the safer Cheng would be. Li Er had not expected Qingxiu to skip even resting. He had planned to announce it at court the next morning, but Qingxiu demanded to leave immediately. Fine. Li Er gritted his teeth. As you wish. The next day at court. Before hearing reports, Li Er first ordered the eunuch to loudly read the account of recent events in Gaochang and condemn their crimes. The ministers were shocked, their jaws almost dropping. Such a small matter had forced Gaochang into rebellion? And Qingxiu had even been quicker, bringing the entire royal family and nobility to Chang'an. Although the Zhu royal clan of Gaochang deserves death for their crimes, by heaven's mercy, they are spared execution. From now on, they will remain in Chang'an and serve the state to atone for their sins. This so-called service naturally meant being entertainers in Chang'an. Then the eunuch read the decree that officials and soldiers would be sent to take over Gaochang, under the pretense of temporary administration to comfort the people. This announcement caused an uproar among the ministers. In such troubled times, Li Er still dared to swallow such an unstable ticking bomb? Even more shocking, Li Er declared that Qingxiu would temporarily be titled acting king of Gaochang for 10 years. Whether out of opposition or jealousy, many ministers voiced their protest. Duke of Qing is already temporarily replacing the king of Lingnan. Now adding Gaochang as well, doesn't his position seem too prominent? Your Majesty, think twice. Even if it is only a substitute king, with such a title nothing will be easy to handle. I advise your Majesty not to station troops in Gaochang. If every 2 or 3 years they rise up in rebellion 7 or 8 times, won't it be a huge waste of national strength? As expected, the voices of opposition joined together. Most were neutral or opposed to Qingxiu, while those leaning toward him kept silent. Not because they were protecting him, but because they believed that if he dared to do this, he must have his own reasons. With Qingxiu's methods and abilities, he really could achieve things that seemed impossible to others. Beloved ministers, my decision on this matter is already made, and it is not for discussion. Li Er pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet. The soldiers have already been dispatched. Last evening they departed together with Duke of Qing. At this, everyone was completely speechless. Since His Majesty had already decided, what was the point of arguing? The enthusiasm of a moment ago quickly faded, and they looked at each other, shaking their heads. It seemed the emperor trusted Qingxiu far more than them. Li Er seemed to notice what they were thinking. He gave a cold snort, deliberately jolting them. I have never favored anyone. If any of you could, like Duke of Qing, control a whole country with only a few officials and 1,000 soldiers, I would also appoint that man acting king of Gaochang. In my heart, I think only of the state and the common people. I would never let private interest override public duty. These firm words completely silenced everyone. In the end, wasn't it just, if you can, then do it, if not, shut your mouth? If there is business, report it quickly. If not, court is dismissed. With that, the matter was settled. From here on, everything depended on how Qingxiu would manage it. In recent days, Cheng Yaojin began to feel trouble mounting. Although the people of the city were willing to stand with the Tang army, every day when he went up to the walls, he saw more and more refugees outside. Since the royal family of Gaochang had been captured, order across the land had collapsed. Local governments were ignored by the people, and large numbers of bandits began plundering the countryside. Some local generals even declared they would storm the capital and set up a new king. Things worsened faster than he had expected. Reports came that local armies were already marching toward the capital. Even the refugees and bandits outside were trying every way to sneak into the city to plunder, for everyone knew the palace treasury held great wealth. In recent nights, Tang soldiers on patrol had already killed many bandits, cutting off their heads and hanging them at the gates as warning. One day, while Cheng Yaojin was checking the treasury with his men, a soldier rushed in to report. Some refugees inside the city tried to meet with those outside, planning to open the gate at night and rob the treasury. We caught them in the act. They have been captured alive. General, how should we deal with them? Cheng Yaojin's face turned dark. This was already the third case lately. Although most in the city supported Tang, there were still greedy ones with eyes fixed on the treasury. They thought if they seized it, they could take as much money as they liked. Why settle for just a little from Tang hands? Should we be more on guard against these people? At dusk we could move the camp inside the palace and increase defenses. Clearly, the soldiers were worried about night attacks on their camp. But Cheng Yaojin refused. No need. Our foundation here is already unstable. We must win over their hearts and support. If we grow suspicious of everyone just because of a few, we will only drive more people away. Though not a civil official, Cheng Yaojin had long experience in war and knew how to gain the support of the common people. Take me to the city wall to see for myself. He went up to the wall with his men, and found even more refugees outside. Tang people inside, you had better leave. At the frontier tens of thousands of fierce troops are coming to punish you. Don't cling to the treasury. Yes. Leave now. Don't trade your lives for silver. You claim you came to govern Gaochang, then open the gates and give relief to us poor starving people. Yes. Open the gates. Give us silver. The refugees shouted louder and louder, some even beating the gates with sticks. But they did not realize Cheng Yaojin was a man used to killing. He never planned to argue with them. He immediately drew his bow. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow pierced the throat of the loudest rabble-rouser. Without waiting for a reaction, he fired several more arrows, targeting the leaders and the most unruly. After just a few shots, the mob outside fell silent. None dared approach the walls again. If anyone makes noise again, show no mercy, shoot them dead. He handed his bow to a soldier and was about to leave the wall, when suddenly the men around him shouted, "General, look over there." Looking east, he saw a troop of riders charging at full speed toward the capital. At first he thought they were Gaochang's border forces coming to attack, but then he saw the banners. They were Tang army banners. "Boy, you've come." Cheng Yaojin's spirits rose. He quickly ordered soldiers to announce the news throughout the city. Still, he did not open the gates immediately, for the tens of thousands of refugees outside could not be ignored. Looks like we made it in time. From afar, Qingxiu saw Tang banners still flying on the walls and breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Yaojin had not let him down. But before he could approach, the mass of refugees gathered with sticks and hoes, eyeing his small Tang force greedily. These people actually thought to rob them. Qingxiu was baffled. Did they really think his soldiers were weak prey? Or did they believe Tang troops fought like Gaochang's? "Send your commander out. Our leader has something to say to him." A refugee at the front shouted loudly. Qingxiu frowned. He rode up to that refugee, looking down at him from above. "What do you want with the general?" "Sir, are you planning to enter the city? There are too many of us here, it may affect you. Why don't you talk with our leader to discuss the matter of entering the city?" Clearly, these ignorant refugees were trying to extort him. Qingxiu did not waste words, only said coldly, "Let your leader come out." "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." The man hurried back, then called out a tall fellow with a ruffian's look. "Greetings, sir. I am the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, you may call me." Before he finished, Qingxiu suddenly hurled the saber in his hand. In an instant, the man's chest was pierced through, and he fell straight to the ground. The refugees were shocked, their arrogance gone. They panicked and scattered in all directions, not one daring to check their leader's body. They had never thought the Tang army would actually kill without hesitation. "Enter the city. Whoever blocks us will be treated as declaring war on the Tang army. Kill them at once, and display their heads to the public." At this moment, Qingxiu put on a cruel, merciless face, completely different from before. From today, since the Tang army was to take over Gaochang, it must use absolute thunder-like measures to subdue all the people. No negotiations, anyone who disobeys will die. Within only 2 days of entering the capital, Qingxiu assigned the officials he brought from Chang'an to each county of Gaochang. Gaochang was only half the size of Guangzhou. Just over 20 officials were enough to cover all places. At the same time, he issued proclamations to all counties, announcing that Tang had taken over Gaochang. In the notices, he denounced Zhu Wenqing for incompetent rule and indulgence in pleasure, and cursed Zhu Wentai for betrayal, fratricide, and usurpation. He also declared that Gaochang would now be well governed, and all its people would be treated as Tang citizens. Of course, fine words alone were useless. Actual benefits were the key. He distributed more than half of the treasury's silver and grain to the people. Though not much, it was enough to keep them fed for a time. This act moved the people, long impoverished under Zhu Wenqing, to tears. Never had officials treated them like this. Soon, voices everywhere in Gaochang praised Duke Qing's benevolence, saying that under his rule the country would prosper. But while the common people accepted him, the local warlords refused to submit. They closed their city gates, barred Tang officials from entering, and lived as petty kings with their few thousand soldiers. At first, only one border warlord did so, but soon 3 others followed his example. These 4 fools even sent envoys to Qingxiu, saying that if he promised they could keep control of their armies and pass their posts down to their sons, they would submit in name. These men truly don't know their place. But no matter, they haven't yet seen the might of Tang. Qingxiu tossed their letters aside, then looked at Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, it seems you'll have to stay busy here for a while. Cheng Yaojin understood at once. Of course, no problem. Who do we fight first? Who to fight first is not important. But remember, when attacking, you must not use Tang soldiers. You must use the troops we recruited from Gaochang, and those who surrendered to us from other regions. The Tang troops from the homeland were elite veterans, kept as a deterrent to all of Gaochang. For a few simple suppression wars, they were not needed. To lose even one of them would be too costly. But by using surrendered and recruited soldiers, the fighting would only deepen their own divisions, while consuming both sides' strength, a double gain. Of course, he did not really trust those surrendered troops either. Fine. They're not as good as our men, but as long as they can follow orders, it will do. Cheng Yaojin did not object. Qingxiu then listed the 4 rebel warlords one by one, giving Cheng Yaojin strategies to deal with each. Gaomingyi of Shifeng County, there is little grain stored there. No need to attack. Just guard the neighboring counties tightly, so they can't get food. Before long, they will collapse from hunger. As for Taigu County, they were already independent warlords when Zhu Wentai lived. They must be wiped out completely. Cheng Yaojin had not expected Qingxiu to know the details of each warlord. He felt real admiration. This plan saved him much effort. To defeat them one by one will take at least half a year. Better we each lead a force and strike at the same time. Perhaps in a month the problem could be solved. Cheng suggested. But Qingxiu refused at once. At the latest, the day after tomorrow I will return to Chang'an. I will not lead troops with you. Cheng Yaojin was shocked. He had not thought Qingxiu would leave at such a critical moment. But it made sense, since the officials were already placed, his staying would only waste time. He surely had more important matters to handle. I understand. Leave it all to me. But those officials you brought had better be reliable. Cheng said, taking full responsibility without complaint. Seeing him like this, Qingxiu thought once again that these founding veterans were indeed dependable, no nonsense, no whining. What he did not expect was that, not long after he left, Cheng Yaojin marched against the warlords and suddenly showed rare cleverness. He proclaimed to the outside that the commander of this campaign was Qingxiu himself. At once, the strongest warlord surrendered without a fight. Without using a single soldier, the problem was swiftly resolved. Even Cheng Yaojin was surprised at how great Qingxiu's prestige already was in the western regions. At the same time Qingxiu departed, the carefully groomed Zhang the swindler also set out with a group of monks, heading for the northern grasslands. Zhang had transformed himself, taking the Dharma name Master Shiran, and forged a false record of having traveled through Tang for over 40 years as a monk. He did not know why the court wanted him to preach Buddhism among the Turks, but he took this chance very seriously. Having finally escaped the life of a swindler and prisoner, he had to seize this chance to become someone important again. Even if it was only among the Turks or Khitans, to be a man of influence, his life would be worthwhile. Old swindler Zhang led the group across the border and desert in high spirits, while the younger monks with him were half dead from exhaustion. They truly could not understand how this old man, with one foot already in the grave, still had such energy at his age. At first, Zhang planned to find some herdsmen on the steppe and ask how to reach the tent of their tribal chief. But unexpectedly, as soon as they encountered a hunting party of nomads, they were immediately taken to see their chieftain, Aluamona. The monks had never seen such a scene before. At the flash of knives, their faces turned ashen. Even after entering the chieftain's great tent, they dared not say a word, all trembling on the ground. "You bald ones, are you spies from Tang?" Aluamona's face was dark. If not for fear of the Tang troops patrolling the frontier, he would have slaughtered them at once. Just days ago, he had planned to secretly send riders to raid the border for grain. But somehow the Tang army had learned beforehand and struck first, leaving his men fleeing in disgrace. He had even hoped to accuse the Tang court of unjust aggression, using it as an excuse to extort grain. But no one paid him any attention. Now, seeing these Tang people coming to the border, even into their grazing lands, his anger boiled. "We are monks, here to spread the teaching of the Buddha, to bring his message to the steppe, so that the great king may." Zhang had already prepared a speech, but before he finished, Aluamona waved his hand impatiently for him to shut up. "You Central Plains people, always talking in circles, I don't understand, stop talking." He only dared speak this way to a few monks. Before Ho Junji, he had almost prostrated himself in worship. One of his advisors whispered, "They don't look poor. Perhaps they have backers. Why not demand ransom from their families?" This suggestion lit up Aluamona's eyes. He clapped in delight. "Tie them up. Have each of them write a letter asking ransom. If it doesn't arrive in 30 days, cut them down." At once, guards seized the monks, pressing their arms behind their backs. The monks wailed in terror. Who could they even write to for help? Even if the letters reached Jinshan Temple, the abbot would never spend silver to save a few nobodies. "Great king, listen to me." Zhang tried to speak, but a guard slapped his bald head hard, leaving him dizzy. "Old man, too many words." Aluamona, angry at the guard, splashed wine at him. "You fool, don't kill him. How will I get ransom then?" Great king, please hear me out. I can give you treasures worth 10,000 taels of gold." Zhang staggered to his feet, shouting loudly, not looking at all like an old man near death. "Speak quickly." Aluamona snapped impatiently. Given leave, Zhang pushed aside the guard holding him, straightened his clothes, and said, "I have heard there is a god on the steppe protecting the herdsmen, giving them good lives?" "Of course, Tingri, eternal heaven." At the name, Aluamona's face turned deeply devout. But to this old monk, eternal heaven is false, a fabricated god, created by some who pretended to show Buddha's miracles. At these words, all eyes in the tent turned on him with the gaze one gives to a dead man. "Master Shiran, mind your words," one monk whispered in terror, but Zhang ignored him. "Great king, you have been deceived too long by this falsehood. To this day, you still believe it." Aluamona said nothing, but waved his hand, "Cut them apart, slice by slice, and burn their ashes to the wind. Wait. I came today to show you the true miracle, and the true form of eternal heaven. You shall see the real God." "Nonsense. Eternal heaven is the true God, the only God of the steppe. But have you ever seen eternal heaven show a sign?" Aluamona could not answer. Seeing him silenced, Zhang pressed on, "When your tribe was ravaged by the white hair storm, when the Tang army hunted you like cattle and sheep, did eternal heaven show itself then?" Aluamona coughed, glancing around for help, but no one could answer. "Today, I will show you the real miracle. This is the God you should believe in." From his robe, Zhang drew paper charms, chanting as he threw them into the air. At once, they burst into bright flame in midair, turning to ashes before touching the ground. "What is this?" Aluamona nearly fell from his seat. Even the fierce guards about to drag them to execution recoiled in fear. "Haha, you have lived on the steppe so long, you have never seen such things, I understand." Zhang smiled faintly, drew another charm, and with a light twist, flames sprang up again from nowhere. "What is this?" Aluamona's eyes widened. "It is only the most basic dharma of Buddhism. If you are willing to study, not only calling fire from nothing, but immortality, or a body immune to blades and arrows, all are within reach." These words captured Aluamona at once. Though his face showed no change, inside he was stirred by the promise of this Buddhist power. "If you are interested, I can show you even greater dharma. Then there will be no need for further words." But one advisor sneered, "What dharma? Old man, if I stab you now, and you live, I'll believe your lies." Before he finished, Aluamona slapped him across the head to silence him. "My men are rude with words. If you can truly do this, then show us." He tried to hide his fear with a firm tone. "Good. Great king, since you see clearly, then please prepare a cauldron of oil and firewood." Zhang laughed calmly, like a mysterious master. It made Aluamona believe him even more. "Prepare the fire." Aluomona really wanted to see what amazing trick this so-called Master Shiran could perform, and he immediately ordered his men to make preparations. Soon the fire was ready, the cauldron of oil was boiling, and Zhang the old swindler even told Aluomona to summon as many people from the tribe as possible to gather there. Zhang pressed his palms together solemnly toward the cauldron, then said to Aluomona, "Great King, years ago in my cultivation, I once encountered a bodhisattva descending to the world. He granted me enlightenment, making me a body untouched by water and fire. Today, I will show you this miracle of the Buddha." He kept a dignified look, instructing the monks to carry his sedan chair to the cauldron side. At that moment, the oil boiled fiercely, steam rising and making onlookers tremble with fear. Aluomona widened his eyes. "If you truly jump in and remain unharmed, I will make you high priest." "Great King, in Buddhism there is no such thing as a priest. You have been poisoned too long by false religions." As he finished, Zhang leaped straight into the boiling cauldron. Hot oil splashed, steam filled the air. Oh! It was the first time the Turks had seen anyone dare jump into boiling oil. Whether he survived or not, the sight alone thrilled them. "If that old monk cooks right away, the wolves on the steppe will have their next meal. Too bad for this pot of oil, but even if it boiled a man, it can still be used later." I thought he was bluffing, but he really jumped. The crowd laughed and chatted, certain he would die. Only Aluomona stared intently into the smoke, trying to glimpse Zhang's figure. "Great King, what do you think?" "Ha ha ha." A voice came from within the cauldron, stopping all chatter at once. When the smoke cleared, they saw Zhang still smiling, standing in the cauldron. Though the oil boiled violently, it did not harm him at all, his skin was perfectly intact. A miracle. A true miracle. Aluomona turned pale with shock, falling to his knees in worship. As he knelt, so did everyone else, bowing their heads repeatedly. "Master, forgive us for offending you. It was they who spoke badly, I didn't say a word, please don't blame me. Master, teach us how to resist fire and water too, we want to be like you." Zhang looked calm, but inside his sleeves his hands trembled with excitement. At his age, even with wealth he had only a few years left. From the start in Chang'an, his goal was never only money. It was this, to be worshipped, revered, even adored by thousands as though he were above kings. No matter the means or disguise, today he finally had what he longed for. From this moment, he no longer resented Qingxiu for sending him to prison, but instead thanked him for giving him such a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But Zhang dared not linger in emotion. He quickly told the monks to help him out of the cauldron. The boiling was an illusion created with borax. The oil was not truly hot, if left too long, he really would have been cooked. Proudly, Zhang stepped before the kneeling Aluomona. "Now, Great King, do you believe?" "I believe." "Disciple believes." "Master Shiran, please teach us the Dharma." But Zhang waved his hand calmly. In Buddhism, every disciple takes it as his duty to save all living beings. I did not come just to save the Great King alone. I wish for all the herdsmen of the steppe to feel the greatness of the Dharma. Aluomona understood and quickly called over his advisor. "Get up, stop kneeling like that." That advisor, who had mocked Zhang earlier, now knelt even more respectfully than Aluomona. "Great King, what do you say? Stop your nonsense. Inform the whole tribe, everyone, young and old, must come to my tent to hear Master preach the Dharma." "Yes." The advisor rushed to prepare. Zhang, seeing the moment was ripe, quickly helped Aluomona up. "Great King, there is one matter I must remind you of." "Please speak, Master." "In Buddhism, we stress cause and effect. Whoever offends the Dharma must pay an equal price to offset the sin. Otherwise, the seed will bear tenfold bitter fruit." Aluomona pondered, then immediately ordered, "One guard struck Master on the head earlier. Cut off his hand and cast him out of the tribe." Zhang feigned to stop him. "Great King, no need, that would be too harsh." "Master, no more persuasion." Aluomona was resolute. "As you said, to offend the Dharma deserves multiplied punishment. The seed bears fruit, so it must be." Zhang burst out laughing. "Great King, you are truly enlightened, full of Buddhist faith." Meanwhile, Qingxiu's return from Gaochang was far more leisurely than before. He rode slowly like a traveler, even studying nearby nomadic tribes and the land's terrain, ordering his men to draw everything carefully without error. In the future, all this would be of great use. "Duke of Qing, a Tanga tribe moved into our path a few days ago. Shall we go through them or around?" This tribe had about 5,000 people, with at least 2,000 men able to fight. Qingxiu had only a little more than 30 guards with him, which his men thought dangerous. "Tanguts." Qingxiu folded up his map. "Did they report this move to the court?" The guard replied, "Likely not. They often wander the Heshi corridor." "Humph." The Heshi corridor belongs to Tang. Letting them graze here is already great mercy. Why should Tang's citizens yield on Tang's land to outsiders? If anyone detours, it is they who must avoid us. We pass straight through. Qingxiu did not regard these barbarians at all. The guards were deeply impressed, truly worthy of being Duke of Qing. Still, though Qingxiu had no fear, the guards kept wary, ready in case the Tanguts grew greedy. But when they actually passed through the Tangut lands, they found things were not as expected at all. As their convoy entered the Tangut camp, the Tangut people who were herding or drying goods actually smiled and nodded to them. Watching longer, they even came forward to ask if they needed food or water. Some even invited them to stay overnight in their homes. Strange, why were the Tanguts suddenly so warm and kind to strangers? I remember in the past the Tanguts here in the northwest were the fiercest at raiding caravans, and they took the most beatings for it. Why today are they all so obedient and polite? Did the sun rise from the west? The guards were puzzled. Qingxiu observed more closely and noticed they all wore something that did not originally belong to the Tangut people, prayer beads. At a glance, he recognized them, imitations of Buddhist beads, made from polished stones, though less fine than the originals. Buddhism. Qingxiu suddenly thought of the old swindler Zhang, whom he had sent to the northern steppes. Could it be that man had already succeeded? And in such a short time spread Buddhism so widely? Friend, I have some questions. Qingxiu dismounted and stopped a herdsman, tossing him a few pieces of silver. Hee, you don't need to pay, just ask, I'll tell you what I know. The herdsman smiled, wiped the silver, and put it in his robe. I see everyone here kind and peaceful, all wearing Buddhist beads. Do you all follow a certain faith now? Qingxiu asked. Of course. Now everyone on the steppe knows that Master Shiran brought us the Dharma, spreading it across the whole desert and grasslands. As long as we believe, endure suffering, we will gain eternal bodies and undying lives. Even if not this life, in the next we will be reborn in heaven. Speaking of Buddhism, the herdsman talked on and on, no worse than a monk from the Central Plains. Brother, you look like a man of the Central Plains. Why don't you believe in Buddhism? Should I tell you more? He even wanted to preach to Qingxiu. No need, thank you. Qingxiu quickly cut him off, astonished at how well the old swindler could fool people. This so-called Master Shiran, he knew it was none other than that trickster Zhang. It seemed his move had been right, and the effect far greater than expected. He had thought the spread would begin among poor herdsmen, but instead Zhang had won over the Turkic leaders first, then spread it swiftly across the whole steppe and desert. Let's go. These people are friendlier than anyone else we've met. Qingxiu remounted, smiling. A soldier sighed in awe. Heavens, if these savages all believe in Buddhism, won't they become peaceful? Then we'd never have to fight the northern steppe again. Not so. Wars will still come. They are only influenced by Buddhist teaching, not turned into fools. Since Tang times, Tibetans, then Khitans, Jurchens, even Mongols were devout Buddhists. Their royal families even took Buddhist names at birth. But when fighting the Central Plains, they never showed mercy. In truth, Qingxiu only wanted to influence their thinking. Unless driven to desperation, they would not think of killing or raiding, and Tang could use Buddhist teachings to pass orders, making them easier to control. As Qingxiu's group left the Tangut camp, the people still waved warmly. If the soldiers hadn't fought Tanguts before, they would almost believe these were obedient subjects. Seems we should reward that old swindler Zhang, make him work even harder, Qingxiu thought. On Qingxiu's return to Chang'an, it happened to be the time of the first imperial examination, at its final palace stage. In summer, the provincial exams had ended, and the first list of talents was sent to the court. Emperor Li'er had been too busy to handle it before. But now the palace exam had arrived, and he had to focus on it. The palace exam meant all those who passed earlier tests entered the palace, where the emperor himself set the questions. This test was not only about knowledge, performance under pressure mattered more. Even if answers were good, poor performance could cost imperial favor. As Li'er reviewed the scholars' names and papers, an attendant announced Duke Qing's arrival. Let him in. Li'er quickly put away the list. Qingxiu entered and complained, Your Majesty, I've just returned to Chang'an. Won't you even let me rest a bit? Of course not. Li'er gestured for him to sit. I know you've worked hard. Gaochang's affairs all depended on you. But the capable must take on more, and I won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Qingxiu knew at once Li'er had another task for him. Your Majesty, just say it. The more you delay, the less certain I feel. You truly understand me. Li'er handed him the list of scholars. Isn't this the list of new graduates? Qingxiu glanced at it casually, but saw all familiar names. Most were sons of noble families, each with powerful backgrounds. There were commoners, but less than 1 in 10. It made sense, this was the first imperial exam, not yet perfected, and few commoners joined. Your Majesty, the first exam may be so. But for later ones, more commoners must be included. Only then can true scholars shine in court. After all, even prime ministers may rise from the provinces. Lier nodded. I think the same. I plan to establish a national academy under the court to train commoner scholars. That is good. But why give me this list? Qingxiu looked puzzled. As you said, noble sons dominate. So we must have the palace exam to select the best. Qingxiu suddenly understood. Your Majesty wants me to take part in the palace exam, to test these scholars? It is still Duke Qing who is quick to understand, one word and you already see through it, haha. Lier did not expect Qingxiu to grasp it so fast. Since this is the first palace exam, I fear our preparation may not be enough, so I want Duke Qing to join. Not only will you participate and examine them, but you will also set some of the questions yourself. I will personally observe their reactions on the spot. Clearly, Lier wanted this palace exam to be flawless. Qingxiu at first wanted to refuse, but after thinking, he realized this was an excellent chance. If he personally set questions and selected scholars, he could form connections, deep or shallow, with future ministers. Wouldn't that give him his own base within the court? To select scholars side by side with the emperor, this was an opportunity anyone would envy. Though inwardly he agreed, Qingxiu pretended to hesitate. Well, I've been very busy, and since the palace exam is only 8 days away, I may not have time to prepare. No problem. In these 8 days you need not attend morning court. All affairs will be handled by others. You only need to focus on preparing. Lier didn't even think before solving his worries. Very well, since it is so, I will labor a few more days for your Majesty and finish this matter quickly. Qingxiu accepted with a reluctant look. Good, good. Lier was overjoyed. With Qingxiu's promise, he no longer feared mishaps. In the days before the exam, Qingxiu spent his time leisurely with his wives and concubines, drinking and enjoying himself at home, or going out to the mountains and rivers for pleasure. If busy Lier in the palace had seen how carefree he was, he would have spat blood. But Qingxiu was not completely idle, he was experimenting with curry recipes. This time, by adding pure black pepper, the flavor became extremely close to later versions of curry. When he mixed the curry with fried pork cutlet and rice, even Li Yuchan, long used to delicacies, was astonished. Wonderful, truly wonderful. She put down her chopsticks, face full of satisfaction. The other wives praised it endlessly. Changsun Pingting even asked for another bowl. Husband, you are too talented to think of mixing spices into a sauce like this. It is a pity the cost is too high, it uses a lot of black pepper. Otherwise, we could try it with other dishes. Already she imagined many recipes using curry. Qingxiu laughed. High cost? Not really. The storehouses are piled with black pepper. We can spare some for curry sauce. At this, the wives were astonished. Su Xiaochun asked, but husband, didn't you tell outsiders black pepper is scarce, so it sells for more than gold? Haha, that's marketing. If I didn't claim so, how could I sell it at such a price? Qingxiu openly told them, if someday I don't want high prices, I can flood the market, and black pepper will be as cheap as salt. It was their first time hearing of such business tactics, and they were shocked. Just by such a method, he had turned cheap pepper into treasure, with merchants scrambling to buy. Then, can I prepare more sauce with it? Li Yuchan asked, excited. Of course. But Qingxiu planned more than sauces for nobles. If curry spread among the common people, with its strong flavor and cheap price, it would become as popular as salt. Then he would control another essential good, without paying special salt taxes to the court. Meanwhile, ordinary people would benefit greatly. Truly a threefold gain. Li Yuchan said at once, husband, then prepare at least 100 jin of black pepper for me, I want to make more sauce. That much, at current prices, could buy an entire caravan. No problem. Qingxiu agreed readily. Prepare it soon, I will need it in a few days. As he was thinking of his next plans, Linyar leaned close with a pitiful look. Husband, last time it was my night, but you were away. Qingxiu recalled, indeed, she had been unlucky, always missing her turn while he was gone. Very well, tonight you and Yunyang together. Thank you, husband. She was overjoyed. Yunyang had already taught her many ways to please him, tonight she could finally use them. Next day, in the palace, at Pingle Hall, Qingxiu put away his medical tools. Princess Changle was much stronger than before. Even after taking medicine, she was lively and energetic. Thank you, Uncle Qing. The young princess smiled, her face rosy. Even Empress Changsun had said she no longer coughed, a recovery faster than Qingxiu expected. Indeed, with no antibiotic abuse in this age, most viruses had no resistance, so the cure worked instantly. You've worked hard, Duke Qing, Lier said, watching him sweat. So busy with state affairs, yet you still take time to heal the princess. It was nothing. Thanks to your majesty for helping gather the medicine quickly, or treatment would have been delayed. Qingxiu packed away the penicillin. He noticed a court physician staring at it, dazed. He scolded, "What are you standing there for? Take her pulse and see her condition." "Yes, right away." The physician snapped back to his senses, hurried forward, and carefully examined the princess's pulse and color. The imperial physician took her pulse and was astonished. The princess's pulse is dozens of times stronger than before, almost the same as a healthy person. Li Er and Empress Changsun both smiled in relief. Finally, they no longer had to worry about the princess dying young. Princess Changle said happily, "Then when I am cured, can I go to war like Hua Mulan?" The physician laughed. "Princess, not only can you go to war, once you are cured, you could defeat 100 men alone. Then I want to fight alongside Uncle Qing. I heard Uncle Qing is the best, always crushing the enemy wherever he goes. Haha. Then from now on I will take you to battle and crush all who invade Tang." Qingxiu patted the little princess's head with affection. Perhaps because he also had a daughter, he now treated these young girls like a caring father. Leaving Pingle Palace, Qingxiu said to Li Er, "I brought some sauce this time. I already sent it to the imperial kitchen with instructions. Once the princess is stable, she can try it." The sauce he spoke of was, of course, curry. "You are so attentive to Changle. It is a pity your child is also a girl. Otherwise, I would have them betrothed," Li Er sighed. "Your Majesty, what a joke. Even if I had a son, the age gap would be 8 years. How could they be betrothed? What of it? Among the people they say, if the woman is 3 years older, she brings gold. 8 years older is even better. Your Majesty, are you serious?" Realizing their talk was straying, they looked at each other and laughed. "But back to the point, you came at the right time. There has been a small problem with the palace exam." Li Er suddenly changed the subject. Qingxiu frowned, surely more work was coming his way. "Your Majesty, say it first. I'll decide afterward if I agree." "Ahem, it's not so difficult." As Li Er explained, the exam questions had run into problems. Since it was the first time, and time was short, the examiner's questions were unsatisfactory. If he had more time, he would have written them himself, especially on governance and defense. But too many affairs left him no time. "So your Majesty wants me to write all the palace exam questions?" Li Er gave a sheepish smile. "Not all. Just some of the response questions. The rest, let the examiners handle." Qingxiu was annoyed. Anyone can make the text-filling questions. The exam had 2 parts. The first was from the 4 books and 5 classics, passages with sections covered, requiring candidates to fill in the correct text and give their own explanation. This part was simple, anyone could make such questions. The second was response questions, the hardest part. They had to be based on Tang's borders and current affairs, to test whether the candidates were fit to govern. As a great emperor, Li Er had no patience for the examiner's shallow questions. He clearly wanted Qingxiu to handle it. "Haha, you can manage a little more. I promise, after this exam you will not be left unrewarded." Li Er began making promises. "Fine, since I serve the court." Qingxiu sighed heavily. "But let's be clear. You will get land and reward, nothing less. And for the next month, attend morning court only if you wish." Li Er promised at once, showing real sincerity. Qingxiu reluctantly agreed. "Very well. But I'm not doing this for the court, I'm doing it for Tang's rivers and mountains, for the people." "I understand." On the exam day, the scholars entered the palace cheerfully. Looking at the grand hall, they felt overwhelmed. Soon they might walk here often. "From today, we too may be leaders of Tang. Today at the palace exam, watch how I perform, I will surely take first place." "Not so fast. I have worked in government, I know the current affairs they will ask about." The sons of noble families talked confidently, certain of success. But the poor scholars looked serious, brows furrowed, without such arrogance. Soon, Li Er and Qingxiu entered. The scholars bowed their heads at once, their earlier pride gone. Facing the empire's highest authority, none could remain calm. "Greetings, your Majesty." They all bowed. Li Er waved his hand. "Be seated. Think of this as a normal exam. I will not make it hard." He ordered the examiners to hand out the papers. The scholars bent to write immediately. Li Er watched closely, judging their demeanor. The exam content was not much, mostly for show, so Li Er could see who had real ability. Qingxiu did not bother watching. He scribbled on his own paper, muttering to himself. Duke Qing, look at that candidate, so calm, writing steadily. He is not ordinary. Li Er pointed to a young man in front. Qingxiu glanced. I know him. He is Xing Sen, son of Assistant Minister of Personnel Xing Manlu. A small talent. These sons of officials were trained from childhood. If they lacked even this much confidence, they were worthless. Li Er was surprised that Qingxiu knew his identity. He asked about several others, and found Qingxiu knew all the noble sons. How do you know them so well? Qingxiu sensed Li Er's look and said quickly, don't misunderstand. I only met them in passing. They drink and gamble in Chang'an, but never invited me. I have no interest in joining them. Li Er said no more, just continued observing. Before long, he had already chosen some favorites. Li Er kept recommending names to Qingxiu, hinting that during the exam he should give special attention to those few. We'll talk later. Qingxiu noted the names down, brushing him off casually. Not long after, the candidates finished writing their papers. Li Er signaled the examiners to collect them so he and Qingxiu could begin the real testing. Wait! Qingxiu suddenly motioned for the examiners to hand him the papers. These are only the simplest questions. No need for the Duke to review them. Qingxiu ignored them and took the papers, going through them one by one. Any paper with sloppy handwriting, messy smears, or dirty pages, he immediately tossed aside without a second thought. In this quick screening, nearly 1/3 of the papers were discarded. Li Er noticed that many of these belonged to the very candidates he had been watching. Could it be he also thinks these are promising and plans to give them special favor? Li Er guessed right about Qingxiu's intent to favor them, but not in the way he thought. All these papers I set aside, failures. The whole hall froze. Without even checking correctness, Qingxiu threw them out. Wasn't that too hasty? Li Er couldn't help saying, Duke Qing, to reject them only by handwriting and presentation may be improper. What if they have true learning? A man of true learning would never present his work so sloppily. Besides, most are sons of officials. Raised in such households, if they cannot even write decently, it proves their failure. Qingxiu gave him no face, holding firm. Xing Sen, seeing his own paper thrown aside, was instantly dissatisfied. Duke Qing, you are supposed to test our learning, not our handwriting. How can the affairs of state be judged so narrowly? If this is your method, then why not just go to the street and find the best calligrapher instead of holding an exam? But as Qingxiu's sharp gaze fell on him, Xing Sen shrank back and shut his mouth in fear. Even his father dared not provoke Qingxiu, how could he? You think I am hasty? Fine. I will give you a chance. The same for all whose papers I rejected. You will stay for the next round. If your answers please me, I will double your rank. Third place will be raised to second, second to first. The scholars were stunned, some even overjoyed. Those rejected hadn't expected Xing Sen's protest to win them such a benefit. But Qingxiu wasn't finished. On the other hand, if you fail to meet my standard, not only will your names be erased from this exam, but even your earlier results in local and provincial exams will be cancelled. Their joy instantly vanished. Indeed, no pie falls from the sky without a price. As Duke Qing says. At this, Li Er stood up and openly supported him. After all, the exam was under both their authority. Li Er trusted Qingxiu, he believed this was not a mistake. Those I rejected may continue if you dare. If not, leave now and keep your earlier ranks. Under the pressure, some chose to withdraw and protect their standing. But others, proud and arrogant, like Xing Sen from his noble family, insisted on staying, convinced they would win. Good. Qingxiu and Li Er exchanged a look. Li Er nodded for it to begin. Blank papers were handed to each candidate. Now it was time for Li Er himself to pose questions, while they wrote their answers. The first question had been prepared by Qingxiu earlier. Li Er cleared his throat. The hall fell silent, facing the ruler of 10 million, even noble sons bowed their heads. Since Emperor Wen of Sui began the Kaihuang reforms, the Central Plains revived, sweeping away the ills of the northern and southern dynasties. But after Emperor Yang, the state collapsed, peasants rose, rebellion spread. What was the cause? How should we learn from this to avoid the same fate? That was the first question. At once the hall was stunned. No one expected such difficulty from the very first. Most had only studied the 4 books and 5 classics, minds full of old texts, never thinking about such matters. Many froze, brows tight, unable to write. Some trembled, sweating profusely. Xing Sen, once so confident, was crushed completely. He had no idea how to answer. No, if I can't, I'll skip. Maybe I can answer later questions and still get a rank, he thought desperately. Qingxiu had expected this and was not surprised. He had dared to promise double promotion because he could see at a glance who had no chance at all. If the setting allowed, he could have sworn before Li Er that none of those he discarded would succeed. They were given only half an hour to answer. When time was up, Qingxiu ordered them to stop writing. The papers were collected and brought to Li Er and Qingxiu. Some were happy, some miserable. Most of those hoping for special treatment were pale and drenched in sweat. What nonsense is this? Qingxiu scowled as he skimmed the answers. These men truly knew nothing of governance. At best, some mentioned Emperor Yang's overtaxing the people and his cruelty. But others wrote it was because the Sui lost heaven's mandate. Even worse, some claimed Emperor Yang killed his brother and father, angering heaven, which punished the dynasty. Seeing such answers, Qingxiu almost felt relieved, at least they had spared his eyes further torment. Of course, not everyone's exam essays were unbearable to read. Among them, there were a few examinees whose essays pleased him very much. Although they did not directly point out the root causes, they still provided a certain analysis of Sui dynasty officials, politics, and why it collapsed. Some with a higher level even managed to mention the rise of the Turks on the border, the strength of Goguryeo, and other more complex situations. After finishing this round of grading, Qingxiu had already roughly judged who could win the top 3 titles of Zhuang Yuan and Bang Yan. As for some examinees, their essays were already sentenced to death in his heart long ago. Li Er even summoned a few examinees to question them face to face, which was also part of the palace exam. As the chief examiner, the emperor himself could call them forward whenever he valued their answers, or when he thought their essays were sloppy and intolerable. Your Majesty, I have no further questions here. Qingxiu gave a signal. Good, then you will pose the next question. Qingxiu personally stood up and came before the examinees. None of them dared meet his eyes. After all, before the exam began, Qingxiu had already shown his authority fiercely, and no one dared to take him lightly. You all must have seen foreigners in Chang'an from the western regions, from the Arabs, from Rome. They all travel through the Heshi corridor, whether for trade or diplomacy, to reach Chang'an. The wealth gained from this single trade route in 1 year rivals the fortunes of Jiangnan merchants. It is a key commercial hub the court cannot ignore. Before he even finished, many examinees' minds were already blank. Some of them did not even know where the Heshi corridor was. And there are dozens of nomadic tribes near the Heshi corridor, watched covetously by neighboring powers. How should the court manage it to keep the Heshi corridor firmly in our hands? Hearing this question, many shook their heads and sighed, already knowing they were finished. Xing Sen's face turned pale as paper, nearly crying on the spot. He regretted 1,000 times agreeing to Qingxiu's bet. What use were Confucian doctrines, the 4 books and 5 classics now? None at all. Qingxiu had just sat back when Li Er whispered, "Aren't these questions too difficult? Even many court ministers could not answer them well, why ask these candidates? Your Majesty, this is only an exam. They don't have to provide truly workable solutions. It is to test who has governing ability. Even if their answers are only roughly correct in direction, it is enough." Qingxiu replied calmly. After all, they are to serve as officials in the future, not just cling to Confucian doctrines all day when faced with real affairs. Hearing this, Li Er thought it reasonable, and muttered, in that case, future exams should also lean more toward this direction. But Qingxiu's torment of the examinees did not end there. The questions that followed became harder and harder, and more than half of the candidates could not even produce a barely decent answer. Just as he expected, those whose papers he had already judged unqualified earlier failed completely to produce anything that caught his eye. All were discarded without exception. When the time for the last question ended, the examinees finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was over. Of course, many had long since known their fate, and nearly burst into tears. Even those who could fluently answer were frowning, unsure whether Qingxiu would be satisfied. Hardly anyone had a smile on their face. While flipping through the papers, Qingxiu discovered one candidate named Ho Yan, whose answers were utterly absurd. Nearly every response was nonsense, knowing neither history nor geography. He even thought Goguryeo lay west of Tang, threatening the Heshi corridor. Qingxiu immediately summoned Ho Yan before him to see just what kind of person this was. You are Ho Yan?" Looking at the delicate yet familiar face of the candidate before him, Qingxiu thought his eyes deceived him. What Ho Yan? This was clearly Ho Junji's daughter, Ho Haitang, disguised as a man. Although he had only seen her once before at the poetry gathering, she had left a deep impression. Moreover, Ho Junji had often hinted that Ho Haitang admired him, so Qingxiu could not possibly forget her face. Ho Haitang, knowing she had been recognized, still pretended with a coarse voice, "This student is Ho Yan. I asked Duke Qing for guidance." Qingxiu immediately thought of the play, The Female Prince Consort. But now it seemed Ho Haitang was only playing around, wanting to experience the imperial exam. And indeed, since this was the Tang's very first imperial examination, it was taken for granted that only men could participate. No one imagined a woman would sneak in, so there had been no gender check. Looks like future exams must add one more inspection. Qingxiu glanced her up and down, then asked in a low voice, "Why did you sneak in to take the exam?" "Well, I heard the imperial exam tests knowledge and talent, so I wanted to see how good I am." Ho Haitang stuck out her tongue playfully. At first everything was smooth, who knew the palace exam would be so hard, heh. Luckily you won't pass. Even if you did, you could never serve as an official. That would only trouble your father. Qingxiu said, half angry and half amused. Don't even think about passing the palace exam. Having the name of passing the provincial exam is already good enough. Ho Haitang had only joined for fun. She cared nothing for official rank, so she gladly used Qingxiu's words as a way out, and left with the other eliminated candidates. Of course, she was probably the most carefree among them. Others, however, each carried their own worries. Xing Sen and the others, once outside, broke into loud sobs. Years of preparation were completely wasted, even their standing from the provincial exam was ruined. More importantly, they accepted their failure, unable to find fault with the grading. Li Er made no objections. He had entrusted Qingxiu fully, and would not challenge his judgment. After reviewing the papers together, each chose their favored candidates. This Lu Wanchong is quite good, he should be the Zhuang Yuan. Only he has vision enough. This one is also acceptable. Qingxiu decided that aside from the top three, the rest of the rankings would be left to Li Er. Before the session ended, Qingxiu specifically summoned the three he had chosen as Zhuang Yuan, Bang Yan, and Tanhua. Lu Wanchong, Huang Qianhe, Chen Jin. The three quickly came before him, nervous and uneasy, waiting for his command. They still did not know that Qingxiu had already chosen them as the top three. You three, I find you somewhat unfamiliar. Do any of your families have officials in the court? Qingxiu thought carefully. These people were not the sons of officials. Replying to Duke Qing, my father is a small merchant who often travels to and from Jiangnan. To be an official in the court is something we could never imagine. My father sells cloth. He does not earn much, just enough to maintain the household. My father is only a village laborer. It was the villagers who pooled their money so that I could study the 4 books and 5 classics, and then come to the capital to take the exam. Qingxiu nodded slightly. I see. You may all return. The exam is over, and you can rest now. Yes. After this questioning, the three felt even less certain, and even thought they might not win the top 3 at all. They had thought that to be admitted in the imperial exam, one's family must already have officials in the court. After the exam ended, the officials outside the hall curiously asked the examiners for the test papers. They also wanted to see the value of the questions written by Qingxiu. What, these kinds of questions for students who have never handled government affairs? A joke? Exactly. How could they possibly answer them? Not only them, but even in the court there are hardly any who could answer even half of these. Everyone murmured, thinking the questions far too difficult. Changsun Wuji did not complain with the others. Instead, he properly began writing down answers to these questions. Du Ruhui set aside the exam papers and sighed. For Duke Qing to raise such questions, his thinking is indeed astonishing. These are exactly the most troublesome issues facing Tang right now. As the ministers were each discussing, Wei Zheng hurried over, pushing into the crowd to see the exam papers. Make way, make way. Let this old man also have a look. Almost everyone present disliked Wei Zheng. Seeing him squeeze in, they all stepped aside. When he looked at the papers, he immediately contradicted the crowd. Good. Good. This is exactly how questions should be set. Under their surprised gazes, he said slowly, after all, these exams select the future officials of Tang. If we don't test real ability, then what's the point? Otherwise, we might as well return to the Han Dynasty system of selecting the filial and the honest. The ministers sneered at his words, many turning away in anger. What is this? Did I say anything wrong? Isn't this exactly how the exams should be? Wei Jing scratched his head, puzzled at their discontent. Fang Xianling laughed. Dr. Wei, don't you understand yet? Many of the eliminated examinees were their sons. Of course they don't want the exams to be too difficult. Only then did Wei Jing suddenly understand. Ah, no wonder. But still, I think these questions are right. Strange, Dr. Wei, usually you oppose Duke Qing in court. Why today are you agreeing with him? Wei Zheng laughed loudly. I have always judged matters, not people. If something is right, no matter who does it, I support it. If something is wrong, even if it is His Majesty, I must point it out. That is the duty of a minister. Although many disliked him, in such matters he was clear-headed. Perhaps for this very reason, Li Er, though annoyed with him, never silenced him. With the exam over, Chang'an lost one topic of lively discussion. Some students who had prayed in temples and Taoist monasteries before the exam came to fulfill their vows. Others, who had failed, went straight to the temples and cursed loudly, saying the deities were useless. This naturally led to quarrels with the monks, and nearly to fights. At Jinshan Temple, the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an, such things happened almost daily in recent days. Every morning, after chanting the Heart Sutra, Xuanzang left his room and saw monks behaving no differently from ordinary men, cursing and quarreling. Damn it! I only gave a little incense money, and yet I wanted a Zhuangyuan title. What a joke! Right? You must not have seen it. Someone only gave 2 small coins of silver and wanted 100 taels of gold in return. Isn't that a dream? Xuanzang frowned and called 2 disciples forward, scolding them face to face. I have often told you not to focus on money. If you cannot save yourselves, how can you save others? Why do I always hear shouting in this temple? The 2 monks dared not answer back. But Xuanzang could see clearly, they feared his authority, but did not truly repent in their hearts. After sending them away, he returned to the hall and listened to the monks reciting the Heart Sutra in a monotonous and perfunctory way. Even with his high state of mind, he could not help but sigh. People's hearts are no longer as before. The Buddhist scriptures are no longer as pure as when they were first brought here. They can no longer truly save all beings. Xuanzang sighed deeply. He knew that over time, the scriptures had been altered many times by both the people and the authorities, and Buddhism had lost its true essence. Master, please come and guide everyone. At this moment, a monk urged Xuanzang forward. The chanting stopped. All eyes turned toward Xuanzang sitting in the high seat. He could see that in their eyes there was no thirst for the Dharma, no faith. Only emptiness and impatience, as if this was just another burden. Today, everyone should cultivate on your own. There will be no morning lecture. Unlike usual, Xuanzang dismissed them. Yes. The monks visibly sighed with relief, glad they did not have to listen to another dull lecture. After sending everyone away, Xuanzang changed into plain clothes, covered his shaved head with a bamboo hat, and left the monastery. No one in the temple cared where he went. All they thought about was how to collect more incense money tomorrow. Duke Qing's residence. As the sound of the zither ended, the graceful figure dancing in the pavilion also stopped. Husband, how was my dance just now? After finishing, Linyar rushed forward happily, hugging Qingxiu's shoulders. Though covered in sweat, her face was full of joy. She had just danced to a tune played personally by Qingxiu on the zither, and she longed to hear more praise from him. Of course it was wonderful. In this whole world, no one could compare with you. Qingxiu praised without hesitation. Only, what is it? Linyar grew nervous, thinking she had done something wrong. It has nothing to do with you. It is not your problem. What Qingxiu meant was that her dance was limited by the restraints of the era. It was not like later times, when countless styles flourished, dazzling and competing in beauty. If some of the popular modern dance arts could be combined with this era, perhaps it could raise the artistic level of the Tang dynasty. And Tang people had always been inclusive and open. Even Romans could serve as officials in the court, so accepting and using foreign elements was no problem. While Qingxiu was thinking this, a servant came to report. If it is an envoy sent from the palace, you can send him back. His Majesty promised you a month without attending court or handling affairs. But Erguzi's reply surprised Qingxiu. It is not. The visitor calls himself Master Xuanzang from Jinshan Temple. He says he has met you once by fate. Qingxiu was puzzled. Why would Xuanzang suddenly come looking for him? Do you want to see him or not? If not, I'll find an excuse to send him away. No need. Let him in, and prepare some tea and refreshments for him. Qingxiu still had a very good impression of Xuanzang. This man's perseverance and devotion to his faith were first class, as recorded in history. One did not need to share his beliefs. A man with such strong faith was worthy of respect from anyone. Xuanzang, unlike others, did not praise the grandeur of Qingxiu's mansion when he first came. From the moment he entered, he was neither humble nor arrogant, treating Qingxiu the same as any ordinary person. Clearly, in his eyes, worldly rank and wealth had no difference. Thank you, Duke Qing, for your hospitality. This poor monk did not come today for idle talk, but for an important request. Qingxiu's expression was calm. You want my help? Is there no one in Chang'an who can handle it except me? I heard Duke Qing is unmatched in kindness and benevolence, generous to others, and holds high rank in court. So this matter can only be entrusted to you. Indeed, a worthy monk, his words were exactly what Qingxiu liked to hear. Then speak. But I may not necessarily help. Qingxiu looked at Xuanzang with interest. Do you know how great the price is to ask me for help in Chang'an? Xuanzang hesitated, then said, although Jinshan Temple is wealthy, all I own is only a begging bowl for food and water, and a monk's robe. I cannot offer gold or silver. If permitted, may I offer prayers for your blessing in return? What a joke. You are the abbot of Jinshan Temple. Can you not use all that wealth freely? Why are you so poor? Qingxiu sneered. Xuanzang smiled slightly, all the money is managed by the stewards. I never interfere. Moreover, it is the incense donations of believers, alms to the Dharma. Aside from necessary expenses, how could I use it? Qingxiu was surprised, Xuanzang was truly sincere. At this point, Qingxiu stopped testing him. Tell me what you want, then I'll decide whether to help. He was genuinely curious. What could a monk who cared nothing for wealth or power possibly ask of him? Recently, since last autumn, nomadic tribes of the north and northwest, suffering food shortages, often launched small raids on the frontier. Although soldiers guarded the borders and often drove them off before they succeeded, it still made frontier defense strained. So the court restricted the people inside from traveling beyond the Heshi corridor, unless part of an officially approved caravan or diplomatic mission. Ordinary people were strictly forbidden to go beyond the passes. But Xuanzang wanted to go west, and could not obtain the official pass. Even trying to sneak across was nearly impossible. Westward? You want to go to India for scriptures? Qingxiu immediately understood. Xuanzang froze. How do you know? He had never told anyone. His preparations were entirely personal. He could not understand how Qingxiu knew already. Well, just a guess. I only know India is the birthplace of Buddhism, and that Tang's Buddhist scriptures have been changed too much now. So you want to go west to bring back the true scriptures, right? Xuanzang was astonished. I did not expect Duke Qing to understand Buddhism so well. Yes, I want to go west, to bring back the original, unaltered scriptures. He could not accept how Buddhism in the Central Plains had become corrupted, even focused on profit. In his eyes, only saving all living beings was Buddhism's true essence. Seeing his devotion, Qingxiu wanted to say something, but held back. He knew better than anyone, even after Xuanzang returned with the true scriptures, Buddhism would not save the world as he hoped. Instead, in later centuries it would grow into a massive armed force, so wealthy that by the 5 dynasties period, half the nation's wealth lay in temples. But he also knew, even if he told Xuanzang, the monk would still go. Do you know how difficult the journey is? Have you ever gone beyond the passes? It is only desert and wasteland. You cannot carry enough food. If you meet raiders, you will surely die. Xuanzang only smiled peacefully. I have a sincere heart. The Buddha will protect me until I reach India safely. Besides, if I cannot go, and must spend my life facing corrupted scriptures, then I would rather die on the road to the west. Open-minded? Qingxiu sighed in his heart. This was truly a man of faith. I can help you, but give me a reason to do so. Qingxiu asked. Xuanzang hesitated, then suddenly stood and bowed deeply. This poor monk has nothing. If you allow me to go west, then after I return, whatever Duke Qing desires, I will do my best. Even if it costs me my life, I will not refuse. After weighing briefly, Qingxiu nodded. Good. But I don't want your life. I only want you to do one thing for me. 3 days later. Carrying the travel pass Qingxiu had arranged for him, Xuanzang left the city with only 2 disciples, riding westward. Before leaving, Qingxiu had wanted to give him silver, but Xuanzang firmly refused, saying he could not accept it. So Qingxiu did not insist, only giving him a jade token as proof of identity. With it, most Western regions' kingdoms would recognize him and not trouble him. But if he met bandits, he would have to rely on himself. Master, we don't understand. Why did you refuse Duke Qing's silver, but take from the temple instead? His 2 disciples were puzzled. After all, as monks, accepting alms was normal. Duke Qing has already worked hard for us, even obtaining the border pass is the utmost benevolence and righteousness. What more could you ask for? If we were to take even 1 coin more from him, as your teacher I would feel ashamed. Xuanzang spoke calmly. But another dull-witted disciple asked, if so, then why bring this silver at all? Carrying it only makes us heavy, and it may attract thieves and greed. Why not simply beg along the way? Couldn't that sustain us until India? It must be said, though sincere, Xuanzang's 2 disciples clearly knew nothing about the world outside Chang'an. They had no idea what the desert wasteland was like. Begging for food there? They might not even see a single living creature. You will understand when the time comes. Xuanzang sighed. He even began to doubt whether these 2 disciples could endure the journey all the way to India with him. If you feel this westward journey will be too bitter, I will not force you. You may leave at any time. He pulled his horse to a halt, looking back at the city gates of Chang'an not far behind. But once you cross the border, it will be near impossible to return. Master, don't worry. We can endure it. No matter how bitter, we are not afraid. Yes. In former times, the sages who brought Buddhism into the Central Plains endured hardships without complaint. We should follow their example and complete this great task again. Xuanzang said nothing more. He spurred his horse, leading the two disciples westward. A few days later, across the great ocean, in the land of Hua, Li Jing was followed by more than 5,000 strong Tang soldiers, their armor still stained with the blood of the Hua people. They paused outside a low-walled city, preparing to enter. This is the capital of the Hua. Li Jing looked at the city, no bigger than a small county town, and was bewildered. He had heard Kyoto was the capital of the Hua, magnificent and hard to attack, unless with tens of thousands of troops and supplies. But these low walls? He even thought soldiers could climb over without ladders, just by standing on each other's shoulders. General, this is not strange. Look, most Hua people are short and small, some not even as tall as their own swords. For them, such low walls may really be fortresses that are hard to attack. The deputy general joked, causing the army to burst into laughter. Earlier, Li Jing had crossed the ocean aboard the treasure ships designed by Qingxiu. After enduring days of violent storms, they safely reached Hua's coasts. The Hua never imagined Tang ships could cross the storms, so they hurriedly gathered their fleet to resist. But their small, laughable ships were no match for Tang's treasure ships armed with cannons. Li Jing even discovered during battle that the treasure ships were so strong, they could sink Hua ships by ramming, without even firing. After the Tang landed, Li Jing thought the fighting would be hard, and prepared for the worst. But to his surprise, 5,000 elite Tang soldiers swept through Hua, each fighting as 10, without suspense. The Hua could not compare in strength or size. Their vaunted samurai swords struck Tang armor, leaving only shallow marks, while their blades shattered. This was the easiest war Li Jing had ever fought. Marching forward, they soon reached the gates of Kyoto. Now, if they took this low city, the Emperor of Hua would be in Li Jing's hands. Enough, prepare to attack. Don't waste time. Do not be careless because of low walls. Fight with full strength, there must be no mistakes in this final battle. Though contemptuous, Li Jing did not underestimate the enemy strategically. Yes, General. After resting, the Tang troops formed ranks. The first line wore heavy iron armor, holding large shields to guard against arrows, covering those behind. The second line carried ladders, rams, and other siege tools, ready to storm the city. Li Jing watched the walls through a telescope, but saw no defenders, not even archers. Could it be a trick? He suspected an empty city ploy, and was about to order extra caution. Just then, the city gates suddenly opened. Soldiers prepared for a bloody battle. Li Jing exclaimed, "The Hua abandoned their walls? Do they mean to fight us to the death outside? Have they accepted the city will fall? I have heard of Hua's samurai spirit. Now I see it is true." The deputy and advisors also exclaimed, "Respect for the Hua rising. Bring me my spear. I will fight these fearless Hua myself, to honor them with a worthy battle." But before Li Jing mounted his horse, from the open gates poured not soldiers, but Hua officials. In their midst, a short, fat man in white robes, vulgar in appearance. "Please, General, do not attack. Do not attack. I am the Emperor of Hua. We surrender. Spare our lives." Li Jing was dumbfounded. This was not what he expected. This emperor, always urging his soldiers to die with their swords, yet he surrenders so quickly himself. The deputy mocked, "General Li, this saves us much effort." Boring. Li Jing's rising battle spirit cooled. He tossed aside his spear and went forward to inspect the kneeling emperor. The man was short like a dwarf, fat, ridiculous, like a yam turned into a spirit. "You are the Emperor of Hua?" Li Jing was astonished. Every ruler he had seen, emperors of the Central Plains, or warlords, were dignified, commanding awe. But this so-called emperor only made him laugh. "Yes, I am the emperor." The man stammered in Tang language, "We sincerely surrender, please spare our lives." He quickly waved, and his ministers brought forward a tray holding the imperial seal and a short sword. Li Ji glanced casually at the seal and took it in his hand. For some reason, its style was entirely that of a Central Plains imperial seal. But carved beneath were the words, "Seal of the King of Hua," not their own Japanese characters. What is the meaning of this? Li Ji was puzzled. Could it be this seal was granted to you by an emperor of the Central Plains? Reporting to the general, this seal was obtained several hundred years ago, after our Hua was unified. The ancestor of our emperor sent envoys to the Central Plains to submit as vassals, and thus received this king's seal. Which emperor gave it to you? The emperor answered cautiously, if by the posthumous titles of your Central Plains dynasty, that emperor should have been Emperor Guangwu. Li Ji was shocked. The Eastern Han's Emperor Guangwu, that was nearly 400 years ago. They had already received recognition then, proof that Hua had never fully broken ties with the Central Plains. Since you hold a king's seal that admits you are vassals of the Central Kingdom, why did you dare invade Tang's borders, provoking Heaven's army to come here? Facing Li Ji's question, the emperor only knelt to the ground, not daring to say a word, fearing the general before him would cut him down. Enter the city. Li Ji did not waste words, ordering the Hua officials to lead the way. The emperor of Hua stepped aside, kneeling with his ministers as the Tang army entered the capital. Li Ji had thought Hua was small and poor, its treasury holding little of value. But when opened, it was piled with gold, silver, and grain in abundance. Though far less than the Tang treasury, for such a small country, it was immense. Li Ji asked the Hua officials with disdain, on our march from the coast, I saw your commoners weak and starving. Yet your emperor hoarded all this grain in the treasury, letting it rot rather than feeding them. One official forced a flattering smile, stammering without answer. It was the prime minister who quickly replied, we stored all this wealth here precisely so that, when Heaven's army of Tang came, it would all be yours. At this, the soldiers burst into laughter. These people were laughable and contemptible. You Hua people, fierce in appearance but timid in heart, fearing power but not honoring virtue, you truly are born to be slaves. Even so, the official still smiled, if we did not fear power, how could we be slaves? Their faces disgusted Li Ji. He waved them away, sickened. He then ordered the treasure to be sealed, warning that anyone who dared touch it without permission would be executed. The deputy general could not understand. After the soldiers left, he asked quietly, General, why not load all this wealth onto the ships and bring it back? We cannot return empty-handed. You do not understand. Just follow orders. Li Ji knew this campaign was conquest, not plunder. Both Duke Qing and the emperor intended to annex Hua into Tang territory and civilize its people. If they stripped the treasury bare and looted the land, leaving only poverty and ruins, it would be impossible to govern long-term. Thus, the conquered land's own wealth and grain must be used to rule and pacify the people. Li Ji took the Hua seal and the imperial family into custody, leaving the deputy to guard the capital. Generously, he left him 1,000 soldiers. To suppress Kyoto, that is enough. And no one may touch the treasury. If I return to find it lost, your head will fall first. Though harsh, the deputy showed no worry. Even with only 500, suppressing these Hua is enough. The emperor, hearing he would be taken to Tang, thought he was to be executed in Chang'an. Terrified, he knelt, weeping for mercy. Li Ji himself promised not to harm him, and only then did the man rise trembling to follow. After Li Ji's force departed Kyoto, the soldiers left behind cut down and burned all Hua flags and emblems. This proclaimed to the people that Hua no longer existed, its land was now annexed into Tang territory east to Bohai. At that time, a Goguryeo envoy stationed in Hua fled the city and rushed home to report to King Go-1. You cannot be serious? Between Hua and Tang lies 1,000 li strait. Last time Tang tried, an entire fleet was destroyed by storms. Go-1 dismissed it as nonsense. It is true. I saw with my own eyes Tang's army at Kyoto. The Hua emperor did not even resist, he surrendered immediately. The envoy defended himself, also reporting that Tang warships no longer feared storms, crushing Hua's ships with ease. Go-1 frowned. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. I swear on my life. Seeing his certainty, Go-1 grew uneasy. What kind of ships could carry thousands across the sea and sweep Hua aside? He ordered ships prepared to scout Tang's fleet on their return. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he gave another order. If Tang's ships are not so strong, or if there are weaknesses, attack them. Rescue Hua's emperor. He thought, if he could seize the Hua ruler, he might gain control over Hua himself. The Tang fleet returned victorious. Even the seas, once stormy, were calm. Looking out, Li Ji was filled with pride. This is the first time in Central Plains history we have crossed the sea, conquered another nation, and destroyed it completely. Such merit will make my name eternal in history. During the time Ling Jie was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future, a subordinate came to report, and it was not good news. General, since boarding the ship, the king of Hua has been vomiting and having diarrhea. He says he is used to palace meals and cannot get used to our army food. Ling Jie became furious on the spot. He is already a prisoner and still wants to put on airs? Go tell him, it will take some days before we return to Chang'an. If he refuses to eat, he can simply choose to starve to death. No one on this ship will improve his meals. Even if he starves to death on the ship, General Ben will still bring his corpse back to claim the reward. The subordinate left with orders. Ling Jie even reflected in his heart whether he had been too kind to that emperor of Hua, letting him be picky about food. Right, I still don't know if there will be a sea storm today. We should check first and prepare to deal with it. Ling Jie almost forgot the main task of the day. He had someone fetch his telescope and looked out over the distant sea. The sea surface seemed calm, but in the west direction of this calm area, he saw several ships slowly sailing toward them. These ships were only about the size of fishing boats, so he thought at first they were fishermen from the nearby seas. But looking closely, those people were wearing Goguryeo clothing, and each carried swords and bows, definitely not ordinary fishermen. Goguryeo people? He immediately thought they had come to spy. After all, Hua and Goguryeo had long been close allies. They could not be unaware that Hua had already been destroyed. Ling Jie immediately ordered that if these Goguryeo people dared to come closer, as soon as they entered cannon range, they should be fired upon at once. If they were killed outright, so be it, but if their ships capsized and survivors fell into the water, they should immediately capture the survivors alive. The Goguryeo scouts did not yet know what was about to happen and continued rowing closer, unaware of death. They did not know the Tang army had telescopes and assumed they had not been discovered. Only when they got closer did they become shocked, realizing how massive the Tang fleet really was. The largest flagship was even bigger than their own royal palace. They could not build such tall structures even on land. How could the Tang possibly make such a ship? This must be reported to the king at once. The nation must prepare defenses. If our Goguryeo fleet met them, we would surely be defeated. While they were still shaken, one of the Tang warship cannons was already loaded and aimed at them. Just as they were about to paddle away, a thunderous explosion rang out, scaring them into falling into the sea. Boom! The cannonball fell from the sky, smashing one of their wooden boats into pieces instantly. The soldiers on board were blown apart. Boom! Boom! Several more cannon shots followed, mercilessly destroying all of the small boats, leaving none. Of more than 10 scouts, only 2 survived in the water by chance. The 2 floated on the surface, staring at each other in terror, not even knowing what had just happened. Was that thunder? Before they could think further, Tang warships had already lowered small fast boats, rushing across the sea toward them. The 2 scouts, no matter how hard they swam, could not get far. Soon, the Tang soldiers surrounded them, and faced with the fierce Tang army, they surrendered without resistance. The 2 cooperated, and when brought before Ling Jie, without torture, they immediately confessed everything they knew, just to save their lives. Gao Yuan wants to rescue the Emperor of Hua? Is he really that delusional? Ling Jie was astonished. Had that man lost his mind? We only obey orders, General. We dare not conceal anything. The scout lowered his head, not daring to meet Ling Jie's gaze. We only want to live. Whatever you ask, we answer truthfully. Ling Jie thought for a moment, then called a subordinate. How far is the nearest port? It is Dongshan Port in Beach, less than 200 li away. Ling Jie immediately ordered that the fleet not return to Shandong but instead head directly to Beach, to rest and dock there temporarily. He also personally wrote a letter, handed it to a subordinate, and sent him with a ship back to Chang'an to deliver it to the court. This puzzled the soldiers. They were about to return and receive rewards, yet now they had to stay overseas? Do not be confused. Just trust this general's words. I promise you, after this, we will return to Chang'an with even greater merit and receive even more rewards. Though they did not understand, the soldiers trusted Ling Jie deeply. With his words, they no longer doubted. Yes, General. Chang'an City. Lang Shining, uneasy in mind, led his caravan out of Chang'an. This was the heaviest-hearted departure for trade he had ever experienced. The reason was simple: all his own men in the caravan had been replaced by people under Qingxiu. Although Qingxiu had promised again and again that all profits would still go to him, the thought that his entire trade network would henceforth be controlled by Qingxiu, and that the trade route he had worked so hard to open in the western regions now belonged entirely to Qingxiu, left him unable to feel happy. Even though he knew that following Qingxiu's arrangement would bring him more profit, he would never again escape Qingxiu's control, unless he left trade entirely. Duke Qing, you don't need to see me off any further. Seeing Qingxiu accompany him outside the city, Lang Shining forced a bitter smile. On this journey you can rest easy. With my men in the western regions, even kings will give face. You need not fear being robbed. Qingxiu said calmly, but do not forget our agreement. I wouldn't dare. Lang Shining gave only a bitter laugh. How could he dare go against Qingxiu? That is good. Qingxiu stopped outside the city gate, watching them leave. From then on, Lang Shining would likely vanish from the business world of Chang'an. His caravan was essentially swallowed completely by Qingxiu, unable to stir any waves. Yet even so, Qingxiu did not think he was being ungrateful, and even Lang Shining himself did not see it that way. After all, their relationship had always been purely business cooperation, nothing more. If their positions were reversed, Lang Shining would have done the same. After all, who wouldn't want to firmly keep in their own hands the channels and routes for transporting rare goods from other countries? Today, Lang Lining is cooperating with him, but if one day outsiders offer a higher price, he will definitely abandon all business dealings with Qingxiu. Going even further, what if he happens to die at the hands of bandits while trading on the road? Wouldn't that also cut off Qingxiu's connection? No matter what, it is still best to keep this route under his own control. Moreover, judging from all conditions, he has not treated Lang Lining unfairly. He was just about to head back to his residence when a group of soldiers rushed from the eastern outskirts of Chang'an to report some bad news. Duke of Qing, in the past few days, quite a number of citizens of Chang'an have been stealing the medicinal herbs you planted in the eastern outskirts. Yesterday they were all caught, awaiting your judgment. The medicine they spoke of was penicillin. Qingxiu felt puzzled. Why would these people steal penicillin? Only those present in the imperial court knew that penicillin could be used to treat illness. To the common people, the penicillin cultivation pools in the eastern outskirts were nothing more than a huge stinking garbage dump, something to avoid. But if someone dared to steal from there, it meant they knew penicillin could heal. Take me to see them. Qingxiu ordered them to lead the way. It was late autumn, the cold wind bitter. The thieves tied up in the eastern outskirts were shivering in the freezing gusts. On top of that, they had to endure the foul stench blowing from the cultivation pools. It was double torment for them. When Qingxiu arrived and inquired, he learned that these men were well-known habitual offenders in Chang'an, often stealing petty things. Spending a few days in jail or taking some beatings was routine. They were so notorious that even Qingxiu had heard of them. Duke of Qing. At first, the little thieves didn't care much, but when they saw Qingxiu himself appear, they realized the matter was serious and broke into cold sweats in terror. We swear we'll never steal again, please don't be angry. Show mercy, please don't cut off our heads. We truly didn't know this stuff belonged to you. Qingxiu ignored their pleas and only asked sternly, who told you to steal these things? This. They looked at each other, and finally a thief called Damao cautiously said, no one told us to steal. Someone wanted to buy, so we just. As it turned out, these petty thieves weren't only skilled at stealing, but also often resold goods in Chang'an. In the black market, they even boasted that they could get anything, no matter what someone wanted to buy. A few days ago, a man suddenly sought them out, claiming he wanted to purchase a medicine called penicillin. He even described in detail what penicillin looked like. These thieves had no idea what penicillin was, but after comparing with his description, they realized it must be the same foul-smelling stuff growing in the eastern outskirts. At first, since the place was guarded by soldiers, they didn't want to take the job, the risk was too high. But unexpectedly, the man was extremely generous, giving them lots of silver before they even acted, and promising even greater rewards once the medicine was obtained. At such a price, they decided to take the risk and try stealing some. The result, needless to say, was that they were all caught on the spot. Especially after learning that these things belonged to Duke Qing, they thought they were about to be executed, and each of them was so terrified that their faces turned ashen. Tell me about the person who wanted you to buy these things. What is his background? Where does he live? Qingxiu thought to himself, perhaps it was those few imperial physicians in the palace coveting his penicillin, but not daring to steal it, so they incited these petty thieves to do it? But he did not expect these people to provide any useful information. Since the man was secretly trying to buy, he would never reveal his identity to them. Whatever they said might just be false. Damao frowned and thought carefully for a moment. That man is a country doctor. We don't know his name. He dressed simply, looking like a poor fellow, but he was really generous with money. A doctor? Do you know where he lives now? Qingxiu hadn't expected the man to reveal even his identity. Damao sneaked a glance at Qingxiu. If I tell you, will you show me special mercy? Qingxiu didn't bother bargaining with such a man and simply signaled with his eyes to the soldiers. They immediately understood, drew their blades, and said, according to the law, a thief who steals again and again without reform, cut off his hand. No, no. We'll talk. The thieves were so scared they nearly wet themselves, and quickly confessed everything, telling Qingxiu the man's current place of residence. That man lives in Sanha village, about 60 years old, with graying hair and beard. Qingxiu frowned. Brothers, not only cut off their hands, cut out their tongues as well. Yes, sir. Damao wailed loudly, why, my lord? We already told you everything as you asked, why punish us further? Rubbish. Do you think I know nothing? Qingxiu sneered coldly. Before I was made a duke, I lived in Manhwa village for a time. I know every person there. There is no doctor like the one you described. You people are not only thieves but also liars, daring even to deceive me. Not cutting off your heads is already a mercy. Damao was dumbfounded. My lord, I truly told the truth. My brothers here can testify. Yes, perhaps you should still go to Manhwa village and see. Maybe that man is a wandering doctor who just came recently. If you are sure we deceived you, then even if you cut off my head, I'll accept it. Seeing how panicked they were yet still firm in their words, Qingxiu began to doubt. Even the captain couldn't help but say, My lord, judging from their appearance, they don't seem to be lying. Why not let us first go to Manhwa village and check? Very well, I will go myself. You bring some brothers with me. Once we find their buyer, seize him immediately. Qingxiu agreed, then turned to the thieves. I can believe you this once. But if you are deceiving me again, I will execute you on the spot in Manhwa village. Do you understand? The thieves nodded repeatedly, swearing they would not lie this time. Speaking of which, ever since that intimate encounter with Linyar, he had not visited the villagers of Manhwa village for some time. This time, he did not want to make a big fuss, he only wanted to quickly capture the man and take him away. So they entered the village quietly. Damao went around asking a few farmers, and soon confirmed where the doctor lived. My lord, I've asked around. That old doctor is now living in the west of the village, giving consultations to the villagers every day. If we go now, we will definitely catch him. The group did not delay and immediately set out for the west of the village. But before they even reached the doctor's house, they saw that a very long line had formed at the entrance. All of these people were there to seek treatment from that doctor. Judging by this, the doctor's medical skill was not shallow, and Qingxiu became even more certain that this man was probably connected with the imperial physicians in the court. He signaled for the soldiers to wait outside, while he took Damao with him into the simple clinic. At that moment, an old doctor with hair and beard already white was patiently diagnosing patients, so busy he didn't even have time to drink water. That's him. Damao identified him on the spot. I heard he treats people here, charging only a few copper coins for each consultation, and his medicine prices are very cheap. With such low fees, yet he could still spend so much money to hire us brothers to steal, that's absolutely suspicious. Qingxiu motioned for Damao to shut his mouth, then stepped forward himself to see the man. Young man, get in line. These people have all been waiting a long time. The old doctor didn't even look up at Qingxiu, only lowered his head and kept writing prescriptions while speaking. I'm not here for treatment. I heard that some days ago, you hired several petty thieves to steal for you. Hearing this, the old doctor raised his head in surprise, then noticed Damao behind Qingxiu, and suddenly understood. Just at that moment, a few patients in the clinic also recognized Qingxiu. Isn't this the Duke of Qing? Look, you've returned and didn't even say a word. Ah, you should have told us earlier, so we could prepare to welcome you. There are too many sick people here, you might catch something. Do you also have an illness and came to consult Divine Doctor Sun? Then please, you should go first. Qingxiu smiled and refused them. I am busy with official matters today, it is inconvenient to speak of private affairs. So you are the Duke of Qing? The old doctor also suddenly understood. I have long heard of your name. Old man, stop talking nonsense. Do you know you nearly got us brothers killed, sending us to get those things? Damao grew furious at the doctor's calm look. Those things belong to the Duke of Qing, and you dared to steal them. Steal? The old doctor was slightly stunned. When did I ever tell you to steal? It was you who said you could get that thing. I only spent money to buy it from your hands, how was I to know you actually stole it? You old bastard. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Qingxiu shouted, frightening Damao into shrinking to the side. Then Qingxiu questioned the old doctor, how did you learn about penicillin? Who told you this thing could be used to treat illness? Seeing the situation, the old doctor could already guess most of it. He explained that he was originally just a country doctor wandering the mountains to treat people. But one of his disciples had been successful, becoming an imperial physician in Chang'an. Some days ago, that disciple wrote him a letter, inviting him to Chang'an to meet, and in that letter he also mentioned a special medicine called penicillin. It was said that it could even cure the congenital illness of Princess Changle. The old doctor himself had once been summoned by His Majesty to the palace to examine Princess Changle. At that time, he had concluded her illness was incurable, and that she would surely not live to adulthood. Now, hearing that such a miraculous drug could cure the princess's illness, and since he was already traveling and treating common people, he started inquiring everywhere about how to find penicillin. By coincidence, he happened to meet the idol Damao, and the two immediately struck a bargain. Hee hee, Damao, you told me some nonsense about people in the palace being able to get anything they want, but in the end it was still stealing. The old doctor mocked and laughed, looking at Damao's face full of displeasure. Old man, you're finished. This belongs to the Duke of Qing, and you dared to covet it. Qingxiu stepped forward and carefully observed the old doctor, making the latter feel uneasy all over. Duke of Qing, I didn't know this thing was cultivated by you, nor did I ever intend to steal it. Is your surname Sun, and your name Sun Simiao? Qingxiu directly revealed the old man's identity. He clearly remembered that the imperial physician Lu once said his master was Sun Simiao, and now it matched this man exactly. The old doctor's expression instantly changed, and he said with some difficulty, "Forgive me, I am already old, suffering from many chronic illnesses myself, so it is inconvenient for me to enter the palace to practice medicine." Sir, you misunderstand. I did not mean to invite you into the palace. Qingxiu had not expected to meet Sun Simiao here, it was truly unexpected. And indeed, this man was just as the histories described, traveling widely, treating people for only a symbolic fee, possessing the highest medical virtue. I also know a little about medicine. Though not much, if Elder Sun is willing to listen to my words, perhaps it could bring a new perspective to medicine. As he spoke, Qingxiu took a small porcelain bottle from his robe and placed it before Sun Simiao. This is our first meeting, please take this as my greeting gift. This thing is? It is exactly the penicillin you have been seeking, and it has already been refined for direct use. Qingxiu said with a smile. This medicine was extremely useful, so he often carried a small bottle with him in case of need. Sun Simiao was so shocked he nearly dropped the jade bottle in his hands. Trembling, he lifted it carefully, opened the seal, and looked closely. Indeed, it was exactly as his disciple had described. Duke of Qing, you cured the princess's illness with this? Sun Simiao's voice trembled. The princess's illness was in fact a deep cold of the lungs, but its roots were stubborn. Ordinary medicine was useless. Only penicillin could treat it. Qingxiu sat directly before Sun Simiao. Shall we talk more? Good. Sun Simiao agreed at once. Leaving everything else aside, just the fact that Qingxiu could prepare medicine to cure Princess Changle's illness, this kind of medical skill, in Sun Simiao's eyes, was no different from that of a divine physician. My apologies, everyone. Something urgent has come up today. Please return for now, and I will treat you another day. Sun Simiao apologized sincerely to the patients, but no one blamed him. After all, he charged almost nothing for treatment, and his skills were extraordinary, nearly curing every disease. To everyone, it was clear that what he did was no different from charity. So even if they had waited in line for most of the day, none of them complained. Only after all the patients had left did Sun Simiao face Qingxiu, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Elder Sun, there's no need for this. Qingxiu hadn't expected Sun Simiao to be so polite, and quickly stepped forward to help him up. It is not politeness, but true admiration from the bottom of my heart. You are the one who truly deserves to be called a divine physician. Sun Simiao sighed with deep emotion. Compared with you, what virtue or ability do I have to bear the title of Medicine King? Qingxiu really did not know how to respond to him for a while. Even so, sir, there's no need for this. You are more than 40 years older than me. A true master is a teacher. If someone like you, Duke of Qing, is a divine doctor, then I should bow to you. Compared with you, I've truly wasted these decades of life. What Sun Simiao said was not flattery, but words straight from his heart. When he practiced medicine as a young man, almost everyone called him a divine doctor. Even his master exclaimed that he would surely be remembered in history. This made Sun Simiao full of ambition at a young age, convinced that there was no illness in the world he could not cure. But the limits of medical knowledge in that era were still very low. As he treated more and more patients, he discovered many diseases he had no power to heal. By middle age, after repeated setbacks, he decided to travel widely, studying medicine from all over the land. Over the years his skills did improve, and his fame spread throughout the world, but he also saw more and more diseases that could not be cured. Many times he watched patients die in front of him, completely powerless. After hearing Sun Simiao's story, Qingxiu realized that this was a man with deep conviction. And it was precisely people like this who could truly achieve something great. I once saw with my own eyes many people with conditions almost identical to the princess's, yet I could do nothing to treat them. If I had possessed skills like yours back then, how could I have just stood by and watched them die? Recalling his past, Sun Simiao thought not of glory, but of regrets he could hardly bear to remember. Why don't you first take a look at this penicillin? Qingxiu shifted the topic. Good. Sun Simiao eagerly poured out a small drop from the bottle to examine closely. He did not yet know that this tiny drop, considering the effort needed for cultivation and purification, was worth 30 or 40 taels of gold. Besides the princess's illness, what else can this cure? Faced with his question, Qingxiu paused a moment. Almost every disease you know of can be cured by it. Sun Simiao exclaimed in shock, can it really be so miraculous? Penicillin worked by killing viruses inside and on the surface of the body, while most diseases, other than physical injuries, were caused by such viruses. Especially in this era, where so many diseases were untreatable. Sir, do you know why an object left for a long time, even when sealed, still gathers some dust? Sun Simiao did not understand why he suddenly asked this, but answered, it must be because there are tiny particles of dust in the air, too small to see. Exactly. Disease-causing germs are just like that, floating in the air, invisible like dust. When the body inhales them, or when a wound on the skin comes into contact with them, illness develops, and wounds fester and fail to heal. At these words, Sun Simiao involuntarily held his breath, hardly daring to take in a mouthful of air. Qingxiu pointed to the penicillin on the table. This substance kills those germs that invade the body or linger on the skin. No matter how serious the disease, it naturally heals. So that's it? Sun Simiao said joyfully. This is the first time I've heard such a theory of illness. It is completely different from works like Treatise on Cold Damage. If it is as you say, I truly believe this can cure disease. If so, then if this medicine could be sold to the people like other herbs, wouldn't the world become free of illness, and everyone live long lives? His thought was simple, but Qingxiu regretfully told him, impossible. Why? Is Duke Qing unwilling to reveal the recipe for penicillin? Even if revealed, it's useless. The cost is far too high. That tiny bottle in your hand is worth 2 taels of gold. And each treatment for the princess consumes at least 4 bottles. The price shocked Sun Simiao so much his jaw nearly dropped. He had seen expensive herbs before, but none could compare. Qingxiu himself was helpless too. Penicillin was a product of the industrial age. Bringing it into this world without industry was already a miracle. The crude method of producing it was already the limit of what he could manage. If you are interested, I will personally take you to see how this medicine is cultivated and tell you the method. Excellent, many thanks, Duke Qing. Afterward, the two continued to share their understanding of medicine. In truth, Qingxiu knew nothing of medicine, only some basic modern medical knowledge. But even these ideas were like heavenly scriptures to Sun Simiao, leaving him deeply shaken. He even brought out brush and paper, asking Qingxiu to speak while he carefully recorded everything. One can even open the body and directly treat diseased organs? Years ago I read in old texts that Hua Tuo once used such methods. I thought it was a rumor, never did I imagine it was real. Of course. Hua Tuo's skills even now would surely earn him the title of divine doctor. The two spoke happily, forgetting the passage of time. It was not until soldiers waiting outside knocked on the door, announcing the curfew, that they stopped. Sir, if you keep traveling like this, even in a lifetime you can only heal a few people. Why not come help me instead? Qingxiu, full of ambition, directly extended his hand to recruit him. Help me improve penicillin, lower its cost, make it more effective. If one day all people can use it, that will be true medicine for the world. Since Duke Qing values this old man, I will gladly agree. Sun Simiao accepted without hesitation, excited by the vision of a future where all illnesses could be treated and no incurable diseases remained. The two quickly reached an agreement. Sun Simiao packed his medicine chest and books, then followed Qingxiu back to Chang'an. The villagers of Sanha naturally felt reluctant to see him go, but could only watch as he left with Qingxiu. Do not worry, my fellow villagers. Although Dr. Sun is gone, I will send more physicians here in the future to provide consultations and treatment. This reminded Qingxiu of a problem. The villagers lived in a remote place, and getting medical help often meant traveling dozens of miles over mountains for a single prescription. If more physicians could be arranged to make regular visits to such villages, then surely many lives could be saved. Although life in Sanha village had greatly improved compared to before, there were still not many doctors among the people, and seeing a physician remained troublesome. Don't say polite words. In the future, just come back here to see us often. Yes, we do not ask for any rewards for Sanha village. As long as you keep thinking of us villagers, that is enough. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qingxiu couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Please rest assured, whenever I have free time, it is certain that I will come back to see you all. When Sun Simiao saw the penicillin cultivation pools, stinking like a garbage dump, he was stunned on the spot. He never imagined that this mysterious medicine, which could cure almost all diseases, was actually cultivated in such a filthy place. Duke Qing, didn't you say before that dirty places are breeding grounds for viruses, and should be avoided as much as possible? Why then is penicillin, which grows here, able to cure diseases? Qingxiu explained, exactly so. Penicillium absolutely cannot be used directly. It must be purified and refined before it can be injected into the human body. Sun Simiao suddenly understood. He then immediately asked Qingxiu if he could remain there in the future to help manage the cultivation of penicillin, while also studying more of its wonderful uses. This was exactly what Qingxiu wanted. This was why he had sought Sun Simiao. Elder son, it's not that I don't wish to spread the cultivation methods of penicillin. On the contrary, I very much wish to. But the process of cultivating penicillin is too complicated and costly to an astonishing degree. It cannot be spread for common use. If you can help me reduce the cost, it will be a great service to both country and people. Sun Simiao had not expected Qingxiu to have such a grand vision. Just thinking of a future where even ordinary people could freely use penicillin to cure illness made him extremely excited. I will certainly do my utmost to assist Duke Qing. When the day comes that the people of the world can use cheap penicillin, then the world will be free of disease. Looking at Sun Simiao's excitement, Qingxiu could hardly bear to tell him that excessive use of penicillin would lead to resistance in viruses, weakening its effect. But with the current scale of cultivation, that would only happen a very long time later, perhaps not even within the next 200 or 300 years. The next day, morning court. Qingxiu once again submitted a memorial to Li Er, requesting to use the deserted land east of the city to build more penicillin cultivation pools. This news shocked the court. What was he trying to do? They knew nothing of penicillin's effect. They only knew those pools stank day and night, and every gust of wind made life unbearable in the eastern outskirts. Though no commoners farmed or lived there, many ministers of the court had gardens and estates in that area. Since land in the capital was expensive, they could not build within Chang'an like the nobles, so the cheaper eastern suburbs became their first choice. Your Majesty, we think this matter should end here. If it continues, the entire eastern suburbs will be uninhabitable. Even if the eastern land is not farmland, it cannot be defiled like this. Duke Qing should withdraw his request. The eastern suburbs must not be ruined further. Of course, Qingxiu knew they were only worried about their estates. To put it bluntly, what did that matter to him? That land was originally ownerless, and even the court had no interest in it. These officials had occupied it without paying a single coin, building their estates by abusing their positions. Since they could seize it by rank, why couldn't Qingxiu seize it as well, for medicine? If they couldn't live there, they could simply move. Why should he worry for them? I understand your concerns. But land in Chang'an is scarce, and building cultivation pools is a plan for the benefit of country and people. It cannot be stopped. If you object, let His Majesty decide. Qingxiu kicked the decision to Li Er. Feeling the pleading gazes of the ministers below, Li Er grew troubled. Duke Qing, come here, Li Er called him over and quietly asked, is this absolutely necessary? The princess's illness cannot be delayed, Your Majesty should weigh this carefully. His words forced Li Er to decide. Since there was finally a chance to cure Princess Changle, he could not let it slip. As for the officials' housing problem, Li Er had long wanted to discipline them for abusing their positions. Just as Duke Qing says, the penicillin he cultivates is a highly effective medicine, beneficial to both country and people. To use wasteland in the east suburbs for this, what harm is there? These words made the ministers below wail inwardly. We understand. They lowered their heads, but in truth, they were not truly yielding. Since it was so, they would not hesitate to make trouble in secret, to sabotage the building of the pools. After all, who would want to live beside a stinking waste pit every day? If there is nothing else, I happen to have a war report from the front lines. Let us read it together. He handed the report to a eunuch to read aloud. It was from Li Ji at the front. The court was shocked to hear he had already conquered Japan. Not only that, he was even escorting the Japanese emperor back to Chang'an as a captive. The ministers immediately cheered in joy, congratulating the emperor. General Li is truly a pillar of the nation. For our dynasty to have such a general is both the court's and Your Majesty's great fortune. That Japan dared harbor disloyalty against Tang, this is their just fate. Li Er raised his hand to silence them. Though General Li is skilled in battle, do not forget, before the battle, our fleet lost thousands to the waves. Without Duke Qing's treasure fleet design, the army would never have landed on Japan's shores, much less captured its emperor. Clearly, in Li Er's eyes, the victory's greatest credit could not belong to Li Ji alone. At least half must go to Qingxiu. Your Majesty is wise. Changsun Wuji praised, merit should be rewarded where it is due. Li Er looked warmly at Qingxiu. Duke Qing, in this battle, you and Li Ji share the highest merit. What do you think? Qingxiu laughed and said, I have no objections. It's just that I did not personally kill an enemy on the battlefield. General Li might have objections. No. Haha, just joking. Li Ji burst into loud laughter. General Li Ji has always admired you. And he knows better than anyone your contribution to this battle. I think even if most of the merit is given to you, he will have no objection. This was indeed true. Of course, Qingxiu was only being modest. How could he refuse such credit when it was offered? In that case, I have nothing to object to. The ministers thought the matter was over, and the Ministry of Rites was already preparing to announce arrangements for a celebration banquet. But Li Ji did not dismiss the court. Instead, he had the eunuch continue reading the war report. On our return voyage, the people of Goguryeo failed to keep peace. They sent scouts to investigate our fleet, and even tried to rescue the Japanese emperor while our army was relaxed. Such crimes deserve death. Only then did the ministers realize, the real point of this was Goguryeo. When the eunuch finished reading, Li Ji asked the ministers, My beloved subjects, what do you think should be done? Was there even a need to ask? Your Majesty, Goguryeo's wolfish ambitions, we have long been aware of them. We must attack and destroy them. To dare scheme against the Tang fleet means Goguryeo already harbors the intention to oppose our empire. Their country must be destroyed. We strongly urge your Majesty to campaign against Goguryeo. This was an answer one could predict with eyes closed. Li Ji was not truly seeking opinions, he was watching to see if anyone would dare oppose him, any deluded advocates of peace. The ministers, for once, were united, no one dissenting. Since last year, Li Ji's intention to use force against Goguryeo had grown stronger. If not for wars on other borders, he would likely already have gone to war with them. If by now anyone still could not see that the emperor was determined to attack Goguryeo, then he might as well leave the court altogether. Li Ji quietly listened, but noticed Qingxiu had remained silent all along. Duke Qing, why do you not speak? When the ministers are all so eager, and your Majesty already intends to attack Goguryeo, why should you need my opinion? Qingxiu spoke indifferently. Since your Majesty wishes to fight, then the entire nation must be mobilized, sparing no effort. Do not underestimate Goguryeo, lest you repeat past mistakes. He was, of course, referring to the former Sui dynasty. One of the main reasons the Sui failed against Goguryeo was that they had treated it as a weak little country that could be crushed easily. The result was clear, Goguryeo's strong mobilization and military power dealt Sui devastating losses, directly leading to the dynasty's downfall. Li Ji understood immediately. If they were to fight, they must ensure absolute certainty, ending all other border conflicts and focusing entirely on conquering Goguryeo. I understand. Li Ji knew there was no need for more words. In addition, I ask your Majesty to issue another order, command General Li Ji to attack all Goguryeo ports and ships at sea, completely blockading their coastal waters. Li Ji was slightly surprised. That may be too late. Since this war report has reached Chang'an, Li Ji and his men have surely already landed in Shandong and returned. After winning such a great victory, they must be eager to return for rewards, not to fight again. It is not too late at all. Qingxiu insisted. Since General Li Ji reported this to your Majesty, it shows he is already prepared to attack Goguryeo's coastal ports at any time. He likely has not returned yet. Truly? You know General Li Ji so well? Qingxiu smiled. A commander with such a strong thirst for victory would never so easily sheath his sword. Very well. Just as you say. Li Ji immediately drafted an edict, ordering Li Ji to attack the remaining forces of Goguryeo at sea with full strength, leaving them no chance to survive. After morning court was dismissed, Qingxiu had just left the palace and was about to board his carriage when suddenly a man rushed out, clutching the wheel tightly to stop it from moving. Duke Qing, please stay. I have urgent business to ask, I beg you to hear me out. The driver had not expected someone to suddenly dash out. He shouted angrily, move aside. Do you want to die? You almost got yourself killed just now. If you have grievances, you should go to the prefect. What use is it to trouble Duke Qing? But the man still clung tightly to the wheel, refusing to let go, looking at Qingxiu with pleading eyes. Please help me. Only you can help. The driver almost whipped him away in anger, but Qingxiu motioned him to stop. Looking closely, he saw the man's clothes marked him as someone from the western regions, fine garments, clearly of no low status. Are you a merchant from the western regions? Or an envoy? Seeing Qingxiu willing to speak, the man quickly answered, I am named Chu Yi, envoy of the kingdom of Lulan. A few days ago I wished to see His Majesty, but the Ministry of Rites never arranged it. Fearing a delay in urgent matters, I beg you for help. Qingxiu frowned. If it is only to meet His Majesty, then forget it. Wait for the Ministry of Rights to arrange it. He had seen many envoys from small countries. They always wanted an audience with Li Ji to seek marriage alliances or rewards. Helping one would be easy, but if he set this precedent, would not every envoy arriving in Chang'an come to him for favors? Leaving aside whether it was proper, it would only bring him endless trouble. He did not want to meddle. No, not that. I only wish to see you, it has nothing to do with His Majesty. Only you can help me. As he spoke, Chui burst into tears, kowtowing repeatedly in the street to beg. Even the palace guards were alarmed and came forward, asking if they should drive him away. Qingxiu first thought to have him expelled, but then reconsidered. He ordered the driver to help Chui up. What matter is it you want me to help with? Chui wiped his tears with his sleeve, trembling. It is a long story. Will you allow me to explain in detail? Very well, let us speak elsewhere. Qingxiu happened to be planning a visit to his merchant's guild, so he took Chui along. Chui knew his status was low, and did not dare ride in the same carriage with Qingxiu. He only followed behind respectfully. At least this man understood his place, unlike fools who didn't. But as Chui followed behind Qingxiu's carriage turning onto another street, they happened to encounter a group of people leaving a tavern ahead. Chui immediately lowered his head and tried to pass by quickly. However, though he did not want trouble, those people still spotted him. Isn't this Chui? Well, you're still in Chang'an, huh? Of course, you've got nowhere else to go, right? Living here like a stray dog, isn't it? If you really can't survive, just tell us. Maybe we can get you a servant's job to scrape by. Better than begging on the streets, haha. Their mocking voices were extremely harsh. Chui felt deeply humiliated but dared not argue with them, pretending not to hear. Yet even if he avoided conflict, they had no intention of letting him go. Hey, I'm talking to you, deaf, are you? One of them stepped forward and smacked the back of his head hard, making him cry out in pain. Then they surrounded him, blocking his way, glaring fiercely. Qingxiu also noticed the scene and told the driver to stop. He observed the troublemakers. They too were dressed like people from the western regions, likely envoys or merchants. Don't go too far. Chui glared angrily, secretly gripping a short knife in his sleeve. One day my king will return to Lulan, and then all of you will be punished. His words only made them laugh louder. The leader sneered, damn it, I was going to rough you up for fun and let you go, but since you're asking for it, don't blame us. Chui glared coldly. What do you want? You like being a useless dog, right? Then bark like one in the street. If we're entertained, we'll let you go. Chui, furious beyond restraint, drew the knife from his sleeve and lunged at them. But clearly he was no fighter. Before he could swing, he was kicked down. D. The men were enraged. That a pathetic exile dared raise a blade against them. They rushed forward, punching and kicking him. Qingxiu thought a moment, then stepped forward to stop them. Enough. Stop hitting him. His voice wasn't loud, but clear enough for all to hear. Who the hell are you? Oh! Duke Qing. At first they cursed arrogantly, but the instant they saw who it was, they all trembled with fear. Especially the leader, who quickly straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully. Envoy Lu Chutong of Lulan greets Duke Qing. You are also an envoy of Lulan? Qingxiu was surprised. He pointed to Chui, now beaten and bruised. You two are envoys of the same country, why are you bullying him, even beating him in the street? Lu Chutong replied scornfully, him? He used to be. Now he's nothing, just a stray dog using a fake title to scrape by in Chang'an. I am Lulan's envoy. My identity is the true one, more rightful than you usurpers. Even battered, Chui stubbornly adjusted his clothes and retorted. You need a beating. Lu Chutong wanted to attack again, but Qingxiu's stern look made him stop. Enough for today. Leave. Fighting is forbidden in Chang'an. If you don't back off, I will deal with you myself. Lu Chutong quickly obeyed, leading his men away. Not long after, mocking laughter echoed from where they had gone. Chui hurried to Qingxiu. I really am an envoy, don't doubt me. The Ministry of Rights can confirm my identity. Qingxiu said coldly, follow me. Explain everything in detail elsewhere. If you're lying, you'll regret it forever. Yes. Chui quickly followed behind. At this time the Qingyun Trading Guild was extremely busy. Yet when they saw Qingxiu, they still paused their work to greet him. Greetings, Duke Qing. Disperse. I've told you many times, no formalities. Get back to work. The crowd lowered their heads again, while the shopkeeper approached. A merchant from Arabia wants to see you. He says it's about a big business deal. Tell him I'm busy. If it's business, discuss it with you. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. Perhaps you should meet him. He's of high status, said to be a prince, and very willing to spend money. He gestured with his hand to indicate a sum. He gave us this much silver, just for a meal with you. It was no small amount. Though Qingxiu cared little for the money, he wondered why someone would pay so much just to dine with him. Don't tell me you accepted it? The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. Well, since we heard you'd be coming today, I agreed for you. After all, it'd be a waste not to take it. Qingxiu sighed, speechless, but waved his hand. Fine. Let him wait. Yes, sir. The shopkeeper, relieved, hurried to make arrangements. Chu Yi, meanwhile, was amazed. It was his first time in such a grand guild in Chang'an. Qingxiu's Qingfeng Trading Guild was unmatched in scale. Even its estate was larger than Lulan's royal palace. He was overwhelmed. Qingxiu led him into the main hall, dismissed everyone, and motioned for him to explain everything clearly. Thank you, Duke Qing. Chu Yi looked sorrowful. If you can help me, I will die without regret. I don't need your dying vows. I'm only listening to see if there's profit in it, not out of pity. Understand? Chu Yi stopped wasting words and told his story. He was indeed once Lulan's envoy, and he had married the former king's daughter, becoming a royal son-in-law of great prestige. A year ago, he came to Chang'an as resident envoy. Unexpectedly, a powerful minister in Lulan colluded with the kingdom of Kucha to launch a coup, kill the king, and seize power. After taking the throne, the usurper Lu Jingchong executed the former king's entire family, including the princess Chu Yi had married. Lu Jingchong also declared that Chu Yi and the other envoys in Chang'an were stripped of all rank, replacing them with new envoys to pay tribute. Though Lulan had suffered a coup, the Tang court did not care. With many foreign affairs to manage, Emperor Li Er had no time for a small state like Lulan. As long as Lulan bowed and paid tribute, it did not matter who sat on its throne. Thus, Chu Yi was stripped of all envoy privileges, expelled from his residence, and denied every attempt to see the emperor. Worse still, the new envoy Lu Chutong even sent men to hunt him down. Now I can only scrape by in Chang'an, but I have not forgotten the late king's kindness to me. I seek a chance to meet the Tang emperor, to ask him to send troops and restore my king to the throne. At this point, Chu Yi's eyes blazed with anger. Those envoys you just saw are the henchmen of that traitor. Not a word they say can be trusted. Qingxiu asked him doubtfully, since you want His Majesty to send troops, why come to me? I have no power to move the army. In fact, Qingxiu estimated that even if this matter reached Li Er's ears, he would almost certainly ignore it. Lulan was one of the 36 states of the western regions, but unlike Gaochang, it could not be reached simply by crossing the Heshi corridor. Lulan was deep in the western regions. For every 10 measures of grain carried on campaign, less than half a measure would actually arrive. Logistics costs were unimaginably high. Even though Li Er's long-term plan was to bring the entire western regions under control, this depended on absorbing all the 36 states along the way. Only then could the army rely on local supplies of food, instead of transporting grain entirely from Tang soil. Only under such conditions could the court bear the cost. Thus, the Tang court would never send troops for Lulan's affairs. Qingxiu thought Chu Yi was asking him to persuade His Majesty, but Chu Yi suddenly said something shocking. I asked Duke Qing to send your household troops, recruit soldiers, and march to Lulan to help us eliminate the traitors. What a joke! Impossible. Qingxiu rejected him instantly. His household troops numbered barely 100. Even if each could fight 100 men, they could never replace a real army of tens of thousands. And recruiting soldiers? Absurd. He was not the court. What authority did he have to raise an army? Even if he could, would he personally feed and supply tens of thousands on an expedition to Lulan? Was he Lulan's king's father? This Chu Yi was truly dreaming. Qingxiu said coldly, do you think Tang law is as lax as in Lulan, where any general or minister can raise a private army at will? Though rejected, Chu Yi still refused to give up. He quickly added, if Lulan welcomes back the king, the entire national treasury of gold and silver will be given to Duke Qing for military expenses. You still don't understand, it's not only about money. This man was hopelessly naive. Qingxiu immediately called for the shopkeeper. Take me to meet the prince from Arabia. Right away. The shopkeeper answered, then glanced at Chu Yi, who stood tense and worried. What about him? Handle it yourself. Qingxiu left after tossing down those words. Duke Qing. Can we not discuss this again? Chu Yi rushed forward, but was blocked by the shopkeeper. Envoy, from what I overheard just now, don't you understand what Duke Qing meant? Que froze. What did he mean? Ah, you outsiders really don't get it. The shopkeeper sighed dramatically. When you go to court officials for help, if they won't do it, they kick you out without even a cup of tea. But Duke Qing, did he kick you out? This sharp shopkeeper had seen through the essence. So, you mean since Duke Qing didn't drive me away, there's still hope? Chu Yi stammered. I never said that. That's for you to figure out yourself. Anyway, since Duke Qing told me to handle you, I'll arrange a simple place for you to stay for now. Chui quickly agreed, yes, yes. Just trouble you later to let me meet Duke Qing. The shopkeeper grimaced. Why are you so clueless? Always troubling others, why not think of a way yourself? Chui was left dumbfounded as the shopkeeper walked away, not understanding at all. In the trading guild's hall. As soon as Qingxiu arrived, he saw a noble in Arabian dress already seated, standing out from everyone else. The man was attended by 7 or 8 servants, fussing over his robes, massaging his fingers, everything. From a distance, Qingxiu thought he must be a cripple having his muscles exercised. What gave him away as a noble was his hair, jet black. In Arabia, only the emperor and princes could wear black. Any commoner who dared would invite disaster. You must be Duke Qing? When he saw Qingxiu approach, the prince waved aside his attendants and respectfully bowed in greeting. It was an Arabian ceremony. Qingxiu casually returned it. I am he. I am a prince of Arabia. The present emperor is my elder brother. My true name is long and hard for Chinese people, so you may call me Prince Juelos. Qingxiu was surprised at his good Chinese, and his manner was affable. But from how he treated his servants, it was clear he only showed courtesy to equals. I am Qingxiu. You may address me however you wish. Haha, I have long admired your name. You may not know, but the black gold sold from your hand has become a treasure in my country. Nobles of insufficient rank cannot even afford it. Qingxiu asked curiously, what is black gold? Oh, it is what we Arabs call black pepper. More precious than gold, and rightly so. Prince Juelos replied. Qingxiu feigned difficulty and shook his head. There's little I can do. Cultivating black pepper is troublesome. Even with the current yield, I barely make back some costs. Prince Juelos became excited. How do you cultivate it? Could you explain a little? This, Qingxiu fell silent. The prince realized he had spoken too much, and laughed it off. I spoke rashly, haha. Just a joke. We know such a treasure must take much effort to cultivate. I have come precisely to solve this problem for you. What do you mean? To help you produce black pepper in huge quantities, tens, hundreds, even thousands of times more, and sell it across the world. His tone was bold, and his confidence so great that Qingxiu almost believed him capable. So, it seems your highness is fully confident? Qingxiu looked at him with interest. Forgive me for being direct. The cultivation, selection, and roasting of black pepper requires nearly 100 steps of craftsmanship. You know nothing of these techniques, how can you help me? Prince Juelos burst into loud laughter. You're absolutely right, I don't understand a thing. But I do know one thing. All these processes need time, and especially money. As long as Duke Qing has enough money in hand, won't the output increase? Qingxiu realized, here was the real point. Why not speak more plainly, your highness? Prince Juelos smiled. Very well. The emperor wishes to buy more from you. Each caravan can transport more than 300 jin at a time. If Duke Qing's production is not enough, we are willing to invest heavily, whether in opening land or hiring workers, you may freely use our money. As he spoke, he waved his hand. His attendants quickly presented a banknote. Please look, Duke Qing. This is our first sum of money. Use it as you wish. If it is not enough, simply open your mouth and draw directly from our Royal Trading Guild. Qingxiu glanced at the note casually, indeed, it was an astronomical figure. It seems Prince Juelos does understand technology after all. Haha. Not at all, only a little, only a little. The Arabs were the same as ever, they fully understood the importance of respecting craftsmen and technicians. I can give it a try. If it works, I will guarantee that in every trade with your royal caravan, I will supply no less than 300 jin. But, Juelos understood immediately and declared, all this money we invest for you to expand production counts as our aid. We only ask to get enough black pepper in each trade. It looked like a loss for the Arabs, pouring money into Qingxiu's expansion only to get more goods. But in truth it was not. At present, Qingxiu supplied each foreign caravan in Chang'an with only 3 jin, no more. With only 3 jin, even resold at dozens of times the price, profits were limited. But if the Arab Royal Guild controlled such a vast supply, they would dominate the black pepper market outside Tang. With all other merchants unable to match their quantity, they would hold pricing power. As long as their prices stayed within what buyers could bear, they would surely make fortunes. Don't be fooled by their wealth, the Arabs were never stupid. They would never do business at a loss. Good, good. Qingxiu clapped his hands and laughed. It seems the prince not only understands technique but is also highly talented in business. Not at all, only a little. Prince Juelos smiled broadly. So our deal is settled? Settled. But I must say, even with this money, expanding capacity may still. If it's not enough, simply go to any bank in Chang'an, draw from our Royal Guild's account at will. Juelos answered boldly. You're not afraid I'll empty all your funds? Prince Juelos was unconcerned. We trust Duke Qing as an honest and trustworthy merchant. Otherwise, you could not have built such a vast enterprise. And even if you did withdraw it all, to spend such wealth making a friend like Duke Qing would still be worth it. A true merchant indeed, smooth and capable in all directions. Very well, in that case, I will gladly take your highness as my friend. The two exchanged looks and laughed together. Then Prince Juelos ordered his men to bring a gift, a meeting present for Duke Qing. You must accept it. This is my token of goodwill. If you refuse, it will be like slapping my face. He led Qingxiu outside the guild. There, dozens of tall, dark-skinned slaves were waiting. Kunlun slaves? Qingxiu recognized them at once. Exactly. I heard you Tang people call them that. Rich families love to buy them from us Arabs. These men were hand-picked by me, undemanding in food, strong in labor, even better than oxen and horses. Most importantly, they can also fight. Do you know? In Rome, people buy these Kunlun slaves for gladiatorial arenas. I even plan to host such an event here in Chang'an. Off topic. Anyway, are you satisfied? Qingxiu was no European colonizer of later times. He had no interest in using Kunlun slaves for plantations. You needn't worry about rebellion. They are all castrated, with no temper at all. As he spoke, Prince Juelos slapped one slave hard. The man lowered his head silently, not daring a sound. Qingxiu did not pity them, he simply had no use for them. Very well, since it is your highness's goodwill, how can I refuse? He accepted them all, ordering they be taken to the back courtyard. After all, Kunlun slaves were popular in Chang'an. He could sell them easily later. Having given his gift, Prince Juelos was still eager. He insisted on taking Qingxiu to a brothel that evening, all expenses on him. I've heard many foreign dancers have arrived in the brothels of Chang'an. Tonight let me take you to enjoy them. Qingxiu quickly declined. No need. I have never had the habit of going to brothels. If your highness likes foreign dancers, enjoy yourself. Prince Juelos sighed regretfully. Very well. But since Duke Qing is a righteous man, unwilling to visit such places, I understand. Then I take my leave. If you ever need anything, just ask me. Seeing his confidence, Qingxiu suddenly thought of Chu Yi, still waiting in the guild. No need to speak of later. For now, I do have a request for your highness. Would you be willing? Prince Juelos immediately declared, just say the word. If it is within my power, I will certainly do it for Duke Qing. It's nothing troublesome. With your high rank, handling it should not be difficult, Qingxiu said with a smile. Of course, of course. He had not expected Qingxiu's trust in him to be so great. His heart swelled, and he laughed loudly. Being able to gain Qingxiu's approval was, in his eyes, something worth boasting about. Qingxiu leaned closer and lowered his voice. I must trouble your highness, in your own name, to help me raise a strong mercenary force in the western regions and Arabia, for my use. Mercenaries? Prince Juelos was surprised by his request. If you need soldiers, why not just recruit them here in Chang'an? You Tang people are not only strong but also true soldiers of your empire. Wouldn't they be more reliable than greedy mercenaries? This sounded absurd, but to him it was normal. Arabia was not like Tang. Central imperial power there was far weaker. Not only dukes but even local strongmen and officials could raise private armies. Naturally, he assumed Tang must be the same. Qingxiu could not be bothered to explain. These things are too complicated. In short, I hope your highness can help me with this. Very well, that's no trouble at all. Prince Juelos agreed readily. In Tang, laws are strict, I truly cannot manage it for you. But in the western regions, however many men you want, I can gather. Romans, Westerners, Kunlun slaves, I will pick only the strongest and most warlike for you. But you must pay them well, otherwise? Qingxiu nodded. I understand. Loyalty is always built on money. Haha, you grasp it perfectly. Prince Juelos pounded his chest and promised. On his return journey through the western regions, he would make sure to arrange this. He even said that if raising mercenaries required money, he could advance it for Qingxiu. If convenient later, Qingxiu could repay him. Or if Duke Qing's funds are tight, you needn't repay me at all, take it as another gift from me. How can that be? You are already doing me such a great favor. To let you spend even more money would be improper. After exchanging a few more polite words, Qingxiu took his leave of Prince Juelos and returned to the guild. Once back, he immediately asked the shopkeeper, "Where did you arrange that man?" "I gave him a guest room to stay in for now. But he insists on asking to see you." Qingxiu thought for a moment, then said, "Let him stay. If he wishes to see me, tell him I have no time." "Understood." The shopkeeper answered, then cautiously added, "I may be overstepping, but should I say this to you?" Qingxiu didn't need to guess. "You want to say keeping him is useless, and may even cause trouble if His Majesty pursues it?" "Yes. Don't worry. I have my own plans for him." Seeing Qingxiu so firm, the shopkeeper wisely said no more. A few days later, the first frost fell, and late autumn grew colder and harsher. The common people had finished the autumn harvest, turned the soil, and were now waiting for the slack farming season. As winter neared, they busied themselves chopping firewood to prepare for the cold. At this time, Chang'an received some new guests. More precisely, they were prisoners of war sent by Li Ji. But these were no ordinary soldiers or officers. Their rank was so high that even senior generals could not compare. They were royal nobles of Goguryeo, along with dukes of great standing. Earlier, Li Ji had followed the court's orders, leading the fleet to strike Goguryeo's naval forces and coastal ports. With his powerful treasure ships, he fought more than 30 naval battles without a single defeat, destroying all Goguryeo ships and dismantling every dock. Even their fishermen and merchants could not go to sea. Despite a long coastline, they dared not use it. Instead, they had to garrison the shores day and night, fearing a Tang raid. This endless struggle drained Goguryeo's wealth and exhausted its troops. Meanwhile, Li Ji's repeated land raids captured many prisoners, among them numerous royal and noblemen. These men had joined the army for training in hopes of future promotion, but after only days in service, they ran into Li Ji, the god of slaughter. Li Ji knew their importance. Without delay, he sent them all to Chang'an for the court to decide. When Li Er received them, he was overjoyed, ordering immediate interrogation. But these men were no hard bones. Without torture, only with threats, they spilled everything they knew. Li Er then summoned all his closest ministers to the Taiji Hall for secret discussion. He even had their testimonies copied into booklets so each minister could read them. So, last year, not only Guanzhong but even Goguryeo suffered a drought? Now they are exhausted. If we attack at this moment, they cannot withstand it. The ministers were delighted. From the confessions, it was clear, this was the perfect time to strike Goguryeo. Last year, they had also faced drought and locusts. Crops had failed. East of the Yalu, corpses lay everywhere. And because of constant wars with Baekje and Silla, their treasury was empty and the people in misery. Most importantly, to handle these wars, they had already stretched their army thin. What does Duke Qing think? Li Er looked to Qingxiu. He knew Qingxiu's judgment would be right. If Qingxiu said fight, then he would mobilize the empire without hesitation. Of course we must fight. Now is the perfect time. Miss it, and the cost of war will rise sharply. Qingxiu decided at once. But preparations must be thorough. We must never repeat Emperor Yang of Sui's mistake. I understand. Li Er nodded. He would treat this with caution regardless. Also, before the campaign, Your Majesty should write letters to Silla and Baekje, requiring their full cooperation when war begins, striking Goguryeo's rear. Then order Li Ji to land along the coast, to burn, kill, and plunder their heartland, keep their rear in chaos. Qingxiu laid out point by point, leaving Goguryeo no way to survive. Even Li Er had not expected Qingxiu's thinking to be so thorough. Duruhui even smiled and said, for Goguryeo to be dealt with under such a strategy by Duke Qing is truly their misfortune. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, let alone a nation that has dominated the 3 Han lands for so long. Qingxiu was viewing this war from the perspective of a god. He knew Goguryeo was not some rootless nomadic tribe, not a steppe empire. They were a true agrarian state with deep foundations, far more advanced in productivity than nomads, and they held millions of people. To attack Goguryeo meant seizing cities one by one, not galloping across the steppe to win battles. But Li Er clearly had not realized this. He still thought Goguryeo a mere petty country. It was for this reason that in history, Li Er's first campaign had not even reached Goguryeo's heartland before retreating. Qingxiu had no intention of allowing Goguryeo even the slightest chance of survival. In this war, they must be crushed with thunderous force and fully annexed into Tang territory. Fuji, how much grain can be mobilized now from the court? Reporting to Your Majesty. Li Er turned and asked Changsun Wuji and others about supplies and preparation time. This was not something Qingxiu needed to worry about. Instead, he studied the frontier map, the borderland between Tang and Goguryeo. Looking carefully, he suddenly realized he might have overlooked a critical point. Your Majesty, before the army departs, I need to go to Liaodong. Li Er was surprised by such a request. Do you intend to personally command the war in Liaodong? In fact, Li Er himself planned to personally lead the campaign. If Qingxiu commanded troops, he would feel secure. No. Qingxiu pointed to a region on the map. Your Majesty has not noticed, Goguryeo still has an ally. He pointed north of Liaodong, Jianzhou. That region was held by the fishing-hunting tribes, the Jurchens. Because their land did not directly border Tang, they had long submitted to Goguryeo. If war began, they would surely follow Goguryeo's command and fight. Li Er asked, so Duke Qing intends, before war begins, to destroy the Jurchens? No. The Jurchen tribes are too many and too vast. Destroying them would provoke Goguryeo and start the war too soon. Qingxiu shook his head. I intend to win them over, so they will fight for Tang in this war. Although he told Li Er he was going to Liaodong, Qingxiu's first stop was elsewhere. He detoured to Linzi in Shandong. Linzi was the transfer hub for all Shandong commerce, a gathering place of trading guilds. Among them were the powerful salt merchants. Qingxiu's arrival shocked all of Shandong's business circles. He and Wang Jin, the local salt baron, were bitter enemies, their feud irreconcilable. His sudden visit could mean nothing good. Wang Jin could not guess his intentions, but Qingxiu's rank was too high. He dared not move against him, only sent men to watch his every step. Yet Qingxiu soon gave him greater shock. After only a few days in Linzi, he directly inquired about the Salt Merchants Guild. With only 2 or 3 attendants, he went there in person. As soon as he reached the guild's gate, the entire place prepared as if facing a deadly enemy. Wang Jin hurried to summon all his lieutenants to discuss Qingxiu's intentions. The guards at the gate gave Qingxiu the excuse, Wang Jin was ill in bed and unable to meet. Please return, Duke. If my master recovers, he will surely pay you a visit himself. Qingxiu, of course, knew this was only a lie. These men are too timid. Looking at the tightly shut gates, he sneered, then raised his voice, I came alone, and you tremble like this? It seems your guild's great reputation is empty. Tell your master, I came to save him, not harm him. If he does not meet me today, he will regret it for the rest of his life. When this was passed on to Wang Jin, he grew even more doubtful. He can save me? Our guild's downfall, he played the greatest part. If he doesn't harm me, I should thank heaven. How could he save me? He scoffed. But not all the guild leaders thought so. Many urged him to meet at least once. At least he is Duke Qing. If we refuse to see him, he could use his power against us and bring trouble. Yes, he came alone. Even if he comes in, it's harmless. If you're worried, gather guards in the hall. If anything happens, act then. Persuaded by so many, Wang Jin wavered. After thinking it over, he decided, Qingxiu was just one man, he could not stir much trouble. Then let him in. But only him, no attendants or guards. But when this condition was told outside, Qingxiu rejected it at once. I am a duke of the empire, yet to enter your guild I must suffer so many rules? If I enter, not one of my men will be left behind. He ignored the guard's words and ordered his attendants forward. Duke Qing, you mustn't. The man tried to stop him, but one cold glance from Qingxiu made his legs buckle. How could he dare stop Duke Qing? Qingxiu's announcement had already been giving them face. If he had stormed in directly, what could they do? Qingxiu entered the hall. Before long, Wang Jin appeared, feigning weakness, coughing, supported by others, to bow before him. Behind him stood many guards and the guild spokesman, among them the shopkeepers Qingxiu had secretly summoned to Chang'an. Greetings to Duke Qing. Wang Jin bowed weakly but properly. Shopkeeper Wang, since you are ill, no need for such heavy courtesy. I must not, courtesy cannot be discarded. How could I not follow it? Wang Jin tried to decline, but Qingxiu pressed him. Very well then, perform the entire formal sequence. Wang Jin froze. He had intended Qingxiu would refuse, so he could back down. But instead Qingxiu agreed, leaving him no step to retreat. Helpless, he had to force himself through the full ritual, while Qingxiu calmly watched his performance. A private audience with a duke required an extremely complicated and lengthy ritual. Most of the time, when a duke personally visited a private residence or a merchant's house, such formalities were waived, a simple bow was enough. But now, Qingxiu truly intended to make Wang Jin suffer a little. That full set of rituals took nearly the time of one incense stick. By the end, Wang Jin was drenched in sweat. Shopkeeper, you've worked hard. Sit and rest a while, Qingxiu said casually, pointing to a seat as if he were the master of the house. Suppressing his anger, Wang Jin Saturday, what does Duke Qing command? Qingxiu set down his teacup. Command? No. Only a suggestion that might let you live. Listen if you will, if not, forget it. Live? Wang Jin sneered. I don't understand what you mean. But I think, if Duke Qing stopped targeting me everywhere, I'd live much longer. Let's speak frankly. Do you truly believe it is I targeting you? Qingxiu glanced at him coldly. The court wants to take back all salt revenues from your hands. Even I am only a piece in the court's larger plan. Wang Jin froze slightly, wondering if Qingxiu's words were true. By now, the court has fully arranged to reclaim the Shandong salt monopoly. More importantly, Tang is preparing to march against Goguryeo. Soon, the army will arrive in Shandong. What has His Majesty's campaign against Goguryeo to do with us small merchants? Wang Jin asked, still forcing calm. Qingxiu laughed. Small merchants? You don't truly believe the court is unaware of what you've been doing all these years. He tossed a booklet at Wang Jin. See for yourself. At first, Wang Jin was indifferent. But as he flipped through, cold sweat ran down his face. The booklet recorded in detail his secret dealings with Goguryeo and the Turks, smuggling salt and iron, conspiring to cooperate in raids. Compared to that, the listed crimes of arrogance toward the court, oppressing the people, and hoarding goods seemed trivial. The latter half of the booklet was filled with evidence, detailed and thorough. The court's evidence is even more than what's written here. Do I need to say more? Qingxiu looked at him mockingly. Wang Jin forced himself not to show weakness, forcing a laugh. These are trumped-up charges, nothing but words on paper. I could write the same. These are not just words. Qingxiu said quietly. Remember some time ago, when the soldiers returned from the Eastern campaign with Goguryeo prisoners? Wang Jin's smile froze. His hidden hands trembled. Among them were Goguryeo royals. That one sentence was enough. Nothing more needed. Wang Jin fell silent. He realized all his letters and trade with Goguryeo must have been exposed by those royals. Damn them! Why did they spill everything? He cursed inside. But he did not know. Qingxiu's words mixed truth and falsehood. The crimes were real, but the sources were not Goguryeo royals. The evidence came from merchants Qingxiu had turned in Shandong. He was only using the coincidence to protect his spies. You know the court has long wished to bring you down, but lacked an opening. Now the evidence is ironclad. Do you think you can escape? Wiping his forehead, Wang Jin realized he had slumped into his chair, his sweat soaking it. Smuggling salt and iron aside, mere treason with the enemy meant extermination of his clan. Then if the court holds all this evidence, why haven't they arrested me? Because your power is too great. The court fears you'd lash out, throwing Shandong's commerce into chaos. That is why they plan to station troops in Shandong before the Goguryeo war, then seize you suddenly and take all your trade. Wang Jin had no choice but to believe. It was indeed the best way. He looked at a follower, who confirmed, the court is indeed mobilizing troops and gathering grain. The march to Goguryeo passes through Shandong. At this, Wang Jin nearly fainted. No, the court won't dare destroy me so easily. Shandong needs me to keep order. If I am seized, my men will plunge it into chaos. Still dreaming? Those riffraff, how much trouble can they stir? And will their loyalty last until death? Qingxiu laughed coldly. Our emperor is wise, with a heart to pacify all under heaven. How could he allow Shandong to be disrupted by a few petty rogues? All of Wang Jin's last illusions collapsed. Only now did he see how ridiculous his schemes were against imperial might. He glanced at his guards, cutthroats he had gathered. Not one met his gaze. If Qingxiu declared his crimes and ordered him seized now, not one would move. Since the court gives me no way to live, I'll at least take one with me. Wang Jin slammed the table, roaring like a beast. He thought his men would echo him. But instead, every merchant lowered their heads. Not one supported him. Fool! Qingxiu did not hide his contempt. I offered you a path to live, yet you choose death? Do you remember what I said before I came? Wang Jin suddenly sobered. If there was any chance of survival, he did not want to die. What way did Duke Qing mean to save me? Please, give me guidance, he asked carefully. It's simple, only depends on whether you can part with it. I'm about to lose my life. What could I not part with? As long as I live, anything is possible. Wang Jin gritted his teeth. Seeing Wang Jin thrash like a trapped beast, Qingxiu secretly smiled. His plan was already half successful. I'll say this once. Whether you save yourself depends on whether you're willing. Wang Jin nodded, then looked at the merchants and his retainers. They were tactful enough to leave at once, and soon the huge hall held only the two of them. Please speak. A short while later, Wang Jin personally escorted Qingxiu to the door, though their expressions could not be more different. Qingxiu's face was warm as spring. Wang Jin's was darker, more anxious than before. This is far enough. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang, Qingxiu said, motioning him to stop. Wang Jin bowed. Safe travels. If you have time in the future, please visit often. I fear that even if I have time, by then your guild may not exist, Qingxiu said flatly. That only deepened Wang Jin's sense of crisis. For once, his eyes flickered with fear. Are your words true? How can I know to believe you? Ridiculous. Why should I prove myself to convince you? Qingxiu laughed. Believe it or not, it isn't my head on the line. Then why do you help me? I don't understand. Think on it yourself. If you can figure it out, you'll know why I help. Without another word, Qingxiu left with his attendants. He still had to reach Jianzhou to deal with the Jurchens, with no time to waste here. This hinting strategy worked. After returning home, Wang Jin grew more restless and anxious. Qingxiu's method was simple: before the court moved against him, abandon all his wealth and secretly flee north beyond the border to join the southern Turks, who had already surrendered. Qingxiu promised he could use his connections to ensure Wang Jin passed the frontier safely without being stopped by Tang troops. Of course, Qingxiu wasn't helping him for free. The condition: all of Wang Jin's guild resources must be handed over to Qingxiu. So that's it, he wants to take everything I have before the court can seize it. Wang Jin ground his teeth in hate. Yet in the days that followed, his faint hopes vanished. Every bit of news confirmed Qingxiu's words were true. And Qingxiu's visit and revelations shook his own power. The cutthroats he had gathered from all over began to disappear one by one. The merchants under him grew disobedient. It was as if all Shandong now believed the Salt Guild had no future. Unable to sit still, Wang Jin finally drafted a letter and sent it to the Liaodong address Qingxiu gave him. By doing so, he had yielded. Wealth and resources, he no longer cared. If he could live, he would give them all up. Qingxiu had long heard that Liaodong in autumn and winter was deadly cold, beyond what ordinary people could bear. He had prepared, bringing heavy clothing and even converting his carriage into one with a charcoal stove. But once past Shanhai Pass, he saw lakes not yet frozen and realized he had underestimated it. The farther northeast, the colder it grew. Villages along the road grew scarcer. When he reached the Liaodong front, he found the largest settlement of people here was the army camp. Everyone says the deserts of the north and northwest are unlivable. But in autumn and winter, Liaodong's climate is deadlier. To be honest, before I came, I dreamed of killing some foes and earning rewards to buy land. But here I spent everything on winter clothes and firewood. A soldier escorting Qingxiu grumbled. Do you know when His Majesty will order the attack on Goguryeo? I just want to go home, this cold is killing me. Qingxiu thought, this is nothing yet. When winter truly comes, water will freeze solid. That will be unbearable. Soon, he entered the commander's tent. A soldier told him to wait. The two generals left early today. By now they should be back, but I don't know what they went to do. Very well, thank you. Qingxiu had his attendant hand the soldier a bundle. The man opened it and nearly dropped his eyes. It was full of silver. You're too generous. I only did a small thing. Don't overthink it. This isn't just for you. Use it to buy wine and meat, to treat the brothers in the camp. The soldier understood, bowed gratefully, and hurried off with the silver. Waiting idly, Qingxiu studied the sand table of the camp. Indeed, the frontier defenses were thorough. The deployments of both sides interlocked, a sign of imminent war. But what surprised him was the activity of the Jurchens. These fishing-hunting tribes had pushed out of Jianzhou, seizing much of the Khitan land. Just then, voices came from outside, and the tent flap lifted. Shui Rengui and Li Daoyan had returned. Duke Qing, you're here so soon? Ah, big brother, you didn't even tell us you were coming. I would have prepared a welcome. The two were both surprised and delighted. But before greetings, Qingxiu cut straight at Shui Rengui. What's with the Jurchens? What? Shui Rengui blinked. The Jurchens? Weren't they just a small tribe, hardly worth mention? They've lived in Jianzhou for ages. I'm not asking why they live there, I know that. I'm asking why Jianzhou Jurchens have gone south, attacking and seizing Khitan land. Shui Rengui suddenly understood. So that's what Qingxiu meant. These tribes fight all the time. It's normal. They've been grabbing land for years. Let them fight. What we should worry about is Goguryeo. Qingxiu's face darkened. So you already knew the Jianzhou Jurchens were attacking Khitan tribes, and you just let it happen? Shui Rengui was even more confused. Duke Qingua, you still don't know how weak these Jurchens are, do you? Their weapons are made of stone. Even if they come south, they can't be any threat. Li Daoyan couldn't help agreeing. Yes, perhaps you didn't know the Jurchens before. They are very weak. Did Qingxiu not understand? He knew these Jianzhou savages better than anyone in this era. Do you two not know that the Jurchens are subjects of Goguryeo? If war breaks out, and the Jurchens directly invade Shi lands and threaten our rear, what then? Don't tell me you act as if the Jurchens don't exist? The two looked at each other, unable to reply. Indeed, they had overlooked this, only because the Jurchens were too weak. So weak that they believed the Jurchens wouldn't even dare send troops to aid Goguryeo. Duke Qingua, could you explain why the Jurchens are such a great threat? At this moment, Shui Rengue completely lost his earlier boldness before Qingxiu. He had none of the confidence and recklessness he had shown in camp. Can't you even read the map properly? Qingxiu scolded angrily. Think about it. If the Shi submit to the Jurchens and join hands with them, then while our main army marches north, they strike into Liaodong to burn, kill, and plunder, what will happen to the rear? This. Shui Rengue frowned. Indeed, this is our negligence. In the past we only thought about winning or losing on the battlefield. When he thought of those savages slaughtering Tang civilians behind them, a chill ran down his spine. In the future, if you lead troops yourself, how can you not consider such matters? Even if 1,000,000 barbarians and beasts die, it doesn't matter. But if even one of our Tang soldiers or civilians is lost to them, it is a great pity. Hearing this, Shui Rengue suddenly understood. Li Daoyan also spoke at once. General Shui, why don't we go together to investigate? Good. Let's go find those Jurchens now. Before they could move, Qingxiu frowned and stopped them. You want to campaign against the Jurchens? Exactly. What a waste. If those Jurchens can be won over to our side, and serve as the vanguard to block arrows and spears when our Tang army besieges cities, isn't that even better? These words suddenly enlightened the two men. Indeed, Qingxiu's thinking was thorough. To tell the truth, the reason I came to Liaodong this time was to win over the Jurchens before war begins, so that Goguryeo will have no support when the fighting starts. Only then did Shui Rengue realize why Qingxiu was paying so much attention to the movements of the Jurchens on the map. In that case, no problem. Tomorrow I will personally lead troops north to discuss with the Jurchens. Qingxiu lifted his eyelids slightly. If they refuse to submit to the Tang, what will you do then? Then I'll send troops straight to destroy the Jurchens, beat them until they flee north in panic, and dare not touch Liaodong again. Shui Rengue answered without thinking. Qingxiu could only sigh helplessly. You brat, to someone who always uses a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Must every problem be solved by war? Tomorrow I'll take a few scouts. You two come with me, and I'll show you what the best solution is. The two were left speechless by Qingxiu's rebuke. They had always thought those savages were brave but brainless, and the only language they understood was fists and blades. But Qingxiu knew better. Since those savages had little sense, it was all the more reason to make use of that. Shi tribe. At this moment, the Shi tribal chief, Salih, was covered in sweat. They had just been forced to abandon the banks of the Heilong River after repeated attacks from the Jurchens. They fled in such haste that they even lost most of their cattle and sheep. Losing livestock was not the worst part. The trouble was that the Heilong River was the place where the Shi tribe had risen. Their ancestral tombs were there, along with many altars for sacrifices to the gods. These things might seem intangible and useless, but to the tribesmen, they were the very foundation of their spirit. If they believed they would never again retake the Heilong River in their lifetime, they would lose the courage to resist the Jurchens. Those bastards! Salih slapped his thigh in anger, but accidentally pulled the arrow wound on his arm, making him grimace in pain. Yet in the tent, none of the tribal spokesmen cared about him. All they thought of was the ancestral land they had just lost. Great Khan, when will we fight back? The tombs and spirit tablets of our ancestors are still there, we cannot just leave them. Why don't we gather our strength again, and attack tonight? We can't suffer this loss in silence. I think the Jurchens only had a brief moment of courage. They've just taken our ancestral land, they must be celebrating now. This is the best time to strike back. Everyone spoke at once, as if Salih was no longer their leader at all. Clearly, since he had lost the Heilong River, his prestige in their eyes had fallen to rock bottom. Many no longer even considered him their great Khan. Shut up! I'm not dead yet. Salih endured the pain in his arm and roared in fury. At last, the noisy tent grew quiet. But in their eyes, defiance still burned. Of course we must reclaim our ancestral land. But now is truly impossible. Didn't you see? The Jurchens now wear iron armor, and even their old stone axes have been replaced with iron swords. Surely Goguryeo people are helping them. We don't even have decent iron weapons, how can we fight back? He thought his rational analysis would gain agreement, but instead the stares of the others grew colder and more unsettling. They did not want reason. Beaten again and again by the Jurchens, their resentment had long piled up. At this moment, they would not listen to any logic. In savage tribes, what they respected was strength, not words. What do you mean by this? He swallowed hard, his expression growing more severe. Just as the atmosphere froze to the breaking point, a voice came from outside the tent. Great Khan, 3 high Tang officials have arrived outside. 2 look like generals, and the other seems to be their leader. At once, everyone's attention shifted. The chiefs all looked uneasy. Toward the Jurchens, they felt anger and resentment. But toward the Tang, they felt fear. Fear engraved deep in their bones. Back when the Tang unified the empire and reconquered Liaodong, the Shi had held much of the land and cities there, oppressing the Han people. The Tang commander at that time was Prince of Hejian, Li Xiaogong. He wasted no words on the Shi, but showed them the only truth they understood. Fists, and blades, spears, and halberds. Ling Xiaogong's attack needs no more words. Killing those Shi people was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. In only half a month, he drove all the Shi out of Liaodong. Not only that, Ling Xiaogong personally led troops many times into Shi territory for bloody battles, directly cutting down the already sparse Shi men and soldiers by half. This battle made the Shi bow to Tang without hesitation, and at the same time laid the groundwork for them being bullied by the Jurchens today. Even though several years had passed since then, whenever the Shi mentioned the Tang army, they were still filled with fear. Ling Xiaogong's name was so feared that it could stop children from crying. We have not had any trouble with the Tang army recently. Why have they come here? Salih's voice even trembled a little. The messenger hurriedly said, Great Khan, no matter why they came, even if they just came for food, they must be well entertained. We cannot neglect them. These words made sense. Salih immediately ordered wine and meat to be prepared to entertain the Tang visitors. The three who came were Qingxiu, Shuiren Gui, and Ling Daoyan. Although they knew the Shi deeply feared the Tang army, they hadn't expected that upon meeting, the Shi would go so far. As they walked into the tribe, all along the road Shi people knelt respectfully on both sides, kowtowing wherever they passed. Even Great Khan Salih and the tribal chiefs knelt on the ground to welcome them. Isn't this too much? Qingxiu hadn't expected them to be so terrified. Greetings to the Tang generals, forgive us for not welcoming you from afar, please don't be offended. Salih, together with the nobles and chiefs, bowed and greeted them. After the greeting, Salih personally led them into the tent, saying that he had prepared rare delicacies for the three generals to taste. Even small chiefs usually can't afford to eat such things, but today I bring them all out to honor you three. But when Qingxiu saw those so-called delicacies, his brows furrowed tightly. Most of the food was things like ant egg paste, bear meat sauce, roasted wild boar skin, and mountain ginseng vegetable meat soup. The cooking was rough, and the taste unbearable for Qingxiu, who was used to fine food. Especially their wine, inside the jars one could even see maggot corpses floating. But they didn't care. They just scooped out the worms and kept drinking. The Shi nobles even poured ant egg paste onto millet rice and ate with great relish. Clearly, these were rare treats for them. You three need not be polite. Treat this place as home. Eat as much as you want. If not enough, there is more. Even Shuiren Gui, used to hard military life, who could fight after chewing a few bites of dry rations, could hardly stomach such dark cooking. Qingxiu cupped his hands and saluted, Thank you, but we have more important matters today, we cannot stay for food. Once we finish, we will leave. Take these things away. Shuiren Gui frowned and ordered. The servants were secretly delighted. If the three didn't eat, the food would be theirs. Salih grew uneasy. This small chief doesn't quite understand, we have not disturbed Tang's borders recently. He only knew that whenever Tang people came, if they said it was to talk, it usually ended with curses and humiliation. I know you haven't invaded Tang's borders, but haven't the Jurchens invaded your land many times? Qingxiu said with a smile. At these words, no one had the appetite anymore. Our scouts just came from Heilong River. Do you want to know what happened there? Salih quickly shook his head. No, I don't know. Yesterday we were just driven from Heilong River by the Jurchens. Qingxiu shook his head in false pity. What a shame. Your ancestral land and tombs have fallen into those savages' hands, alas. He deliberately paused, making the other chiefs feel unbearable. Please tell us, what happened? A small chief quickly asked. Too tragic to watch. Qingxiu shook his head. Your ancestral tombs were all dug open, the corpses left under the sun, gnawed by insects, snakes, and ants. They even used coffins as troughs to feed horses. The altars were torn apart, the wood used for cooking fires. Qingxiu vividly described what he had seen. The Shi burst into tears, some even crying aloud. Ancestors! We are useless, we let you suffer. Those Jurchen dogs should all be killed. When I fight back, I'll boil them alive. Our ancestors' bones are suffering in those beasts' hands, how can we sit here calmly? The Shi roared in anger, wishing to tear the Jurchens to pieces. Some even grabbed blades, ready to rush out, and only with great effort did their attendants hold them back. But Great Khan Salih kept his head lowered, silent, not even noticing the spilled wine on the table. Clearly, his hatred was no less than theirs. Laughable, truly laughable. Shuiren Gui burst into wild laughter, completely opposite to their grief. If not for their fear of the Tang, they would have drawn blades against him. One asked angrily, "Why does the general laugh? Do you, like the Jurchens, enjoy watching us suffer? Don't compare me with those barbarian dogs." Gue looked at him coldly. "I just find it funny that you cry here with all your strength, yet refuse to fight and die on the battlefield to retake your ancestral land. What could be more ridiculous?" Hearing this, the Shi nobles lowered their heads in shame. If they really had the strength to reclaim their land, how could things have come to this? "I don't think it's because you are useless, but because the Jurchens are cunning, and they also received weapons and armor from Goguryeo. That's why you can't win." Qingxiu broke the awkward silence. "If you two had weapons and armor no worse than the Jurchens, defeating them would be easy." Salih gave a bitter smile. "We cannot afford such things, and no one would sell them to us. The Tang always strictly controlled the flow of iron and weapons at the borders. They would never allow barbarians to buy iron arms, not even kitchen knives. And though Goguryeo could forge iron, their production was far below Tang's. They could barely equip themselves, and what they gave the Jurchens was squeezed out with great effort. The Shi, distrusted by Tang and excluded by Goguryeo, had no way of getting proper iron armor or swords." Hearing Qingxiu's words, Salih suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that this general wanted to provide them with swords and iron armor, so they could fight their way back to Heilong River and take revenge on the Jurchens? After all, perhaps they still had some use to the Tang. Maybe the Tang really would arm them. But clearly he thought too much. How could Qingxiu possibly give weapons and armor to these tribesmen? Wouldn't that just fatten them up for now, only for the Shi to later cause chaos after the Jurchen problem was solved? Yet Qingxiu told him another unexpected piece of good news. The Shi have submitted to Tang, and are our subjects. Naturally, they should be protected by the heavenly army of Tang. Seeing you chased and driven off by the Jurchen barbarians, even your place of origin plundered and taken, we cannot bear it. We are willing to send troops to help you take back your ancestral land and punish the Jurchens." The weight of these words nearly made Salih jump up on the spot, and the others couldn't help crying out in shock. In the past they had often been beaten by the Tang army, trembling with fear whenever Tang troops appeared. But Tang offering help, this was the first time. On thinking carefully, if the Tang really did send troops to help, not only could they reclaim their ancestral land, even wiping out the Jurchens would be as easy as turning the hand. "Is this true, General?" Salih's hands shook with excitement. But a small chief at his side quickly whispered in his ear. "Great Khan, don't believe him too easily. Tang military movements are complicated. It's not certain this man even has the power to move troops. He might just be fooling us." Reminded of this, Salih calmed down somewhat. If these were only minor officers at the border, commanding fewer than 100 men, then his excitement was for nothing. "I don't know, General, how high is your rank in the army? I mean, how many troops can you command?" Qingxiu of course understood the reason for this question. He said nothing, but Gue, quick to see, immediately spoke. "Do you know what place my elder brother holds in court? Duke of Qingua. Do you not know the weight of a duke?" Salih and the others all honestly shook their heads. They truly didn't know. Gue nearly fainted from anger. With the status of Duke of Qingua, the troops and supplies he can command could crush all of Goguryeo. And those damn Jurchens? They aren't even worthy of a glance from the Duke of Qingua. Qingxiu coughed lightly. "Not as much as that. But sending troops to help you take down the Jurchens is no difficult matter." Salih still didn't understand what a duke's rank meant. But hearing Gue's description, he realized this young man before him was an incomparably rare noble guest. "So you are Duke of Qingua. Please accept another bow from me. You must take charge for us Shi." Salih at once knelt again respectfully before Qingxiu, crying aloud. No matter what kind of great official this duke was, kneeling was never wrong. Seeing this man so respectful, Qingxiu knew the mood was ready. "Please rise quickly. Today I came here precisely to aid you." Qingxiu waved his hand grandly. "I can help you reclaim your ancestral foundation, even punish the Jurchens and make them pay the price they deserve. But on one condition, you must obey my arrangements completely. If you disobey even a little and the plan is harmed, then once the Jurchens are destroyed, your end will be no better." Salih nodded again and again. Of course, of course. From now on, all the people of my Shi tribe will be under the command of the Duke of Qingua. And another thing, the court will not help you for nothing." Qingxiu looked at Salih meaningfully. The latter quickly understood. "I understand. From now on, if the Tang army campaigns anywhere and requires my tribe to send troops, we will do our utmost to provide aid." In just a few short words, Qingxiu had drawn in this outside support. The Shi had only 70 or 80,000 men, but all could wear armor and fight as soldiers. Though these tribesmen's fighting power could not compare to Tang's elite heavy troops, on the battlefield they could serve as fearless cannon fodder. Qingxiu and Salih agreed. 3 days later, they would gather their forces and strike the Jurchens. They also promised that all spoils would be split equally, and the reclaimed land would be returned to the Shi. Salih gave thanks again and again. He even wanted to host them for the night, but Qingxiu refused. After leaving the Shi camp, as soon as Shui Rengue mounted his horse, he asked, "Duke of Qingua, are we really going to let our brothers die for these savages' land?" He thought of their comrades not dying on the battlefield for founding great achievements, but instead in this wasteland for these barbarians, dying silently. He felt very uneasy. Of course not. When I said we would send troops to help, that was just empty talk. In truth, the Shi themselves will have to fight the Jurchens in open battle. Qingxiu said casually. Shui Rengue was stunned. But they aren't a match for the Jurchens. If they fight head-on, they'll only collapse. That you don't need to worry about. Just follow my plan. Qingxiu was full of confidence. Also, don't forget to return and pick out some elite soldiers. Not many, but they must be the bravest. Give them the finest heavy armor and the best weapons. Yes, boss, how many men do you want? 300. Hearing the number, Shui Rengue was stunned. You have 3 days to get it done. Don't delay. Qingxiu said no more, spurred his horse, and galloped ahead of him. Understood. He replied. Whatever the elder brother said, it must have reason. Li Daoyan, however, was uneasy. He rode up beside Shui Rengue. In war, the Shi will surely be useless. Victory must depend on our soldiers. But their tribal wars involve tens of thousands. 300 men can't possibly be enough. You don't understand the boss. He must have his reasons. Shui Rengue was used to blindly following Qingxiu's orders. If he says 300 is enough, then it is absolutely enough. 3 days later. As agreed, Salih sent 50,000 men in leather armor with weapons toward Heilong River, leaving 20,000 to guard the tribe. Not long after departure, Qingxiu and Li Daoyan also arrived, marching with them. Salih gave all command directly to Qingxiu. But what puzzled him was, aside from them, there was no sign of any Tang soldiers. This made the other tribal chiefs start whispering. Were they being tricked? Duke of Qingua, didn't you say there would be troops coming to aid us? Why do we see no heavenly army marching with us? The Tang army's weapons and equipment are complicated. Each man must have at least 4 warhorses. How could they travel on these forest paths with us now? They must be taking another, wider road. And their marching speed is faster than ours. Perhaps by now they are already at the battlefield. Qingxiu explained casually. No wonder they are heavenly troops. Salih listened with deep respect. In his younger days he had crossed hands with elite Tang soldiers, though it was nothing but being beaten down one-sidedly. Still, he knew Tang equipment was extremely fine, and their warhorses plentiful. Though not so exaggerated as 4 horses per man, he simply assumed Tang's strength had soared in these past 2 years, so it made sense. The others were even more shocked at these words. With 4 horses for each man, how much equipment must they carry? Surely every man wears full armor, face covered. So extravagant. We 4 or 5 must share 1 horse. If only we had such luxurious gear as the Tang, we could fight the Jurchens so they had no chance to live. They all began to imagine it. When battle began, the Tang would fight with unmatched courage, cutting through the Jurchen lines, slaughtering them. And they themselves would only need to watch, shouting now and then, "Heavenly Army mighty." Then, after the Tang crushed the Jurchens, they would kindly return the land at Heilong River to them. Both sides would swear eternal peace, helping each other generation after generation. While many were still lost in fantasy, the army reached the outskirts of Heilong River. The Jurchens had long gotten word. They brought all their able-bodied men to the battlefield. Though they had no proper armor, most using animal skulls as helmets. They already had iron swords and spears, far better than the Shi, who still lived in the Stone Age. As soon as Salih arrived, he searched the battlefield for Tang troops. But across the hills he saw no trace of them. Instead, the Jurchen warriors were many, each brimming with killing intent. What? Last time beaten wasn't enough, you want another? Not enough of you were chopped to death? The Jurchen chieftain Wanyan Yu raised his saber proudly. Salih, do you want to die here in Heilong River this time? Nonsense. Today with Tang's heavenly troops aiding me, destroying you is easy. It's you who won't live long. Salih shouted angrily. Wanyan Yu sneered. What could the Shi use to hire Tang aid? They themselves had been beaten senseless by Tang. To not be crushed was already fortune. Oh? The Tang came to help you? How many Tang soldiers came? Salih was struck dumb. He quickly asked Qingxiu at his side. Duke of Qingua, how many men did you bring? Qingxiu of course could not say 300. He only stayed silent, raising 3 fingers. Salih, without thinking, blurted out. Of course 30 myriad Tang heavenly soldiers. Qingxiu nearly fell off his horse. Did you really dare say that aloud? Ha 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 ha. At once, laughter erupted in the Jurchen ranks. Wan Yanyu laughed until clutching his belly. You must have been beaten stupid by me. 30 myriads? You dare to say it. Today I'll chop your head off so you'll never dream again. Even Salih himself turned red with embarrassment, but he still put on a hard front. Once the fighting starts, you'll know the power of the heavenly troops. Nonsense. Wan Yanyu again raised his spear tip, hooking up a goblet made of a human skull. Salih, do you know what this is made from? From your precious ancestors' skulls. I'll give you one later. You bastard. What did you say? Salih's eyes went blood-red. You truly do not fear divine retribution. Not only Salih, but all the Shi soldiers were burning with rage, cursing without end. Even their chieftains' ancestral graves had been dug up, let alone their own. By now perhaps their forefathers' tombs had all been emptied and planted over with crops. Sons, kill them. Tear out these Jurchen's hearts and livers for wine. In fury, Salih forgot all about the Tang and charged first, horse leaping forward with spear. They no longer cared if they could win, only that the Jurchens must be slain. Kill! The Shi soldiers, as if on blood, charged madly. Soon both sides were locked in melee. These savages fought with no order, no formation, only personal strength and weapons. At first the Shi were no match for the Jurchens. But Wan Yenyu's battle taunt had enraged them so deeply that they fought like men possessed, fearless of death. For a time, the fight was evenly matched, neither side yielding. The Jurchens truly know how to give the enemy a buff. Seeing this, Qingxiu could not help sighing in his heart. But this helped him greatly. This was just the situation he needed. If the Shi had fled at once, his plan would be hard to carry out. Amid the chaos, he slipped away from the Shi army with Li Daoyan, climbing to a height to watch. Good heavens, what a mess they make in battle. Li Daoyan was dizzy from the sight of such disorder. It must be like this. On the field, Qingxiu saw clearly Wan Yanyu charging back and forth in the chaos, unstoppable. For show, he had even tied a piece of white cloth to his head, easy to recognize. Qingxiu knew the chance had come. He pulled from his robe a special grenade and hurled it high into the sky. Before it hit the ground, it exploded with a thunderous roar. But this blast had little force. What it left behind was a thick cloud of bright red smoke. At once, on the other side of the battlefield, hidden in the woods on high ground, Shui Rengue mounted his horse. Brothers, Duke of Qinghua has given the signal. Move! At his call, 300 elite iron cavalry, man and horse both in full armor, charged forward. This Tang force, hidden so long, had gone unnoticed by the Jurchens. Their iron hooves crashed in, trampling unaware Jurchen soldiers to death. Shui Rengue himself led the charge, his long spear sweeping, cutting through as if no one stood before him. These savages with only leather armor could never withstand him. Again and again he led his men in furious charges, carving dozens of bloody paths crisscross through the enemy ranks. These Jurchens, used only to small tribal fights, had never seen such terrifying slaughter. They dared not face him. Even seen from afar, they turned and fled in fear. Tang army! The Tang army is here. In the midst of the bloody battle, Salih saw from afar armored soldiers breaking wildly into the Jurchen ranks, and shouted with excitement. It was the first time he had seen Tang banners and felt such joy. Even though their numbers were far fewer than he had imagined, in this moment just seeing the Tang appear was enough to make him clap in celebration. He no longer cared about how many there were. Shui Rengue seemed to be charging in disorder through the enemy, but in fact he was closely tracking the movements of Wan Yanyu. Wherever that man went, Shui Rengue pursued. The battlefield was in such chaos that no one had even warned Wan Yanyu that Tang troops had already broken into the ranks. Even Shui Rengue had never seen a battleground so confused. Almost time. Seeing the chance, Shui Rengue spurred his horse, leading 300 men straight at Wan Yanyu in the midst of the chaos. That man was still killing happily when suddenly his guards warned him. My lord, this is bad. The Tang army is here, and they side with the Shi. Perhaps you should retreat, we'll cover you. Wan Yanyu paid no attention to their words. He wiped the blood from his blade and looked toward Shui Rengue. Didn't Salih claim there were 300,000 Tang troops? I see only 300 here. If so many of us are driven off the battlefield by just 300, how will we ever show our faces at Heilung River? Without another thought, Wan Yanyu ordered his men to counterattack against Shui Rengue. It was not his fault. The Jurchens had never fought the Tang directly, never felt their strength. His knowledge of the Central Plains dynasty was only that tens of thousands had gone to fight Goguryeo and lost miserably. Soon I'll cut down that Tang general's head and throw it before Salih, so he sees what kind of helper he found. Wan Yenyu laughed aloud. But he did not see that charging straight at him was Xueren Gue, who from horseback raised a loaded flintlock and aimed. Bang! The gunpowder roared, and in the next moment Wan Yenyu was struck as if by an invisible fist, flung from his horse. His thousands of guards, howling madly, rushed at Xueren Gue, not even knowing their leader had been shot down. But in only moments, thousands of them were smashed apart by the charge of 300. They were no match for these ironclad elites, still less when led by Xueren Gue himself. Amid the dust, Xueren Gue spotted Wan Yenyu staggering up from the ground. His shot had only hit the man's shoulder. D! Xueren Gue roared, driving his horse forward. Wan Yenyu had barely looked up through the smoke to see the charging warhorse. He had no time even for fear. In the next instant, Xueren Gue's long blade swept past, and Wan Yenyu's head fell to the ground. It's over. From the distant height, Qingxiu put away his telescope and descended. Li Daoyan was still shaken by Xueren Gue's ferocity. It was the first time he had seen him charge personally, far more savage than he had imagined. But compared with Qingxiu's planning and schemes, Xueren Gue was still a little behind. Indeed, Qingxiu had grasped both Jurchens and she so precisely, each step unfolding as if arranged by him. The two of them, no wonder. Your chieftain is dead. Surrender now, and your lives may be spared. Resist, and you will meet the same fate. Amid the chaos, Xueren Gue raised Wan Yenyu's severed head and roared. His voice quickly shook the nearest Jurchens. In shock, they turned to see, their fear overflowing. The Lord is dead. The Lord is dead. The Tang killed him, even cut off his head. What's the point of fighting? He's dead, surrender. Despair spread like a plague. No matter how brave, once they heard this, all will to fight collapsed. Wan Yenyu was the highest leader among the Jurchens, revered almost like a god. Now, with their god beheaded, none wished to fight. Tens of thousands of Jurchens scattered at once. Most turned to flee, the rest dropped their weapons and surrendered. For the Shi, it was like a dream. Their fierce enemy of decades had been defeated so easily. Seeing the Jurchens kneeling in masses, even Salih could hardly believe it. But he had no time to celebrate. He rode to Xueren Gue and dismounted, kneeling. Thank you, General. Thank you for helping us win. Xueren Gue looked at him coldly. Don't thank me. It was Duke of Qinggua's strategy that gave you this victory. Thank him. Salih suddenly realized, and at once crawled over to Qingxiu, kowtowing. Thank you, Duke of Qinghua. You slew our enemy, you are like a second father to us. From now on, not only I, but all the Shi will obey your command, even unto death. Qingxiu knew, the Shi were his, completely. Rise. In days to come, I will have use for you. He patted Salih's shoulder. Now Heilong River is yours. These Jurchen prisoners too are for you to handle. Yes. Salih looked at the captives with hatred, wanting to slaughter them all. But Qingxiu stopped him. With the Great War in Liaodong ahead, such cannon fodder could not be wasted. After this battle, the Shi finally reclaimed their ancestral land, and reburied the desecrated bones of their forefathers. Of course, they tormented the corpses of the fallen Jurchens, especially Wan Yenyu. Salih skinned him for a war banner, made his bones into drumsticks, and used his skull as a wine cup. They thought of every way to vent their hatred on his remains. The Jurchens who escaped regrouped in Zhenzhou, abandoning all Shi lands they had taken, never again daring to send troops. They were not afraid of war itself. They had simply been scared out of their wits by the Tang army. Just 300 men had turned the battlefield into a meat grinder, and even easily cut off the head of Wan Yenyu, whom they had revered as a god of war. The Tang were far more terrifying than legend, and the survivors, to cover their own uselessness, only exaggerated the Tang's might even more. They described Xueren Gue as if he were a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. In any case, they no longer dared to fight Tang troops. The newly chosen leader, Wanyan Dashi, at once sent a letter to the Shi tribe, asking for peace talks. Even before the battlefield was cleaned, the letter arrived in Salih's camp. He laughed loudly, tossing the letter straight into the fire pit. Peace talks my ass. Now that we have the heavenly army's aid, destroying the Jurchens is easy. Duke of Qinghua, when we break through their Zhenzhou, we'll tear down their ancestral altar and build you a shrine in thanks. There's no need. I think it should end here, accept peace. If the fighting goes on, our soldiers will no longer help you. Qingxiu's stance left Salih stunned. Didn't you say before you were willing to help us? Only to help you retake Heilong River. I never promised to wipe out the Jurchens for you, Qingxiu said flatly. Besides, his real goal was to bring both the Shi and the Jurchens under Tang's control. Before even beginning the Goguryeo campaign, why bother trying to exterminate the Jurchens? Better to subdue them and use them as fodder on the battlefield. Even if 1,000 of them died, if it meant saving one Tang soldier, it was worth it. Yes. Salih dared not argue further. Without Qingxiu, his people would still be gnawing tree bark deep in the forests. Shuiren Gue, you will go with me to meet the Jurchen envoy. We'll visit them together. Li Daoyan, you stay here until we return. At Qingxiu's command, they both answered immediately. Li Daoyan remained to watch the Shi, along with 300 Tang heavy cavalry. With them there, Salih would never dare stir trouble. Only you two? Shouldn't we send guards with you? The Jurchens are fickle and cunning, savage and cruel, you mustn't go lightly into the tiger's den. Salih tried to suggest, but Qingxiu refused at once. Just the two of us are enough to scare every Jurchen to death. Jianzhou, Jurchen Great Camp. Wanyan Dashi paced back and forth, anxious. Rumors had spread, Tang troops preparing to attack, tens of thousands ready to march. The problem was, these rumors were so detailed even he could not tell if they were true. If 300 Tang soldiers could cut through tens of thousands and behead Wan Yenyu, then what if more came? Would Jianzhou not be trampled flat? My lord! The envoy we sent to Ungshi has returned. News came from outside. Ungshi was the Goguryeo capital. When Wanyan Dashi took power, fearing Tang attack, he had at once sent for aid. He hadn't expected a reply so soon. Did the king agree to send troops to help us? Before the envoy could speak, he hurriedly asked. The envoy's face was uneasy. They said the Tang presence at the border is too strong. They cannot spare large forces. If we need help, they can send a detachment, but not until a month later. Wanyan Dashi nearly fainted. A month later? By then grass would already be growing on his grave. Just then, even more frightening news came. My lord! This is bad, Tang men are here. One of them is the general who cut off Wan Yenyu's head. Wanyan Dashi almost collapsed on the spot, thinking the Tang had stormed into camp. But on asking further, he learned no army had come, only 2 men. Yet even so, along their way, no one dared block them. All just watched in terror as they approached the great tent. Wanyan Dashi rushed out to greet them, only to see Qingxiu coming straight at him. Their eyes met, Qingxiu's cold gaze made his heart tremble. Though only Qingxiu and Shuiren Gue stood there, with sabers still sheathed, they had already cowed the battle-hardened tribesmen into silence. You two, please forgive us, we had no time to prepare. Qingxiu cut him off. Enough nonsense. I came to speak business. No need for empty formalities. Of course. Wanyan Dashi quickly nodded and led them inside. Qingxiu sat directly in his seat, while Wanyan Dashi dared not object. He stood aside like a servant before his master. It was as if Qingxiu were the true lord here. The Shi have long submitted to Tang. Your repeated attacks on them are attacks on Tang's people. Secondly, you bow to Goguryeo, which makes you Tang's enemy. From this, the Tang must wage war on you. Wanyan Dashi's legs nearly gave way, and the guards outside shook so hard they could barely hold their spears. Seeing the moment was right, Qingxiu went on. But the Tang cannot bear to see innocents perish. Thus His Majesty has withdrawn the order of conquest. The army has been recalled. Hearing this, Wanyan Dashi knew the rumors had been true. Thanks to the Emperor of Tang for his mercy. We shall never forget. He bowed, trembling with gratitude. Don't thank me yet. If the Tang spares you, how should you show gratitude? Qingxiu pressed. Wanyan Dashi thought only a moment. We are willing henceforth to bow to Tang as subjects. Is that all? Wanyan Dashi froze. Then, what more do you require? Qingxiu was blunt, laying out the terms one by one. Submitting to Tang is the least you must do. Next, you must cut all ties of allegiance to Goguryeo, serving Tang alone. If Tang campaigns abroad, you must obey orders, send troops, and march with us without delay. Wanyan Dashi nodded repeatedly, not daring to object. Everything you ask, we will obey. Even Qingxiu had not expected it would be so easy to subdue the Jurchens today. But then again, they had already been utterly defeated on the battlefield. How could they dare demand anything? Wanyan Dashi did not only speak words, he at once ordered gifts of submission to be brought forward. They carried in a great chest full of eastern pearls, wild boar hides, ginseng, deer antler, and other local products of Jianzhou. They had even prepared dozens of fine horses, all offered as a meeting gift to Qingxiu. The Jurchens had just lost badly at Heilong River, and nearly all their warhorses were gone. These few dozen were practically their last wealth. Bringing them out showed true sincerity. Qingxiu did not really care for these things, but at least it showed how hard they were trying to show submission. Not enough. One thing is missing. Qingxiu shut the chest of treasures with one hand and shook his head. If that one thing is missing, no matter how much you send, it's useless. Wanyan Dashi quickly asked in fear. What is it you require? I will have it prepared at once. Qingxiu did not even look at him, speaking as if casually. I hear Goguryeo has dozens of envoys stationed here. At that, Wanyan Dashi's palm trembled. Indeed, as Qingxiu said, several dozen envoys from Goguryeo had been stationed here for over a year. Their purpose was to monitor the Jurchen's movements. Since the defeat at Heilung River, these envoys had been full of fear, constantly cursing Wanyan Dashi to his face. Saying that if, once war with Tang began, the Jurchens had already wasted their strength, then when the two great powers fought, Goguryeo would have no soldiers to use. Now that Qingxiu mentioned these Goguryeo envoys, the meaning was clear. He wanted their heads. Wanyan Dashi had not wished to do so. He still hoped to please both sides. If Tang failed to defeat Goguryeo, as Sui had, then when Goguryeo regained its strength, their first target would be the Jurchens. Perhaps I could simply expel them, forbid Goguryeo people ever to return to Jianzhou. What do you think? Wanyan Dashi tried to bargain. Qingxiu sneered. Do as you wish. Then take back these gifts as well. His Majesty disdains to accept such things. Besides, you think cutting their heads is only to satisfy me? It is in truth to save your own head, and the heads of all your tribe. The words struck like thunder, leaving Wanyan Dashi shaking with fear. You wait here. He asked Qingxiu to remain, then himself left the tent with several soldiers. My lord, do we truly have to do this? Once we kill them, there will be no way back, his men protested. His face dark, Wanyan Dashi ignored them and led the way. But when they reached the Goguryeo quarters, they found the place already deserted. Asking around, they learned the envoys, upon hearing Qingxiu had come, had immediately fled, taking dozens of horses with them. Those bastards! Wanyan Dashi raged on the spot. He now saw clearly how much Goguryeo feared Tang. If even they were afraid, how could his small tribe not be? Chase them at once. Use the horse whistles to stop their stolen mounts, catch them and kill them all. Bring back their heads. He shouted in fury. If they escaped, all their own heads would fall. As Wanyan Dashi thought, Qingxiu was already prepared to seize and behead him if he dared defy. But before long, Wanyan Dashi returned beaming, his men carrying a bag dripping with fresh heads. Forgive the delay. These beasts, on hearing of your arrival, tried to flee. I sent men to kill them all, none escaped. He carefully displayed for Qingxiu the heads of men he had once treated with great respect. Seeing this, Qingxiu said no more. This was exactly the submission he wanted. From this day, you are subjects of Tang. You must not again clash with the Shi. Otherwise, you will make trouble for Tang itself. Wanyan Dashi forced a smile. You speak true. Our last chief was foolish, deceived by Goguryeo into attacking the Shi and opposing Tang. I swear this will never happen again. Whatever he thought in his heart, for now he bowed low, only seeking survival for his tribe. On the way back from the camp, Shuiren Gue, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Boss, the Jurchens will surely become a great problem. They are not ordinary. How so? Qingxiu glanced at him casually. I saw in their camp, the Jurchens value strength even more than the Turks. They are faithless, fickle, cruel. Today they cut off Goguryeo envoys' heads to survive. That shows they care nothing for honor. They are ruthless, fearless. Qingxiu fully agreed. He knew the weight of the Jurchens in history, and their threat to the Central Plains. Don't worry. I see it as clearly as you. Why else would I travel so far to bring the Jurchens under our control? Shuiren Gue was surprised. So you already knew they couldn't be trusted? Not just untrustworthy. You'll see. Once Goguryeo is dealt with, the Jurchens will not stay quiet for long. Shuiren Gue wanted to ask more, but Qingxiu spurred his horse and galloped ahead, leaving him behind. Li Er had never expected that after so short a time in Liaodong, Qingxiu had not only subdued the Jurchens but had them send a petition of submission, along with a bag of Goguryeo envoys' heads. Even more, Qingxiu claimed he could now command both Jurchen and Shi warriors to march with the Tang army. Excellent! Duke of Qinghua, what a hand you've played! Li Er praised him endlessly, even showing the letter to Changsun Wuji at his side. Your good son-in-law, how long has he been in Liaodong? And already he has done this much for me. Incredible! Even Changsun Wuji was stunned. Qingxiu seemed born for politics. Li Er spread the map before him. With the Jurchens also submitting, Goguryeo was now surrounded on all sides by Tang's power, sealed like a jar. Even at sea, Li Ji's fleet blocked them. This was the grand encirclement Li Er had long dreamed of. With such cards in my hand, if I cannot bring down Goguryeo, then I would be less than even Emperor Yang of Sui. Li Er clenched his fist. At last, he could take the step he had envisioned countless times. To take Goguryeo would not only bring vast lands and millions of people, but also legally and morally crush the Sui dynasty. What if Sui had ended the North-South division and enjoyed the much-praised reign of Kai Huang? If Tang could easily defeat Goguryeo, the enemy that entangled Sui from beginning to end, then only in the hearts of the world would Tang truly press Sui beneath its feet. Now there are 50,000 Tang troops at the border. I intend to send another 50,000 to prepare for the future conquest of Goguryeo. Li Er looked at his trusted ministers. What do you all think? After a brief exchange of glances, all agreed it was feasible. Not only to echo the emperor's will, strategically, leveling Goguryeo had become a necessary step. Without removing that stone, Tang could never fully manage the western regions or expand westward. Only, Your Majesty, Fang Xianling advised. If the war turned stalemated or unfavorable, it should be ended immediately. The key is not only how to win, but how to end it, so it does not become a bottomless pit forever draining resources. He spoke rightly. In fact, during Sui's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo, the start was always a smooth advance, capturing many cities. But once the war dragged, Emperor Yang grew impatient, poured endless supplies into breaking the deadlock, and drained the empire. Had he known when to stop, his realm would not have collapsed so quickly, nor would Goguryeo have humiliated him so badly. Li Er nodded. He deeply felt the truth of this now. They needed a commander with foresight, restraint, and strategic vision. Xiao Yu also stepped forward. Your Majesty, if 50,000 more are added, then the 100,000 Tang troops must have a single commander. Without one, order cannot be maintained. Though Shuiren Gui and Li Daoyan were fine generals, they were not leaders of such a vast army. The best choices seemed to be the veteran Li Jing or the victorious Hou Junji. But Li Er hesitated. Not that he distrusted them, but this war was of the greatest weight. The results must be overwhelming, worthy of the investment and the grand encirclement. There could be no mistake. Ideally, a commander even stronger than those two was needed. Then, shall I lead in person? The thought came suddenly. And why not? Who in all Tang could command armies better than Li Er himself? Your Majesty? The ministers reminded him, seeing his distraction. Li Er shook his head. Nothing. First have the Ministry of War prepare men and supplies. Also, send a letter for me to Duke of Qinghua. At the thought of Qingxiu, Li Er's eyes lit up. He had lacked the right commander, but was not Qingxiu the best choice? He had won shocking victories with minimal cost. For this war, appointing him was a choice with no risk. Ministers, what do you think of Duke of Qinghua as commander-in-chief against Goguryeo? This, they truly did not know how to answer. No one doubted Qingxiu's ability. But his gong had already shaken the court. If he also led this war of conquest, who in the court could still suppress him? Chang Sun Wuji, to avoid suspicion, kept silent. I know your concerns. But today, leave aside other matters, just on ability, can Duke of Qinghua bear this charge or not? Li Er knew what they feared, so he said it plainly. Qingxiu was Tang's omen of prosperity, the bearer of destiny. His path was only upward. After all he had seen, Li Er believed even more in Yuan Tiangong's prophecy. He cared little if Qingxiu gained still greater gong. Duke of Qinghua is fully capable. No one objected. Good. Li Er made the decision, Qingxiu would command 100,000 troops to prepare for Goguryeo. But he did not announce it publicly. Strict secrecy was ordered. The matter was sent in a private letter to Qingxiu. Once the courier galloped from Chang'an, the Ministry of War began mobilizing 50,000 more troops toward Liaodong. News of the 50,000 marching east spread quickly. Though no decree was spoken, all knew, Tang was preparing to strike Goguryeo. Serves them right. I heard they often rob and kill Tang fishermen on the sea near Liaodong. They must be taught a lesson. Can Goguryeo be defeated? Remember how the last dynasty fell. This step of His Majesty's, sigh. May His Majesty not be like that tyrant Emperor Yang of Sui, emptying the treasury. The realm has only just settled. The common people spoke with mixed feelings. But far in Shandong, Wang Jin had no time for debate. He only knew the army was marching east, and would pass through Shandong. This was exactly what Qingxiu had warned him. The court truly meant to take him down. Panicked, he abandoned all duties, and by night secretly sent a letter to Qingxiu in Liaodong. It was time to seek a way to survive through him. Liaodong, Tang military camp. Salih and Wanyan Dashi both appeared, glaring at each other with hatred. So, you Jurchens needed a beating to learn what's what. Now you dare not oppose the heavenly army, eh? If not for Tang's help, Yushi would still be gnawing bark in the mountains. Rubbish. Do you think Tang was wrong to fight you? Duke of Qinghua, I suggest you cut this one down now. He is not truly loyal to Tang. Qingxiu frowned, tired of their bickering. Will you two be silent? Do you think this is your home, where you can chatter freely? At his words, both chiefs closed their mouths at once. Now, what of the mobilization I ordered? This is the most important matter. If there is delay, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Threatened so, both hastened to reply that their tribe's warriors were prepared, ready to fight for Duke of Qingwa at any time. If so, then why didn't you say it earlier? Why waste so many useless words here? In a moment, each of you will take 20 strokes of the army rod. Next time you come into my camp and dare to talk nonsense, I'll cut your heads off directly. Qingxiu gave out punishment mercilessly. It was not that he was cruel, but when dealing with these barbarians who feared force but not virtue, he had to show severity. The harsher the beating, the more they feared. If he showed kindness, they would instead think he was afraid of them. Yes, sir. The two dared not argue, bowed their heads, and slunk out of the camp. Just as they left, a messenger hurried in with letters in his arms. Duke of Qingwa, a letter from Chang'an, 1 decree to increase troops, and 2 secret letters. At the last words, the soldier deliberately lowered his voice. Understood. Qingxiu nodded slightly, opened the letters, and signaled him to withdraw. The decree to increase troops was no surprise. He had already told Li Er that 50,000 men on the front was a bit too few to swallow Goguryeo. But he hadn't expected Li Er to be so bold, directly adding another 50,000. This was truly good news. Qingxiu decided, after today's drills, he would announce it to the army to boost morale and dampen Goguryo's spirit. As for the secret letter? He guessed it must be about the appointment of the commander-in-chief. But he had not thought that this position would fall to him. It seems the emperor wants this war taken with no mistakes, absolutely flawless. Qingxiu muttered. And the next line surprised him even more. Li Er wrote that Li Jing and Hou Junji were to serve as his left and right deputies, under his command. This was perhaps the most sensational arrangement since Tang was founded. 2 men who had destroyed kingdoms with their campaigns, now acting as deputies under Qingxiu, this showed how high his standing was. Without waiting for future historians, even now it could be said, Qingxiu was Tang's undisputed first general. But from this Qingxiu also saw Li Er's determination to take Goguryeo. Such a grand setup placed enormous responsibility on him. If he held such good cards and still failed, even without Li Er's blame, Qingxiu himself could never forgive it. Laying that letter aside, Qingxiu picked up another, this one unsigned. The seal was stuck tight, clearly to prevent tampering. It was from Wang Jin in Shandong. This time he wasted no words, he begged directly for Qingxiu's help. He promised to hand over all his industries and networks without reservation, asking only to leave Tang safely with some wealth. He even swore he would obey Qingxiu's every order. So you finally know what fear is? Seeing the terror spilling from the page, Qingxiu sneered coldly. This man had chances, after Tang was founded, to wash clean and rise, but he had chosen instead to manipulate the court, trying to be a petty emperor in Shandong. His fate was deserved. Still, since Wang Jin came crawling, Qingxiu would not be polite. He thought for a while, then wrote a letter to a monk charlatan spreading Buddhism among the Turks. In it, he told the elder only to receive someone escaping secretly from the Central Plains and give him refuge, without revealing Wang Jin's true identity, lest fear prevent him from helping. As for Wang Jin, Qingxiu decided to travel personally to Shandong to discuss the matter face to face. Soon after, Shuiren Gui entered the tent. Boss, you called me? This letter, find someone trustworthy and tight-lipped to deliver it. Take it to the address on the envelope, ride hard and fast. Qingxiu handed him the letter meant for the charlatan monk. Seeing it was addressed to the Turks, Shuiren Gui was surprised. Qingxiu warned. Remember, no fourth person must know I sent this letter. Had it been anyone else secretly writing to the Turks, Shuiren Gui would suspect treason. But since it was Qingxiu, he was sure it had no harm for Tang. Rest easy, boss. I swear on my head, no word will leak. Shuiren Gui pledged firmly. Also, I must go to Shandong at once, tonight I leave. Until I return, you and Li Daoyan handle the army's affairs. But remember, before I come back, not even the smallest skirmish with Goguryeo is allowed. Understood. Shuiren Gui would never disobey. Only, when will you return, boss? Qingxiu thought for a moment. If nothing unexpected happens? I will return with the army to Liaodong. When I return, that will be the day we march on Goguryeo. Goguryeo, Engshi City. News that the Jurchens had killed the envoys and submitted to Tang soon reached Gao Yuan. In earlier times, he would have raged, ordering the Jurchens punished and their lands burned. But today was different. Fires blazed on all Goguryeo's borders, everywhere needed reinforcements. Even the long coasts with no foreign enemy were attacked by Li Ji's raids, forcing them to abandon all ports. In such a state, how could they deal with the Jurchens? Even with Scylla and Beach, usually oppressed, Gao Yuan now lowered himself to win favor. He returned some captured lands, only so they would not strike his rear when war came. Scylla and Beach took the land, agreed in words, but in truth sneered. They already had secret dealings with Tang, and Li Er promised them far more territory than Gao Yuan. Besides, even if Goguryeo won this war, when Tang withdrew they would seize those lands back again. Scylla and Beach wished more than Tang itself for Goguryeo's destruction. Otherwise, they would never rise, and sooner or later be swallowed by Goguryeo. Shandong remained the same as before. Even while staying inside his residence with many thugs guarding him, Wang Jin still sat restless, filled with fear that his life could end at any moment. These past days, he had received no reply from Qingxiu. Instead, Tang troops were drawing closer. The court had clearly prepared long in advance. Recently, anyone trying to leave Shandong was strictly searched. Almost all were blocked from leaving, especially merchants. Without special permits issued by the court, there was no way to pass. And those permits were never given to the merchants of the Shandong Salt Guild. The reason was obvious. Though Wang Jin could disguise himself as a commoner and secretly flee, he could not bear to abandon the gold and silver he had gathered. If he had to escape empty-handed and spend the rest of his life wandering, always in danger, living rough, it would be better to kill him outright. Just then, loud laughter and the clashing of cups echoed from outside the courtyard. Already annoyed, the noise filled him with rage. He at once ordered his servants. "What's that racket outside? Why so noisy?" "Master, it's the guests you brought in, they're holding a feast and drinking in the courtyard," a servant answered. These so-called guests were outlaws, ruffians, and thieves Wang Jin had recruited as enforcers for his guild. Wang Jin grew furious. His head was about to be lost, and these bastards still had the mood to feast? "Tell them to clear it away, now!" he shouted in anger. But the servant trembled, staring at him without moving. "Was I not clear enough?" Wang Jin snapped. The servant stayed silent, and Wang Jin understood. All Shandong's business world already knew the court was about to deal with him, leaving no chance of survival. Soon he would be a dead man. None in Shandong's trade still feared him. They were waiting like wolves for him to fall, ready to snatch at his remains. These ruthless, shameless outlaws even more so. When he was strong, they dared not breathe against him. But now, they saw him as already dead. Why fear him? For them, only force and money mattered. Though burning with anger, Wang Jin forced himself to endure. If he drove them too far, who knew what they might do? Most were already wanted criminals. A few more killings meant nothing to them. Dragon stranded in shallow water mocked by shrimp, tiger fallen to flatland bullied by dogs. He muttered in despair. At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Master, Duke of Qingwa himself has come, asking to meet you. I have invited him to the main hall. He asked that you come quickly." Hearing this, Wang Jin sprang up alive again, his eyes no longer desperate. "Truly Duke of Qingwa? Excellent." He was so excited he babbled, quickly ordering a banquet prepared to host Qingxiu. "No need," the servant added. "The Duke told me to keep it quiet, finish your business quickly and leave." Wang Jin thought it made sense. Qingxiu was secretly meeting him to negotiate, not to be seen. "Good, tell him to wait, I'll come at once." As Qingxiu entered the residence, passing the tables of drunken guests, no one noticed him. But when the steward respectfully addressed him as Duke of Qingwa, the courtyard fell silent. Hands holding cups froze. They saw clearly who had arrived. It was Qingxiu. The feast turned tasteless at once. None dared speak a word. The courtyard was silent. Qingxiu gave them one cold, disdainful glance. That single look sent chills through them. Only after he left for the main hall did they breathe again. I suddenly remembered some business. You drink without me. My stomach hurts, I'll leave too. I can't hold my liquor. Excuse me." One by one, the ruffians who had been so arrogant moments ago hurriedly packed up and left. They feared disturbing the man now seated in the main hall. Before Qingxiu had even finished a cup of tea, Wang Jin rushed in. "Greetings, Duke of Qingwa." He went straight into a full ceremonial bow. "Stop. I came to speak of business, not to waste time with such nonsense," Qingxiu said impatiently. "Of course." Wang Jin straightened, obedient as a grandson. "I thought you valued ceremony, so I dared not cut any corners." His attitude was the complete opposite of their first meeting. Now he saw Qingxiu as his only savior. "No more words. I came to save your life. But you know the price, don't you?" "I do." Without hesitation, Wang Jin pulled out all his deeds of land and houses, plus keys to his guild's warehouses and treasuries. Most important, he produced a register detailing every major merchant in Shandong. Their wealth, goods, habits, even how many servants each household had. Clearly, he had ruled Shandong's trade with thorough control. This is everything I have. With these in your hands, even if I am gone, they will obey you. With your skill, you will rule them far better than I ever could. Wang Jin flattered. Qingxiu flipped through the documents casually. You know that if I can arrange your escape beyond the frontier, with someone to meet you, I can also control your every move there. If there is the slightest falsehood in this, then you may take my head at once. I swear it's all true. Wang Jin pounded his chest, swearing firmly. Qingxiu wasted no more words. He took everything Wang Jin had handed over and tucked it into his robe. Then he pulled out a letter. I've written the meeting place and time inside, and here is an identity token so you can pass the border smoothly. When you meet the contact outside the frontier, show him this letter. He'll keep you alive. Wang Jin was overjoyed. He repeatedly thanked him and was about to take the letter. But Qingxiu suddenly pulled it back. Before that, I have a question for you. Please ask, sir. I will tell everything truthfully. This time you leave the frontier, how much gold and silver are you taking with you? The question hit Wang Jin's greatest concern. In fact, half a month earlier, he had begun sorting and packing. He loaded carts with his most valuable and portable belongings. Not daring to hide it, he led Qingxiu to see his caravan. Qingxiu then saw how greedy he truly was. Several large chests were stuffed full of gold, so heavy even a single wagon couldn't carry them. As for jewels, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, they were piled up in dazzling variety. Clearly, even in exile in the north, Wang Jin had no intention of giving up his lavish life. Don't worry, sir. Though I take much, compared to what I leave with you, it's just a drop in the ocean. But when he noticed Qingxiu's expression growing strange, he quickly changed his tone. If you think it's too much, I'll take less. No. In fact, you should take more. What you have is just right. To his surprise, Qingxiu agreed. He smiled. In the steppe, supplies are scarce. I've heard even a copper basin can be traded for a sheep. If you don't bring treasure, how will you manage? Wang Jin was delighted. Sir, you understand me best. If only we had the chance, I'd drink with you today. No need. Once this is done, I'll leave. Best we don't meet again. And hurry, if the court soldiers arrive, you'll surely die, letter or not. Wang Jin nodded, sent servants to escort Qingxiu out, and rushed to prepare. At the gate, Qingxiu looked back at the grand estate with a meaningful glance. A fine place. Perhaps I'll make this my residence in Shandong. Wang Jin did not realize that in Qingxiu's mind, he was already a dead man. Once he crossed into Turkic land, within a month he would be killed. Not because Qingxiu plotted secretly against him, but because of that caravan loaded with gold and silver. Since submitting to Tang, the Turks had been desperately poor. Some risked execution stealing pots and pans from Tang's border. Now, Wang Jin was a fat sheep, carrying wealth greater than entire tribes possessed. He had no ability to protect it. His fortune guaranteed his death. But he never realized it, happily packing for his road to the underworld. Qingxiu, of course, had no problem with that. The next day, merchants came as usual to Wang Jin's residence to discuss guild affairs. But they found the estate empty. He had left in the night, wagons full of treasure, out of the city. No one was surprised. With his cunning, fleeing was expected. But the suddenness left them unprepared. Soon, their focus turned to the wealth he left behind. Whether he lived or died didn't matter. Whoever seized his property would be the new overlord of Shandong. That very day, they began trying to buy his assets and search for the guild's warehouse keys. The entire guild was turned upside down, but not a single deed or key was found. Desperation set in. They guessed everything must still be in the residence. But the hired thugs at the gate barred them from entry. Not out of loyalty, but because they hoped to grab the treasure first. They even locked up Wang Jin's family, beating them daily, demanding to know where the deeds and keys were hidden, almost beating them to death. 3 days passed like this. By the 4th, the merchants could not endure. Since these ruffians won't open the gate, let's hire some bandits to break in by force. The proposal was met with eager support. All were willing to pay. Though it would stir trouble and bring officials, they could blame everything on the thugs. As long as they seized the deeds and keys before the authorities arrived, all would be well. But just as they prepared to act, a troop of soldiers suddenly arrived and surrounded the estate. What does this mean? The merchants were shocked. They had kept Wang Jin's disappearance secret. How did word get out? The soldiers opened a path. From among them stepped a young nobleman, Duke of Qinghua. Seeing him personally, everyone was shaken beyond words. Why had he come himself? Step aside. At his command, they quickly cleared the way. The gate of Wang Jin's estate stood before Qingxiu. I know you are all worried since manager Wang has vanished. But put aside that worry. His businesses must be kept stable. Qingxiu held up a ring of keys. All eyes widened. They all recognized them, keys to the guild's warehouses. How had they fallen into Qingxiu's hands? Some time ago, your boss Wang came to me. He knew he could no longer manage his vast estate. So he made a deal, he sold me everything he owned. Qingxiu pointed at the mansion. Including this house. From today, everything once under manager Wang's control, the guild, the estates, will now be managed by me. Everyone truly could not understand. How could things that Wang Jin had valued more than his life end up entirely in Qingxiu's hands? Even if he claimed that Wang Jin had made a trade with him and sold everything, few would believe it. It was clear the two of them had deep enmity, and even if Wang Jin wanted to leave the merchant world, he would never hand over all his life's wealth to an old rival. Duke Qingwa has the transfer deeds, all personally signed by Wang Jin. None of you should object. Duke Qingwa always acts in accordance with the law. When has he ever broken it? An official stepped forward to defend Qingxiu at just the right time. With officials saying so, and all documents in order, what else could they say? They could only regret that the vast wealth of Shandong merchants had slipped from their grasp, leaving them with nothing. The gates of the Wang estate might have blocked other merchants, but before government troops they were nothing. Qingxiu ordered the soldiers to smash open the gates, and then armed men rushed in to seize the retainers who had been occupying the residence. At that moment those retainers were in the courtyard, holding a grand feast, drinking and laughing loudly. When they saw soldiers storming in, they dropped their cups and grabbed weapons, preparing to fight. They thought it was rival merchants' hired thugs. But when they saw actual government troops, murderous and grim, they shrank back in fear. These men were all fugitives from the underworld. Normally, even seeing soldiers on the street made their legs tremble. Now, with blades pointed in their faces, they were too terrified to resist. Even if they wanted to fight, they could never defeat soldiers. Drop your weapons, or you will all be cut down on the spot. Dozens of bows were drawn tight, arrows aimed at them. But, cornered, the retainers still refused to surrender quietly. Do you want to die? They gripped their weapons harder, refusing to back down. The captain grew furious. Release. Before the captain could finish, Qingxiu cut him off and gave the order himself. He knew all these retainers carried serious crimes. Even if captured alive, they would be executed. Better to kill them here and now. The soldiers obeyed instantly. Dozens of arrows flew, piercing the retainers and turning them into hedgehogs. A few tried to hide behind corpses and escape, crying for mercy, swearing it wasn't their fault. We were tricked by Wang Jin. Whatever crime he committed has nothing to do with us. Yes, Lord Wang ordered us to guard the gates and let no one in. It's those merchants outside who caused trouble. They still thought the merchants had summoned the soldiers, so they tried to push blame. Nonsense. This residence now belongs to Duke Qingwa. You dogs are guilty of trespassing in his house. Who are you guarding it for? The official's shout stunned them. This house had been Wang Jin's just days ago. How had it become Qingxiu's property so quickly? The soldiers searched the residence and soon found Wang Jin's family, all tied up in the main hall. Men, women, and children alike were bruised and swollen, nearly beaten to death by the retainers. They had even been starved, left on the verge of dying when rescued. Qingxiu was surprised that Wang Jin had not taken his family with him, but then thought it normal. The man had been orphaned young, with no siblings. His business was built on betraying others, cruel and without conscience. How could he care about wives or children? He only cared about himself. The family cried and begged the officials to avenge them. Wang Jin's whereabouts are unknown. The court is searching for him. This house and all his assets have been sold to Duke Qingwa. You must leave. If you know his whereabouts, report it. The officials had no patience for further explanation. They ordered them to pack up and get out. The women and children howled and wailed bitterly. Within 2 days, all of Wang Jin's servants and staff were dismissed with severance pay. Many buildings were demolished. The estate was renamed Qing Mansion, declaring to all of Shandong, Wang Jin was finished, never to return. From this day forth, Qingxiu would take his place. Qingxiu's takeover of the Shandong Salt Merchants Guild was complete. The merchants, knowing they could not resist, submitted. To their surprise, he managed this vast enterprise in just a few days, without giving them any chance to meddle. This was thanks to merchants he had already bribed. From the beginning they had fed him inside information. His knowledge of the guild was second only to Wang Jin's. When all were summoned to Qing Mansion, they sat in 2 rows in the hall, not daring to meet his gaze. Nearly all had once opposed him, openly or secretly. Now, as master of the guild, he could easily identify those who had hindered him before. Gentlemen, this list was taken from Wang Jin's study. It records how you manipulated the market, hoarded salt, and blocked my goods from entering Shandong. He threw the list on the table. The sound alone made their hearts jump. So it was true, Qingxiu had always been watching them. Many had been rehearsing excuses for when he questioned them. But to their shock, Qingxiu picked up a lamp and set the list on fire. They stared in disbelief. What did this mean? In the past, you sought profit for yourselves. Using business means to compete with me is normal. Besides, you acted under Wang Jin's orders. Debts have their master, I will not pursue it. He said calmly, but from now on, if you defy my commands, don't blame me for being harsher than Wang Jin. My methods are no weaker than his. The threat left them trembling. One after another, they pledged loyalty, swearing they would follow only Qingxiu from this day forward. This vast guild needs a capable leader. Looking across all of Shandong, no one is more suitable than you. We are willing to help Duke Qingwa make the guild flourish. From now on, we will follow you and earn money together. We have long heard of your great name in Chang'an. You are the best in the world at doing business. The flattery from the merchants flowed endlessly, but Qingxiu did not really listen. Good. Since you are so cooperative, I cannot let down your trust. Qingxiu immediately ordered them to collect all the coarse salt being sold in the market and store it in warehouses. From today, it could not be sold. All this coarse salt will be used as material to refine fine salt. Once I bring craftsmen from Chang'an to process it, the refined salt will be distributed and sold through you. Now that he had secured the Shandong salt merchants, he no longer needed to move fine salt from Guangzhou. Shandong was on the coast, and the cost of salt making was even lower than in Guangzhou. If the price stayed the same, selling in Shandong would bring him even greater profits. The merchants fell silent. They knew their easy days of making money from coarse salt were gone. The price of refined salt would be the same as Guangzhou. After subtracting taxes and Qingxiu's share, their profits would shrink heavily. For most, this meant a cut of almost 40%. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they dared not disobey his order. Now he not only had power equal to Wang Jin's but also had the government firmly backing him. Unlike before, there was no Wang Jin to lead them against the court. Of course, Qingxiu also brought them good news. As for salt, that is settled. But I have another piece of good news for you. The court has approved Shandong's merchants to pass through Tongguan and take the western trade routes, to sell goods to the western regions. The merchants were instantly excited, eyes flashing with joy. Duke Qingwa, is this true? How much tax will the court take? It won't be too high, will it? If salt doesn't make much profit, then trading in the western regions is even better. Profits there are enormous, everything sells for sky-high prices. Qingxiu smiled slightly. Don't worry about taxes. They will be the same as those for Guangzhou merchants. You will not be overburdened. I guarantee it. As long as you have capital and follow the rules, the silver and gold you earn will exceed your expectations. This truly was good news, more than making up for their lost salt profits. Every merchant in Tang knew the western regions were full of wealth. One trip could make fortunes. Guangzhou traders had already grown rich, and Shandong merchants had long been jealous. Now that Qingxiu secured this right for them, how could they not be grateful? He had taken away the small cake of salt profits, but in return gave them a much larger cake. I know that selling coarse salt was easy money, but in truth, it was squeezing the common people, leaving them poorer and poorer. What you earned would also decrease over time. But if we sell Tang goods to the western regions and abroad, we earn their money instead. We make more profit, and at the same time lower prices in Tang, benefiting the people. Isn't that best for both sides? The merchants were moved and praised him for his great vision. Though partly flattery, they truly respected him for being able to profit while also benefiting the common folk. If it were Wang Jin, he would only grab whatever money was easiest to take. Exactly. Exploiting the people for profit. How could that compare with Duke Qingwa, who thinks of the people? With Duke Qingwa guiding us, not only can we make money, but the people also get real benefits. Qingxiu waved them silent, tired of their endless flattery. Enough. Just follow my arrangements. I guarantee you will earn even more than under Wang Jin. The merchant's blood boiled at these words. For money, they would be more loyal than anyone. While Qingxiu easily subdued the merchants, Wang Jin, carrying great wealth, finally met Zhang the old trickster beyond the frontier. He was introduced to the Turkic king, Aluamona. By now, the northern steppe had turned into a vast Buddhist land. Men, women, and children alike were forced to follow Buddhism. When Wang Jin saw that the Buddhist tents were grander than the Turkic king's own tent, he was stunned. How had the Turks changed so suddenly? Aluamona received him warmly, even declaring at the banquet that he wanted to become sworn brothers with him, leaving Wang Jin overwhelmed. Great king, you treat me so kindly, I cannot repay you. I escaped from the Central Plains with some wealth. Please accept it as my greeting gift. He signaled, and servants brought trays bearing 10 gold ingots. Brother, what do you take me for? Take them back. Aluamona's face darkened. You came here as an honored guest. Not only will you eat and live well, I will grant you land, so you may settle and live a good life. Wang Jin nearly wept with gratitude. Great king. Say no more. Today we must drink deeply together. Aluamona sighed. In the past, you contributed much to us Turks. Now we are beaten down by Tang, and you too were forced down by treacherous courtiers. We are both brothers in misfortune. After the feast, Aluamona granted Wang Jin a small tribe of 5,000 herders. These herders were made his slaves and servants, their cattle and sheep his to use. It was said this was his reward for helping the Turks in the past and a gesture of gratitude. With this, Wang Jin knew he had truly come to the right place. The Turks valued loyalty and would not abandon an old friend. Wang Jin no longer let his thoughts run wild and simply decided that from now on he would live out the rest of his life on this steppe. After all, he had plenty of money. At the very least, drinking and feasting every day would not be a problem. But he did not know that although Aluamona outwardly believed in Buddhism, this did not mean he had become kind. His real troubles were still ahead. One day, Wang Jin was watching his herders miserably laboring to clear the grasslands and build houses for him, when suddenly a messenger from the Turkic royal tent arrived, bringing Aluamona's words. The great king sends his greetings, and has a small matter in which he hopes you might help. Speak freely. He and I are brothers. Not to mention a small matter, even if he asks me to do 10 great things, I would not refuse. Wang Jin spoke boldly, but after hearing the report, his smile froze. It turned out that Aluamona, because of his devotion to Buddhism, wished to build a great golden decorated tent to enshrine a Buddha image. But, lacking enough gold, the plan had stalled. Since he heard that Wang Jin had made great fortunes in the Central Plains, he wanted to ask his brother for some gold to decorate the tent. The great king said that when the golden tent is complete, he will first pray for your long life, wishing you 100 years of blessings. The messenger spoke respectfully, but his eyes kept wandering toward Wang Jin's wagons. That look made Wang Jin's skin crawl. The amount of gold to decorate a great tent was not small, it would take at least 1/10 of all the gold he had brought. But since he was living on their land, with over 5,000 herders as his slaves, and Aluamona had already shown such generosity, refusing seemed impossible. Of course. The great king saved me in my time of need. What is some worldly wealth in return? Wang Jin agreed cheerfully on the surface, but in his heart he ached bitterly. He could only comfort himself, consider the money as the price of land and servants. After all, Aluamona had not treated him badly. But Aluamona was not satisfied. Not many days later, the messenger came again, this time saying a small tribe had rebelled. The great king must put them down, but the army, worn out from fighting Tang, was too weak. So the king planned to use money to win them over instead. Unfortunately, the treasury was empty, so he hoped Wang Jin would lend some silver, promising repayment before year's end. This time, Wang Jin felt uneasy. The loan requested was a huge sum. If this kept happening, he would not be able to hold out. He could not let Aluamona keep treating him like a fat sheep to be sheared. When I fled from the border, it was in great haste. I did not bring much money, I fear I cannot cover the great king's needs. He tried to refuse politely. The messenger, unsurprised, sighed. If that is so? But remember, the land you live on and the 5,000 herders serving you, they are all the great king's property. If the great king cannot gather enough funds, he can only take back this land and these herders to pacify the rebels. Wang Jin hurriedly said, wait. I will find a way. By tomorrow at the latest, I will bring the money to the royal tent. Excellent. The two shook hands and smiled, though Wang Jin's smile was clearly forced. When the messenger returned and reported this to Aluamona, although Wang Jin had promised the money, the king's face showed little joy. Master Shishuan, squeezing him for money bit by bit is too slow. Why don't I just send men to take it all at once? Zhang the old trickster, sitting with eyes closed striking his wooden fish, said calmly, Great king, why rush? Can he escape the steppe? Sooner or later, all his wealth will be squeezed into your hands. Aluamona scoffed. If I act now, the money is mine immediately. Great king, I have taught you so much of the Buddha's law, yet you still lack patience. Zhang scolded him, making the king restrain himself. It's just. I fear he will run away. Even better. If you keep pressing him for money, to save his wealth he will surely try to flee. If he flees, then you strike him down, it will be all the more reasonable. Aluamona suddenly understood, praising the master. So the plan is to force him to flee, and then we take everything. Zhang pressed his palms together. A sin, a sin. He lowered his head and resumed striking the wooden fish. Aluamona laughed, enlightened. On his way out, he even bowed to the Buddha statue in the golden tent. But not long after leaving, he secretly called a trusted aide. Remember, he must flee on his own. You are not to be seen urging him. Understood? Yes, my lord. I swear it will be done cleanly, leaving you no worries. The aide bowed and left. Meanwhile, under Qingxiu's control, the Shandong salt trade was fully reorganized. Coarse salt was swept into history, replaced everywhere by cheap refined salt. The markets across Tang overflowed with it. On the very first day refined salt went on sale, shops everywhere were emptied, even their reserves not enough. Even though Qingxiu repeatedly promised the people that supply would never run out, they still rushed to buy all they could. They really did not want to go back to the days of eating coarse salt. Even though they knew those times were gone forever, the fear still lingered. Duke Qing is truly a good man. Without him, we'd still be gnawing on coarse salt. Yes, I've lived over 60 years, and this is the first time I've tasted such fine salt. All thanks to Duke Qing. Though he is a merchant, he has given us common folk much kindness. I heard that the people of Guangzhou also gained many benefits because of Duke Qing. From now on, wherever he goes, I will follow. Among the common people of Shandong, the praise for Qingxiu grew higher each day, no less than his popularity back in Guangzhou. And after these days of observing Shandong's markets, Qingxiu realized that the population here surpassed even Guangzhou. The salt market would be even greater. No wonder Wang Jin, even at the risk of opposing the court, tried every way to protect his market. Qingxiu could hardly imagine how terrifying the profits must have been when these merchants sold coarse salt at sky-high prices. In any case, Qingxiu now set his sights on Shandong's salt tax revenue. He simply wrote a letter and sent it to the court, bargaining with Emperor Li Er. He already removed Wang Jin so quickly? When Li Er learned the news, he was stunned and troubled. He had originally planned to swiftly deal with Wang Jin, then let the court take full control of all his inheritance and rebuild Shandong's trade. And to take back all the salt tax there under court authority. But he did not expect that Wang Jin would not only escape, but even have his wealth and network seized by Qingxiu's schemes. Li Er had no idea what methods Qingxiu used, but now that it was done, there was no way to get those assets back. A pity. Shandong's trade is so vast, yet he didn't leave me even a drop of soup. And the rest of Qingxiu's letter revealed his ambition went far beyond this. He wrote that he was willing to devote all his strength on the battlefield, to pacify Goguryeo for Tang. But in return, after the war, he demanded 60% of the salt tax from Shandong and Goguryeo. And all production and sale of refined salt must be completely under his personal control. This appetite shocked even Li Er. Could he even manage such a vast market? Though it promised great revenue, the condition was that Qingxiu had to use his own influence, not rely on court troops, to secure it. And there was another condition: he must pacify Goguryeo within half a year. This was the military pledge he gave, only with such a record could he demand such reward. Li Er waited over and over, then summoned his trusted ministers to hear their opinions. Of course, he did not include Changsun Wuji. The gathered ministers were shaken by Qingxiu's demands and his promise. First by the size of his appetite, second by the sheer difficulty of conquering Goguryeo in half a year. Winter was coming, making sieges harder, especially in Liaodong. Since Emperor Yang of Sui's invasions, Goguryeo had greatly strengthened its fortifications. To seize city after city by force would be unimaginably hard. Your Majesty, Duke Qing's appetite is too great. Shandong's salt tax is equal to Guangzhou's, you cannot lightly grant it. Wei Zheng opposed at once. Dr. Wei, have you forgotten? The condition is that he must conquer Goguryeo within 6 months. If he fails, he gets nothing. Fang Xianling dismissed his objection, as if convinced Qingxiu would surely succeed. Many agreed with Fang. Even Li Er inwardly leaned the same way. Though they had seen Qingxiu achieve astonishing victories before, they still doubted the Goguryeo campaign. Goguryeo was not like northern tribes or southern petty states. It had strong fortresses, trained armies, and vast territory for defense. Wei Zheng insisted, Duke Qing will surely win. Have you forgotten his past victories? But the others only shook their heads. To them, Wei Zheng knew nothing of war and could not imagine its difficulty. Your Majesty, I think you may agree to his condition, but you must add another restriction. Xiao Yu suggested. For 6 months, the court will not send reinforcements or new generals, only 6 months of supplies. If he conquers within that time, grant his terms. But if the war drags beyond 6 months, he must step down as commander, another will continue the fight, and Duke Qing will receive only a token reward. This proposal pleased Li Er. It left no disadvantage to the court. If Qingxiu failed to destroy Goguryeo in 6 months, but still drove deep into enemy land, then even another general taking over would reap great gains. But if Qingxiu truly succeeded with only his current army, then granting him huge rewards would still be a bargain. The Tang would gain land, people, and resources far beyond mere salt tax. Not to mention the glory of conquering Goguryeo, raising Tang's prestige at home and abroad. All right, let it be so. Draft the edict for me. Yes, Your Majesty. By the way, when this edict reaches Shandong, Duke Qing should already be joining the 50,000 troops heading to Liaodong, right? Li Er calculated, by the time war began, it would be close to the 12th lunar month. Whether the new year would be peaceful depended on Duke Qing's victories. Your Majesty, the generals have already set out to aid Duke Qing. But before Duke of Wei departed, he told me he wished, after this campaign, to retire and no longer meddle in state affairs. Du Ruhui reported. Li Er was startled, then sighed. After all, Li Jing was already nearly 70. After this campaign, he likely could no longer serve in the field. The rigors of command and long campaigns on horseback were beyond him now. But Li Jing did not speak to him directly and instead had Du Ruhui deliver the message for him. Obviously, he was testing to see whether Li Er was willing to let him leave the court. The Duke of Wei has worked hard for the country all these years. Despite his age, he still fights for me on the battlefield and has done all he can. When he returns from the Eastern campaign, I will reward him and allow him to retire and return home to live out his old age peacefully. Although Li Er said this, in his heart, he didn't think it would be that simple. Aside from Qingxiu, in this court, Li Jing had both outstanding achievements and high prestige. Within the court, he could still be restrained by Li Er and Qingxiu. If he left the court, though he would be far from the center of power and politics, he would also escape Li Er's surveillance. Such a general with great achievements made it hard for Li Er to feel at ease. The emperor's thoughts are deep and inscrutable. The reason Qingxiu could gain Li Er's complete trust was his nearly divine-like status and because he represented the fate of the Tang dynasty. But Li Jing did not have these qualities to dispel Li Er's suspicions. The more low-key and passive he acted, the more suspicious Li Er became of him. In short, let's see how this battle plays out. If Qingxiu really can't end the war within half a year as promised, and the general is replaced according to the agreement, then this old body of Li Jing may still need to be put to use once more. On the road to Liaodong with the 100,000-strong army. During this troop reinforcement, Li Jing and Hou Junji accompanied the army. They had been marching for many days and were not far from Shandong. Along the way, Hou Junji was very excited. Although he was not the main general, participating in this top-level war to destroy a country would surely bring him rewards afterward. Moreover, Li Er had appointed him and Li Jing as Qingxiu's deputy generals, which showed that in Li Er's eyes, he was already on par with Li Jing. As Hou Junji was fantasizing about the future, Li Jing, who had been quietly reading beside him, suddenly began to cough violently. "General Li, have you caught a cold? You haven't coughed this whole time." Hou Junji handed him his own water flask. "This is some strong liquor I bought from the Duke of Qing's winery. Drink it, sweat a bit, it's good for the body." "No need, my illness isn't a cold. Drinking it won't help, cough, cough." Li Jing coughed violently again, which made Hou Junji quite concerned. "This is an old illness I've had for decades. Before the army set out, I was bedridden for several days and only managed to come along after taking several days of medicine," Li Jing said with a bitter smile. Hou Junji was surprised. "If that's the case, why come along at all? Just report your illness to His Majesty. It's not that simple." Li Jing gave a bitter smile. He had wanted to vent to Hou Junji, but after thinking it over, he swallowed the words. "Duke of Chen, after this campaign, I should be retiring from military service. By then, the affairs of the Tang army will likely fall on you and the Duke of Qing. Just remember, although it's good to make achievements while in your prime, don't go overboard." What Li Jing meant was to remind Hou Junji not to become too arrogant and overstep. Hou Junji naturally understood his meaning, but he remained silent. "We serve His Majesty faithfully. He sees everything we do. Duke of Wei, you don't need to worry. After all, you're the most trusted military officer in His Majesty's court." Li Jing gave a bitter smile. "Yes, let's pretend I didn't say anything." He knew Hou Junji didn't take his words to heart at all. That evening, while the army was resting along the way, a letter arrived from the Duke of Qing to both generals. The content was brief. They did not need to detour to Shandong and should head straight to Liaodong as quickly as possible, without taking any unnecessary routes. What does the Duke of Qing mean by this? Hou Junji was confused. Li Jing calmly said, "I think perhaps there's nothing we need to do in Shandong anymore. Come to think of it, the court asking us to detour to Shandong was strange in the first place. Fine, since the Duke of Qing is the commander, let's follow his orders. The two quickly agreed and immediately informed the army to change course and head straight to Liaodong. Qingxiu had long taken care of Wang Jin and absorbed all the wealth he left behind, so he no longer needed to use the army to exert pressure. Since that was the case, better to have the army reach Liaodong quickly and wrap up the war as soon as possible. After returning to Liaodong, Qingxiu did not rest. He mobilized all the soldiers from the Shi and Jurchen tribes for military use. Not only that, he also sent orders to the Turks, requesting that Aluamona personally bring his best cavalry to Liaodong at top speed and follow his command. Since the court had given limited troops, he simply used his own influence to gather forces from all directions. The army assembling at the frontier grew larger and larger. The soldiers at the Goguryeo border looked out every day at the Tang army formations in the distance. It was like black clouds about to crush the city, terrifying to behold. But they could do nothing and could only keep building higher walls and digging moats day after day. They deluded themselves, hoping the Tang army's attack could be delayed a few more days. Eventually, the 100,000 reinforcements from the court arrived at the border, and soon after, Aluamona also arrived with 40,000 elite cavalry. At this point, the Tang army, including allied forces, numbered nearly 300,000, and more than half were battle-hardened veterans. Their strength had already far surpassed Goguryeo. However, not many believed the Tang army was guaranteed to win, since Goguryeo still had fortified cities. On the eve before the planned attack on Goguryeo, Aluamona unexpectedly requested an audience with the Duke of Qing. "Speak quickly. We attack first thing tomorrow. Don't delay, rest and affect the battle." Qingxiu focused only on the book in his hands and didn't look at Aluamona, who was kneeling. "Duke of Qing? General Qing. I came to bring you a big gift." Aluamona didn't waste words. He directly placed a large package on Qingxiu's desk. "Please look." Qingxiu slightly frowned. He could smell a trace of blood from the package. "This is a head? Wang Jin's head?" Aluamona was shocked. He didn't expect Qingxiu to guess it right away. "Why you? How did you know?" "Nonsense. Do you think anything that happens on the grasslands can escape my eyes?" Aluamona didn't even know that Wang Jin was sent to the grasslands by Qingxiu himself. This Wang Jin was on the court's most wanted list. He fled to you, and instead of reporting him, you harbored him for some time. What were you thinking? Before Aluamona could respond, Qingxiu was already interrogating him. At that moment, how could he dare claim credit? Aramona was terrified and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing to explain himself. "General Qing, you misunderstood. I knew long ago that this man was a wanted criminal by the court. I kept him in Turkic territory just to lower his guard, then seized the chance to kill him. Look, didn't I bring his head to your tent?" Aramona was sweating all over as he spoke. The reason Aramona was able to behead Wang Jin was because he had deliberately released false news to Wang Jin, making him believe that in a few days Aramona would lead troops to rob his treasure and even cut off his head. To save his life, Wang Jin packed all his valuables overnight and tried to escape, only to be captured by Aramona, who had already prepared in advance. Before killing him, Aramona even pretended to scold him for not being a true friend and trying to collude with other tribes to frame him. But after killing Wang Jin and seizing a huge amount of wealth, he heard that the court had placed a high bounty on Wang Jin's head. So he took this opportunity to present the head directly to Qingxiu, hoping to gain some benefits. He never expected that upon meeting, Qingxiu would turn the tables and directly accuse him of harboring a criminal. So how could he expect a reward now? He just needed to get rid of the accusation as fast as possible. Qingxiu saw him lying on the ground, swearing oaths and nearly smashing his head from kowtowing, and finally waved impatiently for him to get out. "Thank you, Duke of Qing." Aramona felt as if he had been pardoned from death, quickly got up, but then heard Qingxiu slowly say behind him, "As far as I know, when Wang Jin fled to the grasslands, he brought a large amount of gold and silver. All of that ended up in your hands, didn't it?" Seeing Aramona's body stiffen, Qingxiu added, "Don't deny it, or the consequences will be worse." "Yes." Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I won't pursue this money, but it will be used as rewards for your troops after the war. Any objections?" The Central Plains usually gave rewards to troops recruited from subordinate states after the war. "I understand. That money is more than enough." Aramona forced a smile more painful than crying, thanked the Duke of Qing, and fled like a scalded dog. After leaving the tent, Aramona regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. How could he be so stupid as to present Wang Jin's head for credit? He returned to the Turkic camp dejectedly and told the other chieftains what had happened. All of them looked miserable as they listened. "Didn't we just make this trip for nothing?" "Yeah. If any of us die on the battlefield, we won't even get a pension. How are we supposed to face their families? Maybe we shouldn't help the Tang army. Let's just go back to the grasslands, save ourselves from causing deaths. Exactly. No reward money and still want us to fight. Aramona just wanted to vent, but didn't expect his men to talk more and more outrageously, making him increasingly nervous. Shut the hell up, all of you. Do you want to die? Don't you know what will happen if this gets to Qingxiu's ears? If you want to die, don't drag the whole Turkic tribe with you. This scolding finally sobered the chieftains on the spot. If they packed up and returned to the grasslands tonight, their heads wouldn't last 3 days on their necks. So we really have to fight this war? And bring our own food too? Hearing the complaints, Aramona muttered, what else can we do? If the Tang people won't give, we'll take it from the Goguryeo people. Someone else carefully added, but the Tang army doesn't allow us to slaughter cities or loot at will. Nonsense! If our troops fight faster, rush into Goguryeo territory before the Tang army gets there to plunder, how would they even know? Aramona stood up and looked at the chieftains. Remember this, once the war starts, fight as hard as you can. The farther we go, the more we can take. If we're slow, we'll get nothing. Understand? Understood. The chieftains quickly responded. Just the mention of loot instantly lifted their spirits. The next day, Qingxiu personally came to the front of the army formation and ordered the emperor's edict of war to be read aloud. He listed 8 crimes committed by the Goguryeo people, severely condemning them. Today, we act under the emperor's order to punish Goguryeo, eliminate its tyrant, and liberate the people suffering under their rule. We must win this war quickly. I hereby issue a military order. Within 6 months, Goguryeo must be conquered, and Gao Yuan captured and escorted to the capital. If I fail, I will resign as marshal and never lead troops again. The order stirred the entire army into a frenzy. They didn't expect the marshal to have such confidence and determination, which greatly boosted their morale. With one order from Qingxiu, the army immediately moved out in 3 directions to attack Goguryeo. He personally led one route, choosing the key routes and cities to attack, and brought all the allied troops under his command. After all, only he could control those wild and unruly forces. The other 2 routes were led by Hou Junji and Li Jing, flanking from left and right, bypassing cities that could be avoided for Qingxiu to capture. They only needed to advance straight and threaten Goguryeo's capital. As the war began, Qingxiu led his troops eastward, easily capturing even the strongest cities under his command, facing almost no resistance. His army's speed was nearly equal to the other 2. In every battle along the way, the Goguryeo forces were instantly defeated, unable to fight back. In just half a month, Qingxiu completely conquered all territory west of the Yalu River in Liaodong. At this point, Goguryeo had lost half its land, retreating entirely to the Korean peninsula, not daring to cross the Yalu River. Now, they pinned all hope on the border stronghold Ansi City, believing that as long as it stood, Goguryeo would be safe. Ansi City was the farthest point the Sui army had reached during their campaign. It was also where the most Sui soldiers had died. When Qingxiu crossed the Yalu River and approached Ansi City, he found many jingguan made from Sui soldiers' corpses. Looking around, the piled bones were weathered and decayed. Even the armor had rusted and rotted. Qingxiu felt deeply saddened seeing the scene. Yang of Sui deserved to die, and the fall of his dynasty was fate. But it's a pity for these brave young men who died for the Central Plains. Qingxiu ordered all the jingguan to be dismantled and the Sui soldiers' remains to be buried with respect. The Tang soldiers, seeing their fallen countrymen's bones, were all moved and their hatred for the Goguryeo people grew even stronger. Soldiers, the Goguryeo people have insulted the corpses of our Central Plains men, building more than 10 jingguan, towers of skulls, from them. We must repay them in kind. After we take this Ansi city, we must build a jingguan from the corpses of Goguryeo people that is taller than the city wall. Qingxiu's words were immediately met with loud approval from the soldiers. Regardless of what comes next, they were already itching to chop off the heads of those Goguryeo people right now. As the Tang army roared outside the city like tigers and wolves, the Goguryeo people hiding inside dared not open the gate to fight. They hurriedly prepared rolling stones and logs, almost piling them to the top of the wall, trembling in fear while waiting for the Tang army's assault. The cold wind blew, and the Goguryeo soldiers on the city wall shivered from the cold. They couldn't understand how the Tang army could line up so neatly in such freezing wind where even fingers could freeze off. If you open the city gate and surrender now, the defending troops inside will be spared. I can open the granaries and treasuries of Ansi City and distribute them to you Goguryeo people for appeasement. If you stubbornly resist, none of you will survive. Once the war starts, if even one Tang soldier dies, I will not accept your surrender. On horseback, Qingxiu's voice was carried by the cold wind to the city wall, making those who heard it feel a chill in their hearts. Many people started wavering under his threats and offers. Today, the whole garrison will defend Ansi City to the death. Not one will surrender. A commander on the wall shouted loudly, "With me, Yang Wanchun, here, even if your Tang soldiers fill the moat with corpses, you still won't climb up." "Oh right, maybe you could use those Sui soldiers' corpses to fill the moat, it might make your assault easier." Yang Wanchun's arrogant shouts and mockery made the Goguryeo soldiers laugh and cheer, their fear dispelled. They came back to their senses from fear. What was there to be afraid of with General Yang here? Qingxiu knew of Yang Wanchun, a famous general whose strength and command were no less than Yun Geiseman. A general who, in a city defense battle, even Li Shimin found difficult to deal with in a short time. For such a figure, Qingxiu had always shown the highest respect. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to bring forth his respect. They dragged dozens of cannons with warhorses slowly to the front of the formation, adjusting their aim at Ansi City's tall walls. Seeing this, Yang Wanchun felt nervous. He knew the siege engines built by the Central Plains had powerful attacking capabilities. "Hurry, pour water on the city walls. Once it freezes, it will make their assault harder." Yang Wanchun quickly gave orders and told the soldiers to ready their bows to strike as soon as the enemy advanced. He thought that since they hadn't yet pushed the dark cannons into effective catapult range, maybe he still had time to prepare. But the Tang soldiers had already loaded the shells and were ready to fire. Fire! With a single command, the fuses were lit. In an instant, thunderous roars shook the sky. Dozens of cannons roared at once, making the walls tremble and the clouds disperse. Before the Goguryeo soldiers could recover from the terrifying sound, the shells rained down, shattering them instantly. Boom! Dozens of shells hit the seemingly solid ice-covered wall at once, instantly smashing the icy surface and shaking the brick structure. Some shells directly landed among the soldiers on the wall, killing over a dozen on the spot and wounding many more. Yang Wanchun was buried under collapsing bricks during the first blast. When his personal guards helped him struggle out of the rubble, the wall was already covered in thick smoke. He couldn't see anything outside. "What's going on? What's going on? Is it thunder?" Yang Wanchun roared hoarsely, his ears ringing so badly he couldn't hear anything else. Only when he was helped down from the wall did he learn the Tang army was using some siege weapon called a cannon. That thing's range is several times that of a catapult. And when it hits, everything within dozens of feet is shredded. "I saw a comrade take a direct hit, there wasn't even a body left, just meat paste. General, you can't go back up the wall. It's certain death." Yang Wanchun, now at the base of the wall, heard his soldiers' terrified reports about the terrifying cannon. He cursed loudly, "Bastards! If we don't guard the wall, what if the Tang army climbs up while we're down here? Get back up there! Bring more iron shields and wooden shields, there's always a way to block the cannons." Before he finished speaking, another shell smashed into the tower, breaking most of it, raining debris that sent them scrambling for cover. "Bastards!" Yang Wanchun stomped and cursed in anger and despair. This was the first time in his life he had seen such terrifying siege weapons. With such power, he couldn't imagine any wall that could withstand these cannon blasts. Even when he forced soldiers to defend the wall at sword point, they were blown to bits before they even reached position. Defending the wall was no longer realistic. At this moment, Shuiren-Gue looked through a telescope and saw no Goguryeo soldiers left on the wall. He immediately requested permission from Qingxiu to prepare ladders and climb the walls to enter the city. "No need. Either we use up all our cannonballs today, or we blow down the city wall of Ansi City. The cannon fire must not stop." Qingxiu didn't want to give Yang Wanchun any chance to recover. If he could safely blast the wall with cannons, why risk lives by sending soldiers to climb it? Shuiren-Gue hesitated, "But there's no one on the wall, and we have limited cannonballs. At this rate, we won't kill many soldiers. Why must we kill their soldiers? Just break the wall, then the army can enter Ansi City in perfect formation with fewer casualties." Qingxiu waved him off, his mind was made up. Besides, even if the enemy hid in the city, Qingxiu had ways to make them wish they were dead. Yang Wanchun could never have imagined that above his head, dozens of hot air balloons were already floating. With a powerful enemy before them, who would expect the Tang army to be able to fly? "Everyone, it's time!" The Tang soldiers in the hot air balloons quickly locked on the Goguryeo defenders. Yang Wanchun did have plans. Knowing the wall couldn't be defended, he ordered all troops to form formations inside the city, planning to fight to the end in street battles once the Tang army broke in using the houses as cover. The soldiers on the hot air balloons all took out grenades, just waiting for the signal from the Duke of Qing to start throwing. But strangely, they waited for a long time without seeing the Duke of Qing give the signal. Outside the city, the cannons were still firing fiercely, blasting bricks and stones everywhere. Looking down at the Goguryeo formation, it was clearly a perfect target for a surprise attack. They were itching to throw. If not for Qingxiu's strict order, not to throw even one grenade without the signal flare, these men would have lost control long ago. The cannons fired for a full hour, until the ammunition storage was nearly empty. Some cannons even cracked from overheating. Only then did Qingxiu give the order to cease fire. Through the smoke and dust, Qingxiu could faintly see that most of the city wall had been blasted down, with only a few broken sections still standing alone. He could already clearly see the Goguryeo troops forming ranks inside the city, preparing for street fighting. Aramona. Take your men and attack. The Shi and Jurchen follow closely behind. Don't retreat until the Goguryeo formation is crushed. Disobeying orders means execution. Qingxiu gave the allied troops a death order without mercy. Naturally, they rode their horses and charged forward with all their might. Even though they were working for the Tang army, chopping heads still earned rewards, and they could even loot money off the corpses. They relied on these battles to make money. And since Qingxiu had always kept his promises, rewarding those with military merit, these savages were willing to risk their lives for him. Form the ranks well. These barbarians don't have the same shock force as the Tang army. As long as we hold off the first wave, they'll lose heart and flee. Yang Wanchun was still encouraging his troops and preparing to fight. He didn't realize that the real threat didn't come from the allied troops charging head-on. It's about time. Qingxiu saw the hot air balloons in position and ordered a soldier to light a prepared firecracker on the ground. With a whoosh, the firecracker shot into the sky and exploded with a red flare. As the signal flare lit up, the soldiers in the hot air balloons immediately began dropping grenades. The grenades fell like heavy rain, scattering into the Goguryeo formation below. The moment they hit the ground, they exploded violently, tearing huge gaps through the Goguryeo ranks. Blood and body parts flew onto soldiers' faces, scaring them out of their minds. They thought the Tang cannons had somehow hit inside the city. Run! Thinking of the cannons that could shatter entire walls, no one dared to fight anymore. The formation Yang Wanchun had worked so hard to hold immediately collapsed. Tens of thousands of defenders inside the city scattered in panic. More were trampled to death in the chaos than killed by grenades. Kill! Kill! The enemy is collapsing, we've won. Hurry and chop them down, or the Shi and Jurchen will steal our kills. The Turks saw the enemy fleeing in terror and charged even faster with joy. If they were slower, they might not even get a chance to earn battle credit. Damn it! Yang Wanchun's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He never imagined the Tang's firearms would be so terrifying. They could strike even without a direct line of sight. All his preparations and trained troops were wasted. He looked up and finally saw the massive hot air balloons, where Tang soldiers were still throwing grenades down. With his limited understanding, he couldn't comprehend how the Tang army could fly. But there was no time to think. Turkic cavalry was already charging in. Yang Wanchun knew his defeated troops couldn't be saved. The retreating Goguryeo soldiers behind him blocked his escape. He had nowhere left to run. Brothers, our deaths today are not from cowardice. After Ansi City falls, Goguryeo may be at the end of its days. If we don't want to see our country destroyed, our only option is to fight to the death. Yang Wanchun looked sadly at the few hundred personal guards around him. No one spoke. He and his guards gave up fleeing. Instead, they raised their weapons and charged straight at the allied army. Kill the enemy. Fight to the death for our country. Yang Wanchun rode ahead, vanishing into the mass of Turkic troops. His hundreds of guards followed closely. No matter how bravely they fought, once inside the tens of thousands-strong allied army, they were drowned in the tide. When Yang Wanchun was killed, many retreating Goguryeo soldiers were also trampled to death. The few young and strong soldiers had either escaped or were hiding in houses, trembling. They truly no longer dared to fight the Tang army. Soon, the allied troops had killed the remaining Goguryeo soldiers on the battlefield. But once the war began, they weren't easy to stop. After looting money and armor from the corpses, they still weren't satisfied. That little bit wasn't enough to risk their lives for. With bloodshot eyes, the allied troops ran across the battlefield like wild beasts, trampling corpses. Some even drew weapons on each other to steal the coins in dead soldiers' pockets. Everyone, stop fighting, look over there. Wanyan Dashi shouted, ordering his men to stop and pointed toward undamaged residential buildings nearby. Goguryeo collapsed too quickly, they hadn't even reached the houses before the charge ended. Qingxiu had also forbidden the hot air balloons from bombing the civilian areas. Those houses were still intact. The Goguryeo civilians were huddled inside. They stared in terror at the bloodthirsty Allied troops sharpening their blades on the battlefield. Over there, rob money, take food, grab women. Almost every Allied soldier's eyes lit up. These savages had robbery and plundering in their bones. They instantly turned their attention to the civilians. Besides, those people weren't Tang citizens, robbing them cost nothing. But before they could act, over 100 Tang soldiers of the supervisory team arrived on horseback. They quickly blocked the path of the Allied troops. The Duke of Qing has ordered, only Goguryeo soldiers, resisting militia, and soldiers disguised as civilians may be killed. Civilians not participating in the war must not be harmed. As long as they don't resist, let them live. Even robbing 1 penny will be punished by death without mercy. Li Daoyan held up Qingxiu's military order and shouted the Allied troops to a halt. To show authority, he drew his bow and shot a soldier who was about to move. 1 arrow knocked off his helmet. Anyone who takes 1 more step will be killed. Tens of thousands of Allied troops were forcefully stopped by just a few hundred Tang soldiers. Although they didn't dare to disobey the military order, there were still many who felt restless inside. After all, the temptation ahead was too great. Now that they had knives and guns in their hands and their eyes were red with greed, how could they possibly stay rational? Is this truly an order from the Duke of Qing? General, you're not lying to us, are you? Aramona squinted at Ling Daoyan, someone he had always looked down on. The generals in the Tang army were almost all battle-hardened and outstanding in martial skills. Xuerengue was a true one-man army. Just standing there, he could strike fear into the hearts of tens of thousands of Turks. Qingxiu needed no further mention. As long as he was there, even by himself, tens of thousands of Allied soldiers would follow his orders without complaint. Only this Ling Daoyan, this man normally only handled military law and had almost never fought in battle. To these barbarians who respected martial strength, he was merely someone who relied on Qingxiu's authority, wielding power like a chicken feather pretending to be an imperial decree, not worthy of respect. Exactly, General Ling, you're not planning to take the loot for yourself and not let us share it, are you? We've fought and bled for you Tang people for so long, can't we relax just a little? Why don't you come looting with us? At worst, we'll share a portion of our loot with you, just pretend you didn't see anything, how about that? Ling Daoyan was furious. He didn't expect these savages to be so hard to control. Just as he was wondering whether he should kill someone on the spot to establish authority, a loud shout came from the rear of the camp. General Qing has arrived. The restless Allied army immediately quieted down and became orderly. They quickly parted in the middle to make a path for Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't bring a large force, only Xuerengue was with him. The two rode slowly through the Allied formation, but their presence alone silenced the entire scene. Qingxiu rode directly in front of the few chieftains, and they quickly jumped down from their horses and knelt before him. Duke of Qing, you arrived just in time. Ling Daoyan came to Qingxiu's side, cold sweat clearly visible on his forehead. Qingxiu looked coldly at the tens of thousands of Allied troops before him, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. As if this massive army wasn't even human, but insects he could crush underfoot at will. You've grown bold, haven't you? You even dare to disobey my orders. These words made the kneeling chieftains tremble all over. We wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare? But just now, someone among you said they wanted to go looting and have a little fun. Cold sweat poured off Aramona like rain. I swear, if anyone dares to act so recklessly again, I'll be the first to cut off his head before the supervisory team even acts. Qingxiu sneered. If any of you feel that the Tang court has treated you unfairly, you can pack up and leave right now. General Ling won't stop you. But if I hear any more complaints in the army that you've been mistreated, it will be instant execution without pardon. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for everyone present to hear clearly. No one dared to reply, let alone foolishly walk away. Otherwise, once Goguryeo was destroyed, they'd be next. Qingxiu pointed to Ling Daoyan. From now on, any order he conveys on my behalf is a military order not to be defied. Anyone who questions him is the same as arguing with me. Yes. The chieftains almost pressed their bodies flat against the ground. Xuerengue, after the battle, you personally flogged these 3 tribal chieftains, 20 strokes each. You do it yourself. Let this serve as a painful lesson, so they don't lose their heads for lack of discipline in the future. Xuerengue sneered, as you command. Those words nearly made the chieftains cry on the spot. With Xuerengue's godlike strength, being flogged by him, imagine the outcome. That threat alone was enough to keep them from ever daring to loot Goguryeo civilians again. With the Tang army storming the city, the fall of Ansi City was now a fact. Of the 100,000 Goguryeo troops, over half had already scattered and fled, most of the rest were trampled to death in the chaos or blown up by grenades from the hot air balloons. Very few were actually killed in direct combat. Though a few stubborn Goguryeo soldiers still hid in houses, intending to fight the Tang army in street battles, they were merely a minor nuisance. The Tang army had full control over Ansi City. The lives of the hundreds of thousands of Goguryeo civilians in the city were now entirely in Qingxiu's hands. After the battlefield was cleared, Yang Wanquan's head was cut off by Aramona and brought to Qingxiu in exchange for a reward of 100 taels of gold. As for his body, it had already been horribly mutilated, pierced through like a sieve by dozens of spears. Only the head remained recognizable. Yang Wanquan was indeed a worthy figure. At the moment of death, he still personally killed dozens of Turks. Whether in martial skill, loyalty, or military strategy, he was among the best of the Goguryeo people. Historically, he had even held off Li Shimon's assaults and earned his respect. But sadly, he encountered Qingxiu. Even if he had built the walls from iron and had double the troops, the result would have been the same. Enough. Give Yang Wanquan a proper burial. Choose a good spot in Ansi City and erect a tombstone. Qingxiu didn't want to insult the man. A warrior who died for his country deserved respect. Soon after, Ling Daoyan entered the command tent and reported the city's situation to Qingxiu. There are over 430,000 civilians in this city. Many of them are strong and able-bodied. How do you plan to deal with them? In past sieges, never had there been this many people, usually under 100,000. Even if settled on the spot, they posed little threat. But with over 400,000 people, half of them could become soldiers if they picked up weapons. If they revolted behind the lines, it would be disastrous. Qingxiu frowned and asked, "What do you think we should do with these Goguryeo people?" Ling Daoyan thought carefully and replied, "Given the current situation, based on my knowledge of history, there are a few options. First, select the strong ones to form labor units, transporting supplies during peacetime, fighting with the army during wartime. Second, forcibly relocate them from Ansi City to Tang territory, resettling them in batches so they can't threaten the rear." Here, Ling Daoyan suddenly fell silent. He didn't say the third method, but Qingxiu already guessed what it was. "You mean, massacre?" Hearing this, Ling Daoyan nodded slightly. The first two methods required much effort and energy, demanding the Tang army to divert considerable focus to manage them, which could even slow the march and require a large share of rations. The third method was the most efficient and fast. Processing over 400,000 people directly meant no more future trouble. Massacre is the worst choice. It might solve the problem temporarily, but the resulting trouble will affect the entire campaign. The Goguryeo people will hate the Tang dynasty to death. Even if we destroy the Goguryeo royal court within half a year, for at least the next 100 years, the court will have to constantly send troops to suppress rebellions. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Even setting all that aside, Qingxiu would never casually slaughter 400,000 unarmed civilians. As for the other two methods, he wasn't satisfied with those either. With so many civilians, even a small mistake during relocation could spark a riot. After some thought, Qingxiu ordered Li Daoyan to go with him to the Goguryeo residential area to assess the situation. Li Daoyan felt it was a bit risky, but since Qingxiu insisted, he couldn't object. He just arranged for a few hundred soldiers to go with them. Although the residential district looked clean from the outside, once they entered, they saw the people of Goguryeo lived in hardship. Those tall, beautiful houses belonged only to high officials and nobles. Most civilians were in tattered clothes, malnourished and yellow-skinned from hunger. Especially the farmers, nearly all of them showed exhaustion and submission on their faces. They didn't even dare to lift their heads when Tang army horses passed. It seemed that in recent years, Goguryeo, in its show of force against Tang and competition with Silla and Baekje for territory, had completely squeezed its people dry. They were not like Yang Wanquan, respected officials bound to die for the court. For most of them, Goguryeo simply meant tax collectors and oppressors. Along the way, these people didn't show much hatred toward the Tang army, only fear and unease. This gave Qingxiu an idea for how to handle the situation. When he returned to the military command tent, he summoned all the generals. In front of the whole army, he directly ordered that Ansi City's grain and money stores be opened and divided into 3 parts. One part was to be distributed to the city's civilians, ensuring everyone received something. Another part was for military consumption during the campaign. The last part would stay in Ansi City for future needs. Upon hearing this, the generals exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. "Boss, giving a portion for the army's use is necessary. But giving part to the local civilians, what's the point?" Shui Rengue spoke first. "Besides, by military rules, we need the emperor's order to use loot from a conquered city. Giving it straight to civilians might displease his majesty." Though the others said nothing, they were thinking the same. Especially the tribal chieftains, they were even more displeased. In their view, even if all the wealth was wasted on wine and pleasure, it was better than giving it away to civilians for free. With this much wealth, it should be sent back to the capital for proper enjoyment. Those civilians should be picked through for young women. If left here, aren't they a hidden threat? Exactly. Duke of Qing, why be so kind to these defeated enemies? The tribal chieftains all agreed, but none dared say it aloud for Qingxiu to hear. I know you're all confused. But understand, we didn't come to Goguryeo to plunder. We're here to fully incorporate it into Tang territory. Every person on this land will be a citizen of Tang, farming and working, paying tribute and taxes. If we abandon the people, what use is empty land? Qingxiu's words made the generals realize their short-sightedness. Indeed, that made sense. Shui Rengue worriedly asked, Boss, those grain and money stores are spoils of war. By regulation, the court should decide their use. Aren't you afraid His Majesty will be displeased? Qingxiu replied indifferently, Don't worry about that, I'll explain it myself. As for you, once we return, let the soldiers rest 2 days. Then we'll march at full speed to the Goguryeo capital. Ansi City was conquered. From here to the Goguryeo capital, there were no more strongholds, just open plains easy to attack. They had to strike quickly, before Gao Yuan could flee, and end the war as soon as possible. No one objected, they immediately began preparations. Li Daoyan, however, was kept behind by Qingxiu. General Li, you won't need to join future battles. Stay in Ansi City and govern all conquered Goguryeo cities for me, maintain order. Li Daoyan replied, With such trust from the Duke of Qing, I will not fail you. Although he wasn't especially good at battle, when it came to governance and maintaining law, Li Daoyan was the most capable under Qingxiu. 2 days later, the whole army moved at Qingxiu's command, heading straight for the Goguryeo capital. Before leaving, Qingxiu received a frontline report that Li Jing and Hou Junji's 2 armies, while Qingxiu attacked cities, had been maneuvering through Goguryeo's heartland, reaching the capital and surrounding it. But the capital was strong and heavily defended. After half a month of siege, there was still no breakthrough. Instead, they attracted many Goguryeo reinforcements, which the 2 generals defeated one by one. The siege had turned into a prolonged battle of attrition. After receiving this news, Qingxiu immediately decided to change strategies. He ordered the army split into 5 units. The most elite, led by Qingxiu himself, would bypass all cities and head straight for the Goguryeo capital, carrying heavy siege artillery. The other 4 forces would spread out, blocking any Goguryeo troops from disrupting the supply line, so Qingxiu could march without concern. Duke of Qing, there are still 3 months left in your 6-month deadline with His Majesty. There's no need to rush like this. What if something goes wrong along the way? If the supply line breaks, the army could collapse. Maybe we should go city by city, steadily attacking our way in. Faced with different suggestions from the generals, Qingxiu rejected them all equally. Prepare for immediate march. Anyone who delays will be punished by military law. Once this order was given, no one dared to object. Everyone quickly got ready. They all knew that when Qingxiu said he'd punish, he meant it, and never joked. After the other 4 armies set off, Qingxiu organized the supplies and led his troops to continue marching east. His force consisted of only 20,000 core Tang soldiers and 100,000 auxiliary troops, while ahead they might face at least 400,000 wandering Goguryeo troops in the wild. Although everyone in the army knew this march would be extremely difficult and risky. As long as the horse Qingxiu rode stayed at the front of the formation, letting the soldiers see his back, no one felt fear. With the Duke of Qing present, what was there to fear, even if the enemy had thousands upon thousands of troops? Boss, Li Daoyan only has a few hundred of his own men to manage Ansi City. If the civilians there revolt, he won't be able to hold them down. Shui Rengue was very worried. If Ansi City is recaptured by Goguryeo, the consequences will be unthinkable. Ansi City was the rear base for Qingxiu, Hou Junji, and Li Jing's 3 armies. If it were cut off, they would lose all rear support for food and supplies. And if they had to retake Ansi City, their remaining cannon ammunition would be used up. Although they could wait for more ammunition from the rear, who knew how long that would take? If the siege of the capital dragged on too long and exceeded the deadline Qingxiu had agreed on with the court, all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Qingxiu kept his eyes on the road ahead. Kid, are you judging those civilians who barely survived under Goguryeo's tyranny with a soldier's mindset? They hate the Goguryeo king no less than we do. If we come here not to extort them, but instead give them food and money. Shui Rengue frowned deeply. That may be so, but the money we gave wasn't much. From what I heard, each person got very little. That's right. But if their own army comes back, not only will that money be taken away, they'll be forced into even heavier labor and have their food stolen. Do you think they'd want that? Qingxiu smiled confidently. From his godlike view of history, he understood better than anyone that for peasants in an agricultural society, national pride meant nothing compared to the land under their feet. Throughout history, only those regimes that allowed the common people to survive could achieve long-term stability, not just because they were legitimate or orthodox. The same was true for the Goguryeo people. Chang'an. The front line was advancing rapidly, and military reports were flying into Chang'an like snowflakes. Every time Li Shimin heard a report, it was nothing but good news, his rare joy in the midst of daily burdens. Especially after hearing that Ansi City had been taken, Li Shimin was so excited he could hardly sleep. He even had the battle report read aloud during morning court, sharing it with all his ministers. As expected, the court was shocked. All were amazed at Qingxiu's brilliant command. Duke of Qing is truly a genius in warfare. Not even 2 months have passed, and he's already taken half of Goguryeo's land and captured the hardest fortress. When Emperor Yang of Sui invaded Goguryeo, he lost nearly 1 million men and didn't even conquer half as much as Duke of Qing. No wonder His Majesty trusts him so much. Even if Bai Qi or Yui were reborn, they couldn't compare to Duke of Qing. The ministers all praised Qingxiu. Even Gao Shilian, who usually opposed him, had to admit his greatness. Chang Yaojin sighed, "That kid Qing is something else. He's barely been on a few battlefields and already fights better than I ever did." He patted Qin Qiong next to him. "Old brother, the younger generation is surpassing us old guys." The pat made Qin Qiong cough uncontrollably, startling Chang Yaojin into helping him catch his breath. "Don't worry, I won't die." Old illness, Qin Qiong signaled him to stop. "Don't treat me like a cripple." Seeing him like this, Chang Yaojin felt emotional but said nothing. Still, it was clear Qin Qiong, though unwilling to admit it, was happy the court had someone like Qingxiu to rely on. Chang's son Wuji was beaming. With a son-in-law achieving such success, he too shared the glory. "Your Majesty, Duke of Qing fights bravely on the front lines. The court should offer some encouragement, even if only verbal. It would comfort the soldiers fighting in the freezing cold." "You're right." Li Shimin was already thrilled. Hearing this, he immediately took off his own cloak and ordered it be delivered personally to Qingxiu. "I can't fight beside him, but if I can help him stay warm, that's something I can do." But just when everyone was rejoicing, someone had to ruin the mood. "Your Majesty, although Duke of Qing fights bravely at the front, I heard from the battle report that he distributed the grain and money from Ansi City to the locals without your permission. This is inappropriate. According to regulations, spoils of war should be distributed by the court. What Duke of Qing did violate state law?" At the peak of celebration, Wei Jing stood up and poured cold water over everyone's heads. The hall instantly fell silent, the smiles on everyone's faces frozen stiff. They had all read the report and knew this detail. But given military commands are not subject to imperial orders in the field, and Qingxiu had taken such a key city with limited resources, distributing some supplies to keep civilians from revolting? Was that really excessive? Even if he had taken all of Ansi City's resources, Li Shimin wouldn't have said a word. And now, during such a joyful moment, couldn't Wei Zheng have waited until court ended to speak? His talent for ruining the mood, no one else in Chang'an could match it. Duke of Qing has always been loyal to the court. He must have had a reason for doing so. Li Shimin replied calmly. Besides, he even reported this himself. If he meant harm, why speak of it openly? But Wei Zheng didn't let go. "Your Majesty, though military leaders may act independently, they mustn't be allowed to do as they please. Perhaps we should send a respected minister as a military supervisor to prevent this from happening again." That suggestion made the ministers break into a cold sweat. Wei Zheng had gone too far. He not only risked his own neck but wanted to drag someone else with him. Right now, Qingxiu's prestige in the military was sky high. Who would dare take the job of military supervisor and cause trouble for him? If they really went to the front line to restrict Qingxiu, I'm afraid he would flare up before long. Those arrogant and fierce generals that only Qingxiu could keep under control would immediately explode on the spot. It would be nothing but thankless effort. Everyone hurriedly stepped back, afraid of actually being chosen as supervisors at the front. Luckily, Li Er understood military matters. He treated Wei Zheng's words as nothing more than farting. "My beloved minister, I have my own way to handle this matter. There's no need for you to worry about it." Li Er coughed lightly. "Let's skip this for now." Fuke later arranged to select some officials, send them to Liaodong and Goguryeo, and appoint them to offices in the captured territories to establish order. This order meant that Li Er already regarded the conquered land of Goguryeo as Tang territory. That was why he so admired Qingxiu's method of distributing money and food on the spot. Without Qingxiu's preparations, he really could not have sent officials so quickly to take over the land. While Li Er mobilized the Tang bureaucracy to digest Goguryeu's territory, Qingxiu's victories on the front became ever more glorious. Originally, he advanced toward the capital, but dozens of cities blocked his way. He could only bypass them and march quickly. Yet unexpectedly, his earlier thunderous capture of Engshi City, and his kind treatment of surrendered soldiers and common people, spread far and wide. It shook the defenders' determination and will. Those soldiers and civilians long tormented by Goguryeu's royal court, once hearing Qingxiu's army approached, either urged their commanders and officials to surrender, or if not listened to, mutinied, killed their commanders, and opened the gates to welcome Tang troops. Thus, all along the way, Qingxiu captured dozens of cities without a battle, and gained the support of nearly 1 million civilians. He didn't even need supplies from Tang's rear. The local Goguryeo grain and fodder were enough. At the same time, Goguryeo tried to send troops to retake Engshi City while Qingxiu attacked elsewhere. But Li Daozong used Qingxiu's prestige, organizing the residents to defend the city and hold back the Goguryeo army. This was unheard of. Everyone saw how far-sighted Qingxiu's previous decisions were and admired him even more. Yet the more Qingxiu triumphed, the more miserable Goguryeu's royal court became. For 2 months, they were surrounded by 2 Tang armies, with no hope of victory. Almost every reinforcements were easily defeated in open battle. City food supplies dwindled daily. Just as King Gao Yuan prepared to conscript every male above 15 from the remaining land, a nearly fatal message arrived. Qingxiu's army is only 50 li from the capital, arriving any moment, bringing cannons and endless baggage trains. Not only Gao Yuan, every minister in the royal court was terrified. All immediately urged him, the capital could not be held. They must break out and escape. Otherwise, Qingxiu would capture the capital as easily as Engshi City, and they would all be prisoners. Once they abandoned the capital, Goguryeo would have no fortress left. Tang's conquest was only a matter of time. Surrender meant certain destruction. Escape at least meant struggling a little longer. Though no one knew when peace could come after fleeing, it was still better than becoming Tang's captives. As long as you live, Goguryeo still lives. The people will remember you. We will restore the kingdom one day. Fleeing is only temporary. One day, when Tang declines, we will return. Your Highness, you must never surrender. The ministers cried and begged, extinguishing Gao Yuan's last thought of surrender. As king of Goguryeo, how could I surrender to mere Tang generals? Gao Yuan roared hoarsely, one day, I will return, restore Goguryeo, and repay Tang 100-fold. Great king, heroic. That is as it should be. The ministers rejoiced and bowed in support. Even fleeing and abandoning the capital, they made it ceremonial. Since the king must flee, he needed proper preparations. Even commoners knew to prepare wealth for the road, let alone a king. So though he fled, he packed plenty of gold and silver. Ministers loaded carts with treasures. If not for their advice, Gao Yuan might even have taken his harem with him. After preparations, Gao Yuan sent word to Tang for negotiations. He claimed he would surrender, but needed 2 or 3 days, asking Tang to halt the attack, saying he would host a banquet in the city. After sending the message, he gazed at his magnificent palace, overcome with grief. He, a king, forced to abandon his capital. I shame my ancestors. Once our forebears drove away sway armies of hundreds of thousands, yet I must flee before mere tens of thousands. How can I ever face my ancestors in the underworld? He collapsed, weeping loudly. Meanwhile, Qingxiu's army finally reached the capital, bringing vast supplies, joining with the other Tang forces. After 2 months of siege, Tang's morale had been low. But seeing Qingxiu's mountains of supplies and hearing of his victories, morale soared. Even Engshi, that mighty city, had fallen easily to him. How much easier this capital, already starving. Hou Junji and Li Jing, seeing Qingxiu, bowed respectfully at once. His dazzling victories left them fully convinced. Before, Li Jing thought Qingxiu only succeeded by firearms. Now he saw his strategy was also first class, far beyond himself. Who was Tang's greatest general? No need to ask. You two, why so humble after only 2 months apart? Qingxiu quickly told them to rise. After all, Li Jing was his future father-in-law. Duke of Qingxiu, from here on, the battle plan is entirely up to you. We both will follow only your orders. The 2 generals pledged at once. It's not that extreme. Earlier, when you 2 marched back and forth deep inside Goguryeo, the battles you fought were not much worse than mine. Qingxiu spoke modestly with a few polite words, then ordered someone to bring the map of the capital's terrain. He was just about to analyze it when suddenly a piece of intelligence arrived outside the command tent. A Goguryeo envoy has just delivered a letter, requesting Duke Qingxiu to read it. Qingxiu took it and saw, it was King Gao Yuan's letter of surrender. Seeing this, Qingxiu was not surprised at all, but he did not believe it for a moment. Gao Yuan cannot surrender so easily. He has always deceived himself, thinking that Goguryeo's national strength is no weaker than Tang. Even now, with half the land still in his hand, he is surely still dreaming of restoring his country. Qingxiu casually tossed the surrender letter onto the table, not even caring to look at it again. Li Jing naturally agreed, since that's the case, we two armies should continue pressing the siege, giving Goguryeo no chance to breathe. Exactly. The west gate is already close to being breached. Within 7 days at most, we will surely break in. Ho Junji also voiced his agreement. But Qingxiu shook his head slightly. You two, immediately order the attack to stop. I will personally receive the Goguryeo envoy. The two were puzzled, but when they saw Qingxiu's playful smile, they suddenly understood. Could it be that Duke Qingxiu wants to? Before Li Jing could finish, Qingxiu waved his hand to silence him. What is seen, don't say out loud. The Goguryeo envoy, waiting nervously outside the tent, was overjoyed to learn Duke Qingxiu would receive him and that the Tang army had stopped attacking. This was truly wonderful. Qingxiu even welcomed him warmly, hosted a banquet, promised that Goguryeo's king would not be humiliated, and that he could still keep the dignity of a king. He even offered many generous conditions, saying as long as their king was willing to surrender, everything could be negotiated. Before the envoy left, Qingxiu even rewarded him with dozens of taels of gold to show his sincerity. Though my army has reached the capital, I myself am merciful and unwilling to kill. If the war can be resolved peacefully, that is naturally best. As long as you return to deliver this message, peace between our two countries can surely be achieved, and no one else will need to die. Qingxiu's kindly smiling face convinced the envoy completely. He immediately returned and reported to Gao Yuan. They had expected the Tang to drag out the negotiations, but the reply was so quick and easy. This delighted Gao Yuan, but at the same time filled him with doubt. Even by dusk, he was still hesitating. The guards prepared for a breakout, but Gao Yuan still did not leave. The Prime Minister came personally to urge him, but was met with Gao Yuan's harsh questioning. Why rush to break out? If Tang accepted our surrender so easily, doesn't that mean they cannot breach our city in the short term, that their strength is already spent? That means they have no certainty of victory. If we hold out longer, they might collapse on their own. And behind the capital we still hold half the country. If we abandon this place, wouldn't that be handing it all over? Seeing Gao Yuan suddenly speaking so righteously about fighting to the end, the Prime Minister was stunned. Great King, have you forgotten the Tang cannons? At Engshi, in only a few hours, an entire wall collapsed. Gao Yuan sneered, if so, why haven't they used the cannons now, and instead came to negotiate? As far as I know, cannons need shot to fire. They've fought many battles on the way, surely they have run out of ammunition. The Prime Minister was shocked that even now Gao Yuan was so naive and ignorant. He tried to advise, but Gao Yuan waved him to silence. He then summoned all the ministers into the palace, declaring life or death together, to fight Tang to the end. No one could understand why he suddenly thought there was hope. He looked with contempt at the ministers urging him to flee. In his heart he thought, they only wanted to save themselves, never considering him as king. Since Tang could not break the city quickly, he had to try to see if he could still drive them back and keep his throne. If truly he could not hold it, then he could still escape later. Whoever dares speak of fleeing again will be executed on the spot, and their head hung on the city gate to warn the army. With rage, Gao Yuan stabbed his sword hard into the table. The next moment, a thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears. Gao Yuan and his ministers were struck deaf, the earth itself shaking violently. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Thunder, thunder? What is happening outside? Gao Yuan screamed in terror, but he could not even hear his own voice. Only a strange buzzing filled his ears. After a long while, his hearing slowly returned. But outside, the thunderous sounds grew even denser, each blast followed by the sound of stone shattering. While everyone was bewildered, a messenger soldier tumbled into the hall, shouting hoarsely. The Tang suddenly used cannons to breach the walls. Several units have already charged inside, heading straight for the palace. Great King, flee. The Tang say whoever captures you alive will be rewarded 1,000 taels of gold, and 100 for your corpse. Gao Yuan's legs gave out and he fell into a chair. The Prime Minister rushed to hold him up. Quickly prepare horses, however many we have, get the king out. The guard stupidly asked, what about the carriages with gold and silver? Leave it all. Just get the king out alive. The prime minister nearly drew his sword to kill those fools. Qingxiu had seen from the start that the so-called peace talk was only Gao Yuan's delaying tactic. This man never meant to surrender. So after lulling Goguryeo into complacency, he ordered his troops under cover of night to attack with cannons, commanding Shui Rengue to rush straight for the palace and capture Gao Yuan. If he could be taken alive, then the rest of Goguryeo's land would fall with a single proclamation, and the war would end. Shui Rengue, knowing the mission's importance, led only about 100 riders in a swift charge into the city the instant the walls fell. He feared Gao Yuan might escape in the chaos. But even so, he was still a step too late. Before reaching the palace, he saw from afar the great halls already blazing with fire, turning the night sky bright red. Bastard! Shui Rengue cursed furiously. Listen well. Today, even if we die in the sea of fire, we must drag Gao Yuan out, he must not escape. Even if only his ashes remain, we must bring them out, not a grain missing. The dozens of fearless warriors immediately answered. But just as they prepared to charge into the burning palace, another order came from Qingxiu. He commanded them to stop at once, not to risk rushing inside. Shui Rengue, hearing the order, could only sigh in regret. He knew Qingxiu did not want them all to perish in the fire, so he gave such a command. When Qingxiu himself arrived outside the palace, the entire complex was swallowed in flames. Even though men hurried to fight the fire, it was useless. At that time, soldiers returned from searching in all directions, none had results. On the north side we caught only some fleeing officials. Their ranks were high, but Gao Yuan was not among them. The east side also had nothing. Please punish us, General. Our side as well, Gao Yuan is nowhere to be found. The soldiers reported anxiously, but Qingxiu only waved for them to withdraw. Shui Rengue still refused to give up. Boss, why not wait until the fire dies down, and I'll lead men inside to search? Maybe he burned to death inside, at least we can recover his body. Qingxiu said calmly, Gao Yuan has almost certainly escaped. He set fire to the palace only to distract us. He would never burn himself alive inside. You still have other tasks later. Go rest now, this battle is finished. Shui Rengue said no more, only took his leave. As for the palace fire, Qingxiu ordered the soldiers not to bother saving it, just to keep others away. The Goguryeo capital had already fallen. That alone meant its destruction. The palace was no longer needed. The very next day after capturing the city, Qingxiu directly proclaimed that Goguryeo was destroyed, and ordered the remaining unconquered cities to submit, or else they would be attacked and wiped out. Though Gao Yuan had escaped, even 3-year-old children knew Goguryeo's fall could not be reversed. Moreover, Qingxiu's fame had spread widely across Goguryeo. So when his orders arrived, the cities everywhere submitted to Tang. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, fleeing with a few guards and ministers, was like a stray dog, utterly miserable. He had left with almost no wealth, no supplies. Along the road he endured hunger and cold, sleeping in the open. Wherever they went, either the cities had already surrendered to Tang, or they refused to accept them, not daring to give them shelter. They could only run in exhaustion, exiles on the road. During this flight, Gao Yuan noticed his guards and ministers acting more strangely each day. This made him even more uneasy, afraid they might tie him up and hand him to Tang for merit. To prove he still had value, Gao Yuan promised to write a letter to Silla, asking them to take him in, believing he could find refuge there. In his mind, he still thought being a king gave him some worth, and since he once returned land taken from them, there was still friendship between the two nations. Even his prime minister could not bear to mock this foolish thought, but immediately stopped him from writing. He said if they fell into Silla's hands, they would surely be killed with joy. If that's so, what can I do? Even Japan has now been conquered by Tang, and of Goguryeo's half a country, only a few cities still resist. What else can I do? Gao Yuan collapsed on the ground, crying and complaining like a helpless child. Great king, you cannot be like this. You must be strong. We still rely on you to rebuild the mountains and rivers, the people of Goguryeo still wait for you to save them. The first task now is to stay alive. Only then can we plan for the future. We are not without a path. Ahead, there are still some cities that have not surrendered. Why not send someone to ask first? The ministers continued urging him, but some among the group were already discontent. On this hard journey, the little food left was mostly given to the high-ranking ministers. The soldiers protecting them ate the worst. When food was short, they starved while the ministers ate first. They had fallen to such misery, yet still had to bow to these men who ruined the country? The captain of the guards could bear it no longer. He felt he had already done all he owed to the Goguryeo king. He gave a signal to his lieutenants. They nodded, then quietly gathered the soldiers together. The captain gripped his sword and stepped before the sulking Gao Yuan. Great King, at this point you should return at once to Dongqing, rally troops there, and prepare to fight Tang to the end. The Prime Minister instantly cursed, "You fool! Dongqing already declared days ago that it wished to surrender to Tang. If we go, it's death." They only declared surrender, but Tang has not taken over yet. Perhaps if the Great King arrives, the local troops might still hope and choose to fight alongside him. It's possible. Nonsense. How can we trust those who already surrendered? What if they tie the king up and hand him to Tang for reward? Do not forget your place, stand down. But this time, the guard captain did not obey as before. Instead of retreating, he stared coldly at the Prime Minister, his contempt clear. Now the sword was in his hand, the soldiers were in his hand. These so-called ministers and king had nothing but empty titles. What else? Bastard! Did you not hear the Prime Minister's words? Do you need me to order you personally before you listen? Gao Yuan was already in a foul mood. Seeing him like this angered him more, and he shouted. The guard captain could no longer hold back. He drew his sword and roared, "Do it!" Suddenly, the soldiers all closed in, blades pointed at the ministers and the king they once guarded with their lives. No longer respectful, every face was filled with rage. They had truly had enough of these parasites who destroyed the country and still sat above them. You dare rebel? Gao Yuan jumped up in shock. Do not forget I am the king. Even if fleeing here, I am still your king. The captain could no longer endure. He kicked Gao Yuan to the ground and pressed the blade to his neck. Nonsense! Since you fled the capital, have you shown a single trace of what a king should be, any responsibility? All along the way you only ran for your life, not daring to fight, not daring to die for your country. Anyway, if you keep fleeing like this, sooner or later you'll be caught by the Tang. Better we hand you over now and claim a great reward for ourselves. The cold blade at his throat made Gao Yuan tremble with fear. He never imagined even his own guards would betray him. I, the king, have not treated you poorly in the past, how can you do this? At these words, the men burst into mocking laughter. We've served under you as guards for nearly 10 years, without reward or promotion. Meanwhile, the useless parasites around you enjoyed all the favor. What face do you have to speak like this to us? If you don't come with us, we'll cut off your head, it's the same reward. Then they stopped wasting words and forced Gao Yuan to go with them. As for the ministers, they were not spared either. Each of them had a price on their head, so the soldiers would not let them go. Gao Yuan, who had nearly lost his life fleeing the capital and lived less than half a month like a stray dog, was once again bound and sent back into Tang hands. Though the ministers were unwilling, they had no choice. To keep running with no end in sight, better this way. The capital city. Half a month ago it was still Goguryeu's royal seat, but now Qingxiu had renamed it Ning'an. In these 2 weeks, Tang armies hardly fought at all. Wherever they went, the remaining cities surrendered immediately, no need to attack. Though a few frontier towns still swore loyalty to Goguryeo, vowing to fight to the death, they were no more than a minor sore. Together they had less than 100,000 people, including women and children. They didn't even need to be attacked, cutting off their grain would be enough. During this half-month, Qingxiu used the army solely to hunt down Gao Yuan. As long as he was captured, any dream of reviving Goguryeo would be cut off. By now, Goguryeo was no different from destroyed. Some even suggested Qingxiu could return and claim reward. But Qingxiu refused. He still had nearly a month, enough time to settle everything here. Report. A letter has arrived from Silla. They congratulate Duke Qingxiu on destroying Goguryeo, praising the great merit. They also request your permission to besiege the few Goguryeo cities that have not yet surrendered. They promise to hand over the land and population after victory. Qingxiu, without lifting his head, said, "Fine. Let them fight. After they win, they may keep the grain and wealth from the city treasuries. I want only the people and land." The messenger acknowledged and withdrew. Qingxiu was busy with other matters, using Goguryeo's old archives to calculate the true population of the land. He found that Goguryeo's bureaucracy was bloated and useless. Their records of tax and population were almost entirely false. The gap with reality was huge. Ungshi City's real population was over 400,000, yet the palace records listed only a little over 100,000. The missing numbers were secretly taken by officials and local gentry, turned into tenant farmers and serfs under them. After stripping away all the fraud, Qingxiu found the population here actually exceeded 8 million. That was already the maximum the land could bear. Without Tang's conquest, within a decade or two Goguryeo would have fallen into chaos. Thus, Tang's war actually spared the people from a future disaster. If all these 8 million are freed, such a vast market will be mine alone. The profits will surpass even the western regions. The figure made Qingxiu marvel. Though the western regions had 36 states, they were only scattered oasis kingdoms of at most 100,000 people each, nothing compared to Goguryu's millions. Only their geography made them valuable. While Qingxiu pondered, the messenger returned again with urgent news. If it is not important, report to Shuiren. I still have matters at hand, Qingxiu waved him away. This is a great matter that must be reported to you. The soldier said carefully, Gao Yuan has been found. His guards betrayed him and delivered him to Dongqing. He has been brought here. Qingxiu was surprised. After so long searching, they delivered him themselves. Good. Qingxiu said sincerely, so even Gao Yuan is abandoned by all. Bring him forward. Qingxiu had thought this man would resist to the bitter end, at least showing some backbone. Yet as soon as he was brought in, Gao Yuan fell to his knees, sobbing bitterly. Returning to the capital, he was no longer king, only a defeated prisoner. Behind him, his ministers covered their faces and wept. Though unwilling, they could only accept reality. Qingxiu looked down on the kneeling, weeping Gao Yuan, knowing at last it was finished. Capturing this man meant the war was perfectly concluded. If he had continued to roam in hiding, many remnants would still cherish vain hopes. General Qingxiu. I, the little king, know my fault. I should not have opposed Tang, provoking again and again. It is all my mistake. If only you allow us to remain in Goguryeo, even just a few dozen cities, a small piece of land to continue the dynasty, please. I swear to be your vassal forever, never to rebel again. Even now, Gao Yuan still hoped to remain as a petty king. Qingxiu was utterly speechless. At such a time he still dared to bargain? If you had been king still, even if you ceded only the land west of the Yalu and bowed, His Majesty would have accepted all your terms. But now, what are you? In this vast Goguryeo, do you still have a place? Even your guards betrayed you. Qingxiu mocked him mercilessly. Gao Yuan dared not answer, only shivering on his knees. The guards who delivered him felt no shame. They even smiled proudly, watching their former king cry. Qingxiu ordered 3,000 taels of gold to be given to them as reward for capturing him alive. Thank you, General Qingxiu. The guard captain grinned broadly. So much gold, well worth betraying his master. But after taking the gold, those men did not leave. They just stood there, staring at Qingxiu. What else do you want? Do you expect me to send you along with Gao Yuan, all tied up and escorted to the capital? The leader of the guards quickly replied, absolutely not. I have long heard of Duke Qing's fame spreading far and wide, admired by heroes across the world. Now that I am fortunate enough to see you in person, you truly are the foremost hero under heaven. I beg you to allow me to serve at your side, day and night. As he spoke, the man even opened one of the chests of gold before him and pushed a portion forward. If I can follow you, I am willing to take only half of this gold. Even if I must serve as a beast of burden, it would be worth it. Qingxiu didn't even look at him. No need. I dare not keep a beast of burden like you. One day, perhaps, you might bind me and sell me off for a few chests of gold. These words left the man extremely embarrassed. Realizing that staying longer would only shame him further, he quickly withdrew. As for Gao Yuan and his ministers, Qingxiu simply waved his hand, ordering them imprisoned under guard until he himself returned to Chang'an. At this, Qingxiu finally breathed a great sigh of relief. Goguryeo, under his command, had been utterly destroyed, with no hope of revival. At the victory banquet, all the generals toasted Qingxiu together, praising him, none failing to show the deepest admiration. Without Qingxiu, none of them could have gained such merit in this war of conquest, especially Li Jing. To take part in a war that destroyed a kingdom in his old age was the perfect conclusion to his career. This war is finished, and not even 5 months have passed. We still have more than a month left from the time Duke Qing had agreed upon with His Majesty. Ho Junji laughed loudly at the banquet. I say Duke Qing is the foremost commander of the Tang. Who disagrees? No one. The reply was unanimous. Qingxiu, from beginning to end, remained calm. Though pleased, he was not overly joyful. To destroy Goguryeo in half a year was something he had already expected. This outcome did not surprise him in the least. Everyone, tomorrow I will set out to return to the capital. The remaining matters of Goguryeo will be temporarily left to the two of you generals, until officials from the court arrive. Qingxiu slowly raised his cup. To have met all of you in this campaign is a fortune of 3 lifetimes for me. These words puzzled the generals. They could not understand why he was in such a hurry to return to Chang'an. Now, while no officials had arrived, officers could still take advantage of wartime law to seize some wealth here and there. It was from another country's treasury anyway. As long as they didn't take too much, even the court would turn a blind eye. But Qingxiu was now giving up this chance and leaving on his own. This they could not comprehend. Boss, let me escort you back. Shuiren immediately offered. No need. You stay here. Spend more time with these generals, and learn as much as you can from them about the art of command. Qingxiu refused directly. But Shui Gui insisted, on your way back, there are many refugees who have turned to banditry. Just along the Yalu River, tens of thousands of brigands roam everywhere. Without more men, it's not safe. Qingxiu smiled, nonsense, you think I haven't thought of that? I already have my escort chosen. With the Khitan, Jurchen, and Turkic troops, 50,000 men, what danger could there be? Hearing this, the officers' faces changed at once. Qingxiu alone traveling with 50,000 barbarian troops? How could that be safe? The three tribal chiefs themselves were full of reluctance, though they dared not show it on their faces. They had hoped that once Qingxiu left, they might have chances to plunder and seize more people as slaves. But clearly Qingxiu intended to take them all away under the pretense of escort, giving them no chance at all. Hou Junji immediately suggested, shouldn't you reconsider? I have 3,000 personal guards, each a veteran of 100 battles. Having them escort you would be safest. No need. The three chiefs are loyal to me. With them, what is there to worry about? Qingxiu cut off the discussion. Chiefs, I trust you don't mind escorting me back? Not at all. Of course not. The three men quickly forced smiles, afraid to displease Qingxiu. Good. Make ready as quickly as possible. Don't delay my return to the capital. In my view, 5 days should be enough. Do you have any objections? 5 days, just enough time for them to prepare, but no chance to linger or exploit the situation before leaving. No problem. The chief's smiles were very strained. When Qingxiu led the 50,000 auxiliary troops away from Goguryeo, from commoners to nobles, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear had been that after Qingxiu left, no one could restrain those tribesmen. Now they no longer had to worry. The people said that Duke Qing had done this to protect them from pillage. This made Qingxiu's reputation in Goguryeo even greater. Even the diehards still shouting for restoration of the kingdom found little support. All the kings of Goguryeo put together had not treated them as well as Qingxiu had. Though leading 50,000 troops, Qingxiu marched quickly. In only 10 days he crossed the Yalu River. He had planned to dismiss the Khitan and Jurchen back to their tribes there. But just then, scouts brought him news. Since Ungshi city was captured, Goguryeo abandoned much of its borderland to shrink its defenses. The Jurchens of Zhenzhou seized those lands, plundering wealth and taking tens of thousands of women and children. As he listened, Qingxiu checked his map, realizing the Jurchens' appetite was vast. Judging from their timing, they had prepared this all along. Wanyan Dashi, that boy, pretends to be a coward, but behind the scenes his schemes are plenty. Qingxiu waved his hand, ordering his men to withdraw and continue watching the Khitan and Jurchen movements. The Jurchens were exactly as he expected, cruel and cunning, always harboring treacherous thoughts, no matter how much they bowed. Even leaving them in Zhenzhou made Qingxiu uneasy. Good. I was just worrying about not having a reason to deal with them. At once, he ordered a summons to the chiefs of the Jurchens, Turks, and Khitans. They must come to his tent the next day to discuss rewards for the war. And he added a strict order, none may bring guards. Anyone who disobeys will lose all rewards. The next day, the great tent was already prepared with a banquet. The three tribal chiefs had been waiting there for a long time. Hearing that the matter was to discuss rewards after the war, of course they came eagerly, especially Wanyan Dashi, who had arrived early that morning. Wanyan Dashi said confidently, "Everyone, this time we shed no small amount of blood for the Tang. Every battle we were the first to charge. Even if not rewarded with land, at least there should be titles, rank, and gold." Aramana sneered, "You want a Tang court title? Ha! Tang offices are not so easy to grant. Do you even know Chinese characters? If you're given a commission, can you even read it? Bullshit. As if you can read Chinese yourself." Wanyan Dashi was so angry he nearly drew his sword. But after sitting a moment to cool his temper, he laughed coldly instead. "But speaking of titles, you Turks have received plenty. Isn't Shelley now holding an office in Chang'an? You dog." Aramana flared in rage, nearly drawing his blade to fight then and there. If not for the order forbidding them to bring guards, the tent would already be full of battle. Only Salih sat aside, sneering, watching the show. These two fools truly had no sense of place. If Qingxiu came and saw them like this, they would surely be punished. The two were not entirely stupid. Though both had drawn their swords, neither struck first, and they kept cursing each other. "Do you three kings need me to prepare another banquet table, so you can resolve your personal grudges there?" Suddenly, the tent curtain was lifted. A cold voice came, instantly making all three freeze. They quickly sheathed their blades and sat down. It was Qingxiu. "You seem in fine spirits. I come a little late, and you're already about to start fighting." Qingxiu threw his cloak to a servant and slowly sat at the main seat. If I send you home like this, won't it be only a few days before you're sending troops against each other? Absolutely not. We will not quarrel again, please forgive us, Duke Qing. We dare not, Duke Qing, please don't be angry. They quickly bowed their heads to beg pardon. Wanyan Dashi even raised his cup and drank 3 in self-punishment. Enough, stop the nonsense. Qingxiu waved impatiently. Do you remember why I called you here yesterday? Settle it quickly. Take your share and leave. At the mention of rewards, the 3 chiefs immediately sat upright, no longer showing their earlier insolence. Qingxiu ordered a merit ledger brought, flipping through it casually. I remember every battle you fought, every contribution, none will be missed. You can rest easy on that. The 3 rushed to agree, all declaring they would obey Qingxiu's arrangements without complaint. Of course, merit is one matter. Qingxiu suddenly shut the ledger and slowly swept his gaze across their faces. But every mistake you've made, I also remember clearly. Aramana quickly declared, I have always obeyed Duke Qing's orders, never faltered, never disobeyed. Even when ordered to march thousands of li from south of the desert, I never once cut corners. And I as well. Since the Tang helped my Khitan people recover our ancestral land, all of us regard Duke Qing as our second father. As for Salih, his loyalty needed no words. Qingxiu had seen it with his own eyes, he was the most obedient of the auxiliary chiefs. Wanyan Dashi, however, looked smug. Unlike the others, he didn't proclaim loyalty. He wasn't worried. After all, in the war against Goguryeo, the Jurchens had taken the most heads. Wanyan Dashi, let's start with you Jurchens. Qingxiu named him. He quickly stood to receive his reward. First, explain to me why you seized Goguryeo borderlands and enslaved tens of thousands of people. Qingxiu's words made Wanyan Dashi freeze completely. He had never expected Qingxiu to know so soon, and to confront him directly at such a time. He stammered for a long while before forcing out, we only saw the Goguryeo retreat voluntarily. Those wild lands weren't worth your army's notice, so we. Qingxiu said coldly, when we captured Ungshi, I declared before the whole army, the day Goguryeo falls, all its land becomes Tang territory. Whoever seizes it is invading Tang soil. With such a charge thrown on his head, Wanyan Dashi's legs gave way. He collapsed to his knees at once. Salih and Aramana watched with glee, wishing to see Wanyan Dashi fall. His loss would mean more gain for them. To invade Tang territory, what should be the punishment? Perhaps the 2 of you can explain it to him? Qingxiu's mocking eyes fixed on the sweating Wanyan Dashi. In his heart, Wanyan Dashi groaned. This was no reward feast, it was a trap. We know our fault. We will give back every bit of land, not touching a piece. All captives and loot will be returned. Please, Duke Qing, don't punish us. Our people were blinded for a moment, we swear never to do it again. Wanyan Dashi kowtowed over and over, crying as he begged forgiveness. Qingxiu watched him coldly, unmoved. To invade Tang territory, to kill and plunder, and you think a few knocks of your head, returning it all, is enough to wipe away the crime? If so, what becomes of Tang's might? Would not every small tribe dare to plunder at will, without fear of consequence? Qingxiu slammed the table. Guards! At his roar, Wanyan Dashi froze. Who was he calling? All the guards present belonged to the auxiliary troops, none were Qingxiu's own men. In fact, the only ones who could be commanded directly by Qingxiu were these 3 chiefs and his personal attendants. But soon, the answer came. The tent curtain burst open, and dozens of men with long sabers stormed in, surrounding the banquet with murderous intent. They were Khitan guards, Salih's personal troops. Clang! Salih drew his sword at once, pointing it at the kneeling Wanyan Dashi. Duke Qing, how should we deal with this man? We await your order. Wanyan Dashi was dumbfounded on the spot. He never expected that Salih had already handed all his military power over to Qingxiu. Aramana was so shocked that he even knocked over his wine cup. If not for Wanyan Dashi kneeling there, he would have thought these men were coming for him. Now he too was deeply afraid. Qingxiu could, without their knowledge, use the Khitan troops as his own army, what greater proof of his authority? At last Wanyan Dashi understood why Qingxiu had forbidden them to bring guards here. He regretted too late. So Qingxiu had planned from the beginning to judge him at this feast. If you think I am guilty, then I will submit entirely to your judgment, Duke Qing, without the least objection. Wanyan Dashi now knew his life was in Qingxiu's hands. He dared not argue further, only lowered his head to accept his fate. So long as you admit guilt, I will kill only you as the chief culprit. Your tribe may live. Qingxiu said coldly. What? Wanyan Dashi tried to rise, but dozens of blades pressed against his neck, forcing him to kneel. Duke Qing spares your tribe and kills only you. This is already a great mercy, why don't you thank him at once? Salih shoved his sword in Wanyen Dashi's face, scolding fiercely. Terrified, Wanyen Dashi cried, I already confessed. Why must you still kill me? We fought for you in Goguryeo, shed blood for you, does that merit not offset my tribe's fault? I said, merit is one matter, guilt is another. The Jurchen's rewards will not be withheld, but this crime must fall on you. Qingxiu stared coldly. Today, when Tang is strong, you dare such tricks behind my back. If one day we grew weak, would you not raise troops in rebellion? If I do not kill you, how can I deter the Jurchens? Wanyen Dashi tried to defend himself, but Salih struck him down with a heavy fist. Then the Khitan soldiers rushed forward, beating him wildly, fists and kicks flying until blood splattered, and still they would not stop. The Khitans hated the Jurchens bitterly. If not for Duke Qing, they would still be suffering under them. Aramana was terrified to the core. He did not dare flee, only shrank aside silently, not daring to utter a word. And this, too, was Qingxiu's chance to intimidate him. Only after Wanyen Dashi was beaten half to death did Qingxiu shout for them to stop. This man violated my order. If you killed him here, how could I uphold military law? Salih quickly said, then let me take him out and execute him at once. Absolutely not. Aramana was scared half to death. If the Jurchens learn their chief was beheaded, even if they fear you, Duke Qing, they will surely revolt. They know you have no guards here. He wasn't truly worried for Qingxiu's safety, he himself had no guards here either. If the 10,000 Jurchens rebelled, he too would be doomed. At least this had to be delayed until he returned safely to camp. Qingxiu nodded as if realizing something. You're right, it seems you think more carefully. Aramana froze. Something about Qingxiu's tone filled him with dread. Sure enough, Qingxiu continued, I am resolved to execute Wanyen Dashi to uphold Tang law. But only with Khitan troops, it is not enough to deter the Jurchens. You will summon all your Turkic soldiers to surround this tent. Then I will execute him. At last Aramana understood, Qingxiu meant to drag him down as well. Though he was unwilling, the words had already been spoken, and his men were surrounded by Khitans glaring fiercely. If he refused, Qingxiu could accuse him of disobeying orders, and he would die alongside Wanyen Dashi. I understand, I will summon my men at once. Aramana tried to leave, but Khitan soldiers drew their swords to block him. No need, you just write the order. I'll have it delivered. Salih cut off his retreat completely. A perfect trap. Aramana sighed in despair. Qingxiu had effortlessly crushed both him and Wanyen Dashi. In cunning, even 100 of him tied together could not match Qingxiu. He dared not resist further, only sat and obediently wrote the summons. On the ground, Wanyen Dashi, half dead, tried to crawl toward Qingxiu. But before he could move a few steps, soldiers pressed him down. Qing, you cannot kill me. If you do, my Jurchens will never stop fighting you. Qingxiu coldly kicked away his reaching hand. At Heishui River, with only 100 men, my soldiers killed your chief and made your people retreat to Jianzhou, too afraid to move. Even if I kill you here today, a few words from me will send your Jurchens scurrying back to Jianzhou. No one will fight to the death for you. These words pierced deeper than a sword. In Wanyen Dashi's eyes was only endless despair. Take him away. At Qingxiu's order, Wanyen Dashi was dragged out to his death. Before evening, the Turkic soldiers he had summoned also gathered outside the tent. They didn't know why their chief had called them, but seeing the Khitans already assembled, they thought it must be for another battle. There should be reward money for this fight, right? The chief said the Tang are generous. Battle means pay. Let's fight hard. Good chance to take more heads for reward. While they speculated, Qingxiu came out of the tent with the others, escorting the broken, half-dead Wanyen Dashi. The Jurchen tribe, while my army fought at the front, secretly seized Goguryeo land, plundering people and wealth. When Goguryeo fell, I declared its land Tang territory. Whoever invades it is invading Tang. For this crime, the Jurchens must be punished. As he spoke, Wanyen Dashi was dragged before the whole army. Now the Turks and Khitans realized, Qingxiu meant to execute him publicly, to make an example. They were bewildered. The Jurchens still had 10,000 warriors. Was Qingxiu not afraid they would rebel? Qingxiu swept the army with cold eyes. I kill only Wanyen Dashi. This is already great mercy to the Jurchens. If there is ever another offense, I will wipe out the whole tribe. These words struck like thunder. Even though it was only Qingxiu alone speaking before tens of thousands of troops, it made every heart tremble. No one doubted whether Qingxiu could do what he said. Every harsh word from him could become reality. Behead him. Qingxiu waved his hand, his tone cold and merciless. Kill. The Khitan soldiers roared and drew their blades, striking down at once. With one stroke, the head fell. A tribal chief, executed the instant Qingxiu commanded it. At first, the crowd wondered, after killing the Jurchen leader, how would Qingxiu calm the 10,000 fierce warriors under him? But instead, Qingxiu gave another order, leaving them all stunned. Hang his corpse outside the tent entrance. Let every officer come and see it. This is the fate of those who disobey Tang's military orders. He had no intention of appeasing the Jurchens. On the contrary, he used this arrogant display to show them, I treat you as pigs and dogs. If I want to kill, I kill. Back inside the tent, Aramana nervously asked Qingxiu for leave to return to his camp. In truth, he just wanted to seize the chance to escape, fearing that when the Jurchens arrived, he would be caught in the storm. Though weaker than Tang troops, the Jurchens were still the most formidable of the auxiliaries. With only 10,000 men, they had fought with achievements brighter than his own forces. He had no desire to clash with them. You're afraid of the Jurchens? Qingxiu looked at him with mockery. In the past, your Turks swept the northern steppe. You were nearly invincible. And now you're afraid of some petty Jurchens? Aramana quickly said, I am not afraid. I just need to return to my men to take care of some matters. I'll come back right away. No need. You have nothing urgent today. Your task is to stay here and drink with me. Or do you have business more important than my orders? Aramana had no choice but to bow, apologize, and sit, drinking half-heartedly with Qingxiu. Qingxiu and Salih, on the other hand, laughed and talked easily, as though the day were ordinary and calm. Aramana dared not move. Even when messengers reported that the Jurchens had learned of Wanyan Dashi's execution and were marching here in full force, he did not dare stir. Qingxiu laughed loudly, slapping Aramana's shoulder so hard he spilled wine all over himself. Don't be afraid. The Jurchens come to confess their guilt. They will swear loyalty to Tang, promising never again to repeat Wanyan Dashi's mistake. Aramana could not understand how Qingxiu could be so confident. In his heart, he was certain a bloody battle was inevitable. He secretly summoned his own men, ordering them to prepare for war. But before the orders could spread, Qingxiu sent his men to intercept. Don't listen to your chief's nonsense. There's nothing to fear. Have the whole army rest, dismount, remove armor, relax. Aramana sighed in despair. He could only pray that if fighting broke out, the Khitans would buy him time. At that moment, the Jurchens arrived, bristling with weapons, storming toward the great tent. Many among them had long been resentful of Tang, but under Wanyan Dashi's rule they had stayed silent. Now their chief had been executed publicly, after they had fought and bled, bringing great victories. This was an insult shouted in their faces. The Tang go too far. They treat us as pigs and dogs. If we men of Jianzhou endure this, we are not men. Today we'll make them pay. We'll cut off their heads to honor our chief. 10,000 Jurchens, armed to the teeth, surged forward. They knew the Turks and Khitans were assembled here too, so they had prepared for a battle to the death. But when they arrived, they were shocked. The Turks had taken off their armor, dismounted, and were sitting casually on the ground, chatting as if on a picnic. They showed no sign of preparing for battle. Even when the Jurchens appeared, they showed no fear at all, ignoring them entirely. For Qingxiu had ordered them not to fight. He told them, the Jurchens come to confess, not to battle. The Turks, obeying, stayed relaxed. This unsettled the Jurchens more than open defiance. Some even feared the Turks were deliberately luring them to charge. As they hesitated, unsure, Qingxiu stepped out of the tent. At once, all Jurchen eyes turned to him. Brothers, why stand there frozen? Come, drink with me. He waved carelessly. But this only frightened the Jurchens more. Many of them had marched here swearing to cut off Qingxiu's head to honor their chief. But when they saw him, the god of war whose name shook Liaodong, none dared speak. In their eyes, Qingxiu was like a god. His plans decided battles, his name alone made enemies surrender cities. Even alone, he could silence tens of thousands. And here, he commanded Turks and Khitans. With such power, crushing the Jurchens would be effortless. He didn't even bother to line up the Turks for battle. That alone showed he was certain of victory. So, no one dared mention their dead chief. I know why you came. It's about him, isn't it? Qingxiu pointed to the severed head of Wanyan Dashi hanging from a banner outside the tent. And no. They all denied in panic. Qingxiu roared, still deny it? You came armed, with blades at your side, do you take me for blind? You were right to kill him. He disobeyed your orders, raised troops in secret, of course he had to be executed. Yes. He was unworthy of us Jurchens. His death is just. We came to confess our fault. From now on, never again will a Jurchen disobey Duke Qing's orders. Qingxiu's roar shattered their courage. The Jurchens quickly prostrated themselves in submission. True or not, it didn't matter, they lowered themselves completely, desperate not to provoke him. Even Aramana was dumbstruck. Qingxiu's prestige was terrifying. With only a few words, he had crushed the Jurchens into submission. If armies truly faced each other, they would surely break and flee without a fight. Seeing that the Jurchens did not dare act out, Qingxiu's expression finally softened a little. "Dismount, all of you." At the command, the Jurchens hurriedly got off their horses. Some even threw down their weapons. Qingxiu continued, "I know you Jurchens understand the greater good and are loyal to Tang. If I had not executed Wanyan Dashi today, one day he surely would have brought disaster upon you all. Tell me, with this matter today, should I not have killed him?" At once, the Jurchens rushed to agree. "He deserved death, well killed. Thanks to your great mercy for not blaming the rest of us. It was all Wanyan Dashi's fault. He secretly moved troops against Goguryeo, we knew nothing. The man was already dead." They threw all the blame onto him to calm Qingxiu's anger. Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction. "Good. I see your loyalty. You may withdraw. The rewards due to the Jurchens will not be lessened." With just a few words, he had the 10,000 fierce Jurchens completely under his control. When they departed, they even thanked him profusely, leaving everyone else stunned. What could have been an internal war among tens of thousands of auxiliaries, Qingxiu resolved with ease. Back in the great tent, Aramana suddenly fell to his knees before Qingxiu. "Duke Qing, today I truly admire your methods. You alone are worth more than an army." Qingxiu sneered, "This is nothing. Allowing the Jurchens to return safely today was my mistake. These Jurchens will never remain loyal to Tang for long. Sooner or later, they will be a danger." Hearing this, Aramana was in even greater awe. The Jurchens had already been shamed utterly, yet Qingxiu still thought it was not enough. Aramana did not know, but Qingxiu understood well. The Jurchens had come intending to take his head to avenge their chief. Such tribes, if not absolutely loyal, then they are absolutely treacherous. If Qingxiu had had enough troops at hand today, he would surely have slaughtered them all. But the days ahead were long. He had many ways yet to deal with these Jianzhou tribesmen. That evening, after the others had left, Qingxiu called Salih alone into his tent. As soon as they met, Qingxiu asked, "Are you absolutely loyal to me?" Salih was shocked, immediately kneeling and swearing, "I swear by the gods my Khitans worship, you are as important to me as my parents, and your kindness to us is like a mountain. How could I not be loyal? If not for you, we Khitans would still be in the deep mountains gnawing bark. How could we be as strong as today?" He spoke from the heart. The Khitans revered Qingxiu like a god. He had helped them recover their land, given them weapons, led them to war against Goguryeo and win rewards, things once unthinkable. "Good. That heart is enough." Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction. "You know well, Liaodong and Goguryeo lands are full of tribes, Bohai, Khitan, Jurchen. Hard to govern. If they could all be united under one, it would be good for you as well. And for the court, much easier to rule. Wouldn't that be fine?" Salih was shocked. After a long pause, he stammered, You mean that only the Khitans should remain in Liaodong?" "I didn't say that. But you are strong enough. If you swallow and destroy the other tribes, the court will not mind recognizing your place in Liaodong." Qingxiu smiled. "I understand." A smart man needed no further words. Salih was not stupid. He understood everything. At once he swore, "If ever my Khitans rule Jianzhou, we will follow Tang absolutely, and I would go through fire and water for Duke Qing. Work hard. I believe you may have that day." Though Qingxiu didn't say it outright, his meaning was clear. He would secretly help the Khitans achieve their goal. For that alone, Salih knew clinging tightly to Qingxiu was the wisest choice. "I will not fail your trust." Though Wanyan Dashi was executed, Qingxiu did not dismiss the Jurchen troops. Instead, he ordered them to continue escorting him, only releasing them when he neared Shanhai Pass. Before parting, the Jurchen swore as one that they would never betray Tang, pledging eternal loyalty. Of course, such words were worthless. The Jurchens were infamous for their treachery. What Qingxiu did not know was that his arrival with the auxiliary troops had frightened the local garrisons. They thought the tribes had united to attack. Only after the auxiliaries dispersed did they realize all 50,000 had come to escort Qingxiu. The whole army was shocked. They had never expected him to command such honor. As soon as the auxiliaries disbanded, the governor of Liaodong sent men to welcome Qingxiu and held a lavish banquet for him. After such a long campaign, Qingxiu took the chance to rest and recover, planning to set out again for Chang'an in a few days. When the feast was over, Qingxiu suddenly felt the urge to inspect the defenses near Shanhai Pass. The governor wanted to accompany him, but Qingxiu declined. He wanted to ride alone, to observe the terrain without distraction. Half a day beyond the pass, he noticed a group of herders not far off, wandering about. They seemed to be grazing cattle and horses, yet in truth they were quietly trailing him. Wherever he went, they followed, never too close, but never letting him out of sight. Who are those herders? Qingxiu pointed with his whip. They look suspicious. After watching a while, one soldier replied. Reporting to Duke Qing, they are Khitans. No need to worry, they don't dare do anything. Khitans? Qingxiu knew the name well. This people would leave a heavy mark on China's history. It was in Tang times that they first appeared in the Central Plains records. But for now, they were not yet the Khitans who would later found Liao and dominate the north. Now they were still weak, far behind the Turks, even weaker than the Khitans themselves compared to others. At this time, they lived on the edge of Liaodong, bullied by stronger tribes, surviving only by bowing to Tang near the Great Wall. Qingxiu did not yet understand why they followed him. By reason, they should not dare make a move against Tang. The colonel saw Qingxiu's doubt and quickly said, if you find these Khitans troublesome, we can drive them off right now so they won't dare come back. No need to drive them away. Bring them before me. I have questions. Qingxiu gave the order. The soldiers immediately spurred their horses toward the Khitan herders. The Khitans already feared Tang troops. When they saw the cavalry charging at them, they were so terrified they abandoned their herds and fled. But their scraggly ponies were no match for Tang warhorses. In moments, they were surrounded and forced to follow to see Duke Qing. Before Qingxiu even spoke, the trembling herders dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. We never meant to offend Duke Qing, please don't kill us. Yes, yes. We were only herding and passed by here. If you think we disturbed you, we'll leave at once. Take all our cattle and sheep as apology. Qingxiu frowned. How did you know my identity? At this, the herders fell silent, realizing they had spoken carelessly. The colonel snapped his whip and shouted. If you know who Duke Qing is, then you're no ordinary herders. You must have come to assassinate him. Injustice. Who would dare assassinate Duke Qing? The charge was too great. The herders banged their heads on the ground, even sobbing in fear. Annoyed by their wailing, Qingxiu barked. Silence. I know you don't have the courage. Tell me your true purpose in following me. Speak, or I'll behead you all. Our chief wishes to meet you. He asks Duke Qing to come to the Khitan Great Tent for a talk. The herders stopped crying and blurted out the truth. They had kept their distance because they feared Tang would mistake them for raiders and attack them. They had hoped to approach when Qingxiu rode alone, but instead they had been captured. Who would believe such nonsense? The colonel scoffed. Duke Qing is of what status? Your little chief thinks he can summon him? Get lost, or I'll cut you all down as invaders. The herders begged Qingxiu instead, swearing they would treat him with utmost respect if he came. Guards. The colonel was done talking, ready to have them all executed. Wait. Qingxiu stopped him. I've heard that years ago, when the Prince of Hejian campaigned against the Khitans helped, and one of their chiefs even died in battle. That was a service to Tang. If these people have committed no crime, and we kill them all, people will say Tang is cruel to its vassals. Since Qingxiu spoke, the soldiers dared not argue. We await Duke Qing's decision. Tell me, what does your Khitan chief want with me? If it's only to flatter me and make an acquaintance, then leave. One herder quickly answered. Our chief wishes to present over 100 Eastern pearls to you as a meeting gift. Since you came to Liaodong and we Khitans never welcomed you, it would be rude not to. Qingxiu was surprised. 100 Eastern pearls? These were no ordinary gifts. Eastern pearls came from rare sea mussels found only in Liaodong, far superior to common pearls from rivers or shells inside Shanhai Pass. But the mussels were few, producing pearls only in winter. To harvest them, men had to smash ice and dive into freezing seas. Many froze to death, sometimes 7 or 8 for just one pearl. Their value far surpassed gold. Even in the royal treasury, Eastern pearls were counted among the most precious treasures. Yet how could the Khitans, so small and poor, produce over 100 pearls? Qingxiu's look turned doubtful. The herder hurried to swear. Every word is true. Without such treasures, how would we dare invite you to our camp? Don't believe their lies, the colonel warned Qingxiu. These tribes are treacherous, their tongues deceitful. They may lure you there to harm you. After some thought, Qingxiu decided to go. It wasn't for the pearls. Wealth meant little to him now. These Khitans are so eager to see me. If I don't go, it will seem I reject them. I'll make the trip. The colonel sighed and insisted on accompanying him, unwilling to trust the Khitans. The herders, overjoyed, even dismounted and came forward to lead Qingxiu's horse by the reins. But as soon as the colonel mounted, he pressed his blade to a herder's neck, making the man shake all over. Remember, if you dare plot any harm to Duke Qing, your whole tribe will be buried with you. 10 deaths won't be enough. We remember. Rest assured, we only wish to honor Duke Qing, never harm him. The Liaodong grasslands were not as vast as those south of the desert, but they were richer, with lusher grass and more diverse life. As Qingxiu rode, he admired the landscapes, so different from the dusty, sandy steppes of the south. The Khitans had once lived in the southern steppes, but were driven out by the Turks. Forced into Liaodong, it turned to fortune, for they gained fertile pastures. Years ago, when the Khitans first fled to Liaodong, they thought to attack the central plains. But that was still under the sway. Emperor Wen's frontier troops were no fools like Emperor Yang's. With only one small army, they smashed the Khitans, who fled in panic and quickly bowed in submission. The colonel warned Qingxiu. So you should be cautious. They are not as harmless as they act. Sir, that's unfair, one herder laughed. We Khitans may be barbarians, but after so many years under the court's civilizing influence, we are not what we once were. The captain looked at the man with disgust and ignored him. It was clear that these border troops all had the same attitude toward the Khitans, extremely annoyed. But their view was not without reason. The submission of these nomadic tribes was always based on the great strength of the Central Plains dynasty. Once there were signs of decline, they would certainly submit and then rebel again. Such things had happened many times in history. And in the future, the Khitans themselves would be a living example. Before long, Qingxiu was taken by these men to the Turkic tribe. The climate here was indeed excellent. The grasslands had not yet been damaged by overgrazing, and the water and grass were plentiful. The Khitans had set up hundreds of tents here, and herds of cattle and sheep could be seen everywhere. Qingxiu roughly estimated that the Khitans did not have many cattle and sheep, and at most their population was only over 200,000. When they arrived at the great tent, dozens of Khitan cavalry were already waiting there. Just as they wanted to come forward to receive them, the captain behind Qingxiu shouted angrily. Don't forget your place. Do you deserve to ride side by side with Duke Qing? These men were clearly very afraid of the Tang army. Frightened by his scolding, they hurriedly dismounted and knelt to greet them. Paying respects to Duke Qing. The tent flap was lifted, and the Khitan chieftain hurried out with his followers, kneeling before Qingxiu's horse. Paying respects to Duke Qing. You have come to Liaodong, and I did not come early to greet you. This is a grave mistake. Please do not blame me. It is truly my fortune that you are willing to honor us with your presence today. If in any way the tribe's hospitality displeases you, just take my head. Such humility surprised Qingxiu. Tell your guards to leave. Qingxiu spoke casually. Before the chieftain could reply, the men quietly withdrew, showing obedience. Only then did the Tang soldiers relax their vigilance. It seemed the Khitans truly did not dare to have improper thoughts. Qingxiu casually asked, "What is your name?" This humble chieftain is called Li Huayan. Qingxiu found it strange. I thought all Khitans bore the surname Yalu. Li Huayan quickly replied, that was the barbaric surname of the past. The Tang emperor, seeing that the Khitans had subdued the Shi, specially granted us the imperial surname Li. And I was originally called Li Xuanzhong. It was the prince of Hejian himself who renamed me Li Huayan, saying I must always remember the grace of the Central Plains. The captain whispered at the side, this man's original name was Yalu Qi. Qingxiu could not help but laugh. These men truly knew how to adapt to the times. Inside the tent, a banquet had already been prepared. Though the dishes were not refined, they were still better than the crude meals of the Shi people. At least Qingxiu could use them as side dishes for drinking. During the feast, Li Huayan kept an extremely humble posture, constantly pouring wine for Qingxiu, appearing harmless. After several rounds of wine, Li Huayan began to speak. My soldiers have heard that the Tang army is incomparably mighty, each able to draw a bow of 5 stone weight. Today, seeing you here, they specially wish to broaden their horizons. Could the lords of the army show their divine strength? These words pleased the Tang soldiers, for who does not like to hear praise? Li Huayan even brought out a great bow. This bow weighs 5 stone, and only the most elite of our tribe can draw it. May I ask you generals to demonstrate before the whole army? Ha, only 5 stone? My soldiers usually train with bows of 6 stone. The captain, excited by drink, snatched the bow from Li Huayan's hands. Call your soldiers here, I'll show them what real strength is. Very well. Li Huayan cooperated at once. With a single shout, he called in more than 10 Khitan guards, who then surrounded the Tang soldiers with flattery. Hearing this, the captain grew even more proud. Patting his chest, he said, Duke Qing, why don't you come see as well? We defenders of Liaodong are no weaker than those beyond the frontier. Before Qingxiu could answer, Li Huayan quickly said, Duke Qing has traveled long and hard. He should rest well first. Let this strong man go ahead, I would rather speak more with Duke Qing. The captain was no fool. At these words, he immediately sobered up. Not only him, the soldiers who had been drinking also rose at once, gripping their weapons warily. Seeing this, Li Huayan was shocked. His guards also instinctively retreated, reaching for their weapons. But Li Huayan quickly stopped them with a wave, warning them not to act rashly. If they angered the Tang lords, the whole Khitan tribe would be buried with them. You try to send us away and keep Duke Qing alone, what are you plotting? The captain's face was full of suspicion. Luckily I never trust you barbarians. I saw through your schemes long ago. Outrageous. The Khitan guards could not bear it any longer. Ignoring Li Huayan's orders, they drew their weapons. They had already felt their chieftain's posture was too low. It was one thing for Duke Qing to scold him, but for a nameless captain to be so rude to Li Huayan? Unbearable. Just you? The captain kicked away his chair, and over 10 Tang soldiers also prepared for battle. The tent, which had been harmonious moments ago, instantly became like a powder keg, ready to explode. Li Huayan's expression changed drastically. Fearing disaster, he quickly addressed Qingxiu. Duke Qing, surely you can see my sincerity. How could I dare harm you? I only admire your heroic spirit and wish to drink a few cups with you alone. Nothing more. As he spoke, he even exchanged glances with Qingxiu, clearly implying that he had words he could not say in front of the soldiers. Qingxiu thought for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the captain to put away his weapon. You go out first. Didn't you boast of drawing a 6-stone bow? Show the Khitans your skill. The captain was shocked. You, alone? Go, there's no need to worry. Qingxiu waved. Don't embarrass the Tang army. If you can't draw it, when you return I'll have each of you flogged 30 times. Since Qingxiu insisted, the captain could say no more. Lowering his head gloomily, he walked out. He still distrusted the nomads too much. Seeing Qingxiu's decision, Li Huayan hurriedly waved his hand for the guards in the tent to withdraw as well. Call all the Khitan warriors, let them watch the Tang army's might. When only he and Qingxiu were left inside, Li Huayan suddenly rose, straightened his clothing, and knelt down before Qingxiu. This humble chieftain Li Huayan begs to serve at Duke Qing's side from this day on, to work like a beast of burden with all my strength. I only ask that Duke Qing take in us Khitans as subordinates. From now on we are willing to sacrifice our lives for you, even unto death. This scene left Qingxiu somewhat puzzled. So this man had sent away his own guards just to secretly speak of this matter? What do you mean by this? Haven't you Khitans already submitted to the Tang? Why speak of submitting to me? Our Khitans submitting to Tang means barbarians accepting the culture of the Central Plains. But begging to become Duke Qing's subordinate means becoming your follower. Li Huayan spoke with extreme flattery. This means from now on, you may treat us Khitans like household servants to command at will. Even without Tang behind you, we will still obey your orders. Leaving aside other things, just these words made Qingxiu look at Li Huayan in a new light. Though he was a barbarian chieftain with a rough appearance, his knowledge, manner of speaking, and way of handling matters were completely like those of a Central Plains official experienced in bureaucracy. Qingxiu now understood why Li Xiaogong had personally changed his name. That he came today to privately pledge allegiance clearly showed he wanted to cling to Qingxiu's power. After all, the Khitans lived far from the court. Though they might occasionally receive some minor positions, they could never enter the true center of power to gain the empire's greatest benefits. So their only option was to choose a powerful figure at the center of authority to rely on. And Qingxiu, with his prestige and ability to command foreign troops, was naturally the best choice. Though serving under him was not easy, at least he truly rewarded effort with payment. You are sure you want to rely on me? Qingxiu looked at Li Huayan kneeling on the ground, his expression unreadable. This is the honor of us Khitan people. I am not the court. I cannot grant you official titles or posts. Perhaps you will risk your lives for me and still not receive the benefits you truly desire. Even so, Li Huayan insisted, to die for Duke Qing is still our honor. As long as you are willing, from now on, at your command, our whole Turkic tribe dying for you would be worth it. Li Huayan clenched his teeth. Today he was truly staking everything. It was hard enough to get this great man Qingxiu to come to their remote place. Without showing something real, how could he move him? Even so, it was uncertain whether what little they had would be enough for Qingxiu to value. After all, even the Shi tribe seemed more substantial than the Khitans. After weighing it, Qingxiu had more or less made up his mind. All right, but I will not promise that by following me, you will gain any benefit. If what you get does not meet expectations, do not blame me. With this promise from Qingxiu, the heavy stone in Li Huayan's heart finally dropped. Many thanks, Duke Qing. In the future, whenever you need us, just say a word and we will never refuse. Rise. Qingxiu personally helped Li Huayan up. Remember, what happened today must not be known to a third person. Even if I later give you orders, they will not be passed through me. It must appear as if you act on your own. Do you understand? Li Huayan, being clever, quickly said, "Of course." Qingxiu smiled slightly, then suddenly changed the subject. "I heard that before you Khitans moved east, on the grasslands you could fight evenly with the Turks, winning and losing in turns. Since today the opportunity is here, let me see your army." Li Huayan quickly replied, "As you wish." Before setting out, Qingxiu suddenly asked, "Before I came, I heard from your herdsman that the tribe had prepared over 100 eastern pearls as a gift for me. Why have you not brought them out?" This. Li Huayan froze all over at these words. He hadn't expected Qingxiu would really press this matter. "Eastern pearls, yes. But please give me some time, for collecting them is troublesome." "Haha. No need." Qingxiu laughed loudly, waving his hand to excuse him from the pearls. If Li Huayan had tried to brush it off and evade, Qingxiu really would have pressed him hard. But that he was willing to grit his teeth and still fulfill the promise showed he was not a fool who only looked for immediate gain. This made Qingxiu more interested in the Khitans. If he could truly bring them under his hand, they might become a great future help for him beyond the frontier. When Qingxiu arrived at the Khitan horse grounds, he saw the Khitan soldiers gathered together, watching the Tang and Khitans compete in archery. From time to time loud cheers and shouts came from among them. The captain had not been joking. These elite guards, hand-picked by the governor to protect Qingxiu, truly could each draw a 5-stone bow. Not only did the captain easily draw the bow, he even brazenly provoked the Khitans, which angered them greatly. Some Khitan warriors also stepped forward to compete in archery. They too drew 5-stone bows. When there was no clear winner, they turned to mounted archery, refusing to stop until a victor was decided. "How about it? I told you long ago, the might of our Tang army is not something you can compare with." Seeing his arrows almost all strike the target center, far better than the Khitan warriors, the captain laughed proudly. The Khitans were clearly unconvinced. At once someone shouted, "We admit defeat in archery, but in mounted combat with blades, we are not weaker than you." "That's right. Our Khitan children are on horseback from the age of 3. When grown, all are brave warriors. Your Tang army may not be better." The Tang soldiers, hearing this, grew even more scornful. With those scrawny little ponies barely taller than oxen, how could they compare with the fine warhorses carefully bred in the Central Plains? "Good. Then let's compete. But first let's be clear, life or death will not matter. Each will accept fate." The captain, the most arrogant, didn't even wait for the Khitans to agree. He leapt onto his horse, drew his blade, and challenged the Khitan warriors to fight. This made the Khitans hesitate, looking at each other, none daring to act first. The reason was simple: in these years the Tang army had swept all before them. On the grasslands, everyone knew the Tang's reputation. How would they dare to fight them? "Ha! I knew you wouldn't dare. Yet you boast of being skilled horsemen since childhood. When it comes to real combat, you can only bully unarmed peasants. Forget it. Since I'm here accompanying Duke Qing today, I won't shame you further. I knew all along you'd never dare. Even clay figures have 3 parts temper, how much more so men?" With the captain taunting so arrogantly, the Khitan warriors, though fearful, could not endure. At once one man mounted his horse, ready to fight. "You said yourself just now, life or death does not matter. Don't blame us if you're injured and later accuse us, sending the army to punish the Khitans." "Nonsense. If I can't even defeat you, then I deserve to be cut down on the spot. How would I have any face left to seek revenge?" The two mounted, drew apart, and prepared for a charge and clash. "Let these Tang people see our strength. We Khitans are not worse than Tang. Captain, don't hold back, give them a good lesson." Both sides cheered each other on. When the two men were about to charge, everyone held their breath, waiting for the battle to begin. At that very moment, a loud shout forced the Khitan warrior to rein in his horse. "Stop! Have you forgotten all that I warned you before?" Li Huayan came rushing in with anger, and Qingxiu was naturally following behind him. "I said long ago, those who come from the Central Plains are honored guests of my Khitans. None may offend them. Get off your horse." The Khitan warrior dared not disobey. He hurriedly jumped off his horse, which left the captain feeling disappointed. He had been ready for a good fight. "Duke Qing, that Khitan chieftain didn't do anything to you, did he?" The captain quickly dismounted and asked. Qingxiu just shook his head slightly. No need to worry. If he really had bad intentions, the unlucky one in the end would still be him. Only then did he notice how tense the atmosphere was between the Khitan soldiers and his escorts. If the man had truly charged just now, whichever side was injured, the outcome would have been hard to control. Fortunately, things had not escalated further. "I know you look down on the Khitans, but you don't need to fight them to the death on their own land. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Your brothers' lives are more important," Qingxiu said calmly. The captain grinned. "You can rest assured. Even if a fight really broke out, the chitin's losses would be 10 times ours. Qingxiu frowned. Nonsense. What I want is not the number of chitin casualties. Even if one chitin dies, it's not worth the life of one Tang soldier. Qingxiu walked forward. He noticed quite a few chitin warriors sneaking glances at him. Clearly, after that dispute just now, they already harbored resentment. If their feelings weren't calmed, over time it might really grow into hidden trouble. I just saw you competing in archery. It also stirred my interest. Qingxiu casually took the 5-stone bow from the captain's hand. I usually study archery as well. Can I join? As he spoke, Qingxiu pulled the 5-stone bow with ease, drawing it fully. His expression did not tense at all, as if what he held was just a child's toy. This divine strength made everyone exclaim in shock, both Tang soldiers and chitins alike. That was a 5-stone bow. But then Qingxiu said something that stunned them even more. This bow is a bit too light. Do you have a heavier one? It doesn't feel right. To call a 5-stone bow too light, even in the elite Tang army, no one could match this. The chitins instinctively thought, could Qingxiu be boasting? Li Huayan. Do you have it or not? Qingxiu impatiently commanded, snapping Li Huayan from his shock. Yes, yes. Only what? If you have it, bring it out. Li Huayan dared not say more. He quickly ordered his treasured bow to be brought out. This so-called treasured bow was an iron-reinforced bow passed down for generations in his tribe. It required a full 10 stone of strength to draw. One shot from it could pierce even the heaviest armor along with the body inside. But no one in the tribe could fully draw it. Even the strongest warriors could only pull it halfway. The iron bow was extremely heavy. Qingxiu held it and found its weight no less than a finely forged heavy long saber. My ancestors could fully draw this iron bow and even shoot 2 arrows at once. Until now, no chitin could do that. Li Huayan said proudly. This bow is our chitin treasure. Even in Tang, it would be hard to find anyone who could pull it fully. Before he finished, his eyes widened in shock. Qingxiu had already pulled the iron bow fully, in just a breath, easily. That's it? Qingxiu frowned after drawing it, released, then drew it again before everyone, as if playing. This immediately astonished both the Tang soldiers and the chitin warriors. How was he doing this? A 10-stone bow, yet in his hands it was like a child's slingshot. Still feels a little light. Do you have a heavier one? Qingxiu drew and released it over and over, as if playing. Li Huayan began to doubt reality. No, no more. This one is the heaviest. Li Huayan even wondered if he was hallucinating. He had tried this bow himself, nearly exhausting his strength, yet couldn't pull it fully. How could Qingxiu play with it so easily? I've long heard Duke Qing is the Tang's foremost commander on the battlefield. I didn't expect his strength to be so great as well. Tang generals truly are each worth 10,000 enemies. With this strength, Duke Qing on the battlefield is unbeatable. The chitin warriors all marveled, now utterly convinced, admiring Qingxiu completely. In sheer strength, he could crush everyone present. Since there's no heavier bow, let's make do with this one. Qingxiu asked a chitin warrior for 10 arrows. Without hesitation, he drew and shot at a target 100 paces away. Boom! The moment the 10-stone bow loosed, the sound was like thunder, and the arrow shot forth like lightning. Still unsatisfied, Qingxiu kept drawing and released the remaining 9 arrows in one go. Each time he fully drew the bow. Everyone watching almost dropped their jaws. To shoot 10 arrows in one breath, this was not only strength but incredible endurance. Even after shooting all 9 more, Qingxiu was calm and composed, as if it were no harder than eating or drinking. Just a small display. Don't laugh at me. Qingxiu casually tossed the bow back to Li Huayan. You truly have natural divine strength. Li Huayan carefully held the iron bow and tried pulling it, but the string didn't move at all, nothing like how it had obeyed Qingxiu's hands. He completely lost hope. Qingxiu's divine strength was real, far beyond comparison. Li Huayan now became his loyal admirer. Such a man, both wise and strong, who could not respect him? Someone went to check the target, but found no arrows at all. Only the bullseye had a hole pierced clean through. The chitins looked at the target in silence. There was not a single arrow in the target, not because Qingxiu missed. The first arrow had pierced straight through the bullseye, and the 9 arrows that followed all passed perfectly through the same hole. And that was from 100 paces away. The hole made by the arrows was almost the size of a coin center. How could he make 9 shots all go through it? I heard Duke Qing once lost his sight in both eyes, and only later did his illness slowly ease. To think his eyesight could now be this sharp. Li Huayan sighed with true admiration. Such archery truly opened our eyes. The earlier conflict was, under this display, completely forgotten. Both Tang soldiers and chitins only marveled at Qingxiu's archery and strength. The tense, hostile mood was gone. It's getting late, we should take our leave. Qingxiu ordered the captain to bring his horse. This time I thank the chieftain for the hospitality. When I return to the capital, I will surely speak well of your loyalty before His Majesty. Thank you, Duke Qing. Li Huayan immediately gave thanks. In fact, he did not really care what the court thought. Even if Qingxiu mentioned him before the emperor, in a few days they would forget the Khitans completely. What mattered was that Qingxiu remembered them. Li Huayan was not a stingy man. Before leaving, he gave them many gifts of Khitan specialties from Liaodong, sable furs, deer antlers, mountain ginseng and herbs beyond counting, and even several fine eastern pearls. The value of these things was beyond words. 9 times out of 10, they had been scraped together with great effort, just to win Qingxiu's favor. I'll take these. As for today's matter, I won't forget. Qingxiu left only those words, then whipped his horse and rode back toward Shanhai Pass. Only after Qingxiu had gone did Li Huayan's subordinates dare to come forward. Great king, was it worth giving so many treasures to please Qingxiu? Those few pearls were what we prepared to use in case of disaster to trade for supplies. Yes, once the Prince of Hejian promised to look after our Khitan tribe, but as soon as he left, he forgot everything. All the good things we gave him were wasted. We know Great King wants the court to open a path for the Khitans, but isn't this spending too much? The chiefs all sighed. Not one agreed with Li Huayan. The truth was, the Khitans were too poor. These gifts were the wealth of the whole tribe scraped together. You don't understand. The Prince of Hejian cannot compare with Duke Qing. Li Huayan dismissed their words. Duke Qing not only commands armies, he also has real influence in the Tang court. I've heard the plan to destroy Tuyuhun was his idea. Anyway, the tribe is already this poor. If we keep what little we have, it's only to keep living hard days. Better to give it all and try our luck with Duke Qing. Clearly, Li Huayan was far wiser than the chiefs driven mad by poverty. Crossing Shanhai Pass, Qingxiu felt a surge of ease upon returning to the central plains. Though it was already the 2nd month, the wind outside the pass was still sharp as knives, nothing like the warm breezes of the central plains and Guangzhou. Compared with the frozen land of Liaodong, Qingxiu preferred the climate within the passes. On the way back, eager to return home, he didn't even stop by Shandong, but rode quickly toward Guangzhou, changing horses more than 10 times. The guards were exhausted and gasping, but Qingxiu was still full of energy. By the time he reached the outskirts of Chang'an, Li Er had already prepared an extremely grand ceremony to welcome him. Li Er even had his imperial guard serve as an honor guard to greet Qingxiu, giving him the highest honor. The people of the whole city lined the streets to welcome him. When he entered Chang'an, a tidal wave of cheers rose up. Duke Qing mighty! Duke Qing mighty! The people of Chang'an cheered, many with tears in their eyes. Back then, Emperor Yang of Sui had raised armies to attack Goguryeo, throwing millions of soldiers into battle regardless of the dead. The result was that families in Chang'an, Luoyang, and elsewhere were left in mourning clothes. The debt of Emperor Yang had already been repaid with the fall of his empire. The hatred of Goguryeo had now been avenged by Qingxiu. To be honest, being welcomed like this by the people of Chang'an was, for Qingxiu, far more moving than any victory banquet of the court. When Qingxiu finally reached the palace banquet, he found that his wives had already been waiting there. Li Er, seeing Qingxiu's great merit, had summoned all his family to accompany him at the feast. Husband. Seeing their husband return after half a year at war, his wives anxiously crowded around him, checking him all over for wounds. Don't worry. On the battlefield even arrows avoided me. What danger could there be? Qingxiu enjoyed the attention of the 7 beauties, but since this was a public setting, he restrained himself. Better to wait until they were home. Husband, don't go off for half a year again. On New Year's Day you weren't even at the manor. Our holiday was dull and joyless. Su Xiaochun spoke like she was blaming him, but her tone was full of concern. Looking at her worried face, Qingxiu only stroked her cheek gently. Don't worry. I don't want to be away on campaign for so long again. After all, life at home without me hasn't been easy for you, has it? These words brought a blush to his 7 wives' faces, but also filled them with expectation. After waiting 5 months, finally the day had come. It seemed Li Er wanted the whole city of Chang'an to celebrate, so that all the people would remember this moment of Tang glory. He even set up countless banquet tables outside the palace, allowing all the citizens of Chang'an, regardless of status, to sit and eat freely. Crowds gathered in excitement. Thanks to Qingxiu, they once again had the chance to taste the Tang court's feast. And in this unprecedentedly grand banquet, Li Er formally proclaimed Qingxiu's achievement in destroying Goguryeo. Though he crushed the entire Goguryeo realm, he took no treasure, loved no women, and did not harass the people. Thanks to this, Tang officials could quickly restore order and govern the land as if it were Tang itself, without a single rebellion behind the lines. From this it is clear, Duke Qing is farsighted, waging war without slaughter, only to bring the kingly way to the oppressed people of Goguryeo, freeing them from tyranny. Li Er grew more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end it turned into an impromptu speech off the script. If not for the eunuch at his side quietly reminding him not to stray off topic, he might have gone on endlessly until nightfall. Realizing his loss of composure, Li Er quickly changed the subject and publicly announced the rewards for Qingxiu's conquest of Goguryeo. In addition to large amounts of gold and silver, Li Er generously declared that several thousand acres of farmland east of the Yalu River, land taken from Goguryeo, would all be granted to Qingxiu as his fief. Of course, the salt tax that Qingxiu most wanted was also promised and fulfilled by Li Er one by one. Though the scale of this reward was unimaginable, not a single civil or military official voiced an objection. Even Gao Shilian could not say a word. This was because the battle had been fought too brilliantly. Not only had Goguryeo been subdued in a very short time with the smallest cost, but relations between Tang soldiers and Goguryeo commoners had greatly improved. Thus the court could take over all of Goguryeo's lands without much effort and without fear of rebellion. Compared with other generals who often promised 3 days of looting after taking a city, Qingxiu was simply a sage. Such ability, and the discipline of his army, and his way of calming the people, no one in the court could match him. At the banquet that followed, officials came one after another to curry favor with Qingxiu, fearing they might not be remembered by him. Only Gao Shilian and a few ministers did not approach him, unwilling to risk losing face. Of course, Wei Zheng, that stubborn old man, was the same, only concerned with eating and drinking at the feast, not flattering Qingxiu. "You brat. You've been on the battlefield so few times you can count them on one hand, yet the victories you've won are more than us old fellows put together, and more glorious too." Chang Yaojin came up, slapped Qingxiu hard on the shoulder, and laughed. "Looks like old Chang will have to ask your advice from now on." Qingxiu replied, "It's a pity Uncle Chang didn't join this campaign. Otherwise you two would have gained much credit." "Forget it. I'm already half in the grave. What use is there talking about fighting battles? Living out my old age in peace is enough." Chang Yaojin sighed. At that moment he thought of Qin Qiong, whose health was worsening day by day. This old comrade, who had fought alongside him on many battlefields, did not have much time left. His illness was so serious that he could not even attend this feast. Thinking of this, Cheng Yaojin felt deeply moved. What damn great minister! To live out one's later years in peace was better than anything. Chang Sun Wuji smiled and said, "Even if General Chang went to the battlefield, I fear it would be hard to earn much merit." "What do you mean? Though I'm old, I'm still strong enough to handle a few Goguryeo thieves." Cheng Yaojin could not stand being belittled. "You misunderstand. I heard that in the Goguryeo War, whenever a charge was needed, the auxiliary troops summoned by my son-in-law always charged first, fighting without fear of death for Tang. Even before our soldiers could attack, they had already broken through Goguryeo. Our men scarcely had to shed blood." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin suddenly realized, "Really? I thought that was just rumor. Would I lie to you? My son-in-law submitted to His Majesty a list of rewards, with all the auxiliary troops' casualties written clearly. Our Tang soldiers had hardly any losses." Chang Sun Wuji was clearly proud to have such a son-in-law. Cheng Yaojin was even more puzzled. "What trick did you use to make those barbarians fight for us willingly? With the knife sharp enough and the pay high enough, barbarians will even act as watchdogs. Why wouldn't they go to war?" Qingxiu smiled faintly. He understood the frontier tribes better than anyone in the court. Midway through the banquet, Li Er personally called Qingxiu to sit and drink with him. At that moment, they had no air of emperor and subject, but drank freely together. "Duke Qing, I had thought it would take 4 or 5 years, perhaps nearly 20, to fully digest Goguryeo's lands. But you managed things at the front so well. The Ministry of Revenue has already calculated that by the middle of this year, we can balance accounts locally. By next year, we can fully collect taxes and conscripts from Goguryeo." Li Er was full of emotion. Conquering territory was not rare. Many generals in the court could destroy a kingdom. But who else could allow the court to take over conquered land without any worry? "I know your majesty wishes to rule the world with benevolence, not just to act in arrogance. Of course you must think carefully." Qingxiu remembered when he first came to this world, the hardships of the people, and could not help but sigh. The common people are innocent. Why make things hard for them? "Well said." Li Er praised loudly at once. "A general who loves both his soldiers and the people is rare in all history. To call you the Tang's first great general would not be too much. A man who worries for the state and the people deserves to be called a great general." This title was far higher than God of War or Warlord. Qingxiu said nothing in reply. Instead, I will ask your majesty, how do you plan to govern Goguryeo? This question struck the key point. If things were left as they were, merely sending officials and soldiers, perhaps Qingxiu's temporary prestige could make the Goguryeo people submit. But fame always fades. One day, among the Goguryeo, someone would grow restless. After all, they did not consider themselves of the same people as Tang. With time, they would no longer accept officials ruling over them. At that time, the war against Goguryeo might have to be fought all over again. When Qingxiu raised this, Li Er's face grew anxious. Clearly, he too had been troubled by this problem. The best plan I can think of is to move Goguryeo people inland, so they may accept our culture, gradually influenced by the Han of the Central Plains, until they blend into us. At the same time, we must move Han people into Goguryeo's land. When they make up more than 70%, this future threat will naturally dissolve. Lia sighed. His words sounded simple, but in truth it was extremely difficult. To quickly take control of Goguryeo's land, the first promise he had ordered officials to make was that no forced relocations would be done. If now he went back on his word, and forcibly moved them regardless of their strength, the result would only be to make the suffering people more resentful. That would set off the Goguryeo powder keg early and waste half of Qingxiu's efforts of the past half year. Qingxiu also put down his wine cup and thought carefully. This was indeed a troublesome matter. He had fought in Goguryeo and knew very clearly the situation of its farmland. The land there had already reached its population capacity. Even if Han people from the Central Plains were forcibly moved into Goguryeo, there would be no more land to distribute. The result could be rebellions by both Goguryeo people and Han people. No matter how he looked at it, it was a huge problem. After some thought, Qingxiu said again. When I returned to the Central Plains, I passed through Jianzhou north of Liaodong. Though it is still uncultivated forest, the land there is no less fertile than the Central Plains. It only requires much manpower and time to turn it into farmland. If the remnants of Goguryeo could be moved there in batches, together with some Han people from the Central Plains, to open up Jianzhou together, then the farmland in Goguryeo could be freed for Han settlers. This would both open new farmland and solve the problem of resettling Goguryeo's people, the best of both worlds. Li Er was very surprised. Liaodong's Jianzhou? Isn't that the land of the Jurchens? And I heard the land there is like a swamp, barren, growing only weeds and trees, impossible for farming. He had never been to Liaodong, but based on reports from border troops and local officials, he only knew that Liaodong was covered with dense forests and black swampy land, unsure if it could be farmed. Since Tang's population was still in recovery, with plenty of land available, there had been no need to expand farmland beyond the passes. So Li Er had no interest, let alone understanding, of that barbarian land. Your Majesty is mistaken. Though Liaodong is cold, its black soil plain is farmland as fertile as the Central Plains. Qingxiu was not exaggerating at all. In later times, the black soil of Liaodong would yield astonishing harvests. But in the Tang era, no one knew its fertility. And since Jianzhou was not fully occupied, the Liaodong plain had not been developed. But without doubt, now was the best chance to develop Liaodong. Moving millions of Goguryeo people and Han settlers there to cultivate the black soil would be a perfect solution. Though Li Er did not know Liaodong, he did not doubt Qingxiu's words. Since you say Liaodong is worth developing, I believe you. But there are still two big problems. He frowned. First, as before, how can we make the Goguryeo people willingly leave their homeland? Second, Jianzhou is still held by the Jurchens. They are hard to drive out. We cannot send a great Tang army to fight them endlessly in the forests. Li Er's worries were reasonable. Driving out the Jurchens and taking Jianzhou sounded easy, but in truth was very hard. The forests of Jianzhou were vast and dense, unsuitable for large armies to move. The Jurchens only needed to hide when the Tang came, and relying on their knowledge of the terrain, the Tang army could do little to them. Also, since the land was not cultivated, the Tang army could not feed itself locally. Supplies would all have to come from the rear, and in the end it would become a bottomless pit. If it reached that point, it would be better to just forcibly move the Goguryeo people with a great army. I know your Majesty's concern, but I also have a solution. Qingxiu said with confidence. To deal with the Jurchens, there's no need for a Tang army. With just a few thousand men, I can easily drive them out of Jianzhou. At first Li Er did not understand, but then thought of one possibility, the Shi tribes. Exactly. Qingxiu smiled. Indeed, heroes think alike. The Shi, also a hunting tribe, had long fought with the Jurchens in Jianzhou. With Tang aid at the right time, the Shi could wipe out the Jurchens. Thus, through the Shi, Tang could take Jianzhou and occupy all of Liaodong. I do not know the Shi people. Why are you so sure they will obey Tang? The Shi and the Jurchens are blood enemies, fighting in Liaodong for 100 years. If given the chance to destroy the Jurchens, they would gladly act as Tang's tool. Qingxiu said with confidence. Besides, with my prestige among the Shi, I can command them to act as I wish. Li Er looked at Qingxiu in astonishment. The plan seemed simple, yet every part was linked, with careful preparation. Even if today they had not spoken of it, Qingxiu would still have moved step by step to make the Shi destroy the Jurchens. I truly cannot imagine. When did you begin planning all this for Liaodong? Li Er was deeply shaken. He had thought himself the greatest strategist of the age. But compared with Qingxiu, all his own ideas seemed pale. From the northwest to Liaodong, across the whole Tang realm, Qingxiu seemed to know everything and plan everything with flawless precision. As if he had already written the script of this world, and it must follow his design. At most I was just preparing early. It's nothing. Qingxiu answered calmly, as if casually. Not just preparing early. Li Er muttered in his heart. Enough. Today is for celebrating your triumph. How can I let you worry about affairs of state? Let's drink. Li Er did not linger on the topic, raised his cup, and the two drank again. Still, Li Er did not forget to remind Qingxiu to draft a plan for Liaodong after resting. Clearly, he too was drawn by the bright future Qingxiu described. At the feast, no one spoke of state matters again. Civil and military officials all relaxed and enjoyed themselves. The banquet lasted until late at night. Li Er even lifted the curfew in Chang'an for the occasion, letting the whole city drink and celebrate through the night. Foreign guests had never seen Chang'an so lively outside of New Year, and joined in the revelry with song and dance. That night, Chang'an celebrated without sleep, commoners and officials drinking together in the streets. Such a scene had not been seen in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. At last, when Qingxiu had drunk Li Er under the table, he felt restless and went up to the forbidden city walls. The palace guards, seeing it was Qingxiu, did not stop him, letting him walk freely on the walls. So good. Looking down at Chang'an lit with lanterns, full of celebration, he felt endless emotion. For a moment, he thought of the world he had come from, where even at night the city shone as bright as day under countless lights. A fine night is rare. Qingxiu suddenly had an idea. He quickly sent word to Duke Qing's residence to give an order. Before long, as the people of Chang'an were still celebrating under the lanterns, they suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers bursting from the direction of Duke Qing's mansion. Looking toward the sound, streams of fire shot into the sky, then exploded high above, leaving shining fire trees and silver blossoms across the heavens. Qingxiu had ordered most of the stock of fireworks from his mansion to be brought out, to be set off that night for the joy of the whole city's people. Look! Truly beautiful. Fireworks like this we usually only see at New Year, but Duke Qing has given them to us tonight. How lucky we are. Duke Qing is so generous. If only every day could be as joyful as today. Qingxiu watched the fireworks, and he also noticed the moon tonight was especially round. Raising my cup to invite the bright moon, with my shadow we are three. Qingxiu lifted his wine cup toward the moon, as if inviting it to drink with him. The soldiers below the wall saw this clearly. Such a romantic gesture, even they felt it was full of meaning. Wasn't Duke Qing once said to have claimed he came from the moon? What are you saying? He clearly said it was from the Jade Capital. It was Master Yuan the Celestial who judged that the Jade Capital must be the moon. So then, is Duke Qing inviting old friends from the moon to drink with him? The soldiers murmured among themselves. After this campaign ended, Qingxiu stayed home to rest for half a month. He ignored court affairs and did not attend court. Li Er never urged him, letting him relax freely. Though called rest, every evening Qingxiu was in fact busy and pressed for time, making up for the half-year his 7 wives had lacked him. Indeed, his longing for them had been heavy during the campaign. While Qingxiu lived easily in Chang'an, far away in Liaodong, the situation he had set in motion kept others very busy. Hou Junji and Li Jing handled every possible spark of rebellion in Goguryeo with the care of cooking small fish, and watched closely those who secretly dreamed of restoring Goguryeo. They dared not let the great situation Qingxiu had built collapse. Otherwise, all the merit gained in the past half-year would be wasted. Li Jing's health was already poor, and after the war he collapsed in the capital of Goguryeo. Hou Junji even feared he would not survive the return to Tang, so he urgently memorialized the court to let Li Jing go home. Still, Goguryeo was overall stable, far better than the state of the Jurchens. Though they had been humiliated when Qingxiu cut off their chief's head, once they received real gold and silver as reward from the Tang, they thought losing one chief was no great matter. They could simply elect another. But the Jurchens did not realize how terrible the consequences of Wanyan Dashi's death would be. After returning to Jianzhou, when the Jurchen tribes tried to elect a new chief, nearly all thought themselves fit to rule. After much dispute, none of the chosen could win acceptance. Chiefs came and went like a revolving lantern, and within half a month the Jurchens had fallen into chaos. They split into several factions, attacking each other for the position of supreme chief. Even knowing the Shi were watching them like tigers, they would not stop. Sulla, however, remained patient. He did not strike while the Jurchens were in chaos, but carefully recorded all that happened. He sent messengers urgently to Chang'an, asking Qingxiu to decide on the matter. Li Shaogong came to Duke Qing's mansion for the first time. Though he had heard of its beauty and novelty, seeing it with his own eyes left him shocked. Its scale aside, the exotic flowers and grasses in the courtyards and the varied buildings amazed him. If you like it, I can have craftsmen repair and decorate your mansion as well. Qingxiu motioned for him to drink tea. Of course, not for free, but the price will be fair. These craftsmen had all been trained by Qingxiu himself. In all Tang, only he had such artisans. Whether the price was fair was up to him. Then I must thank Duke Qing in advance. But, to return to the matter I mentioned earlier. Prince, you yourself are a fine general, skilled in battle. Why invite me to lecture them? Li Shaogong had come directly to ask Qingxiu to personally guide the new mid-ranking officers of Tang in the Ministry of War. This task was by Li Er's order, though Li Er had warned him not to press if Qingxiu refused. But Li Shaogong did not wish to miss the chance to learn from Qingxiu, so he was determined to make it happen. Besides, training officers to serve Tang better was a good thing. The problem was that most of these mid-level officers were sons of generals, and their ability, well. Duke Qing, you jest. Compared with your achievements, mine are not even a tenth. How could I teach them better than you? Li Shaogong laughed. If they receive your guidance, those generals will surely grow into talent, and share some burden of Tang's military affairs. Let us hope so. Qingxiu thought of those sons of generals, and could only look speechlessly at the sky. Most of them had not achieved even a fraction of their father's merit, though in drinking and pleasure they excelled. Duke Qing, just one day, all arranged at your convenience. Since it was said so, Qingxiu could not refuse. Who knew if among them one or two might truly awaken? Very well, 3 days from now. I will make some preparations. And no need to go to the Ministry of War. Just prepare an open field in the western suburbs of Chang'an. Li Shaogong was puzzled. Why not the eastern suburbs? I heard there is open land there, easier to prepare. The west would require warning the people. If you can endure the eastern suburbs environment, I do not mind. At Qingxiu's words, Li Shaogong suddenly remembered that the eastern suburbs reeked terribly from the cultivation of penicillin. Even the guards there changed shifts every half hour, or else fainted from the stench. Very well, then the west it is. Li Shaogong agreed at once. Yang Chumo looked at the clouds being blown and tossed across the sky by the fierce wind and shrank his hands. So cold. It was only the second month of the year. Though it had warmed somewhat, the weather was still bitterly cold. The wind blew so sharply that even their armor was covered with visible frost. Today they were arranged to be instructed by Qingxiu, but each was required to wear heavy armor. The armor blocked little of the cold, every gust of wind cut like knives, making them tremble uncontrollably. If I had known, I would have worn more clothes under my armor yesterday. Who knew today would be so cold? Qin Huaidao could not help complaining. But why won't Duke Qing teach us at the Ministry of War? It's so cold outside. Cold? This feels much warmer than Liaodong. Before his words could stir agreement, Qingxiu's late-arriving comment silenced them all. These sons of officials might be arrogant, but since even their fathers admired Qingxiu, how could they ignore his words? Seeing Qingxiu arrive with Li Shaogong, they quickly straightened their appearance. Be seated, all of you. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling them to sit. Brother, is your eyesight much better now? I saw you riding as freely as anyone. Yang Chumo, excited to see Qingxiu after half a year apart, spoke eagerly. But Qingxiu only turned his face slightly toward him, his expression cold. Yang Chumo immediately realized this was not the time for chatter, so he shut his mouth and sat upright like the rest. Qingxiu looked around and found familiar faces: Qin Huaidao, Yang Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, Hou Yuanchang. Their fathers were all renowned Tang generals. And some of them were quite famous in Chang'an for other reasons. Why is Prince Wei here too? Qingxiu spotted Li Tai sitting in a corner. When noticed, Li Tai smiled at him kindly. With you teaching in person, how could I miss such a chance? But today's lesson is not about governing. No matter. You once told me that all things connect and can be understood by analogy. Any knowledge, if grasped deeply, can complement the rest. Li Tai was as studious as always. Seeing everyone shivering, Li Shaogong suggested moving elsewhere. This is nothing compared to the cold winds of Liaodong. Especially north of the frontier, harsher winds than this are daily life. If you cannot endure even this much, how can you fight? Having shared the bitter cold with his soldiers in Liaodong, Qingxiu thought this nothing. Of course, if any of you truly cannot bear it, you may leave at any time. I will not stop you. But no one moved. No one dared. Since they all remained, Qingxiu went straight to the point. Have any of you ever been on the battlefield? It sounded like nonsense. They were at least 5th rank officers. But in truth, not one of them had seen battle. Though Tang had fought many wars, these sons of generals were never involved. Awkward silence spread. Qingxiu smiled, so none of you know war. How will you fight if you face battle? Not necessarily. Hou Yuanchang quickly objected, clearly unwilling to be dismissed. Since childhood under my father's guidance, I have studied the art of war. Though I cannot compare with Duke Qing, I am not ignorant. You? Qingxiu glanced at him. He had heard of Hou Yuanchang. Among the sons of generals, he was one of the barely passable ones. Hou Junji wanted to make his family a military house, so he trained him heavily. Whether willingly or forced, Hou Yuanchang had picked up some skills, and thought himself talented. Then answer me. If the army marched to attack the southern Turks at Yanmen Pass, how many men would you command to defeat them? Hou Yuanchang thought it a simple question. He quickly replied, the Turks are weak. With 30,000 men, I could rout them. Qingxiu asked again, and how long would it take you to prepare these 30,000? Speed is key. I would march in 3 days, driving straight to their court. You are certain? Only 3 days? Qingxiu sneered. Even Li Xiaogong rubbed his head in frustration. Hou Yuanchang still did not see his folly. Any longer and they would flee. 3 days is already the longest. Nonsense. Qingxiu scolded without mercy, dragging him from fantasy. If you march in 3 days, your soldiers will starve before reaching Yanmen. An army moves on its grain. After reading so much, you still do not understand this. Hou Yuanchang froze, realizing how absurd his answer was. But still he argued, then I would give each soldier 5 days of rations. Good. And when those run out, and you are cut off by the Turks, you will sit and wait to die. Flushed, Hou Yuanchang blurted, then I would lead them like Han Xian, to fight back to the water. In such desperation, they would fight to the death. Li Xiaogong sighed, glancing at Qingxiu, who looked at Hou Yuanchang as if at a fool. But worse, the others actually nodded, thinking Hou Yuanchang's words reasonable. Wasn't fighting from desperate ground written in the art of war? Han Xian, Xiang Yu, hadn't they done the same? Hou Yuanchang, you truly are a talent. If Han Xian were replaced by you, later generations would take his desperate battle only as a warning. So that fools would not think they too could succeed. Qingxiu's mocking words left Hou Yuanchang red with shame. What he said wasn't wrong, all of it came straight from the art of war. How could it be wrong? Qingxiu asked again. Han Xian and Xiang Yu could fight from desperate ground, do you have their talent that you think you can copy them? Don't blame me for being blunt, if you went to war, you'd only be another laughingstock like Xiao Kuai. Hou Yuanchang didn't know how to refute Qingxiu, but still lowered his head, muttering under his breath. As long as soldiers dare to fight to the death, winning with fewer against more isn't that hard. What did you say? Qingxiu's sharp question made him tremble, and he quickly waved his hands, insisting he said nothing. As a commander, if you cannot plan ahead and anticipate the enemy, then when you are in desperate straits, instead of setting an example and leading the charge to raise morale, you only think of gambling everything on despair? Qingxiu sighed. It is fortunate that none of Tang's frontline generals are as incompetent as you. Otherwise the empire would already be destroyed. Hou Yuanchang had nothing more to say, and hurriedly sat down to avoid further scolding. He brought it upon himself, if he had just stayed quiet like the others, he wouldn't have been singled out. Anyone else with insights? Speak, let me see something new. Qingxiu asked coldly. But everyone wisely stayed silent. An army does not move until its grain is ready. I thought since you've read the art of war, at least you would know this much. Qingxiu looked around. War is nothing but fighting for supply lines. Victory is not decided by a single general. Without enough provisions, even the bravest soldiers cannot win. But Hou Yuanchang ignored this vital link. With 10,000 clever plans, if your men are starving and powerless, you're only marching them to their deaths. They stared at each other wide-eyed. Only now did they realize the importance of logistics. Before, they had followed their fathers pointing at maps, thinking war was only about strategy and personal valor. Though they had neither. Li Xiaogong cleared his throat. Remember this lesson. If Duke Qing ever brings you to the front, you must see the real battlefield for yourselves. Qingxiu thought, with these burdens, they'd be crying to go home before they even left the pass. Enough talk. Today I'll give you only one lesson. How much you learn depends on your own understanding. Qingxiu laid out for them the campaigns in Liaodong, step by step. He had them judge how to fight that war against Goguryeo. Though most of them were weak in skill, they could at least read the maps. But their first reaction on seeing the setup was, how could this battle be won? The war had only just ended. Only a handful of high officials knew the details. These sons of generals had no idea how Qingxiu had fought it. Only 100,000 Tang troops, with limited artillery. Impossible to bombard every city. Plus 50,000 auxiliary troops, but Goguryeo had 500,000 soldiers and countless fortresses. And in their minds, auxiliaries were lazy, often causing trouble instead of helping. That Qingxiu could win with so little made them finally understand why Li Er valued him so highly. In their view, they would have needed at least 3 times the troops before daring to attack. Yang Chumo, you answer first. Qingxiu pointed to the map. I won't even ask how you'd control the auxiliaries, that's beyond you. Just tell me how you'd attack. Yang Chumo groaned inwardly. Why him first? Could you give a hint? Never mind. After much thought, he answered proudly. Though Goguryeo has more men, if I combine our 150,000 into one, we'd be stronger locally. Attack straight along the fastest route to their capital, seizing cities along the way. Qingxiu calmly asked back, leaving aside whether you could even cross the Yalu. Once you're deep in Goguryeo and surrounded by heavy forces, then what? Yang Chumo stammered, unable to answer. I know. Qin Huaidao jumped in. Send the 100,000 Tang troops forward, and let the 50,000 auxiliaries block Goguryeo reinforcements. Foolish. That's sending auxiliaries to die. Give such an order and the next day they'd ally with Goguryeo and take your head. His so-called clever plan was nothing but fantasy. Deflated, Qin Huaidao sat down, and for a while no one dared answer. You. What would you do? Qingxiu looked at Yuqi Baolin. Yuqi cursed his luck, but stepped forward. I think plunging deep alone is too dangerous. We should advance step by step, consuming Goguryeo slowly. After all, it has 5 million people. That at least sounded somewhat reasonable. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Go on. Encouraged, Yuqi grew confident. To consume Goguryeo, we must first seize Anqing, Dongyang, and Chenqing. Then, he hesitated, then spoke more boldly, then we slowly press forward, pushing them all to the far side of the Yalu. Before you push them to the Yalu, His Majesty will recall you and appoint another commander. Qingxiu cut him off coldly. Do you even know how much grain 150,000 men consume in one day? Yuqi froze. He had never considered it. If you don't end a war quickly, the court must send endless supplies. Why did I finish in half a year? Because if it dragged on, the court could not support it. A slow advance like yours, even if it worked, by the time you completely swallowed Goguryeo, the Tang people would already be squeezed so hard that uprisings would break out everywhere. These words shocked everyone. They hadn't thought that even such a careful, steady method had fatal flaws. In fact, Yuqi Baolin's idea wasn't unique. Back when Emperor Yang of Sui campaigned against Goguryeo, he used the same approach. After all, the Central Plains had vast land and resources, just crush Goguryeo with overwhelming force. But he mobilized 1 million soldiers, not just the 150,000 that Qingxiu had. The result was ruin, the people were driven into misery, and the whole dynasty collapsed early. Even this cautious strategy was rejected outright by Qingxiu, leaving the group at a loss. One by one they sat staring, not knowing what a proper plan should look like. And the more Qingxiu analyzed the battle before them, the more incredible it seemed that he had actually taken Goguryeo in only half a year. Who knew how many more problems lay hidden on that battlefield? Qingxiu noticed Li Tai frowning in thought. Do you have an idea? Sir, I am not familiar with military affairs. In this situation, I cannot think of a solution. After all, each field has its own expertise. Li Tai was rational, knowing he couldn't pretend to understand. But, I think what was most impressive about you in this war wasn't only your command or strategy. His words left the others puzzled. War was about those two things, if not them, then what else could be most important? But Qingxiu looked at Li Tai with new respect. The sons of generals only saw the surface of the battlefield, but Li Tai looked deeper. Go on. What do you mean? Li Tai said firmly, as far as I know, Goguryeo's registered population was 4 million. But when actually counted, including those hidden by local nobles, it was at least 8 million. 8 million? The number made everyone's heart skip a beat. Especially Li Shaogong, whose face changed greatly. He wasn't like these fools. He had fought real battles and knew that waging war against a nation of 8 million was not just about sieges and raids. For Duke Qing to keep 8 million people from rebelling behind the lines, and even to have them willingly supply the army with grain, that alone is greater than commanding 10,000 troops. Li Tai's eyes shone with admiration. An insider could see the real skill. More than anyone present, Li Tai understood how terrifying Qingxiu's ability truly was. So that's it? 8 million people, how did Duke Qing manage that? And even make them deliver food to the Tang army? Duke Qing truly has methods to make auxiliary troops fight willingly, and to govern 8 million Goguryeo people into obedience. No wonder the emperor relied so much on him. Compared to Qingxiu, they were just idlers wasting away. Qingxiu did not respond to the praise. He had heard such words too often. Sir, none of us here can think of a solution. Why don't you explain how you took Goguryeo from tactics to strategy, so we can open our eyes? Li Tai's suggestion was immediately echoed by the rest. Yes, we want to hear it. Very well. Qingxiu reset the sand table. You all say speed is vital. That is true. The faster an army moves, the greater its chance of victory. But if you only seek speed without preparation or thought of consequences, then that speed will only make you lose faster. Without holding back, he described in detail how he had prepared and executed the campaign, from the earliest planning to the fall of the capital. They finally realized that Qingxiu had begun laying the groundwork long before the war even started. Every step of preparation was meticulous and complex. It seemed as though he had conquered Goguryeo in less than half a year, but counting the planning beforehand, it had been a very long process. This completely overturned their understanding of war. They had thought fighting was simply charging in like their fathers, leading armies in bloody battle. But Qingxiu showed that preparations outside the battlefield were even more important, something even their fathers had overlooked. When Qingxiu finished, they were still unsatisfied, wishing for more. Even Li Xiaogong sighed, thinking it was absolutely right to have invited Qingxiu. I don't know if you want to be the pillars of Tang in the future. But if you still think commanding armies is just a game, then give it up now. Better to live as idle nobles in Chang'an than waste the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers at the front. Qingxiu's words gave no face at all. Everyone flushed red. He was openly looking down on them. Not long after, as night fell, Qingxiu prepared to return home. Li Tai wanted to send guards to escort him, but Qingxiu refused. Duke Qing, wait. As soon as he entered the city, Li Xiaogong hurried after him with an eager smile. Does the prince have business? Of course. Li Xiaogong sighed. Back when I fought in Liaodong against the Khitans and Shi, I considered myself a victorious general. But today, compared with you, I feel ashamed. Not at all. You are also a fine general of the court. Duke Qing, no need to be modest. I came today to request one thing. Li Xiaogong's tone turned earnest. Qingxiu guessed at once. You also wish to campaign? Yes. Since returning from Liaodong, life in Chang'an has been too easy. Such days do not suit me. Whether northwest or Liaodong, I want to return to the battlefield. Anything is better than idling here in the capital. His eyes burned with longing. Qingxiu didn't mind helping him. And thinking it over, there was indeed one place that needed a strong general. In that case, I can send you back to Liaodong, to continue on the battlefield there. What do you think? Li Xiaogong was glad at first, but when he realized Qingxiu had said Liaodong, he frowned. Now that even Goguryeo has been pacified, and the tribes have submitted, what battles could there be in Liaodong? At that time, you will naturally know. Not only will there be battles to fight, but they will definitely let you fight to your heart's content, and there will be plenty of military merits for you to earn. Qingxiu patted his chest in assurance, and this appearance indeed made people feel at ease. Thus, Li Xiaogong no longer had any doubts. If that's the case, I will follow Duke Qinggua's arrangements. A few days later, at the spice market in Chang'an, Prince Juelyuo's subordinates were counting the total amount of black pepper in this transaction and were surprised to find that it was more than the previously agreed shipment by 30 jin. Prince Juelyuo's was quite astonished. An extra 30 jin of shipment was by no means a small number. Since the prince spent a great price to help me expand production, naturally I can't be stingy. Qingxiu patted a sack of black pepper and said with a smile, I still had 30 jin left in stock, and I've brought it all out to sell to the prince, just as a gesture of returning the favor. Good, Duke Qinggua is truly generous. Making a friend like you was worth it. Prince Juelyuo's was overjoyed and immediately ordered his subordinates to add 10 more taels of gold to the transaction payment. But Qingxiu did not accept it and directly pushed it back. Since I said this black pepper was given as an extra, I absolutely will not take 1 coin more. Duke Qinggua, don't say that. Just consider this gold as a gift from me, would that not be fine? Although Prince Juelyuo's appeared extremely sincere, Qingxiu still refused without hesitation. If the prince wishes, then in the next transaction, just give me a little discount. Haha, good. This is the first time I've ever gained an advantage from someone else, then I won't hold back. Prince Juelyuos immediately developed an even better impression of Qingxiu, thinking to himself that this man was indeed the most suitable partner to cooperate with. It seemed that giving a large sum of money to Qingxiu as investment in the beginning had been an extremely correct decision. The subordinates opened a sack for inspection, and instantly the rich aroma of black pepper spread everywhere. With just one smell, it was clear this was top-quality black pepper. Even the merchants passing by were filled with envy. Each of them was limited to only 3 jin when purchasing black pepper, while Prince Juelyuos took away 400 jin at once. Anyone could see that from now on, in the regions of Dashi, the pricing power of black pepper would likely belong solely to him. Prince Juelyuos carefully picked 1 grain from a sack, tossed it into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and his face was filled with intoxicated delight. This batch of quality was far superior to the black pepper he had bought in the markets before. The price could at least be raised by another third. He ordered his men to carry away the black pepper, and generously suggested taking Qingxiu to the red light district for some fun. The Tsueyan Pavilion has recently received a few Western beauties. I'll host the entire day, so Duke Qingwa can fully enjoy himself, how about it? Qingxiu smiled somewhat awkwardly. No need, thank you for the prince's kind offer. Those beauties are truly stunning, are you really not going? You will regret it if you don't. Prince Juelyuos said with a meaningful look. But this could not move Qingxiu. If speaking of beauty, could they compare with the 7 wives in his own mansion? Thank you for the prince's kindness, but I've never been interested in such places. If the prince enjoys himself, that is enough. Qingxiu declined again politely. Fine, then I won't insist. Prince Juelyuos felt a bit of regret. But later, I still asked Duke Qingwa to personally go to the Arabian Chamber of Commerce. There is something I wish you to look at. This man looked mysterious, so Qingxiu did not ask further and agreed directly. After briefly handling some business at the chamber, Qingxiu immediately set out for the Dashi Chamber of Commerce, meeting along the way many merchants eager to get close to him. Without exception, all of them wanted to obtain more black pepper supply from him, but he rejected them one by one. His reasoning was truly irrefutable. Prince Juelyuos invested large amounts of silver and gold to expand my plantations. With such high yield, he deserves credit. Can you compare with him? When Qingxiu arrived at the chamber, someone was already waiting there especially for him and led him into the warehouse at the back. Prince Juelyuos had been waiting there for quite some time. You once asked me to help you recruit mercenaries in the western regions. I've always remembered it. As he spoke, Prince Juelyuos waved his hand, and at once the warehouse doors were opened. Behind those doors were not goods, but dozens of living men of different skin colors, all strong and robust. From their appearances, none of them were Chinese. Most were Romans or Westerners, and quite a few were Kunlun slaves. The only thing in common was that they were all strong, tall, but their eyes were full of fear and unease. Why don't you kneel quickly and greet your master? Prince Juelyuos gave a stern command, and these men immediately knelt and kowtowed to Qingxiu, shouting in broken Chinese, "Greetings to Duke Qingwa." Qingxiu had not expected the prince to arrange such a thing for him. He waved his hand and gestured, "All of you, stand up first." "Greetings to Duke Qingwa." I said, "Stand up." "Greetings to Duke Qingwa." No matter what Qingxiu said, they only kept kneeling and shouting those words. He suddenly realized this group of people seemed to only know how to say that one sentence in Chinese. "Stand up." Prince Juelyuos shouted in Arabic, and only then did they hurriedly stand, though their eyes looking at Qingxiu were still full of fear. "This is, the mercenaries you spoke of finding for me?" Qingxiu looked at them doubtfully. "Not exactly mercenaries. Most are slaves, some sold themselves because they couldn't repay debts." Prince Juelyuos stepped forward and pounded the chest of a Roman man. "Don't be fooled by their lowly status. Give them food and they'll risk their lives. Their physiques can absolutely fight." Qingxiu did not doubt their fighting ability. "Even so, their number is too few. I need at least 1,000. Don't worry, there are 7,000 in total. Most are still waiting in the western regions. I just picked some for Duke Qingwa to see." Prince Juelyuos smiled. After all, such a long journey, feeding 7,000 is no small cost. Then he ordered his men to bring out a token and handed it to Qingxiu, saying that with this in hand, he could at any time command the mercenary army in the western regions. Of course, calling them mercenaries was less accurate than calling them a slave army. After all, these were men who had sold themselves into slavery. Excellent. Qingxiu took the token, inwardly praising that Prince Juelyuos truly handled matters reliably. A slave army was far more dependable than mercenaries. These men could be commanded and controlled at will, even ordered to their deaths without hesitation. Whereas mercenaries, each time before battle they would bargain conditions, and when it truly came to fighting with their lives, they might not give it. Many thanks to Prince Juelyuo's, this. Qingxiu had just wanted to ask how much money he had spent on this matter, but when he saw the other's expression, he gave up. Obviously, no matter how much money was spent, Prince Juelyuo's would never let Qingxiu pay. For today's matter, it was a friend helping a friend. I can only accept your gratitude. As long as Duke Qingguo remembers today's matter, no matter how much money was spent, it was worth it. This Prince Juelyuo's really knew how to handle people. After leaving the Arabian Chamber of Commerce, Qingxiu did not immediately return to his residence, but instead called for several carriages to load these strong slave soldiers and take them away. At the same time, he did not forget to send someone to inform Chen Rusong to meet him outside the city. He also especially instructed him to prepare everything well, since this journey would not be short. This Chen Rusong was the household retainer who, back when escorting Qingxiu's caravan into Shandong, had captured alive 4 bandit leaders in a mountain valley. After returning to Chang'an, Qingxiu realized this man was a talent worth cultivating, and had long prepared to entrust him with an important task this time. At the same time, he also drafted another letter and sent someone to deliver it to the Qingfeng Merchant Guild, with strict orders that it must be handed into the hands of a specific person. After dealing with these matters, Qingxiu signaled the carriages and horses to follow him out of Chang'an. By now it was already dusk. There was less than half an hour left until the city's night curfew. Normally, at this time, leaving or entering Chang'an was forbidden, but no one dared to stop Qingxiu's carriages. Besides, the patrol soldiers also knew the curfew did not apply to Qingxiu. Duke Qingguo, you're bringing so much cargo out of the city? The soldiers looked at the few large carriages sealed very tightly and asked cautiously. Although by regulation goods had to be inspected, the way Qingxiu's were sealed clearly meant he didn't want anyone to see inside. If it were someone else, they would have forced an inspection, but for Qingxiu, I'm just transporting some saplings to my plantation outside the city. These saplings can't be exposed to the wind before planting, so I sealed them tightly. Qingxiu casually placed a few ingots of silver on the wheel track of the carriage. The soldier's eyes almost popped out. Brothers, you'll be busy all night with your duties. Buy some wine and meat to ease your fatigue. Hee hee. The soldiers all smiled ingratiatingly. Originally, they did not dare inspect Qingxiu's goods. Now that he had even given them money, it was already showing them great consideration. You flatter us. Guarding the gate is our duty, why speak of hardship? The captain quietly pocketed the silver. Please go on your way. But I have one more request for you. Qingxiu had just gotten into the carriage, then tossed back a sentence. Later, a few of my subordinates will also be leaving the city. They'll have my letters of introduction. Please don't make things difficult for them. The meaning was obvious, let his people pass freely too. All right. The captain felt troubled, but still gritted his teeth and agreed. Even aside from the silver they just took, they dared not disobey Qingxiu's orders. After Qingxiu's carriages left the city, they traveled until they stopped outside Xiashang village. Everyone get down. Qingxiu gave an order in Arabic, and the slave soldiers hidden in the carriages quickly obeyed and jumped out. By this time they had already changed into normal clothing. Aside from their extremely strong builds, they looked no different from ordinary foreign merchants. Greetings to Duke Qingguo. As soon as they got out, they reflexively wanted to kneel to Qingxiu. He impatiently waved his hand to stop them. I didn't recruit you to kneel and kowtow to me. Did the prince not tell you what you're to do, following me? Qingxiu's Arabic was quite decent. After all, having long done business with Arabs, he had to learn some languages. A dark-skinned Kunlun slave answered timidly. He said if we don't go to war and kill enemies for you, then you'll cut off our food, and we'll starve to death. This answer amused Qingxiu. So, do you dare go to battle? As long as master doesn't starve us, we'll do anything, a Roman slave quickly replied. That was good enough. These men looked timid and simple, but as long as they strictly obeyed Qingxiu's orders, that was all that was needed. Just then, carriages approached from not far away. Looking toward the sound, it was 2 carriages coming in succession. The first to arrive was Chen Rusong's carriage. He got down at once and asked, "Why has Duke Qingguo summoned me here?" Qingxiu signaled him not to rush, then turned to the second carriage arriving afterward. When it stopped, a man dressed very finely yet strangely stepped down. He was the exiled envoy of the Lulan kingdom, Chui. This man had nowhere to go, so he shamelessly stayed at the Qingfeng Merchant Guild without leaving. Qingxiu had not driven him away either, deliberately keeping him. He always believed Qingxiu had not abandoned him and kept seeking a chance to ask for help in restoring Lulan. Now, having been summoned here by Qingxiu's order, the man trembled all over. He knew Qingxiu was willing to help him. Duke Qinghua, are you truly willing to help me? I swear, if Lulan can be restored, more than half the national treasury will be yours. The entire Lulan kingdom will honor you as the highest guest, equal to the king himself, and whatever other demands you have will also be met. This man had indeed reached desperation, no longer even making conditions of his own, but letting Qingxiu set the terms, and he would accept them all. Qingxiu waved for him to be silent. When did I ever agree to help you restore Lulan? Besides, Lulan is not destroyed, it only changed to a new king. How can you speak of restoration? Chui was slightly stunned, but he was clever and immediately corrected himself. Yes, you are right, I was rash. Qingxiu looked him over, then suddenly asked, can you speak Arabic? The language of Dashi. Yes, not only can I speak it, but I can speak it fluently. At this, Chui showed rare pride. Not just Arabic, I can even understand Latin, and speak some of it. Before, as envoy of Lulan to other countries, he had naturally needed to know several languages, so this was not difficult for him. That is good. Qingxiu patted Chen Rusong's shoulder. Brother, this task comes suddenly, but it can only be entrusted to you. Afterward, the reward will certainly satisfy you. Duke Qinghua, why speak of reward? To serve you, even if I must go through fire and water, I will have no complaints. Chen Rusong did not hesitate and agreed at once. Qingxiu pointed at the slave soldiers behind him. I have prepared more than 7,000 warriors like them in the western regions. They are strong and will absolutely obey orders. The only shortcoming is that they don't understand Chinese. But that's not really a problem. Qingxiu glanced at Chui, who then suddenly understood. So Qingxiu wanted him to act as interpreter, so Chen Rusong could lead these soldiers more easily. As long as the king can return to the throne, the whole Lulan kingdom will forever remember Duke Qinghua's great kindness. Chuyi's eyes filled with tears of excitement. He actually dropped to his knees before Qingxiu on the spot, knocking his head several times on the ground. He had been wandering in Tang for nearly a year, unable to get any outside support, and even the court had withdrawn his envoy status. But now, to receive an army from Qingxiu's hands, this timely aid made him determined. No matter how outrageous Qingxiu's conditions, he would grit his teeth and accept them. Don't rush to be moved. This army is not the imperial army, but guards I hired from the western regions. Do you understand? Qingxiu said each word clearly. Chui quickly nodded. I understand. So the court is not involved in this matter. From beginning to end, it's only me helping you a little, do you understand? At this point, even if Chui were foolish, he could see Qingxiu's intent. Qingxiu wanted to claim all the credit for the victory. He did not want the Lulan king, after Qingxiu had spent men and money, to attribute the greatest merit to the Tang court. Don't worry, I will definitely make this clear to the king. Good. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Since I help you send troops, there must be conditions. If you agree now, Chen Rusong will immediately go with you and lead the army to suppress the rebellion. Please speak, Duke Qinghua. Although I am only an envoy, I am deeply trusted by the king and can decide for him. Even if he couldn't decide, what choice did he have? The king's throne was already gone, so what was there left to hesitate over? First, not only must I be honored as a top guest in Lulan, but from now on, my caravans and hired guards within your country must also be treated as top guests, and all expenses in Lulan must be covered by your royal family. Chui agreed to the first condition without even thinking. That was not a problem. Second, Lulan's army must obey my orders. Whenever I command you to send troops in cooperation, you must not refuse. Qingxiu's second condition was stronger. But Chui felt this was not too hard to accept. Originally, Lulan in the western regions had always wavered, bowing to whichever country was strongest. Even without Qingxiu, they had to seek Tang's protection to survive. Yes, I can agree on behalf of the king. Chui answered. Lastly, in Lulan's foreign relations and in receiving foreign garrisons, everything must be reported to me, and the final decision must be mine. This was essentially taking away Lulan's diplomatic rights. Qingxiu wanted to make Lulan his stronghold in the western regions, and he would never allow other countries to reach into it. Seeing Chuyi's expression grow more troubled, Qingxiu gave him no chance to bargain. You may refuse. Just turn around now and continue as a refugee in Chang'an, waiting and begging the emperor to one day favor you. They didn't even hold 1 inch of Lulan land now, and still dared to have objections? What a joke! Chui panicked immediately. Yes. I believe the king will agree, as long as it doesn't interfere with his rule inside the country. At that moment, he clearly realized his position. How could he bargain with Qingxiu? Empty words mean nothing. Qingxiu looked at him coldly. Such great conditions could not rest only on verbal agreement. Qingxiu would never accept that. Without hesitation, Chui searched in his robes for a long while, then took out a token representing his envoy status. I, Chui, use this token as proof, and swear to heaven and earth, everything promised to Duke Qingwa today will be fulfilled, one by one, after my king restores his throne. Otherwise, may I suffer heaven's punishment, leaving no bones behind. Qingxiu took the envoy's token and, without even looking at it, slipped it into his robe. That was enough. Anyway, they were all in his hands now, with no chance to go back on their word. Chui asked eagerly, Duke Qingwa, can we now depart tonight, go to the western regions, and summon divine soldiers to retake Lulan? This is not the first priority. Right now, the most important thing is to find your king. Qingxiu said calmly, I remember you said the former king of Lulan is in exile in another country. First bring him back, then move to take Lulan. Chuyi's face changed slightly, and he quickly said, we could also first conquer Lulan, then bring the king back. If we attack Lulan without justification, won't the people resist us desperately, seeing us as invaders? With your king present, the cause will be rightful, and we can win the hearts of those who want restoration. With just one light sentence, Qingxiu cut off all of Chuyi's arguments. Winning people's hearts wasn't important to Qingxiu. What mattered was keeping their king firmly in his grasp, so that even after regaining power, he would never escape Qingxiu's control. That way, Qingxiu wouldn't have to worry about them reneging. Even if the Lulan king tried to renege, Qingxiu had 9 ways to make him regret it, but why bother if it could be avoided? Good, everything will follow Duke Qingwa's arrangements. What else could Chui say? He could only leave it all to fate. After all, his word meant nothing. As for Chen Rusong, Qingxiu did not say much more. This man's loyalty and ability were beyond doubt. He could be trusted to act on the spot when the time came. If I have other orders, I'll send letters to you. Without my instructions, you may decide everything on your own. You don't need to ask me about every matter. With these words, Qingxiu gave Chen Rusong enormous authority. Until Lulan is pacified, I will not return to Chang'an. Chen Rusong promised firmly to Qingxiu. Then he took Chui and more than a dozen slave soldiers, and under the cover of night drove several carriages away. Those carriages were filled with gold and silver, enough to last the whole journey. Qingxiu watched them leave and thought to himself that he too should prepare for the campaign into the western regions. Once everything in Liaodong is settled, the court can also go all out to attack the western regions. In the blink of an eye, it was already early spring, the 3rd month. Although Li Er's granted leave had already ended, Qingxiu did not restrain himself. Instead, he took his wives out to enjoy the spring outing, at ease and carefree. Li Er originally wanted to summon Qingxiu back, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Qingxiu had indeed rendered many great services, so letting him relax for a while was not impossible. Moreover, even if Qingxiu were really recalled, he would not necessarily obey. And since the affairs in Liaodong and Goguryeo had been handled extremely well, Li Er did not need to waste more thought on them. At that time it was also the season of spring plowing among the people. Li Er thought of Yuan Tiangong's prophecy from last spring, and Qingxiu's early warning, and his heart grew uneasy. He feared this year might again bring a great disaster. But this time he did not summon all the ministers to observe the divination. Instead, he called Yuan Tiangong alone into the palace to divine. Last year Yuan Tiangong's divination had been proven extremely accurate. If this year again foretold a great disaster, once the news spread it would surely shake the people's hearts. It must be remembered that last autumn's harvest was terribly poor. Even though he reduced taxes in the disaster regions, the people only had enough grain to last until this year's farming season. Even the seeds had to be reissued by the court. If Qingxiu had not done everything in his power last year to drive away the locust plague, people might have starved to death before spring began. For this palace divination, Li Er only summoned a few trusted ministers to observe, and throughout they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They feared that any movement would disturb the prediction's result. At last, after writing down a pile of obscure prophetic words, Yuan Tiangong slowly said, Your Majesty can rest assured, this year Great Tang will suffer no natural disasters. At least in Guangzhong, the winds and rains will be favorable. But whether there may be other troubles, man-made calamities, cannot yet be known. Only then did Li Er dare to laugh loudly. Ha ha! If it is man-made, that can be said, since such things depend on men, with preparation in advance they can be prevented. Li Er truly did not fear man-made troubles breaking out along the borders. For the flourishing Tang full of talent, such things were not real difficulties. Then in which direction should the court advance this year, to accord with heaven's will? Li Er asked another very important question. Yuan Tiangang did not answer immediately, but thought a while before saying, "When was the last time your majesty conversed with Duke Qingua? I mean, what proposals Duke Qingua gave your majesty?" This made Li Er think for a while. Indeed, last time they had discussed Liaodong, but Goguryeo had already been pacified, so there was no meaning in advancing there anymore. The western regions. Li Er's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered Qingxiu had spoken of the strategy of encircling Tibet and the planning of the western trade routes. Since ancient times, many dynasties had advanced east and north, but those two directions had already been almost completely explored by their predecessors. The northern deserts were barren. In the Liaodong direction, Goguryeo was subdued, and even far off Hua had already been crushed, only awaiting Li Ji's return to Chang'an with captives. But advancing west, before Tang, only the Han had done so, and even then the scope was extremely limited. Although Li Er had once thought of advancing westward, in his eyes it had seemed less important than pacifying the east. "You mean, your divination result coincides with Duke Qinggua's idea?" Li Er asked Yuan Tiangang cautiously. "No." Yuan Tiangang shook his head. "How could I know what is in Duke Qinggua's mind? Has your majesty forgotten that Duke Qinggua is the very bearer of Tang's destiny?" At these words, Li Er was suddenly enlightened. He cursed himself inwardly, for he already had the answer, yet was still shackled by old thinking. Since Qingxiu was already Tang's destiny itself, then everything should follow the direction he had planned. Why should Li Er worry more? "National Preceptor, today's talk with you has been most fruitful. Another day, you and I will sit down again and converse at length." Li Er could hardly suppress the joy in his heart, and Yuan Tiangang knew he need say no more. For such a ruler, one hint was enough, saving him much effort. "Later, I will obey your majesty's orders." After Yuan Tiangang left, Li Er still furrowed his brows, pondering deeply for a long time. "Your majesty?" Only when Changsun Wuji softly called did Li Er come back from his thoughts. "What is it, Fui?" "Although this minister does not know the deeper meaning of what Yuan Tiangang told your majesty, it seems my worthy son-in-law's ideas are very important?" Changsun Wuji asked. "Perhaps." Li Er replied vaguely. After all, Duke Qinggua is Tang's foremost minister. His strategic vision must indeed be valued. Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and the others gave no clear opinion. In their hearts they only believed that matters depend on men. Results from fortune-telling and divination were not to be fully trusted. "Your Majesty, this minister believes that in these past 2 years the court has annexed Mabe, Hushi, Goguryeo's lands, and even Hua, which has not yet been settled. The Tang realm has already expanded greatly. But with the expansion of territory, the difficulty of governance has also risen sharply. This year the court should make stability its priority, focusing entirely on securing the newly gained borderlands." Fang Xianling spoke first. His view was simple: this year should be entirely for rest and recovery, to consolidate the land. And his view gained the agreement of all the others. After all, none wished Tang to carelessly squander such a strong hand. Li Er frowned tightly. He still remembered that Qingxiu had always urged him to plant Tang's footing in the western regions as fast as possible. Otherwise, the Arabs, who always valued the western regions, might seize the initiative. And Tibet, long threatening Tang from the southwest, also needed to be encircled and blocked by control of the western regions. Whether Arabs or Tibetans, if they seized the western regions first, it would be greatly harmful to Qingxiu's plan. A year's time, just 1 year, was far too likely to bring change. While Li Er still hesitated, suddenly a report came from outside the palace. It was an urgent message from Goguryeo. At first Li Er thought Goguryeo had rebelled again, that popular uprisings had broken out, and his mind immediately grew tense. But when he read the letter, the news left him stunned. There was no military emergency at all. Only news of one man. Li Jing was so ill he could no longer rise from bed. He could not even ride in a carriage back to Chang'an. Li Jing was already aged, his body failing year by year. On top of that, during the Goguryeo campaign, he had suffered from the foreign climate, developing a severe sore on his back. Thus, tormented by this sore, Li Jing's body grew weaker by the day. Ho Junji even wrote in the letter with concern, fearing Li Jing might never return alive to his homeland. After reading the letter, Li Er felt lost and sorrowful. Although he had always guarded against the power of Li Jing's great merits, now truly hearing that Li Jing was near death, he still found it hard to accept. "Yaoshe, he won't be in danger, will he?" After a long silence, Li Er finally asked slowly. "When I departed, I only knew the general was very ill, with little appetite. Yet he still insisted on returning to Chang'an," he said. The envoy's face darkened, clearly unable to go on. "What did he say?" Li Er's own face showed worry, and he quickly pressed. The general said, if his life was nearly at its end, then even in death he wished to die in Chang'an, not to become a lonely ghost in a foreign land. Hearing this, Li Er was silent for a long time. Knowing Li Jing, if he had decided he must return, then most likely he was already on the way, and no one could dissuade him. Give orders, along the road, prepare the post stations to receive Yaoshi. And also, deliver my message to him. Li Er paused for a moment, then spoke sorrowfully, I will prepare a celebration banquet for him. He must make it to Chang'an. The trusted ministers present all remained silent. Yes. The envoy withdrew, and Li Er also forced himself to put aside his thoughts. He could not allow this matter to disturb his later decisions. Li Jing's matter, let it rest here for now. He had to leave more of his mind for the affairs of the realm. As for whether the court this year should continue expansion, or focus on rest and adjustment, I will wait until Duke Qingguo returns before discussing it again. All of you, withdraw. While Li Er was still busy and confused over the affairs of state, Qingxiu, with his 7 wives, had traveled in leisure from around Chang'an all the way to outside Tong Pass, enjoying the spring outing. After all, he had not spent time with his wives for nearly half a year, so he simply took them out to make up for it. At that time, Guangzhou and Guangdong had not yet turned to the severe deserts of later times. The whole way was lush and green, the scenery no worse than Central Plains or Hebei. Qingxiu even bought several spots of fine landscape outside Tong Pass, intending to develop them later. Unknowingly, nearly a month passed. By the time they returned to Chang'an, the seedlings in the fields had already begun to sprout. Along the way, almost every farmer they met asked first about the year's prospects, fearing another disaster like last year. Last year drought and locust plague came one after another. If not for the court distributing seed grain, countless people would have fled in famine. Qingxiu made a quick calculation. This year, the 3rd of Zhenguan, the disasters had ended, and it would certainly be a year of good harvest. Fathers and elders, there is no need to worry. This year the weather will be favorable, no disasters will come. It will be a great harvest unlike before. Just farm diligently. With Qingxiu's reassurance, the people finally let go of their fears. At least they would not starve again. But what puzzled Qingxiu was that along the whole way, he saw every household brewing wine. The smell of wine even drifted all the way into Chang'an. Before even entering the city, that strong fragrance already tempted the appetite. It was truly wine whose scent carried 10 miles. Yet this year grain was scarce. The people should have been frugal, holding on until autumn harvest, but instead they used their scarce grain to make wine. And the court did not forbid it, which was strange indeed. Husband, after we return, let's also drink a cup? The fragrance stirred Li Yuchan's craving. She had always loved good wine. Now that brewing had become a craze throughout Chang'an, she naturally wanted to drink to her heart's content. Just then, on the street, a group of people bustled past, each holding a wine jar, laughing and chatting. Your brew can't compare with mine, this is made with the finest sorghum. Sorghum? Mine is rice wine, made with polished rice, far more fragrant and mellow. Millet is better, it produces more wine. Each compared their wine, none willing to yield. Qingxiu grew curious. He stopped one passerby casually. Why is everyone in Chang'an lately brewing wine? Ah, Duke Qingguo. The man suddenly noticed who it was, quickly bowing. The others also realized Qingxiu was present, and hurriedly saluted. But Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal. This year grain is scarce among the people. Why are you all brewing wine in large amounts? Aren't you afraid of not having enough to eat? And I see even the villages outside the city are the same. Qingxiu looked puzzled. The man quickly explained, you haven't been in Chang'an lately? Last year's famine was too terrible, so everyone fears this year will also be filled with calamity. So, they brew wine to sacrifice to the gods, hoping to gain protection. If grain is short, they brew less, but at least it gives peace of mind. Qingxiu nodded thoughtfully. But this way, isn't the people's already scarce grain even more strained? The man laughed. Haha, it's not so bad. The court this year gave out much relief grain and seed. And besides, the wine isn't all wasted. In the end, it all goes into people's bellies, it isn't truly wasteful. His words made the bystanders all agree. Although they said the brewing was for offerings, in truth it had been too long since they had tasted wine. They used the excuse to indulge a little. All last year they had lived on the edge of hunger. Though Qingxiu had strictly kept grain prices stable in Chang'an, wine prices had soared. The people only wanted, at the start of spring, to drink a cup, then work hard for the rest of the year. Perhaps this was why Li Er had not prohibited private brewing. But as you can see, nearly every household in Chang'an now brews wine for offerings. Some busybodies even arranged an early spring wine festival, where everyone brings their own brew to compare whose is best, most fragrant. If you win a title, you get at least 10 taels of silver. At most, several hundred taels. At this, everyone's faces showed longing. So that's how it is? Qingxiu nodded thoughtfully. The people warmly invited Qingxiu to join them. Will you also come watch with us? It's lively, and there's free wine to drink. Qingxiu politely declined, then returned to his residence with his wives. No sooner had he arrived than he received dozens of letters from the court written during this time. Most were from Li Er, asking when he would return, and bringing up troublesome matters of government. Qingxiu glanced at them casually, then found these were all things Li Er could handle himself, so he paid them no further mind. Better let Li Er worry about such matters himself. The other wives only yawned and went back to their rooms to rest. They were not like Qingxiu, with energy far beyond ordinary people. A month of outings, though joyful, had truly left them tired. At that moment, all they wanted was a good sleep. Thus Qingxiu was left idle. By calculation, his merchant guilds were all already on their way to the western regions, and nothing at present required his concern. Why not go into the palace to see the emperor? Anyway, there's nothing else to do now. Qingxiu was just about to set out, when suddenly he heard someone had come to his residence, asking to see him. This man I've seen before. He is Chen Feihe, the manager of Yunhe Merchant Guild. Before your return, he came once to visit, but missed you, Guzi reported. And what business does he have this time? He says it is about the early spring wine festival in Chang'an. He insists you would surely be interested, and wishes to explain in person. If it had been anything else, Qingxiu would have told Guzi to find some excuse to send him away. But at the mention of the wine festival, he immediately thought of the city streets filled with the fragrance of wine, and he too felt a strange interest. Let him come in and speak. Qingxiu had occasionally heard the name Chen Feihe. Though his Yunhe Merchant Guild had some standing in Chang'an, in Qingxiu's eyes, it was nothing worth mentioning. So the man had never had the chance to sit with Qingxiu as equals. As soon as he entered the residence, Chen Feihe respectfully bowed deeply, his face full of eagerness. I have glimpsed Duke Qingua from afar several times, but this is my first chance to speak with you up close. Thank you for granting me this honor. No need for courtesy. Sit down. Speak plainly. Yes. Chen Feihe did not sit immediately, but carefully placed down the large bundle in his hands, looking very weary. This is shoe brocade, a specialty of Sichuan. Though not much, it is of the highest quality. Even in all Sichuan, the yearly yield is little. And this, tea from Jiangxi. I tasted it myself, the flavor is truly unique. If you are interested, I can brew you a pot right now. He introduced the gifts one by one, like presenting treasures. But Qingxiu had no patience to listen to such nonsense. What do you intend? If you keep speaking useless words, take your things and get out. Yes. Chen Feihe at once stopped rambling. Yet he still did not sit, and continued to stand respectfully. You just returned to Chang'an today? Did you see all the households brewing wine on the streets? Recently I founded an early spring wine festival in Chang'an. I know. On the way back into the city, I heard of it. Qingxiu interrupted. I heard there are several prizes set? Correct. Chen Feihe clapped his hands with a laugh. Your news is really well informed. I came today for no other reason but to invite you to take part in this wine festival. Whether you bring your own brewed wine, or simply attend to taste, it would be an honor. In truth, Qingxiu was indeed interested. He had originally planned, after talking with Li Er, to go see the wine festival himself. But since the man came personally to invite him, it was another matter. Qingxiu agreed so quickly that Chen Feihe thought he had easily persuaded him. Why invite me to a wine festival? In Chang'an there are many respected nobles more suitable than me. Chen Feihe smiled. They are easier to invite, yes, but none equal your highest reputation, nor your closeness with the people. Naturally the common folk would be overjoyed to see you personally attend. Such flattery could not move Qingxiu. He signaled Guzi to send him out. At once Chen Feihe panicked, and hurriedly said, if you are willing to attend, someone can pay you a fee. My fee, you could never afford. If I wished, even selling your entire Yunhe Merchant Guild would not be enough. I know. But just think of it as letting the people of Guangzhong, suffering grain shortages, drink a little good wine. Even if you only show your face at the festival, would that not be good? Chen Feihe's tone was full of pleading. Qingxiu found his words strange. Whether I go or not, your festival will still be held. After the gods are honored, the people will drink their wine regardless. Not quite so. Chen Feihe's face turned bitter. Do you know why the people around Chang'an, even while starving, still insist on brewing wine? Some of that grain they use came from me. These words startled Qingxiu. Is that true? True. How would I dare lie to you? With a sigh, Chen Feihe explained the whole story. At first, the trend of brewing wine for offerings in Chang'an was started by wealthy landlords and gentry, since they had surplus grain. Brewing wine was no problem for them. The surrounding commoners wished to imitate, but their households truly had no spare grain. At best, an entire village scraped together enough to brew a few jars of coarse wine. After the offering, they would share it spoon by spoon, each tasting only a little of the sour brew. Even that was already a great luxury for them. Chen Feihe, as a merchant, saw this and felt troubled. Before he made his fortune, his family too had been desperately poor. Not until his 30s, when he earned his first fortune, did he taste wine for the first time in his life. Now seeing these people suffering, he could not bear it. So he specially purchased old grain from the city's granaries, last year's stores, even broken rice, and had it distributed to the villagers for brewing. Since it was mostly aged grain and fragments, using it for wine was not truly wasteful. But he never said it came from him. The people even thought this aged grain was given by the court. That I don't understand. You spend money to do good, why not leave your name? Would it not be fine to let the people at least thank you? Qingxiu was genuinely surprised. Chen Feihe gave a bitter smile. It was only buying some old grain to let people brew wine. How could that be called a great deed? Compared with Duke Qinghua, who last year fought locusts for the people, stabilized grain prices, and crushed the Zheng clan, this is nothing. How would I have the face to boast of it? This Chen Feihe was truly unlike other merchants. Qingxiu had long been used to those who reeked of copper, who wanted 2 taels profit from 1 coin. But here was one who spent so much only so the common folk could honor the gods with offerings, and also taste a little wine. Compared to other merchants, Chen Feihe seemed an exceptional outlier. Although Chen Feihe looked thin and somewhat scheming, his heart, compared with other merchants, could truly be called kind. Then why are you holding this early spring wine festival? Chen Feihe gave a simple, honest smile, which really did not match his sly-looking face. I also want to take this chance to earn some money. Many nobles and wealthy people are interested in the wine festival and said they're willing to invest. After all, as you know, I'm a merchant. Qingxiu said lightly, if I show my face at the wine festival, more people will come, and those nobles will give you more money. Chen Feihe did not answer, embarrassed, but clearly Qingxiu had guessed it. If it were only a business deal, Qingxiu would not have been willing to use his own reputation to help this man gather wealth. But this man had truly acted with sincerity, doing some good for the common people of Chang'an. Though in Qingxiu's eyes it was a small matter, in a city where the rich and powerful were many, they were unwilling to do even such small good deeds. By contrast, Chen Feihe seemed a genuinely good person. Fine, I can attend your wine festival, on the condition that everything you told me is true. Qingxiu looked at Chen Feihe with meaning. But if I find you made it up, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Chen Feihe was overjoyed, quickly bowing in thanks, even saying that if there were any falsehood, he would accept any punishment Qingxiu gave. But may I ask, do you really plan to just show up casually? Won't you brew some wine to enter? Chen Feihe asked again. You think, with the beer I hold in my hands, once I bring it out, who could compete with me for first place? This counter-question left Chen Feihe speechless. The popularity of beer in Chang'an needed no words, whether nobles or commoners, all loved it. And the brewing method was far more complex than the crude brewing of the people. In any case, Qingxiu's agreement was already a blessing. Chen Feihe did not insist further, thanked him repeatedly, and left. As he departed, he even said he would bring more gifts in the future. After he left, Qingxiu told Erguzi to investigate whether Chen Feihe's words were true. Erguzi frowned in thought. I did hear that recently a merchant in Chang'an bought a large amount of old grain, and soon after, that grain appeared in the people's hands. This is likely true. But whether it was Chen Feihe, I'll need to investigate. Erguzi took the order and left. Afterward, Qingxiu truly thought over Chen Feihe's words. Though he cared nothing for the ranking, this wine festival, at this time, with his participation, was sure to cause a stir. It was a perfect chance to promote his wines. He happened to recall that he had some specially brewed liquor. With this opportunity, the whole city would know it. Why not go? I'm idle anyway, it can be some fun for myself. Qingxiu then ordered his servants to bring out the special wine stored in his cellar. If he was to make a name for his wine, he must bring out something so good it would shock all Chang'an. 3 days later, the wine festival opened as scheduled. Though nominally for the common people, no one expected it would stir such excitement in Chang'an. Not only commoners, many nobles and rich families also brought their special family brews for tasting and judging. Thanks to the strong atmosphere of wine brewing in Chang'an, everyone was eager to try. For the wealthy, hearing praise for their wine was more important than winning small prize money. Of course, what really drove the festival's popularity to its peak was Chen Feihe's announcement that Duke Qingguo would attend with his own wine for judging. That alone was enough to draw the whole city. Originally, the festival was to be held in a small hall that could only fit a few hundred people, lasting just one day. But more and more people came, many not even competing, just coming to drink and judge. Chen Feihe decided on the spot to rent an entire tavern at his own cost, declaring the festival would run 5 days straight, welcoming all the people of Chang'an to judge. When Qingxiu and Li Yuchan arrived with their wine, the place was already packed, overflowing with people. The scene was extremely lively. Li Yuchan sniffed. There are many wines, but few worth mentioning, the brewing is too rough. Of course. The people brewed from grain scraped from their mouths. It can't compare to tavern wines. Qingxiu also knew most contestants were just joining for fun. The festival's rules were also very casual, anyone could collect a red ticket at the front desk, and give it to whichever wine they liked best. This was fair enough, not limiting the judging to only a few chosen tasters. Letting the people themselves choose their favorite taste, Chen Feihe truly had some ingenuity. Duke Qingguo has come. As soon as Qingxiu entered, someone recognized him and shouted in delight. Greetings, Duke Qingguo. Everyone in the tavern quickly bowed to him. But Qingxiu only waved his hand, telling them not to be so formal. No need, everyone. The wine festival should go on as usual. Don't let me disturb it. Many at once noticed the jar of wine Qingxiu carried. Clearly, he too had brought a wine to compete, and everyone in Chang'an already knew the reputation of Qingxiu's brewing. Duke Qingguo, the wine you brought today, is it beer? Someone asked. Beer? Everyone is familiar with that. To bring it to compete would be too boring. Qingxiu replied casually. No sooner had he entered than many hurried to invite him to taste their wines, dozens of fragrant cups laid out before him. Please, try this, my wife brewed it herself. This one is made from fruit, you surely haven't tasted this flavor before. You'll be the first in Chang'an to drink it. Better try mine first, it's made from fresh new grain. Everyone vied for Qingxiu's attention, all eagerly hoping for his approval. Even if in the end he didn't choose theirs, to have him taste it was enough to brag of in Chang'an. Seeing the common people so eager, Qingxiu of course did not refuse, tasting cup after cup of their wines. But the flavors were beyond his expectations. Though the brewing methods were rough and the grain was old, they had been generous with their ingredients. Compared to much of the tavern wine watered down, these were indeed far better. This flavor is not bad, but the brewing time is too short. Next time, remember to seal the jar for longer. Why did you put salt in this one? It's creative, but those not used to the taste will strongly dislike it. Cup after cup, Qingxiu drank, giving each household detailed explanations and suggestions. Not merely saying good or bad, his careful words convinced everyone completely. Yet, even after drinking so much, his face did not change, and he showed not the slightest drunkenness. As if everything he swallowed was plain water, it had no effect on him. Duke Qingguo truly has a mighty tolerance. Seeing his capacity, the crowd could not help but praise. If they themselves had drunk so much, they would have long since collapsed. But after all these dozens of cups, Qingxiu still held his red voting slip in his hand, without giving it to anyone. Clearly, none of the wines had earned his true favor. Still, for the people, having him taste their hand-brewed wines was already something they could brag about for life. As the crowd chatted, many scattered to try others' wines or seek more red slips. Husband, shall we open our jar? Li Yuchan clearly had great confidence in Qingxiu's brew. Once opened, it would surely win first place. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Qingxiu would not unveil his final act too soon. He still wanted to see if anyone here could bring out a wine to truly astonish the crowd. As he looked around, suddenly cries of surprise rose from the front, and people hurried over to gather. So the honored lords are here. They even have time to come to the wine festival, remarkable. Curious, Qingxiu also went forward. When the people saw him, they quickly made way. Before he reached the center, a familiar loud voice rang out, Old Cheng, what's wrong with me drinking a few more cups? I gave you my red slip, can't I have more? Wasn't that Cheng Yaojin's voice? Looking ahead, indeed, Cheng Yaojin sat facing Yuqi Jingde. Beside Yuqi Jingde sat a beautiful young woman, about 20, holding tightly onto a wine jar in her arms. More to drink? My good daughter spent so long brewing this wine, it's not for you alone. You already got several cups for one red slip, that's enough. Yuqi Jingde waved his hand, ignoring Cheng's flushed face and stubborn demands. Go find someone else's wine to drink. Cheng Yaojin scowled, about to argue more, when suddenly he saw Qingxiu push through the crowd. Ah, you're here too, boy? I just brewed a new jar, thought I'd share it with everyone, and maybe earn a bit of praise. Qingxiu lifted the jar in his hands, smiling. So it's Duke Qinghua. Yuqi Jingda now noticed him and immediately stood up. General Yuqi. Qingxiu politely returned the salute. Yuqi Jingda then pointed to the young woman beside him. This is my daughter, Yuqi Qing. Yuqi Qing looked outwardly like a graceful beauty, yet beneath her brows was a trace of pride and stubborn strength. Qingxiu had long heard that Yuqi Jingda had a beloved daughter. This was his first time meeting her. Greetings to Duke Qinghua. The little woman has long studied wine brewing, and has several fine works. I have also heard much of your wines, famed throughout Chang'an. As she spoke, she looked Qingxiu up and down with admiration. Her admiration was not only for his looks or fame, but even more for his skill in brewing fine wines. A woman so devoted to wine, truly rare. Even Li Yuchan had never shown such passion. It's hardly fame. Just something that can be sold for some coin, not worth mentioning. Qingxiu now understood. Chang Yaojin's quarrel was because, after tasting Yuqi Qing's wine, he demanded cup after cup, nearly finishing the whole jar. Since Yuqi Jingda had brought his daughter to compete, naturally he could not allow Chang to drink it all. Otherwise, how could they win votes? Chang wheedled and pestered, but Yuqi Jingda refused to give in. Uncle Chang, I'm surprised you came today. Qingxiu smiled at him. Old Chang loves wine like life. If not for duties in the next few days, I'd be here every day. By now, Chang had already tasted nearly every wine in the hall, yet only Yuqi Qing's had truly pleased him. You must have brought good wine this time too? His eyes were fixed on the jar in Qingxiu's hands from the very start. Before Qingxiu could answer, Yuqi Qing spoke ahead of him. Duke Qinghua, may I taste your wine? Chang slapped his head. Since the young lady spoke first, he couldn't fight her for priority. Seeing the growing crowd, all curious about his jar, Qingxiu knew it was time. Of course. Prepare the cups. He set the jar on the table, and instantly, countless greedy gazes fell upon it. Chang Yaojin even swallowed hard, itching to snatch it open himself, as Qingxiu slowly untied the seal. My wine is unlike the others. Its main ingredient is not grains, but sugarcane, with a little grain dregs as supplement. Sugarcane for wine? The crowd's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had heard that sugarcane could be brewed into alcohol. In Tang times, sugarcane had not been much cultivated or improved. It was not very sweet, and chewing it was hard and painful even for strong teeth. Thus, only some poor folk planted a little, just to taste a bit of sweetness. In the eyes of most, it was worthless, unnoticed, certainly no one had thought to brew wine from it. But compared to anyone else in this era, Qingxiu knew better that sugarcane was an excellent raw material for brewing wine. Especially since the sugar content of sugarcane in this era was not high, it was the best choice for making wine. Excuse me. Unsealing the clay, Qingxiu took a deep breath and directly lifted the lid. Before this moment, Qingxiu had never tasted the sugarcane wine he brewed himself, but even so, he brought it to the banquet. He was confident the sugarcane wine would surely amaze everyone. As the jar was opened, the rich fragrance instantly spread through the crowd. This was not a simple aroma of wine, but mixed with a special sweetness, different from the mellow fragrance of traditional wine. This fragrance was extremely refreshing and sweet, making people hungry just by smelling it. Good wine. Cheers erupted on the spot, and some people even clapped their hands uncontrollably. Yuqi Qing slightly closed her eyes, smelling the drifting fragrance in the air, and her expression became extremely satisfied. This wine is truly unique, it is completely different from any wine I have ever seen. Even Yuqi Jingda, who was usually not very interested, couldn't help but lean forward, sniffing carefully. Chang Yaojin was struggling not to drool, his eyes shining, regretting why he hadn't asked to drink first. Husband, you really have good judgment. This is the very first time you brewed this wine, yet you had confidence to create such a different flavor. Lien Yuchan couldn't help but say to Qingxiu. Qingxiu thought to himself, of course, sugarcane wine was something far ahead of its time. It would be strange if people didn't like it. Yuqi Qing's expression became solemn. She carefully scooped a cup from the jar. But she didn't rush to drink. First, she smelled it, then touched it lightly with her tongue, and even closed her eyes to taste carefully. Although this series of actions seemed a bit pretentious, in Qingxiu's eyes, the woman was extremely serious. Just like scholars in the imperial exam who exhaust themselves studying the 4 books and 5 classics to fully grasp them. She, too, exhausted every method just to weigh this cup of wine. People seek different things, her path seemed to be this very cup of wine. Thank you, Duke Qing. Yuqi Qing gratefully glanced at Qingxiu and slowly drank the wine. The clear, sweet taste intertwined with the fragrance on her tongue, sliding down gently, spreading a warm feeling throughout her whole body. She had never tasted such a refreshing wine before. The unique sweet fragrance of sugarcane completely covered the unpleasant part of alcohol. Good wine. Ranked first. Yuchi-Ching immediately gave it the highest praise, leaving even Yuchi-Jingda stunned. Chinger, is this wine really that good? Yuchi-Ching firmly replied. Like a stream flowing by, like mist rising into the sky, nourishing all things silently. Her description left everyone confused. If it's good, just say it's good, why so many words? Perhaps only Qingxiu could understand Yuchi-Ching's feelings at that moment. Before tasting Qingxiu's wine, his beloved daughter had sworn that no one could match the wine she brewed herself. But after just 1 cup of his sugarcane wine, she admitted it so quickly, it showed how extraordinary Qingxiu's wine was. Is it my turn now? Cheng Yaojin could no longer hold back. After getting Qingxiu's permission, he quickly poured himself a cup and drank it all in one go. How is it, General? Everyone stared at Cheng Yaojin. He was an old drinker and would surely give the most accurate judgment. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips, his frown loosening into a smile. Good wine. But just now I drank too quickly and didn't taste it carefully. Let me have 3 more cups to savor it properly. Qingxiu was speechless. This was like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Uncle Cheng, I only brought 2 jars. Everyone has to drink. If you drink more, others will drink less. That's unfair. His words immediately drew cheers from the crowd. Everyone wanted their share of this good wine. Let me help, Duke Qing, you rest. Someone stepped forward to pour wine for everyone, making sure each got at least a cup. Good wine, truly good wine. Other wine is for gulping, but Duke Qing's wine is a treasure, it must be savored slowly, or else it's wasted. Will this wine be sold on the market later? If not, it would be such a pity. Almost everyone who drank praised it endlessly. Some even couldn't bear to drink it all at once, sipping carefully, wanting to keep the taste longer in their mouths. Latecomers who rushed over saw the jars empty and felt deeply disappointed they had no share. After tasting, people handed over their red tickets to Qingxiu one after another. Soon, he had collected more than 50, more than even Yuchi-Ching's. Yuchi-Ching personally walked up to Qingxiu, handing over her tickets. Duke Qing, if there is a chance later, could we exchange our brewing experiences? Her eyes were full of sincerity, and Qingxiu couldn't refuse. After all, who could turn down such a beautiful lady's heartfelt invitation? In the future, of course we should exchange. But may I also taste your wine? Qingxiu was interested in hers too. Of course. Without hesitation, Yuchi-Ching poured a cup for Qingxiu herself, offering it with both hands. I thought my wine could amaze everyone, but compared to your sugarcane wine, it is nothing. Her wine's fragrance was not very strong. If not held close, it was hard to smell. But there was a faint elegant floral aroma lingering around the cup. Qingxiu tasted it, frowned slightly, and carefully savored it. You used yellow rice as the base, with some flower honey, peach blossom, perhaps? The alcohol content isn't very strong, but it's thick like honey. Not bad, it has its own flavor. Yuchi-Ching never expected that after just 1 sip, Qingxiu could directly point out every detail so clearly. This wine had taken her an entire year of study and effort to perfect, yet in front of him it held no secrets. Her admiration for Qingxiu rose even higher, her gaze now shining with respect. Your recipe is indeed good. But I think if you reduce the honey by 20% and add more yellow rice, the flavor will be better. Wanting too much to create a better taste, you forgot this is still a wine. You emphasized other flavors but ignored the wine itself. To be more exact, the wine Yuchi-Ching brewed was already gradually leaving the category of wine. Instead, it was more like a non-alcoholic drink. But in this era, drinks had not yet been separated from the category of wine and listed on their own, so at most, Yuchi-Ching was only making more improvements on wine itself. She claimed to love brewing wine and drinking wine, but now it seemed she actually liked drinks more. If she were to taste the happy water of the future, she would probably be even more shocked, Qingxiu couldn't help but think. Yuchi-Ching was not idle either, she took out paper and pen and recorded everything Qingxiu said. At that moment, Qingxiu also discovered that in her booklet there were already many brewing methods she had worked out before. He looked curiously a few times and suddenly realized that her brewing methods were closer to making drinks. Most of the ingredients she used were fruit juice, honey, sugar water, and so on. But limited by the productivity of this era, her drinks were destined to be difficult to mass produce. Duke Qing, are you interested in these things? Yuchi-Ching noticed Qingxiu staring at the booklet in her hand and felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing, just some failed winemaking records from before. I am indeed interested. If it's convenient, could you let me copy a set? In exchange, I am willing to teach you a method of brewing wine. Qingxiu offered. Hearing this, Yuchi-Ching was shocked on the spot. Duke Qing, is that true? To her, even spending a fortune would be worth it if she could get some brewing secrets from Qingxiu. Not to mention exchanging them for these failed records of hers. I always keep my word. How could I deceive you? Without hesitation, Yu Qing immediately handed her booklet to Qingxiu. Duke Qing, you may copy and read at will. No matter when you return it, it's fine. After the banquet, I will also send people to deliver the brewing recipe to your mansion. Qingxiu naturally accepted with a smile. When he opened the booklet, he found the brewing methods written inside were indeed unique. There were even many good ideas that he himself had not thought of. If this girl were born in modern times, she would probably have drink factories all over the country already. Before Qingxiu could read further, more people, upon learning that Qingxiu had superb wine, came rushing forward, asking for a cup from his hand. Fortunately, he had prepared 2 jars in advance, so although many people came, he could barely manage. In the end, he had to let everyone switch from cups to small wine glasses, just so that each person could at least taste one mouthful. This is good wine. Not strong, makes one pleasantly tipsy. This kind of wine suits drinking alone at home on a rainy gloomy day, savoring it slowly. Will this wine be sold in the future? If so, I will definitely buy dozens of jars to store at home. By now, almost all the red tickets had gone into Qingxiu's pocket. A rough count showed more than 400, more than the total of the last 10 ranked people combined. This also meant that even though 4 days remained, absolutely no one could surpass Qingxiu. Even though there were many fine wines at this banquet, no one thought anyone could match Qingxiu. Qingxiu had intended to use this chance to let everyone see his sugarcane wine. Since the purpose was achieved, he simply let himself go, going everywhere in search of good wine to drink. As long as a wine looked somewhat unusual, he would taste a cup himself and even give insightful comments that benefited the brewers. Before long, Qingxiu unknowingly drank nearly 100 cups. Even with his capacity, he began to feel a little tipsy. Everyone, are you satisfied today? Qingxiu raised his cup and called out loudly. Satisfied, of course satisfied. The crowd laughed together, loudly echoing back. Good. Since everyone is satisfied, then I will not hold back. No matter whose wine it is, as long as I haven't tasted it yet, bring it all here. Qingxiu slapped the table and boldly declared, shocking everyone present. There were at least a few hundred people present with wine. Even if he only drank a cup from each jar, it would be enough to make even an elephant drunk. What are you hesitating for? Bring it over. Do you want me to beg you? Qingxiu urged again. Today, if I don't drink all of your wines, I will absolutely not leave. Good. These words stirred the crowd. If they could really get Qingxiu drunk today and make him embarrass himself before everyone, they would all feel honored. The people bustled about and soon arranged dozens of cups of wine before Qingxiu. And more people were preparing to bring theirs. Qing boy, you're crazy. Drinking like this, you won't wake up for 4 or 5 days. Even the old drinker Cheng Yaojin was alarmed at this scene. Even the most addicted drinkers wouldn't dare drink like this. Even Li Yuchan spoke to advise him. Husband, perhaps that's enough. You've already had nearly 100 cups. Haha. Rare that everyone is in such good spirits today, and I'm in high spirits too. Why not drink happily to the fullest now? At this moment, Qingxiu had really put down all pretenses, fully blending in as just another drinker among the common folk. Duke Qing is truly bold. Everyone stared wide-eyed to see how Qingxiu would drink all these cups. Without another word, Qingxiu sat down in a most heroic posture, grabbed a cup, and drank. This one brewed with sorghum, maybe to adjust the flavor, some new grain was mixed with aged grain. Qingxiu smacked his lips. My advice is don't do that again. Aged grain has its own unique flavor. Mixing old and new makes the taste twisted. The person he so bluntly critiqued scratched his head in embarrassment. No wonder I always felt something was off with this wine. Then Qingxiu picked up another cup and drank it in one gulp. This one, brewing days not enough, opened too soon. Tastes like plain water, no strength. Cup after cup, he drank boldly. The crowd was both shocked at his drinking and amazed at his precise comments. Just then, Chen Feihe appeared, and behind him followed a person of considerable status. It was Tang Jian. By Chen Feihe's status, even kneeling before Tang Jian was a rare chance. But thanks to him inviting Qingxiu, even Tang Jian became very interested in this banquet, even investing some money. Duke Qing? Tang Jian looked at Qingxiu drinking happily among the crowd and thought he had mistaken the man. Even at victory banquets after campaigns against Goguryeo, he had never seen him drink so freely. Now the wines before him were better than 1 in 10,000 of the imperial wines in the palace. How could he not drink so happily? Looks like what he's drinking isn't wine, but the atmosphere. The crowd urged Qingxiu to drink more cups, and each time he drank one down, he shouted with joy from the bottom of his heart. This scene was far more intoxicating to Qingxiu than the fake smiles at the court's victory banquets. Good. Amid the cheers, Qingxiu drank another cup. When he came to his senses, more than half of all the wines had already been tasted by him. This amount of alcohol could make 10 people fall asleep dead drunk, yet Qingxiu was only slightly tipsy. Not only was he not muddled by the wine, but he became even more spirited. Only after being drunk do I feel I have never been so clear-headed. Qingxiu, full of excitement, slapped the table on the spot. Bring paper and brush. Paper and brush? The request made people puzzled, but Qingxiu didn't bother to explain, repeating, paper and brush. Coming. Chen Feihe personally brought paper and brush, respectfully placing them before Qingxiu. Please. Qingxiu glanced up and at once recognized him. Why did you only just arrive? I was delayed by some small matter. I regret I couldn't witness Duke Qing drinking so freely with my own eyes, Chen Feihe laughed. Forget it, what's so great about making a fool of oneself drunk? Dipping the brush in ink, Qingxiu spread the paper and said loudly, do you all know I once fought in Goguryeo for half a year? Of course we know, Duke Qing swept through Goguryeo in half a year. Wherever the army went, the people surrendered. You crushed the Goguryeo army like rotten wood, sending them fleeing everywhere. Too bad we had no fortune to see with our own eyes how you defeated Goguryeo. I say that must have been an epic. Everyone began to speak their admiration one after another. This was no flattery, but sincere respect for Qingxiu. I'll tell you, though the Goguryeo were crushed by me, they could indeed fight. When my army besieged Ungshi city, anyone would have thought it impossible to take down. Qingxiu drank another cup. Do you know what it was like that day? Tell us. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Even Tang Jian and Cheng Yaojin leaned in to listen. But Qingxiu didn't speak. Instead, he wrote on the spot, a stream of verses flowing from his brush. Black clouds press the city will fall. Armor shines to the sun, golden scales open. Trumpets sound in the cold wind filling the sky. Below the walls rouge congeals into purple night. Half-rolled red flag over the river's flow. Heavy frost, the drums so cold they do not sound. I report your will from the golden terrace. Holding the jade dragon I die for you. Putting down the brush, a row of bold and heroic words appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd held their breath and read the poem from start to finish. When they finished, applause and cheers burst forth throughout the banquet. Good poem, what talent. Reading it feels like being there on the battlefield, Duke Qing described it so precisely. No wonder you took first place at the poetry gathering, who could compare to such talent? Everyone scrambled to read it, each person staring with great admiration. Even aside from being written by Qingxiu himself, the poem's talent and weight were worth countless riches. Whoever read it felt as though they were on the battlefield that day. Every line was divine inspiration. Tang Jian, stuck at the outer edge, frowned and tried hard to read it as it passed around. By the end, even he was stunned, exclaiming, such talent. Unmatched through the ages. His shout was so conspicuous that it immediately drew everyone's gaze. Only then did Tang Jian realize he had been too excited and lost composure, feeling awkward. Fortunately, no one here knew him. Just as he breathed relief, he heard Qingxiu call out loudly. Lord Tang. You're here, why didn't you say so? The crowd suddenly realized this man was also a high official. Ahem. Tang Jian looked slightly embarrassed. Duke Qing, such refined interest, drinking so much wine. I never thought the poetry you write after drinking would be so different. What are you saying? Whether I drink or not, my poems are always first-rate. Qingxiu didn't stand on ceremony, waving for him to sit. Come, drink with us. Tang Jian had wanted to refuse, but Cheng Yaojin clapped his shoulder and forcibly dragged him down. Drink together. Try Duke Qing's sugarcane wine, you've never had anything like it. Tang Jian felt bitter inside. He really couldn't lower himself in front of so many people. No need, I just remembered I may have official duties later, so it's not proper to drink. Before he could finish, Qingxiu had already poured him a cup. The drifting fragrance made Tang Jian swallow his next words. He had never smelled such a unique taste. Though not a drinker, the aroma stirred his appetite. Lord Tang, didn't you just say you had official business and couldn't drink? Qingxiu nodded suddenly. If so, then best not drink, lest it affect your duties. No. It's actually nothing urgent, it can wait till tomorrow. Tang Jian quickly took the cup from Qingxiu, inhaled deeply, and the aroma almost made him cry. It truly was fine wine. One sip down, the unique sweet fragrance surrounded his tongue, the refreshing taste swept away all his fatigue, and his spirit soared. This is wine brewed from sugarcane? It was the first time Tang Jian knew that using that tasteless yet waste-not sugarcane to brew wine could make such a fine flavor. Please, Duke Qing, give me another cup. Tang Jian no longer cared about appearance. He held out his cup, begging for more. But Qingxiu waved his hand. Each person may only drink 1 cup. If you drink more, then someone here will have less. What a pity. Tang Jian's craving had already been stirred, and now being denied made him feel tortured. There are some other wines. Would Lord Tang like to try those? Thank you, Duke Qing, but no need. Tang Jian felt deep regret, he only wanted more of Qingxiu's wine. Later I'll plead with Duke Qing for you. Maybe he'll give you a whole jar? Chen Feihe came up flattering. Tang Jian's brows shot up. What are you saying? Do you think I came here for wine? Am I such a greedy man? Chen Feihe instantly realized his blunder and quickly bowed, cursing himself. Enough, it's not like he committed a capital crime, is it worth this? Tang Jian frowned. No need for that. After the banquet, just keep an eye out, see if Duke Qing still has wine for sale. After all, wine with such good flavor will surely be mass-produced and sold in the future. You know what I mean, right? Understood. Chen Feihe hurriedly answered. Tang Jian outwardly acted righteous, but in truth he was still thinking about Qingxiu's wine. While the two were speaking, Qingxiu over there began tasting more of the wines brought to him, tipsy but not drunk. This sight even made Tang Jian afraid. What kind of drinking capacity was this? In the end, even the common people worried that Duke Qing might harm his health drinking like this, so they all began advising him, and stopped offering him more cups. Forget it, anyway I've had my fill today. Qingxiu put down the cup, still unsatisfied. Today he truly drank freely and happily. Perhaps never again would there be a time he could drink so recklessly. But tell me, how many red tickets have you all received? I wonder if mine are still the highest. Qingxiu asked the question he cared most about. Hearing this, Chen Feihe hurried forward. You have over 500 red tickets. No one here can compare with you. Then by that, can I take first place in this banquet? On the very first day, Qingxiu directly asked such a question, which seemed rather arrogant. But everyone knew, even though 5 days of the banquet remained, no one could bring out a drink to rival sugarcane wine. Over 500 red tickets, who dared say they could catch up? In my opinion, if you are not first in this banquet, then who else has the qualification? Chen Feihe declared loudly. Good. Qingxiu laughed heartily. That was enough to satisfy him. But truth be told, he didn't really care much for the ranking. As long as sugarcane wine's name spread, any title was meaningless. I've drunk well today. Everyone continue, I'll go rest first, see you tomorrow. Qingxiu rose and took his leave. Having enjoyed himself enough, his interest in the banquet had greatly diminished. Duke Qing, take care. You must come tomorrow, let more people taste your sugarcane wine. We'll be waiting to savor your good wine again. The crowd respectfully sent him off. After he and his wife left, the people wanted to continue the banquet, but suddenly discovered that Qingxiu had not taken away the calligraphy he had just written. That poem still lay quietly on the table, clearly not forgotten by mistake, but intentionally left behind. This is a gift Duke Qing left us? Seeing the poem, many eyes nearly popped out. Duke Qing's calligraphy had appeared a few times at poetry gatherings. On the market, people even offered jaw-dropping prices to bid for them. If not for the hosts firmly refusing to sell, those works would already have created legendary high prices in the market. And now Duke Qing's calligraphy was placed right before their eyes. If one could take it. But of course, with so many greedy eyes watching, no one could claim it alone. Old Chang has no interest in this thing. If you want his calligraphy, go ask him directly, I won't fight for it here. Chang Yaojin, saving face, waved his hand, saying he didn't want it. Tang Jian and Yuqi Jingda certainly wanted it, but with so many watching, how could they make a move? It wasn't that they wanted to sell it for money, but the collection value was truly high. Everyone, it's clear you all treasure this calligraphy. But there's only one, it can't belong to just one person, right? At this moment, Chen Feihe stepped forward smiling. How about this, I'll rent a private room in Chang'an City and place this calligraphy there for everyone to view. Let me make it clear, it's not mine alone. This belongs to everyone who witnessed it today. At once, people voiced dissatisfaction. You speak nicely, but if it's in your hands, you can sell it whenever you want. What can we do then? One stone stirred 1,000 waves, more people followed with discontent. Yeah, you say we can trust you, why not let me keep it instead? We don't trust you, this plan won't work. Exactly, why should we believe you? As the complaints rose, Chen Feihe stayed calm. Yuqi Jingda and Chang Jian hadn't spoken yet. With them present, he wouldn't dare claim it for himself. Clearing his throat, Chen Feihe raised his voice again. Everyone, this is exactly my point. He looked at Tang Jian and Yuqijingda. I want to ask you two lords to witness that this calligraphy belongs to all present. I am only paying for a place to store it. If in the future anyone wants to sell this calligraphy, it must have everyone's agreement. And the money from selling it will be divided among all. This proposal was truly clever. Even the most dissatisfied people were silenced. Tang Jian and Yuqijingda also had nothing to say. For such a matter, it was not worth losing face before the commoners. They both agreed on the spot. With the two officials agreeing, no one else could object, so all followed suit. After all, if it was sold in the future, they would also get a share. It was no loss. Then it's settled, haha. Chen Feihe beamed with joy. This way he offended no one and even calmed a potential dispute. More importantly, when Duke Qing learned that he treated his calligraphy with such respect, he would surely think well of him. Leaving the banquet, Qingxiu breathed the fresh air outside, and his head quickly cleared. The tipsiness from downing dozens of cups faded away. You go back to the residence first, I still want to stroll a bit, it's still early. Hearing this, Li Yuchan grew worried. Husband, how can I not worry seeing your state? What's the big deal? Can't you see how well I am right now? Qingxiu stretched his body. I won't be late tonight, don't worry. Hearing this, Li Yuchan's cheeks flushed slightly. Qingxiu said this only because tonight was her turn to serve in bed. Husband, then just be careful. I'll go check on the business at Imei residence first. Li Yuchan could only go along with Qingxiu's temperament. Husband, you must come back earlier. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Qingxiu waved goodbye and strode quickly toward West Street of Chang'an City. It was just past noon, the street was crowded, and vendors shouted non-stop. He was leisurely strolling, when suddenly he noticed a young girl hurrying from behind. She was running so fast she wasn't even watching the road, and didn't notice Qingxiu blocking her path. Her steps grew quicker and quicker. What is this? Qingxiu frowned, shifted slightly, and stretched out his hand to block the girl running headlong with her head down. It looked like a light movement, but it instantly dissolved all the force of the girl charging like a bull. She stumbled, nearly falling. Luckily, Qingxiu stepped forward in time, holding her by the waist so she wouldn't fall. You, what are you doing? Being touched so closely by a strange man, the girl was furious and raised her hand to slap Qingxiu across the face. But before she struck, her hand froze in the air. She looked at him in shock. It's you. Only then did Qingxiu see clearly, the girl he held in his arms was Li Yingqi. So it's you. It's been a long time. Qingxiu let go, smiling at her. Li Yingqi stared at him blankly, her cheeks suddenly turning red. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Now, whenever she saw Qingxiu, she couldn't help but recall that night in the great military camp in the northern desert. You ran so fast, weren't you afraid of falling? If I hadn't dodged just now, you would have crashed into me headfirst. Qingxiu laughed. At seeing him again, Li Yingqi's eyes had shone with joy, but soon dimmed. Gongzi, I still have matters to attend to. We will meet again later. Saying this, she quickly turned to leave. As she went, Qingxiu noticed her secretly wiping the corner of her eye. Wait, why have you become so sentimental? Qingxiu found it strange, and pulled her back. Unexpectedly, she burst into tears. Eh? Qingxiu was stunned. He hadn't done anything, why was Li Yingqi suddenly crying? Her crying quickly drew the attention of passers-by. The scene looked exactly like Qingxiu had wronged a young beauty. And they weren't completely wrong. Duke Qing is truly a romantic, look at him, wherever he goes, women cling to him. Could it be Duke Qing is about to take another concubine? This girl looks very beautiful. It hasn't been long, and already we'll be able to feast at Duke Qing's banquet again. The gossip made Qingxiu embarrassed, so he tried to calm Li Yingqi. Whatever it is, tell me slowly. Why are you crying? Holding the weeping girl in his arms, Qingxiu softly comforted her. Father has fallen ill. Crying, Li Yingqi told her story in fragments. Even after hearing it all, Qingxiu still didn't understand much. With no choice, he brought her into a nearby shop to sit down. After her emotions calmed a bit, she explained everything clearly. It turned out Li Jing had fallen ill at the front. But he refused to receive treatment in Liaodong. Instead, sick as he was, he forced himself to return to Chang'an. Dragging his sick body, he traveled all the way from Goguryeo back to Chang'an, a journey of thousands of miles. Even a healthy person would struggle to endure it. All the more for the ailing Li Jing. He's sick? Qingxiu frowned, recalling how in the past half-year of fighting in Liaodong, he had mostly operated separately from Li Jing. Even when they later joined forces to attack the capital, it was less than half a month. Clearly, during that time, Li Jing's illness was not serious. At least Qingxiu hadn't noticed anything wrong. So it must have gotten worse after I left Goguryeo? Qingxiu thought. Lianqi wiped her tears, sobbing. Before father set out, he wrote to us in Chang'an, saying, even if he must die on the homeland of Chang'an, not in foreign soil. When mother and I received the letter, father had already reached Luoyang. But his illness was so severe he couldn't even ride in a carriage. He could only rest there. I feared for his life, so I decided to go to Luoyang at once. Qingxiu pondered. Truly, he admired Li Jing. Sick as he was, he still endured the Eastern campaign. Then he bore the hardship of returning across thousands of miles to Chang'an. For such an old body, it was truly hard on him. Gongzi, this is not the time to talk. Let me go to Luoyang to see father. When he recovers, then we shall meet again. After being comforted, Li Yingqi's mood improved slightly, but she still worried about her father. She wanted to leave immediately, but Qingxiu said, going like this won't help. You know nothing of medicine, you won't be of use to your father. I have already asked His Majesty to send imperial doctors. In a few days they will depart. Li Yingqi said quickly. Imperial doctors are useless. They cannot cure your father's illness. Qingxiu showed no respect in his tone. He didn't know exactly what illness Li Jing had, but at over 60 years old, any serious sickness in this era was practically incurable. Whether internal disease or infection, the doctors couldn't heal it. Li Yingqi became anxious. Though father suffers from back sores, there have been cases in history where such things were cured. Maybe the doctors will have a method. Qingxiu's brows shot up. Wait, you're saying his illness is back sores? Back sores, in ancient times, were a dreaded disease, almost a death sentence. Usually caused by poor hygiene, small wounds on the back became infected, swelling into huge abscesses, leaving the patient weak and in pain until death. With no concept of surgical drainage and no antibiotics for sterilization, back sores were incurable, essentially a slow death. For doctors of that age, it was hopeless. But in Qingxiu's eyes? It was no trouble at all. Qingxiu thought for a moment. As far as I know, not long ago Vice Minister of Revenue Chen Yu also had an outbreak of back sores. His Majesty sent imperial doctors to treat him, but it was useless. Recently it has become so serious that he can no longer attend court. Hearing this, Li Yingqi felt even more uneasy. Her big eyes reddened, on the verge of crying. Wait, don't cry, I'm not trying to discourage you. Qingxiu hurried to comfort her. But, even you say that the imperial doctors cannot treat back sores. They truly cannot cure it, but that doesn't mean I cannot. I can cure it. Qingxiu patted his chest, guaranteeing it was just a small matter. You can cure back sores? Li Yingqi looked at him in surprise. She knew Qingxiu was skilled in many unexpected things, but she had never heard he was skilled in medicine. Especially in treating a disease as severe as this, almost like a death sentence. Could Qingxiu really do it? There are still many things you don't know about me. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your father. Qingxiu gently patted her head. He is my future father-in-law. He must live to personally witness our marriage. Hearing this, Li Yingqi's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and softly answered. Then, shall we leave now? We cannot rush. I must first prepare medicine and a treatment plan. 2 days from now, we will depart early for Luoyang. With Qingxiu's assurance, Li Yingqi finally felt at ease. Though she had never seen him practice medicine, his confidence left no room for doubt. After all, everyone in Chang'an knew, if Qingxiu said he could do something, he could do it. He personally sent Li Yingqi back to the Duke of Wei's mansion. The entire household was nearly frantic over her sudden disappearance. Especially Lady Li, who was burning with anxiety. Seeing her daughter safely escorted back by Qingxiu, she finally relaxed, thanking him repeatedly. After returning to his own residence, Qingxiu first wrote a letter and sent it quickly to the palace. At the same time, he told little Guzi to bring out all the pre-prepared penicillin from storage. He especially instructed that it must be of the highest quality, with the least impurities. Curious, little Guzi asked. With so much penicillin, who are you treating? Duke Wei, Li Jing. He has back sores and is on the brink of death. Only a large dose of penicillin can save him. Qingxiu answered casually. Even back sores can be cured? Little Guzi was greatly shocked. He knew penicillin was miraculous, but to cure such an incurable disease, that he hadn't expected. But his reaction reminded Qingxiu of something. If he cured Li Jing now, he could use it as advertisement to make penicillin famous. Last time, when treating Princess Changsun, he had too little penicillin to release it to the market. Now, with his control of the eastern outskirts for cultivation, production was incomparable to before. Selling it at a high price would not be a problem. With that decision, Qingxiu ordered little Guzi to speed up refinement. Soon he would release penicillin on a large scale. Imperial Palace, Pingle Palace. Little Princess Changle obediently sat on her bed, letting Sun Simiao take her pulse. Empress Changsun waited nervously, as if awaiting a verdict. Incredible! Sun Simiao released her hand, exclaiming sincerely. Princess Changle's illness has been cured. Her body is no different from an ordinary child. There is no more fear of early death. Hearing this, Empress Changsun finally let out a long breath, tears nearly overflowing with joy. For 9 years she had worried every day, afraid her beloved daughter might die at any time. Now the nightmare was gone forever, all thanks to Qingxiu. This is all Duke Qing's merit. Without him, Empress Changsun said. Lizzie, you must always remember, Duke Qing is your savior. I know. Princess Changle nodded obediently. But I haven't seen Brother Qing in the palace recently. He said once I got better, he would take me out to play. Empress Changsun comforted her. Duke Qing is busy with affairs, he has no time. Mother will remember this for you. Then Mother can take me out to play too. No. You've just recovered. Rest longer first. Princess Changle pouted in disappointment, her little feet swinging idly by the bed. Sun Simiao, sitting nearby, had his thoughts full of Qingxiu's miraculous penicillin. This medicine is truly amazing. I once thought Princess Changle might not live to 14. Now it seems she could live to 70 or 80. This medicine is too powerful. As he pondered, Empress Changsun summoned eunuchs, ordering them to reward Sun Simiao with 100 taels of gold. Sun Simiao hurriedly declined. Your Highness, no need. This illness was not cured by me. Why should I take the reward? But today, did you not also take time to examine her pulse? Please, accept it. Empress Changsun insisted. Sun Simiao shook his head slightly. If not for Duke Qing, I would not have even stayed in Chang'an. At that moment, a eunuch came with a letter, saying it had just arrived from Duke Qing and must be given quickly to Sun Simiao. Hearing it was a letter from Duke Qing, Sun Simiao immediately tore it open. Qingxiu asked him to pack his medical tools and medicine bag, and in 2 days accompany him to Luoyang to treat Li Jing's back sores. After reading it, Sun Simiao's hands even trembled. Back sores, an incurable disease even for him, and Qingxiu claimed to have a cure? Could it be with penicillin? Truly miraculous. Your Highness, I fear I cannot remain in the palace these days to watch over the princess. Duke Qing has an important matter and I must go with him. He explained everything to Empress Changsun, who suddenly understood. So that's it. Duke Wei's illness indeed only Duke Qing can treat. She did not try to keep him, but ordered people to prepare his things and provide a carriage. Little Princess Changle listened, her eyes turning with mischief. Luoyang to play? She asked innocently. Luoyang is no worse than Chang'an. One day, Mother will take you there herself. Empress Changsun comforted casually, not noticing the hopeful spark in her daughter's eyes. 2 days later, Sun Simiao, fully prepared, was escorted by carriage to the east gate of Chang'an, where Qingxiu and Li Yingqi also arrived at the same time. The weather had just begun to grow hot. Near the east gate, in the eastern suburbs where penicillin was being cultivated, the gusting wind carried a foul stench that was hard to bear. If it had been before, Sun Simiao would surely have covered his nose in disgust. But now, he truly felt there was no smell in the world more perfect than the smell of penicillin mold. The Empress gave me a carriage. I could not refuse, so I came riding it. Sun Simiao and Qingxiu greeted each other with cupped hands. Elder son, it's all thanks to you managing the work. When I checked the penicillin stock the other day, I found it far more than I had expected. That's your merit. Qingxiu smiled. Sun Simiao felt a little embarrassed. If Duke Qing hadn't secured so much land, how could I have managed anything? Without more words, the carriage immediately set out for Luoyang. The road from Chang'an to Luoyang was not very far, but Qingxiu worried that Li Jing might not last, so he ordered the driver to push the horses fast and reach as soon as possible. Inside the carriage, Li Yingqi leaned against Qingxiu's chest, worried for her father's illness, silent all the way. Don't worry. Your father is a man who can live past 70. In my hands, this illness will be cured easily, it's nothing troublesome. Qingxiu gently comforted her. Li Yingqi forced a small smile. I really must thank you, Duke Qing, otherwise I would not know what to do. But leaning against his chest, she couldn't help recalling that intimate night, her cheeks burning hot. Yet when she thought of her gravely ill father, guilt flooded her heart. What was she doing thinking of such things at a time like this? Sun Simiao, unlike Qingxiu, had no mood for leisure. During the ride, he kept reading medical texts, studying how past physicians had treated back sores and what methods they tried. But, unfortunately, he found no truly effective cure. Even those few cases of healing seemed like blind luck, completely unreliable. If Duke Qing really can treat back sores, then surely he will be recorded in history. This would be the first time ever. Sun Simiao sighed to himself. He felt he was about to witness history. After a while, tired from reading, Sun Simiao decided to lie down on the carriage bed to rest. This was an imperial carriage, with nearly all amenities. A bed was nothing unusual. But as soon as he lifted the blanket, he froze in shock. Underneath the quilt lay a little girl, fast asleep. Looking closer, it was none other than Princess Changle. Startled awake when the blanket was lifted, she rubbed her eyes and looked drowsily at Sun Simiao. Dr. Sun, what time is it now? Stop the carriage. Sun Simiao's shout made the driver halt immediately. Qingxiu also ordered his carriage to stop, thinking the old man couldn't handle the journey. But when he entered the carriage and saw, he was stunned too. Elder son, the Empress actually entrusted Princess Changle to you, to bring her to Luoyang, he asked in disbelief. How could that be? Sun Simiao slapped his forehead, wailing, I had no idea when the princess even got on board. Li Yingqi was speechless with shock. The Empress's beloved daughter was right here in the carriage, and none of them had known. Princess Changle happily waved at Qingxiu. Brother Qing, hasn't it been almost half a year since we met? Yes, half a year. But how did you get on this carriage? Qingxiu was bewildered. Very simple. I told mother I wanted to rest for a few days, so she needn't come to Pingle Palace. Then I secretly changed into a eunuch's clothes, slipped into the crowd, snuck into Elder Son's carriage, and hid until now. She spoke lightly, but it made everyone's scalp numb. Never mind how she managed it, once Empress Changsun found Princess Changle missing, countless people in the harem would lose their heads. Qingxiu sighed. You're far too willful. Do you know how many lives you endanger by running away like this? Princess Changle was startled. She was too young to realize the consequences. Recently, the harem has been busy. Mother sometimes only sees me once every 7 or 8 days. For a short while, she won't notice. Joking. You think we'll be gone half a month? Qingxiu shook his head helplessly. You say it so lightly. They hadn't gone far from Chang'an, but if they turned back to return her, they'd arrive in Luoyang a day late. For them, waiting was fine. But Li Jing could not afford the delay, his illness worsened by the day. Enough. Qingxiu quickly wrote a letter, explaining in detail how Princess Changle had run away from the palace. The letter was addressed to Empress Changsun. He emphasized she must not punish the palace servants, this was entirely Princess Changle's willfulness. He even added that it could be considered as her building good karma, a blessing for her recovery from illness. Finally, he explained it was too late to send her back now, so he would take her along to Luoyang and personally care for her. When the letter was done, Qingxiu glanced at the troublesome little princess again. Even she now knew she was wrong, lowering her head meekly, not daring to speak. I cured your illness, not so you could go making trouble. Once you return, I'll have your mother confine you. The threat worked. The little girl panicked and quickly clung to Qingxiu's shoulder, promising never to do it again. I had no choice. Since I was little, I've hardly ever left Pingle Palace, let alone gone out. I promise I won't be so willful again. So please don't let mother confine me, all right? Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh angrily. Children her age truly were a headache. But then he thought of his own little daughter, Qing Ruyan, and silently prayed she wouldn't turn into such a troublesome child in the future. We'll talk about this later. Qingxiu handed the letter to a servant, ordering him to ride at full speed. Every moment counts. If it arrives in time, all will be well. If not, many heads will roll. The attendant did not dare delay for even a moment. He took the letter and immediately spurred his horse back to Chang'an, riding as fast as he could. Qingxiu gave Princess Changle a dissatisfied glance. The little girl quickly lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and tried to look harmless. Princess, if you ever do this again, forget leaving Chang'an, you won't even step outside Pingle Palace. I know I was wrong. I promise I'll never do this again. Please give me one last chance. The little girl panicked, pleading nonstop. Qingxiu could have ordered someone to send her back to Chang'an right away. But then he thought about how she had lived in the palace for so many years, never once stepping beyond its gates. It was pitiful. Since nothing serious would happen if she followed along, he decided to let her stay, as a chance to relax outside. Set out. They resumed the journey. Qingxiu sternly warned her many times, they were going to Luoyang to heal the sick, not to sightsee. They would never indulge her whims. Princess Changle promised again and again that she would not cause trouble. As long as Qingxiu would let her see the world outside Chang'an, she would be content, even if she couldn't step out of the carriage. She truly never wanted to return to those days of being locked in the palace, staring at trees all day long. After days of travel, the mountains of Qinling gradually gave way to vast plains. When they passed through a dense forest, a towering city wall appeared on the horizon. Luoyang City. Qingxiu recognized it at once. On his journeys from Chang'an to Liaodong and Shandong, he often passed through Luoyang, resting in the city. He had even rescued Linyar here. To him, this city was second in familiarity only to Chang'an. The gates were wide open. Merchants and travelers came and went in great numbers. Its grandeur was in no way inferior to Chang'an. Though Chang'an had been the capital for as long as Luoyang, Luoyang lay at the empire's center, linking north and south. It also controlled the fertile plains on both banks of the Yellow River, making it even wealthier than Guangzhou. So this is Luoyang City? It was Li Yingqi's first time here. The massive scale left her stunned. Indeed, there truly was another city in the world to rival Chang'an. So big. Princess Chang'e poked her head out of the carriage, cheering with delight. Everything she had seen along the way already far surpassed her sheltered experience in the palace. Qingxiu's carriages were luxurious, attracting attention before even entering the city. Especially Sun Simiao's carriage, an imperial vehicle recognizable even to the untrained eye. Qingxiu had come in great haste and had not informed the governor of the eastern capital, so no official escort awaited him. But he didn't care. He wasn't here for ceremony. At the gate, soldiers, seeing his extraordinary bearing, cautiously asked him for a travel pass. Qingxiu only showed his jade identity plaque. The soldier nearly dropped to his knees in fright. "Brother, stand steady." Qingxiu caught the soldier by the shoulder and said calmly, "I've come on urgent business. Don't make a fuss." Then he tossed him a few taels of silver. Qingxiu always made a habit of winning people's goodwill wherever he went. It cost little. "Why yes." The soldier dared not accept, but Qingxiu pressed it into his arms before he finally took it, then hurriedly cleared the way. At that time, Li Jing was recuperating in a Luoyang medical hall. Nearly every physician nearby had been summoned to treat him. But all were helpless. Decoctions and ointments were tried, but Li Jing only grew weaker by the day. Governor He Guangyi sighed as another doctor shook his head and left the sick room. "Governor, do you know of any other famous physicians? I'll personally fetch them. The general must be cured." Captain Li Ping came out of the room to plead, but He Guangyi only shook his head. Within 50 miles, every man who knows medicine has been summoned. Even officials are helpless. Just then, Li Jing's weak voice called from inside. They rushed in. "No need to trouble yourselves, life and death are heaven's will. No one can treat this illness." Though frail, Li Jing's tone was calm. "All I wish now is to return quickly to Chang'an. General, in your condition you cannot endure travel by carriage." "I know. But will staying here give me more days? Will my illness improve?" His words left his men speechless. He Guangyi nodded silently. "If this is your only wish, then I will prepare a carriage and arrange doctors along the way." Li Jing smiled faintly. "Governor? I thank you." At that moment, a servant reported that another doctor had come, claiming he could cure Li Jing. "No need. Send him away." Li Jing waved his hand. "No one knows my illness better than I. No one can cure it." "But, that man asked you to at least look at this jade plaque." The servant presented it. Li Jing glanced carelessly, then nearly sat bolt upright in shock. "Him?" He Guangyi leaned over and almost lost his eyes in astonishment. It was Duke Qing's identity plaque. "Where is he? Quickly, invite him in." He Guangyi ordered at once. The servant, surprised at their reaction, hurried out to fetch him. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. Li Yingqi was first through the door. Seeing her father, wasted and gaunt on the bed, her heart broke. She threw herself into his arms, weeping loudly. "Father, why have you come as well?" Li Jing weakly patted her back, forcing a bitter smile. "Soon I will return." "Why must you come too?" "If I didn't come, I fear that," Li Yingqi couldn't finish, her grief deepening. "Duke Wei, why did you not tell His Majesty of your illness during the Goguryeo campaign? Why force yourself so?" Qingxiu stepped slowly inside, with Sun Simiao following behind. "Had you spoken then, it would not have worsened to this point." Li Jing gave a bitter smile, without saying much. "A lifetime of war? I suppose my time has nearly come. I only thought, if I could take part in the campaign to destroy Goguryeo, it would leave my life with a more complete ending. To tell the truth, before setting out I was prepared to die in Liaodong. But heaven pitied me, Li the strategist, and allowed me to return once more to the homeland of the Central Plains." Qingxiu motioned for him not to speak of such sad things, and told him to lie properly so he could examine the illness. He could see that Li Jing's condition was dire. He couldn't even lie on his back, only on his stomach. His back was swollen like a hump beneath his clothes. Although Qingxiu had expected this, he hadn't thought it would be so severe. Sun Simiao leaned in to look, his face growing more and more grim. He had seen dozens of patients with back sores, but Li Jing's was by far the worst. Usually, Sun Simiao would have simply packed his medicines and left, telling the family to feed the patient one last good meal and prepare for death. But seeing Qingxiu's expression, not desperate, not helpless, he thought differently. If even this can be cured, then he will be the greatest physician of all time, Sun Simiao thought. Li Jing looked at Qingxiu and Li Yingqi and sighed. You've come to see me for the last time, haven't you? A pity. I fear I will not live to witness your wedding. What nonsense! I came to cure you. Li Jing was stunned. He had never heard that Qingxiu could heal. Yuist. Even the imperial doctors cannot cure me, how can you? Rubbish. To compare them with me, what an insult. Qingxiu began preparing medical tools right on the spot. Li Jing saw his seriousness and felt deeply puzzled. He had always known Qingxiu revealed only a small part of his abilities. But he had never thought the man was also skilled in medicine. Qingxiu told everyone to step aside, then lifted Li Jing's clothing. On his back were many pus-filled swellings, yellow and inflamed. The largest was the size of a small watermelon. Through the thin skin, thick pus was visible, as if it would burst out at the slightest touch. Li Yingqi covered her mouth, tears streaming down. She could not imagine how her father endured such pain. Duke Wei truly is a hardened general. Any ordinary man would be unable to even speak by now, Qingxiu said calmly. Li Jing chuckled. This is nothing. Back when I followed His Majesty into battle. At that moment, Qingxiu heard Princess Changle's laughter outside, running quickly toward the room. Yingqi, take the princess out into the city. Don't let her see this. Qingxiu quickly instructed. Li Yingqi obeyed at once, though reluctant to leave her father. By the time you return, he'll be healed. What's there to fear? Qingxiu reassured. Hearing this, she hesitated no more and left. After all, Qingxiu's words were always trustworthy. Shall we begin, Duke Qing? Sun Simiao could barely contain his eagerness. Of course. Qingxiu took out a small vial of penicillin and a large water skin. Opening the skin, a strong aroma of liquor filled the air. Even Sun Simiao, who could not handle alcohol, felt dizzy just smelling it. Good heavens, what liquor is this? The strongest I've ever drunk is not even 1/10 of this. Qingxiu chuckled inwardly. This was distilled liquor, far stronger than common rice wine or yellow wine. Even Li by himself would collapse after a few bowls. So fragrant. Li Jing smelled it and exclaimed. Soldiers and generals were all lovers of wine. Li Jing was no exception. But in his illness, he hadn't touched a drop for months. Now, with such a powerful fragrance, he nearly drooled. Like it? Qingxiu poured powder from a paper packet into the liquor. If you do, drink more in a moment. Truly? Li Jing brightened. Ha! I said Duke Qing's methods were extraordinary, at least better than those doctors who forbid me wine. He Guangyi grew alarmed. This is no joke. If the general drinks, he may not survive the night. If you're so skilled, why don't you treat him yourself? Qingxiu's sharp reply left He Guangyi speechless. He backed off awkwardly. Li Jing laughed. Ha ha. Old He, my son-in-law, well, not yet, but soon enough, has never acted according to common logic. Stop nitpicking. Well said. Qingxiu told everyone unnecessary to leave, keeping only Sun Simiao. He Guangyi insisted on staying, but Qingxiu didn't mind. Duke Wei, care for a bowl? Qingxiu set the bowl before him. The intoxicating aroma made Li Jing's appetite surge. 2 months without wine, how could he resist? He grabbed it and drained it in one go. The fiery liquor made him grimace, but the taste made him slam the table in delight. Good wine, truly. But before finishing, he collapsed onto the bed and began snoring. This. He Guangyi and Sun Simiao were both stunned. That liquor worked too fast. Sun Simiao cautiously sniffed the bowl. Along with alcohol, there was a faint scent of datura flower. Ma Fei San. He cried out in shock. The very same, Qingxiu smiled. But wasn't that lost? After Hua Tuo was killed by Cao Cao, no one knew the formula. Qingxiu said nothing more, only motioned for Sun Simiao to assist. Treating back sores was simple, even crude, cut them open and drain the pus. Once the pus was gone, the illness naturally improved, and with time, the wounds would scab and heal. Simple, but no one dared attempt it. Cutting was easy. But in this age, without any way to fight infection, opening such a wound only hastened death. But for Qingxiu, this was no trouble at all. He took from his medicine bag a silver needle, about 1/3 the thickness of a chopstick. Though so thin, the needle was hollow. For this era, forging such a hollow needle was complicated and difficult, requiring the skill of master craftsmen. But under his command, craftsmen were never lacking. Drain the pus? Sun Simiao, experienced as he was, immediately saw Qingxiu's intention. So this is why you troubled the general. He suddenly understood. Of course. With such a huge sore, draining the pus would be as painful as scraping bone to heal poison. Even if he could endure it, why should he suffer so? Qingxiu dipped the needle in liquor to disinfect it, then chose the largest abscess and pierced it at the base. The tip slid in easily, and pus gushed out of the other end of the needle, flowing without end. Sun Simiao was dumbfounded, marveling at the brilliance of the idea. With just a tiny puncture, the pus could be drained. The smaller the wound, the lower the chance of infection. Brilliant! Give me a hand! Qingxiu's shout jolted Sun Simiao, who quickly set a basin on the floor to catch the pus. Qingxiu then inserted more hollow needles into the other swollen abscesses. Though the stench of pus was unbearable, Sun Simiao stayed focused, carefully watching every detail, not daring to miss a thing. Today I've truly learned something. Illness can be treated this way. He Guangyi exclaimed in shock. Qingxiu ignored him, his eyes fixed on the sores. As more pus drained, the swelling shrank, though very slowly. Qingxiu knew this could not be rushed, only patience would do. Duke Qing, after this, may I request a few hollow silver needles from you? Sun Simiao asked quietly. Such a tool was too effective against abscesses. Even for severe external wounds, it would work wonders. No need. Once we return, I will order more to be made, so cheap that even barefoot doctors can each have one. Qingxiu replied casually, still watching Li Jing's sores. Truly? But wouldn't forging them be costly? Surely you'd lose much money. Sun Simiao grew excited. This was even better. That's not for you to worry about. Qingxiu had already prepared for mass production, with molds of more than 10 sizes. Once the smelters worked, they could be made cheaply, as many as needed. As they spoke, the largest abscess began to flatten, the pus turning to blood. Qingxiu quickly removed the needle and carefully applied penicillin to the wound. With penicillin, infection was no concern. He told Sun Simiao to bandage the wound, then began draining the other sores. He Guangyi stood stunned, his view of medicine utterly overturned. The previous doctors only prescribed strange decoctions for Li Jing to drink or spread ointments on the sores. None had helped at all. But Qingxiu's simple, crude method solved the problem, so effective it looked almost easy. Though, he admitted, it surely held hidden intricacies, especially the green medicine Qingxiu applied, something he had never seen. Surely it hid some great secret. After long work, Qingxiu realized his forehead was dripping with sweat. Though the method seemed rough, it required delicate care. Without Sun Simiao wiping his sweat, he would have been drenched. At last, when the last abscess was drained, Li Jing's sores all lay flat. His breathing eased, his complexion reddened. Clearly, the sores had burdened him terribly before. All done. Qingxiu wiped his brow. In half a month, he'll live normally. In 1 month, he'll be fully cured, with no aftereffects. So fast? Sun Simiao was astonished. Far quicker than I ever imagined. Qingxiu then ordered He Guangyi. Prepare more meat for the general, as much as possible. Also ginseng and tonic soups, get as many as you can, all for his recovery. He Guangyi hesitated. But after illness, shouldn't one eat light vegetarian food? Nonsense. Without plenty of meat, how can wounds heal quickly? Qingxiu snapped impatiently. This was the error of the era. Most doctors thought recovery required light food. But in weakness, the body needed protein-rich meat. Eating light would only slow healing. Without further argument, He Guangyi rushed to order meat prepared, following Qingxiu's instructions exactly. Qingxiu glanced at the sleeping Li Jing, then decided not to disturb him. He motioned for Sun Simiao to follow him outside. Once out, Qingxiu breathed deeply and joked. Am I now the #1 doctor in Guangzhou? More than that. Sun Simiao gave a wry smile. If the stories are true that Hua Tuo once cured Chow Chow's headaches, then across all ages, only he could compare with you, Duke Qing. He was not joking. To cure back sores, an incurable disease, especially in a man so near death, was an achievement no one else had reached. Qingxiu alone had done it. Only Qingxiu himself knew it wasn't difficult. He stood on the shoulders of modern medicine, with penicillin at hand, solving the hardest problem. With just penicillin, he could already be the greatest physician of the age. I know several other patients in Chang'an with back sores, Sun Simiao asked cautiously. May I use some needles and penicillin to treat them? If this truly worked, over 10 lives could be saved. To him, saving even 1 life was precious. 10 would be immeasurable. Of course. And not just in Chang'an, throughout all of Guangzhou, you may treat them. Qingxiu agreed without hesitation. He wanted more people like Sun Simiao, willing to spread his medical methods, improve them, and make them better. Not like now, where many clung tightly to the few tricks handed down from their ancestors, imagining one skill could last a lifetime, refusing to share even a little, causing many ancient remedies to be lost. Elder son, I can give you needles and penicillin, even supply them for free, not asking a single coin in return. Even if you share them with other doctors, the same applies. As long as someone truly has medical skill, they may come to me and receive needles and penicillin. Qingxiu declared firmly. Sun Simiao was stunned by his words. What a broad vision and spirit. So Duke Qing truly cared for the people of the world. But wait, there is one condition. Qingxiu added quickly. To receive them, one must hand over a single medical formula, either the most effective one they know, or a family recipe. Only one is required. After that, they can take as many medical tools from me as they need, anytime, anywhere. So that was your aim? Sun Simiao suddenly understood. Forcing those who clutched their family recipes into the grave to share them was indeed vital. Even he, Sun Simiao, with all his skill, could not understand every illness. I want to gather the strengths of all, to reorganize and unify the medicine of Great Tang. Otherwise, like before, a single outbreak of malaria or plague will kill tens of thousands at once. Qingxiu sighed, recalling the suffering of Guanzhong during the malaria outbreak. His heart could not bear it. At that moment, a maid came from the room to report that Li Jing was sleeping soundly, even snoring. Duke Qing is truly a divine doctor. Since General Li came to Luoyang, he could never sleep for more than an hour without waking from pain. He had not once slept more than 2 hours. Now it looks like he may sleep all the way until dawn. The maid looked at Qingxiu with admiration, her eyes shining with respect. Qingxiu knew this meant Li Jing's illness had stabilized. Though the sores grew inside, in essence it was a surgical disease. Once removed, the body could quickly recover. By the way, where are Yingqi and the little girl? Qingxiu asked. The maid answered at once. I just saw that little girl saying she wanted to eat some Luoyang specialties. The general's daughter took her to West Street. Qingxiu nodded slightly. If the girls wanted to play, let them. It was rare to come to Luoyang. Especially Princess Chang'e, once back in Chang'an, she would surely be confined. Duke Qing, you might also visit West Street. There are countless strange snacks from the east, things you've never seen in Guangzhou, the maid suggested with a smile. Exactly. Though you are from Chang'an, Luoyang has things even Chang'an does not. He Guangyi arrived, laughing. Qingxiu grew interested. Even Chang'an doesn't have them? What rare things are these? You'll know when you see. Why not let me take you around Luoyang, to relax? He Guangyi invited again. Fine. With nothing else to do and daylight still early, not to stroll around Luoyang would be a waste. But I insist, we go on our own. No attendants, no carriages. Otherwise the common folk will avoid us, and it will ruin the view. Of course, whatever you say. So Qingxiu, Sun Simiao, and He Guangyi went together, chatting and laughing. No attendants, no carriages, just a leisurely walk. Though Qingxiu often rested at the post houses of Luoyang, he had rarely wandered the city itself. As they walked, he saw how different Luoyang was from Chang'an. Chang'an carried the bold Qin spirit of the northwest, fierce yet flamboyant, mixed with the cultures of the western regions, a grand blend of all. But Luoyang was pure Central Plains soil, with deep, authentic Zhongyuan atmosphere. It lacked the bustling brilliance of Chang'an, yet had its own unique charm. Turning a corner, Qingxiu caught a rich aroma of food, along with cries of vendors. After half a day of work, I haven't eaten. I'm truly hungry now, he said with a laugh. He Guangyi slapped his forehead. This is my fault. If I had known you were coming, I'd have prepared a banquet. Spare me. I dislike those long, grand feasts. Let's just eat from the street stalls. Perfect. You two order whatever you like, I'll host. He Guangyi patted his waist and felt his purse, relieved he had brought money. He had feared being caught without cash in front of Duke Qing, which would have ruined his image. Just as Qingxiu was deciding which stall to choose, a loud commotion arose ahead. People on the street crowded toward it. Even the vendors stopped, craning their necks. Sounds like an argument, said Sun Simiao, whose ears were still sharp despite his age. He Guangyi, worried it would spoil Qingxiu's mood, quickly said. Shall we take another street? There are good foods there too. But Qingxiu ignored him, striding straight toward the crowd. He Guangyi was baffled. Does Duke Qing enjoy watching quarrels? Not a quarrel, he knows someone there. Sun Simiao urged him to hurry. They squeezed through the crowd and saw, at the center, surrounded layer upon layer, Li Yingqi and Princess Chang'e. The young lady stood protectively with the little girl, furiously scolding a group of strong men. You've no shame. So many men surrounding two weak women? Do you want to fight us? Among the men stood a pale, thin fellow. His face reeked of frivolity, his eyes roving boldly over Li Yingqi. Little beauty, don't say it like that. It was you who came to us first. Besides, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on such a beauty. That man had arrogance and lewdness written all over his face, making Li Yingqi feel sick. Qingxiu frowned and immediately stopped a passerby to ask what was going on. The man was annoyed at first, but seeing Qingxiu's imposing presence, he didn't dare offend him and explained everything in detail. It turned out that Li Yingqi and Princess Changel had just come here to stroll. By chance, they saw an old vendor with a food stall being bullied by that young man. The man's name was Zhang Ku, son of Zhang Jijie, prefect of Luoyang. He relied on his father's power to act recklessly in the city, a typical spoiled bully. The old vendor had once been a tenant on Zhang Ku's land. Because last year's harvest was poor, he couldn't pay the rent and ended up owing Zhang Ku more. That scoundrel drove his family out, forbidding them to return to farming until the rent was repaid. Without land, they had no livelihood and barely enough to eat, so they set up a small stall in Luoyang, selling straw dogs, horses, and such to survive. Just now, Princess Changel liked one of the straw dogs and wanted to buy some. But Zhang Ku, who had long been eyeing Li Yingqi, wanted to use this chance to show off before a beauty. He strode up, kicked over the old man's stall, and demanded the rent. Yes, his idea of showing off was bullying an old man in public. The old vendor, of course, couldn't pay. He begged, only to be beaten viciously by Zhang Ku's thugs. This drew Li Yingqi's sense of justice. She ordered them to stop and scolded them harshly. Zhang Ku, instead of impressing, was humiliated in front of her, and in anger had his men surround them, not letting her leave. Beauty, I don't want to make things hard for you. Just come with me to Jade Pavilion for a drink, then I'll let you go, and give this old man more time to pay. He pointed with his fan at the trembling old vendor clutching his straw toys. You serious? I wouldn't sit at the same table as filth like you. Li Yingqi clenched her fists, knuckles cracking. This fool didn't realize he'd met iron today. Zhang Ku's face darkened. Are you coming or not? One of his lackeys, eager to add weight to his words, kicked the old man hard in the ribs. Ah? The old vendor cried weakly. The onlooker's anger boiled. This is too much. Beating people and bullying women in public. Why not talk it out instead? Zhang Ku glared coldly around, pointing with his fan at those who spoke, silently warning them he would remember. At once the crowd fell silent. None dared offend him, not when his father was prefect of Luoyang. But some didn't care even about the prefect. Yingqi Jijie, don't waste words with this bad man. Just hit him. Beat him until he cries. Princess Changel's childish voice pierced Zhang Ku's pride. Of course. When I hit the bad man, remember to cheer for me. Li Yingqi laughed, flexing her fists. You little brat. What did you say? Zhang Ku, used to strutting in Luoyang, had never been insulted so openly. And now a harmless little girl dared mock him. But Princess Changel didn't care for his twisted face. She shouted angrily, you bring men to bully an old man in the street. If you're not a bad man, what are you? My Jijie should beat you until you cry. Her childish scolding, paired with Zhang Ku's furious rage, almost made the crowd laugh out loud. If not for fear of his status, the street would already be roaring. Enough. Seize this little beauty for me. Zhang Ku snapped his fan. If I'm pleased, we'll play all night. Otherwise. Li Yingqi stepped forward, ready to smash his face with a punch, when suddenly a gust of wind swept past her from behind. She staggered, then saw, Qingxiu had leapt from the crowd, seizing Zhang Ku by the collar and lifting him into the air. Qing Gongzi. Li Yingqi blinked, then smiled with joy. That back, she knew it too well. Why you, who are you? Zhang Ku panicked. He had only seen a blur before this man appeared before him. Even the bystanders were stunned. None saw how Qingxiu had moved. How has filth like you run wild for so long? Qingxiu's cold words made Zhang Ku tremble inside. It was his first time seeing Qingxiu, but this man radiated an oppressive aura that crushed him. What are you all standing there for? Someone dared touch me, kill him. Zhang Ku roared, struggling. His guards came to their senses and charged at Qingxiu. Qingxiu swung Zhang Ku and hurled him, knocking down several men at once. Then he stepped forward like lightning, grabbed the head of the first thug to reach him, and smashed a punch into his face, sending him flying with teeth and blood spraying. A swift kick sent another attacker sprawling. In moments he was surrounded by more than 10 men, yet moved easily among them. Each strike felled a man, knocked out or broken. In just seconds, all lay defeated. Zhang Ku crawled up, trembling with the few servants left. Good. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers, clapping wildly. At last, the bully was beaten. Well done. Qingxiu Ji, beat all the bad men. Princess Changel cheered in her tender voice. You fool. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Before he could finish, Qingxiu stepped up, raised his hand, and slapped him so hard he spat blood and flew back. The few guards trembled with fear, none daring to step forward to stop Qingxiu. Zhang Ku spat out broken teeth, tried to get up, but Qingxiu stomped his head down, pressing his face into the dirt. Playing around, are you? Qingxiu glared coldly at the wretch groveling on the ground, his heart full of disgust. He already despised scum who bullied commoners in the streets. He had risked his life on the frontiers, braving snow and storms to protect the Tang people, only for second-generation bullies like this to trample them. And worse, this fool had dared insult his fiancée and harbor vile intentions. Any one of those offenses was enough to seal his fate. You're finished, ugh. Even at death's door, the man still tried to talk back. Qingxiu kicked him hard, sending him crashing into a stone pillar. The crack of breaking bones echoed as he collapsed like a dead dog, coughing blood and foam. Though he could barely breathe, seeing Qingxiu stride toward him filled his face with terror. Arrogant all his life, but now with death closing in, he showed his true cowardice. He had bullied the weak because he knew they couldn't resist. But now, facing one-sided punishment, he was even more pitiful than those he once tormented. He wet himself, eyes pleading desperately for mercy. The crowd cheered inside, justice at last. Many even wished the mysterious hero would finish him off on the spot. Qingxiu thought the same. He never practiced half measures, and this trash had touched his bottom line. Looking down at Zhang Ku, he raised his foot to crush the dog's head. Duke of Qing, perhaps, let this end here? A voice interrupted. Qingxiu turned, He Guangyi stood behind him, face troubled. What did you say? Qingxiu asked coldly. He Guangyi dared not confront him directly, and said cautiously, after all, he is Zhang Jijia's only son, under my jurisdiction. Bullshit. Qingxiu's words cut him down. You know he's long bullied the people. You've seen it before, did you ever stop him? Now you beg for him, afraid your own son may follow his path. He Guangyi lowered his head, not daring to respond. Even if he were your son, I'd kill him in front of you all the same. He Guangyi staggered back in shock, realizing who stood before him. This was not just the Duke of Qing, beloved in Chang'an and adored by the people. This was the empire's foremost general, who commanded in the northwest and Liaodong, drenched in the blood of countless enemies. Make way! Suddenly the crowd stirred as officials and constables forced their way through, surrounding Qingxiu's group. They escorted a man in official robes, prefect of Luoyang, Zhang Jijia. He had been in the yamen when news came that someone beat his son in the street. He dropped everything and rushed here. Kur! Seeing his son battered, barely breathing, Zhang Jijia's legs buckled and he nearly collapsed. Master! Officials supported him as he pointed a shaking finger at Qingxiu. Arrest him. Take my son for treatment at once. Not knowing who Qingxiu was, the constables rushed forward. He Guangyi, terrified, shouted, back off. Do you know who this is? Recognizing He Guangyi, they froze, retreating in fear. Lord He! Zhang Jijia cried bitterly. My son is dying. He's the killer. He Guangyi wanted to reveal Qingxiu's identity, but Qingxiu shoved him aside and poured oil on the fire. Yes. I beat your son. And I'll finish him. He must die here, before the people he oppressed. As he spoke, he pressed his foot down harder on Zhang Ku's chest, making the half-dead man weaker still. You dare! Zhang Jijia roared, Lord He, why won't you seize him? Silence! He Guangyi finally snapped. This is the Duke of Qing. He came to Luoyang to treat General Li Jing's illness. Your son harassed General Li's daughter in the street, insulted the Duke, and even ordered his men to attack him. Each word struck Zhang Jijia like thunderbolts. What? He stood stunned. So it's Duke Qing. No wonder he beat Zhang Ku in public. He came to Luoyang to bring us justice. Indeed. Only Duke Qing would do this for us. Thank you, Duke Qing. Thank you. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone knew Qingxiu's name, it had spread across Tang. Each citizen had benefited from his deeds. How could they not worship him? Since it was Qingxiu, they feared no retaliation. Instead, Zhang Jijia now had to worry for himself. Zhang Jijia, you're nothing but a speck of an official. You're not even worthy to greet me. Yet your son dares harass my fiancée in the street? Should I praise him for surpassing you? Qingxiu's sarcasm dripped like venom, and sweat poured down Zhang Jijia's face. The prefect of Luoyang was no small office, even capital officials respected the rank. But to Qingxiu, such an official's life or death depended only on his mood. Calling him a tiny official was already generous. I dare not. I failed to discipline my son. I beg Duke Qing for mercy. Zhang Jijia muttered, not even daring to raise his voice. He had never imagined indulging his son would one day lead to such disaster. To provoke Duke Qing, He wished he could drag Zhang Ku up and slap him himself. This wasn't just endangering him. It could even implicate his father. The lower official guarantees my son will never offend again. After this, I will strictly confine him, not letting him out of the house for at least a year. Your lordship is generous. Why bother with the mistakes of an ignorant child? Zhang Jijie, sweating all over, pleaded with Qingxiu for forgiveness, even signaling He Guangyi with his eyes, hoping he would speak on his behalf. But how could He Guangyi dare? He was shrewd enough to see Qingxiu was already in a fury. Today, Zhang Ke's death seemed unavoidable. Touching Qingxiu's anger for this wastrel's sake was not worth it. So quick to bow your head? Weren't you just about to order men to seize me, to avenge your son? Qingxiu swept his gaze around. The officials and soldiers were already kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe. Those who had tried to arrest him earlier were now sprawled on the ground, trembling like leaves. Zhang Jijie forced a smile. I didn't know your identity just now. How could I have dared to offend otherwise? If you still feel anger, please come to the prefecture office, I will personally host you. You still have the face to beg for your son? Before Qingxiu could speak, Li Yingqi stepped forward, furious. This matter cannot end so lightly. Zhang Ku insulted me in public, beat people in the street without regard for law. Even the sons of Chang'an officials wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Zhang Jijie was bitter in his heart. He hadn't even calmed Qingxiu's wrath, and now Li Jing's beloved daughter stood accusing him too. Enough, this matter, perhaps I can let it go. While Zhang Jijie was panicked, Qingxiu unexpectedly said he was willing to end it. Even He Guangyi was shocked. Just moments ago, Qingxiu swore it would be to the death. How had he suddenly changed? This ends here. Li Yingqi looked at him in disbelief. This wasn't his style. Of course, not so easy. Qingxiu said calmly, I can pretend this never happened. But your precious son must kneel in front of the people of the city all night to show repentance. It was humiliating, but at least it meant survival. Zhang Jijie dared not bargain and agreed at once, of course. Once he recovers, I will personally make sure he kneels to the people all night. No, 3 nights. No need. 1 night is enough. Qingxiu shook his head. But I won't wait until later. It must be tonight. He kneels here all night. Zhang Jijie thought he'd misheard. He looked at Zhang Ku, lying in blood. The boy couldn't even speak, how could he kneel? Even if he lay here a few hours without treatment, his life was at risk. Duke of Qing, please don't jest. In his state, how could he kneel? Qingxiu was indifferent. If he cannot kneel, then let him lie here all night. That will be apology enough. Zhang Jijie suddenly understood. This wasn't mercy, this was another way of killing him. Left in the cold all night, Zhang Ku would never survive until dawn. Can you not show mercy again? I swear he'll never. Before he could finish, He Guangyi coughed lightly. Enough. Duke of Qing has already shown leniency. Why press him further? After all, he must give the people an explanation. The meaning was clear, take what Qingxiu said and accept it. Leave the boy here to die. It was already saving face for Zhang Jijie, ensuring he himself would not be dragged down. Besides, Zhang Jijie still had 3 sons. Why risk his whole family for this one fool? Qingxiu frowned. Do I look that old? You keep calling me old lord, yet you're a generation older than me. Yes, Duke of Qing is right. He Guangyi quickly corrected himself. Zhang Jijie, hearing it put this way, had no choice but to bow his head in grief. One son suffers, or the whole family follows him down. There's no choice. So be it, he said miserably. On the ground, Zhang Ku trembled weakly and let out a faint moan, as if begging his father to save him. But his father was powerless, dragged down by his own son. Good. A local official who understands reason pleases me. Qingxiu sneered, looking at Zhang Ku half dead in the blood. Even if rescued now, he would not live. Better to leave him here, suffering to the end, and let the people vent their anger. The crowd was elated. This one won't live till morning. I doubt he'll survive even now. Someone might finish him off tonight. At least other bullies in Luoyang will think twice. Amidst the chatter, Qingxiu left with Li Yingqi and the young Princess Changel. Before leaving, the little girl took pity on the old vendor, giving him all the silver she carried. He Guangyi looked at Zhang Jijie, slumped on the ground, and murmured, Don't blame me. With Duke of Qing here, I had no choice. Lord Inspector is kind. Zhang Jijie could only give a bitter smile. He Guangyi shook his head. At least his own children didn't run wild like this, or today he'd be in the same pitiful state. After Qingxiu left, Zhang Jijie quickly ordered every physician in Luoyang to come and treat his son, right there on the street. Kur, hold on. The doctors are coming. He staggered forward, lifted his son's broken body, then fainted on the spot at the sight of that bloody, unrecognizable face. On the way back, Li Yingqi was still indignant, scolding why Luoyang had such people. Is it because the emperor is far away, so you rely on the people only enduring silently, and you dare to act so recklessly? A mere prefect's son can be this arrogant. Then you, as the inspector's son, wouldn't that make you the little emperor of Luoyang? Facing her sharp words, He Guangyi quickly explained, my sons are all well behaved. They have never run wild in the streets like this. The entire city's people can testify for me. When they returned to the clinic, Li Yingqi hurried to check on her father. To her surprise, the man who had been too weak to sleep soundly was now snoring loudly. Even more, the swellings on his back had completely disappeared. She burst into tears of joy on the spot. Master Qing, you truly are the greatest doctor in all history. Overjoyed, she threw herself into Qingxiu's arms, like a child celebrating. I said before, this illness was nothing. If I said I could cure it, then I certainly would. Qingxiu patted her head with a touch of fondness. The usually fierce and lively girl was as gentle as a kitten in his arms. Princess Changle happily added, I knew brother Qingxiu could heal it. He healed me too, it took over 2 months back then. As they spoke, they noticed Li Jing stirring slightly in his sleep. Qingxiu suggested they not disturb him further and wait elsewhere. Li Yingqi, still most concerned for her father, quickly agreed. He Guangyi immediately ordered the Luoyang post house to prepare the best rooms to host Qingxiu and his companions. He feared if they were slighted, Qingxiu would show no mercy to him either. Late at night, on West Street of Luoyang. Since waking, Zhang Jijie had remained in the street, watching the doctors try everything to save Zhang Ku. If not for curfew, the streets would surely be packed with commoners eager to witness his death. Well past midnight, the physicians finally gave him a message that struck him like thunder. Sir, the young master cannot be saved, his pulse grows weaker by the moment. His organs are likely injured beyond repair. Is there no way? Any medicine, any method, anything, just save my son. Zhang Jijie snapped, cutting them off. His tone was a command. The doctors dared not answer, only bowing their heads in silence. Impatient, Zhang Jijie shoved them aside and checked his son himself. Even if he lives only 1 more day, that's enough. I'll send riders to Chang'an for doctors immediately. A day? He wouldn't last even half an hour. When Zhang Jijie checked closely, his foolish son finally exhaled his last breath and died. Thanks to his father, instead of dying quickly at Qingxiu's hand, he suffered several more hours of agony, worse than death. Zhang Jijie stared blankly at the corpse. Tears streamed down his face as he cried to the heavens. Damn it! Just because he comes from the capital, he thinks he can act like an emperor, killing my son like a dog. You fool! If Duke Qing heard those words, not only you, my position too would be lost. A cold voice came from the distance. He Guangyi had arrived with attendants. He looked at the corpse with disdain. I warned you countless times to discipline Zhang Ku, but you spoiled him. Today, you angered Duke Qing. If it had been the emperor himself, visiting incognito, struck by your son, both you and I would be dead. His scolding brought Zhang Jijie back a little, but the grief and anger still burned. One day, I'll make Qingxiu regret this. Regret? You? He Guangyi laughed openly, as if hearing a great joke. The Turks, the Goguryeo, he crushed them all in less than half a year. And you, a mere prefect, think you can touch him. To kill you would be easier than crushing an insect. Zhang Jijie knew it was true, but he couldn't swallow the hatred. Zhang Ku was not his eldest or most capable son, but he was his most beloved. I warn you, this ends here. Don't stir more trouble. If you do, it won't even take Duke Qing. I myself will make you regret it. He Guangyi came tonight only to warn him. Zhang Jijie was still a useful subordinate, too useful to let Qingxiu simply destroy. Zhang Jijie lowered his head. Yes. I understand. You, forget it. He Guangyi waved his sleeve. The soldiers hesitated. My lord, is this proper? What's improper? You dare disobey me? Frightened, they surrounded Zhang Jijie. My lord, please return to the yamen. Rest a few days and calm yourself. Zhang Jijie froze, he hadn't expected to be placed under house arrest. What about my son? He's dead already. Will you leave him lying in the street like this? How can Qingxiu be so unreasonable? He shoved the soldiers and shouted at He Guangyi. But He Guangyi only waved impatiently. I'll see to the body. You stay confined in the yamen until you've thought things through. Then I'll summon you. Bitter but helpless, Zhang Jijie had no choice but to obey. After he left, a subordinate asked, My lord, what should be done with the body? He Guangyi glanced at Zhang Ku's corpse with disgust. Leave it here for now. Since Qingxiu wanted it displayed all night, not a single compromise was allowed. Otherwise, if his anger reignited, none of them could withstand it. He Guangyi hurried back home. Before he could even enter his room to rest, suddenly an officer came to inform him that Qingxiu had something and summoned him over. What? He Guangyi's face twitched. He was used to being the most authoritative person in this Luoyang city, and it was the first time in the middle of the night that someone dared to order him around. Duke Qing gave the order, I dared not fail to notify you. The officer was full of bitterness. If it were not for Qingxiu's direct order, he would never have dared to disturb the prefect's rest in the middle of the night. No matter how foolish he Guangyi might be, he dared not show anger toward Qingxiu. He could only fight off his sleepiness and follow the soldier to the government office. Qingxiu had not gone to bed at all and was still rummaging through the document archives. Has Duke Qing not yet gone to sleep? Do you find the guest room not good enough, making it hard to rest? He Guangyi asked carefully. Qingxiu kept his eyes on the files in his hand and did not even lift his head. When I was fighting at the front lines, eating wind and sleeping under the stars, I never found it bitter. Even if you gave me a thatched hut, I could sleep there. I dare not. He Guangyi hurriedly said, even if I must sleep in a thatched hut myself, I would never dare slight Duke Qing. Enough useless words. Qingxiu did not argue further. He closed the file. That Zhang Jijie, he is quite an interesting person. Although He Guangyi still kept a smile on his face, in his heart he suddenly froze. He knew well that Duke Qing's words carried another meaning. For a prefect to be named by Qingxiu, either it was great fortune or great disaster. Clearly, he could only sacrifice Zhang Jijie to protect himself. He is indeed a very capable official. The prosperity of Luoyang today cannot be without his contribution. He Guangyi was not lying. It was the truth. Those files recorded all of Zhang Jijie's achievements since he took office. There was no exaggeration. Although this man was selfish, taught his son poorly, and allowed his son to harm the people, he still managed Luoyang City in an orderly way. Strong ability and low morality, these two things did not conflict. I see. Your meaning is that Luoyang cannot do without him. He Guangyi was shocked as if struck by lightning. He quickly changed his words, that is not my meaning. I only speak the truth. I know. This man indeed has some ability. Qingxiu's eyes flickered. To speak plainly, with his ability, even if he has some stains, as long as they do not harm the big picture, the court can tolerate it. But today his son dared to bully the people in the street. Not only did Zhang Jijie not stop him, he even wanted to arrest the man who resisted Zhang Ku. If this continues, the Zhang family will only grow more arrogant in Luoyang. Even if one day they kill people openly in the streets, would you still turn a blind eye? Qingxiu, who fought to the death on the battlefield to defend the borders, never wantonly slaughtered even the enemy's people. Instead, he left them a better way to live. But inside Tang territory, these so-called second-generation nobles insulted and oppressed the very people he protected. How could he tolerate it? He Guangyi was no fool. The words had already reached this point, he knew saying more was useless. Since Duke Qing believes this man's conduct is improper, I am willing to cooperate with Duke Qing to deal with him in any way. No matter what, the laws of the Tang must be upheld. He immediately put on a face of great righteousness, speaking even more uprightly than Qingxiu himself. Good. If that Zhang Jijie had the sense you show, why would I need to execute him? Qingxiu threw the file heavily onto the table. You seem in a hurry. Why not settle this matter tonight? It shall be done without hesitation. At this point, He Guangyi dared not even think of sleeping, nor even take a sip of water. At once, he did exactly as Qingxiu ordered. Even if Zhang Jijie was his trusted subordinate, that was nothing compared to preserving his own life and safety. Not long after he left, Qingxiu heard the sound of troops moving outside. The officials all followed He Guangyi to arrest Zhang Jijie. In the middle of the night, no one expected such a scene in the streets. Officials poured in from all directions and surrounded the prefect's residence. There was no need to prepare evidence. After 10 years as prefect of Luoyang, random digging would be enough to fill a book with his corruption and crimes. While outside was in chaos, Qingxiu did not care. He only waited until morning to deal with Zhang Jijie. Originally, he planned to go straight to the main hall, but happened to pass by the records of Luoyang's harvests from past years. There were detailed accounts of tax collection, the peasants' field income, and land transfers. Out of curiosity, Qingxiu picked them up and read carefully. At dawn the next morning, Zhang Jijie, disheveled and dirty, was escorted into the main hall. Qingxiu had already been waiting there for a long time. Not only him, but outside the hall, a large crowd of commoners had gathered, including farmers who were preparing to work the fields. Early that morning they saw notices posted in the city, declaring that Prefect Zhang Jijie would be judged today, calling all the people to come watch. This news was weighty indeed. Everyone in the city rushed to the scene, fearing to miss the spectacle. Normally, the lofty Zhang Jijie rarely appeared before the commoners. The people did not particularly hate him. But his son, Zhang Ku, was too outrageous. Many commoners and tenant farmers had suffered from his bullying, so they counted this debt on his father's head. Zhang Jijie knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve, not daring to raise his head to look at Qingxiu, who sat at the highest seat. Usually he himself sat there judging others, never imagining that one day he would sit below, waiting for judgment. He Guangyi sat beside Qingxiu. When his eyes met Zhang Jijie's, he immediately looked away. At that moment, Zhang Jijie knew for certain that his old superior would not save him. Before the hall, former prefect of Luoyang, after Duke Qing's investigation, it is found you are guilty of many crimes of corruption and extortion. The officials publicly listed Zhang Jijie's crimes. They seemed many in kind, yet deliberately avoided anything related to Zhang Ku. Qingxiu did not wish to leave any excuse for others to think he was targeting Zhang Jijie only because of Zhang Ku. This duke has often inspected places across the land. Though I have seen officials guilty of corruption and injustice, never have I seen one so deeply sinful as you. If today we do not bring you to justice, how can we face the people of Luoyang and the trust and love they place in me? Qingxiu's voice was like thunder, firm and unshakable. Duke Qing will temporarily have you imprisoned. After the judgment comes down from Chang'an, you will then be tried. Qingxiu did not waste more words. He ended the case quickly, and immediately the people outside cheered with joy. They never expected Qingxiu to be so decisive. On the first day he dealt with the son, and on the second day he even took down the father, judging him on the spot. Zhang Jijie never thought he would be sentenced so quickly, without even the chance to appeal in court. Wait! How can this be? Zhang Jijie cried out on the spot. Even if I am guilty, without the court's judgment, no one can try or imprison me. Only the court can judge me. If there is no court judgment, I will not accept this. What he said was indeed true. To try him, it must be reported layer by layer according to Tang law, and only after the court's judgment could he be executed. Otherwise, no matter how many crimes he had, at most his duties would be suspended, he could never be imprisoned and sentenced directly. He Guangyi sneered. These words might work on others, but against Qingxiu? Zhang Jijie probably did not know that countless foreign envoys had already died at Qingxiu's hands. If he dared to execute envoys before reporting, what was a mere prefect compared to that? Reasonable words. Qingxiu sneered coldly. He had originally wanted to give Zhang Jijie a little face, but now it was clear Zhang was asking for disgrace himself, so Qingxiu no longer needed to show mercy. Prefect, I know a little about Tang law. Judging from his crimes, to sentence him to beheading and to confiscate and exile his whole family would not be excessive, right? He Guangyi hurriedly said, by law, it should be so, but this still requires the court's decision. No need. Qingxiu waved his hand. I decide this matter. Follow the strictest judgment, behead Zhang Jijie in public, confiscate all his family's wealth into the state treasury, and exile all his family to Lingnan. Good. The people outside roared again in excitement like a tidal wave, but He Guangyi and the officials were stunned on the spot. Duke Qing, should you not consider carefully? If this matter reaches the capital, bypassing the court's judgment directly, His Majesty may. No need to wait for the capital. I will personally write to His Majesty afterwards. Qingxiu had already resolved to act first and report later. The whole court was in an uproar. They could not imagine the level of trust between Qingxiu and Emperor Lier. They thought Qingxiu was willing to risk his own future just to kill Zhang Jijie. But they did not know, killing Zhang Jijie mattered less to Qingxiu than killing a dog. Besides, Zhang Jijie truly had many crimes on him. Zhang Jijie shivered on the ground, finally realizing he had provoked someone he absolutely could not afford to. This man either was willing to risk trouble just to deal with him, or did not even need to fear punishment after killing a court official. Either way, Zhang Jijie could never resist. He Guangyi looked at him and shook his head slightly. Years ago, I warned you again and again to teach your son well, not to cause trouble. Now you know regret, he thought to himself. Take him away. At noon tomorrow, execute him immediately. Let his precious son, who lay dead in the street overnight, come collect his body. Qingxiu once again shocked everyone with his words. Execution on the very day of sentencing, this was reserved only for rebels or the most heinous criminals. In this dynasty, Zhang Jijie alone received such treatment. Duke Qing, Zhang Ku has already died on the street, He Guangyi cautiously reminded. Although he understood well, Qingxiu was deliberately pretending not to know. So that's how it is. Qingxiu acted as if suddenly enlightened. Then bury father and son together, so that in the next life they can be a good pair of father and son. This black humor chilled everyone present, they truly could not laugh. In addition, have your men prepare. In 3 days, compile the registers, confiscate Zhang Jijia's property. All gold and silver go to the treasury, and as for the farmland. Qingxiu glanced at the commoners waiting anxiously outside the hall, then made the decision: all farmland shall be given to the tenant farmers who worked it. Let this count as compensation for the Zhang family's years of bullying the people. At these words, cheers outside the hall shook the heavens. Duke Qing is wise. You are truly heaven's clear sky. To have you here is our greatest fortune. The commoners wept with gratitude. These years they had endured so much exploitation and humiliation from the Zhang family, only they themselves knew the pain. Though Zhang Jijia's other sons were not as reckless as Zhang Ke, every autumn harvest they too oppressed the people no less than Zhang Ke did. Countless families had been forced to sell their sons and daughters to pay rent to the Zhang family. Tenant farmers who worked the land for years never owned a single plot themselves. Seeing the commoners weeping with excitement, Qingxiu also felt deeply moved. Although Tang was flourishing, the lives of these poor people had not improved at all. When the state was strong, they could still scrape by eating husks and thin porridge. But if the state ever weakened, not only would they starve, they would also suffer the insults of foreign invaders. Truly hard lives. How could the officials dare disobey Qingxiu? They had no choice but to escort their former superior outside, preparing to parade him in a prisoner's cart before executing him. Good, good. When Zhang was taken out, some people followed the prisoner cart, throwing stones and leaves at this prefect they had long hated. But even more people knelt outside the hall, giving endless thanks to Qingxiu. Among them were those who had been unable to pay rent and were preparing to sell their children. Qingxiu's order had just saved their lives. No need for this, quickly rise. Looking at the kneeling people, Qingxiu also felt sorrow for them. Since the founding of Tang, the army has fought east and west, expanding the land for thousands of miles. Yet the common people have not lived in peace, still struggling to survive. This is what Tang owes you. I promise you, within at most 10 years, every farmer will own their own land. No one will remain a landless tenant. Qingxiu's words struck like iron. The commoners did not speak, but all were already in tears. If such a day truly comes, even if it lasts only a few years, we would be satisfied. Duke Qing, as long as you have this heart, we are already content. How could we dare ask for more? Thank you, Duke Qing, for remembering us. The people cried with gratitude. After the commoners had all left, Qingxiu ordered someone to prepare paper and brush for him, and he personally wrote a letter. This letter was to be sent to Li Er. In the letter, he clearly mentioned that he had executed a court official today, and he did not conceal this at all. Of course, he also listed one by one the man's many crimes, as well as the suffering of the local commoners. He stated that if His Majesty had any blame, it could all be placed on his own head. But he also knew, Li Er would absolutely never punish him because of this matter. Now the Tang dynasty expands thousands of miles into Liaodong and the western regions, and the state grows strong. Yet constant wars make the people bear countless burdens, and also give many corrupt officials chances to oppress them. If this continues, the people's strength will be exhausted. Will this not repeat the collapse of the sway at its end? Li Er was a wise man, and Qingxiu believed he would definitely understand what he meant. Just as the letter was sent out, He Guangyi came forward at the right time to report that Li Jing had already awakened that morning and his condition was improving further. Thanks to Duke Qing's miraculous healing hands, General Li has recovered. It seems not even a month, perhaps even half a month, and he will be fully restored. He Guangyi praised sincerely. He Guangyi now understood, so long as Qingxiu remained in Luoyang, he must maintain relations with him, and he must strictly discipline his own children. Otherwise, tomorrow he too might be sent to the execution ground, just like Zhang Jijia today. That is very good. Hearing this, Qingxiu knew that Li Jing had likely not been infected, which also meant the method he had used was indeed effective. Come, let us go see together. Qingxiu immediately set out. The two went to the medical hall, just in time to see Li Jing happily chatting with his daughter. Duke Qing. Seeing Qingxiu, Li Jing's already joyful mood rose even higher. I never realized before, you actually possess such superb medical skill. Looking across the whole Tang, perhaps only you could cure my illness. Duke of Wei is a pillar of the state. How could I let you die so easily? Qingxiu smiled. Haha, Duke Qing, no, now, perhaps I should call you son-in-law. Would that be more fitting? Though Li Jing's words were to Qingxiu, his eyes were always on his shy-faced daughter. No hurry. Since Yingqi has not yet married, when that time comes, it won't be too late to change how you address me. Qingxiu smiled openly. Besides, Duke of Wei, you need not worry about the future. You may even personally hold your grandson. These words truly made Li Jing burst into hearty laughter. Since he left Chang'an to campaign in Liaodong, he had never been this happy, not even when he captured the Goguryeo capital had he been so delighted. When we return to Chang'an, I plan to request His Majesty to let me retire and return home. I no longer wish to fight. After all, I am already of age, and I have achieved so many military merits, it is not a wasted life. Li Jing was filled with emotion. Now that he had escaped death, he looked at many things differently. Even more military merits could not compare to living safely through his later years. Moreover, the emperor had already begun to grow wary of his too great fame and achievements. Choosing to retire at his peak was absolutely a wise choice. Truly, Li Jing's decision surprised Qingxiu. The court is in need of men now. If the general remains, surely you can still achieve greater accomplishments. Qingxiu thought that saving Li Jing might give him new vigor, but instead, he found a man who now only wished for peace in old age. Now the court needs young men. If I always hold this place, how can new talents have chances to rise? Besides, the court still has you, and Ho Junji, and others. Hearing this, Qingxiu knew Li Jing's resolve could not be moved. So be it. To lay down arms and return to the fields is still honorable. After a brief silence, Li Jing suddenly said, "Ingqi, go check where the little princess went to play. Watch her well so nothing happens." "Father, don't worry. Dozens of officials are with her, nothing will happen. You, instead, need to rest properly." Li Ingqi did not catch Li Jing's hidden meaning and insisted on staying. "Go quickly." Li Jing glared, and only then did Li Ingqi reluctantly rise. As she left, she repeatedly told him again to rest well. Once the girl had gone, Li Jing suddenly stood and stretched his body. "That girl watches me too closely, won't even let me leave bed. How could I be so fragile?" So this old man had felt constrained by his daughter. But indeed, Li Jing's recovery was faster than Qingxiu expected. No wonder Duke of Wei, even at your age, could still ride into battle. Your body is stronger than ordinary men's. Li Jing laughed heartily. After moving enough, he sat before Qingxiu, lowered his voice, and said, "Duke Qing, I heard you sentenced the prefect of Luoyang to death in the court. Duke of Wei wishes to advise me to think twice before acting?" "Not exactly." Li Jing paused to think. Although many of Duke Qing's actions are beyond ordinary understanding, in hindsight, they all show that you see much farther ahead than we do. If you believed that acting first and reporting later was necessary, then surely you had your reasons. Li Jing's serious words made Qingxiu feel a bit embarrassed. In truth, in this matter, he did not think with much long-term strategy at all. He simply disliked Zhang Jijie and his family. If not eliminated quickly, they would continue to harm the people. As for His Majesty, will you be able to explain this matter? Perhaps I could join you to explain together? Li Jing asked with concern. No need. Duke of Wei, you need not worry about that. I trust His Majesty knows how to weigh this matter. Li Jing truly envied Qingxiu's mindset. He never seemed worried about being too powerful, and Li Er had no guard against him at all, heaped countless lofty titles on his head. Titles such as Acting King of Lingnan, Acting King of Gaochang, even giving him all the salt trade of Goguryeo. In any other dynasty, a minister who received so many honors would already be thinking how to retreat with dignity. But he alone could accept them calmly, with no fear of the emperor's suspicion. Well, in that case, there was no need for Li Jing to trouble himself further. Speaking of which, although I wish to retire, since the court is in need of men, before I step down, I want to leave some useful people for the court. Li Jing said slowly. These words immediately sparked great interest in Qingxiu. Since it was Li Jing himself who wished to recommend someone to the court, then surely this person was not an ordinary man. Do you still remember, back then, when our army marched north to attack the Turks, the deputy generals who followed us on both sides? At that time, Qingxiu did not remember a single one. Seeing Qingxiu so frank, Li Jing was not surprised. In those days, there was an officer in the army, who always charged in front, fighting with great courage, killing the enemy so bravely that almost no one could stop him. If not for Duke Qing's cannons and all sorts of weapons showing their might on the battlefield, in that battle, this man would surely have left a dazzling achievement. Qingxiu smiled and said, "So it seems I made many people unable to show their talents." Haha, I never meant that. I only mean this man is very suitable to be a commander, not inferior to your Shuiren Gue. If I no longer serve the court, then this man can surely be entrusted with heavy responsibility. Qingxiu was immediately interested. If he could be on par with Shuiren Gue, then Qingxiu must investigate him carefully. What is his name? Su Dingfang. Hearing this name, Qingxiu immediately believed Li Jing's words. This was another general who, in history, became famous for all ages, his power shaking the world. In the original history, he was Li Jing's most capable warrior in the northern campaign against the Turks. After one battle, his achievements drew the direct attention of Li Er. Afterwards, he fought for the state for decades, with outstanding war merit, even destroying many nations. Alongside Shui Rengui, who would rise later, he could be called one of the Tang dynasty's unmatched generals who bridged eras. But as Li Jing said, Qingxiu's cannons had shown terrifying might on the battlefield. No matter how brave an individual was, it was hard to outshine such weapons. Originally, Su Dingfang could have entered Li Er's sight through that battle, but was forced into silence. Yet, as long as he had ability, Qingxiu would never allow him to remain unknown, never allow such a man of talent to stay obscure. Where is he now? After our campaign at Pinglu Mountain, I left him on the frontier to fight the Tibetans in a tug-of-war. To this day he still has great achievements. With him holding the defense, the Tibetans have no chance of seizing Pinglu Mountain. Indeed, capable men shine wherever they go. It was now time to restore to him the credit that had been delayed for 2 years. Rest assured, I will remember this man. In the future, I will certainly value him highly. With this promise from Qingxiu, Li Jing said no more. I plan to return to Chang'an tomorrow. I must also thank you for saving me. My body is no longer in serious trouble. Originally, Qingxiu wished to persuade him to rest a few more days, but since Li Jing had made up his mind, he did not insist further. In any case, today you saved my life. This is a debt my Li family owes you. Even if repaid for generations, it can never be fully repaid. I will surely remember today. Li Jing once again solemnly expressed his gratitude to Qingxiu. At this point, no more words were needed. With these words, it was already enough. The next day, Li Jing packed his carriage and horses, preparing to leave the prefecture. Li Yingqi and Princess Chengel naturally also were to return to Chang'an. This girl had left the palace for so long, and even with Qingxiu's protection, Empress Zhangsun must already have been very anxious. Originally, Qingxiu also wished to leave with them, but thinking further, now in Luoyang the confiscation of Zhang Jijia's household was being carried out vigorously. If he left, who could guarantee that officials in the city would not be bribed by Zhang's family, weakening the confiscation, even preventing the commoners from receiving land? Thinking of this, Qingxiu decided to stay, waiting until the confiscation was finished before returning to Chang'an. The commoners were celebrating together, but the officials of Luoyang were all filled with worry. They knew well, Qingxiu often went into the archives recently, checking all the records. They feared that sooner or later he would investigate them. Given Duke Qing's temperament, if he found anything, he would never forgive easily. To follow in Zhang Jijia's footsteps was entirely possible. These people could only hope that His Majesty would quickly blame Qingxiu for privately executing a court official, and have him removed. But at this very moment, an unexpected event happened. Just as Qingxiu personally supervised the confiscations, news suddenly came from outside Luoyang. The Yellow River had burst its banks. This news spread, and those commoners who had just been given land only days before abandoned all their homes and fields in the countryside and rushed into the city to seek refuge. They did not even care for their crops anymore. Qingxiu rushed to the highest watchtower in Luoyang and took out a telescope to gaze at the flooding of the Yellow River. When he personally saw the raging river, Qingxiu finally understood the terrifying nature of the Yellow River. The rolling yellow waters surged no less violently than the sea in a storm, waves crashing endlessly against the riverbanks, sweeping away everything. Even houses struck by the waves collapsed instantly into ruins, leaving only stones and sand after the flood's rampage. Such a scale, Qingxiu had never seen in any river, not even the widest Yangtze could compare. Though he had often heard the Yellow River was fast and hard to control, until seeing it with his own eyes, he never imagined it could be so terrifying. No wonder the Yellow River has changed course many times in history. To hold it with embankments for decades without bursting is already fortune. Qingxiu muttered, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Perhaps only in the industrial age, with massive power to forge embankments as solid as mountains, could the Yellow River truly be restrained. Fortunately, this flooding did not last long. After only half a day, the waters weakened and returned to the riverbed. It only left chaos on both sides of the river, but luckily not too much farmland was submerged. Where the waters passed, there remained stones, broken branches, and even many dead fish and shrimp from the river. It's over. The commoners cheered and hurried back to their villages as the flood retreated, to see the damage. From their practiced movements, it was clear this was not their first time facing such things. They seemed long accustomed to the Yellow River bursting its banks. Even the city folk dispersed calmly, no longer in the panic of earlier. This scene truly amazed Qingxiu. In such cases, how often does this happen? Surely not every year? Qingxiu asked Ti Guangyi. Every year? He Guangyi sighed. On this scale, for it to happen 2 or 3 times a year is nothing unusual. Now it is just early spring. The Yellow River floods, but only with occasional breaches of the dikes, so at least no one dies. But if we are unlucky and face the Yellow River changing course, AI? He Guangyi truly did not know how to continue speaking. The last time the Yellow River changed course was at the end of the Sui. Though He Guangyi had never seen it himself, from descriptions he knew that almost all the villages outside had been submerged, countless people and livestock drowned. He could not imagine such a scene, and only hoped that during his term, he would never encounter the Yellow River changing course. Otherwise, all his political achievements of this time would be destroyed. Qingxiu knew well the saying, the harm of the Yellow River. Today, seeing it himself, he thoroughly understood. Just in the historical records alone, the Yellow River had changed course no fewer than several times, and floods were countless. As for major course changes, history recorded about 7, and each time the result was that the people of the floodplain suffered terribly, with population greatly reduced. But he wondered, why had no officials at court ever mentioned the matter of controlling the Yellow River? And why was Li Er himself indifferent? After a thought, he understood. Li Er's clan had risen in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, and had little contact with the Yellow River. And since the founding of the Tang, the Yellow River region had not yet suffered major disasters, so he did not understand its danger. But the Yellow River would not let Li Er remain at ease for long. If Qingxiu remembered correctly, within 3 years, during the Zhenguan reign, there would be a vast Yellow River disaster. If no preparations were made now, the number of commoners who would die then would be unimaginable, not to mention the property and grain destroyed by the floods. Qingxiu looked far at the surging river, then suddenly asked He Guangyi, "How is your swimming ability?" "Ah?" He Guangyi was confused by the question. "This official has never swum, so I suppose not very good." "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Without explanation, Qingxiu directly ordered He Guangyi to bring men, especially those skilled at swimming, and go with him to the riverbank. He Guangyi trembled with fear on the spot. Was Duke Qing serious? "Please wait. The riverbank just flooded. The waters are not yet stable. Who knows if in a short while it may burst again. It is too dangerous now." Duke Qing smiled. "Of course I know. That is why I told you to bring swimmers. If you accidentally fall into the river, they can save you at once." He Guangyi nearly fainted on the spot. He quickly changed his words, "Even so, if I fall into the water, my death is nothing. But Duke Qing, you must not risk yourself. You are the pillar of the state." "No matter. I can swim, and I swim very well." This sentence left He Guangyi completely speechless. With no choice, he ordered all officials and villagers skilled in swimming to come and help, and had them bring rafts with them, in case anything happened so they could quickly save him. Qingxiu led at the front, personally climbing up onto the embankment at the river's edge. Yes, climbing up. The Yellow River's riverbed was actually higher than the ground, by a full 3 zhang. Standing at the riverbank, Qingxiu saw with his own eyes the unending torrent of the Yellow River, and sighed in his heart that indeed the Yellow River was no ordinary river. This Yellow River carries silt, piling up in the riverbed. Over time the bed rises, and so the embankments must also be raised. This cycle continues, until now the riverbed is higher than the ground. A minor official guarding the embankment side. If this continues, one day the river will be as high as the city walls of Luoyang. His concern was not unfounded. Looking at later history of the Yellow River, this was certain to happen. Qingxiu pondered for a while, then said, "To solve this, there are 2 ways. First, control the river upstream, build a dam that can be opened and closed, to reduce the water's force, prevent floodwaters from breaking the dike during flood season, and at the same time block the river's silt. Second, dig out the silt deposited in the riverbed, lower the river channel, then the water will naturally drop, and will not overflow the embankments." Both made sense, but left everyone breathless. Such things were impossible. With the productivity of this era, it was impossible to build a dam that could control the silt or block the Yellow River. Even if they could control the silt, just resisting the Yellow River's fiercest floods was already like reaching the heavens. As for the second method, compared with it, the first one seemed not so unreachable. To dig out the sand and mud from the riverbed? Would they send men dozens of zhang underwater, against currents that could destroy embankments, to dig? Only immortals could do that. Duke Qing's ideas are bold. I believe if we keep trying in this direction, one day it will be possible. All of you, remember his words well. He Guangyi immediately echoed Qingxiu, wearing a face of great admiration, as if hearing one sentence from him was worth 10 years of study. He. Duke Qing truly has vision. No one dared dampen Qingxiu's spirits, and all accompanied him with laughter. They simply took it as Qingxiu having never governed the Yellow River and making a fanciful thought. Agreeing with him a little could not be wrong. But Qingxiu ignored them, only lowering his head in thought. His ideas now seemed like fantasies, but in the industrial age, they would become the most common and most effective ways to control the Yellow River. Otherwise, just raising embankments layer by layer was only burying this time bomb deeper, deceiving themselves. And the higher the embankments, the more terrible the disaster when the Yellow River broke. This Duke has decided. Qingxiu looked at the broad riverbed of the Yellow River and declared to all, before the next flood, I will remain in Luoyang until the disaster of the Yellow River is completely solved here. As long as the Yellow River's problem is not eased, I will not return to Chang'an. No one expected Duke Qing to make such a vow before the Yellow River. All were astonished. To govern the Yellow River was never so simple. From ancient times, countless dynasties spent their whole reigns fighting to control it, yet none completely solved it. But Qingxiu dared to speak boldly that he would completely govern it. This was unimaginable. You don't believe? Qingxiu smiled at them. Do you forget you the great in ancient times? At that time, people could not even forge proper bronze tools, yet he still controlled the floods, bringing peace and blessing down to this very day. After thousands of years, with so much more knowledge of water control, do you now think yourselves inferior to the ancients? These words lifted the spirits of the people present quite a bit. Duke Qing speaks true. We too should follow the example of the sages and govern the Yellow River. Even if, like you the Great, it takes decades of tireless effort, passing by one's home without entering 3 times, we must still do our best. As the saying goes, man can conquer heaven. To manage just a Yellow River, how can that be so hard? He Guangyi once again began flattering wildly. Qingxiu looked at him approvingly. Well said. Everyone should learn more from the prefect. With such spirit as his, how could floods not be brought under control? At first, He Guangyi was excited that his flattery had pleased Qingxiu. But Qingxiu's next words sent him plunging to the bottom. Lord He, I too wish to establish in Luoyang a model to follow you the Great. Why not begin with you? At these words, He Guangyi's face twitched slightly, and in his heart he felt an ominous premonition. You mean? Qingxiu suddenly grabbed He Guangyi's shoulders and spoke passionately. As prefect, you too should be like you the Great, passing by your home without entering, never returning until the flood is brought under control. This will inspire everyone to work harder at flood control. He Guangyi was stunned. He never thought Qingxiu would take his words seriously. I know, prefect, you sympathize that I cannot return to Chang'an. So, let you and me both put in all our effort at flood control. When it is completed, that is when we will return home. Faced with Qingxiu's zealous words, how could He Guangyi dare refuse? This official understands. I should indeed work together with Duke Qing, he forced out a smile. Good, then it's decided. I plan to begin tomorrow, to manage the Yellow River. At that time, I must trouble Prefect He and all the workers to labor together on the embankments. The smile on He Guangyi's face completely froze. The officials in charge of the river, and the laborers, shouted joyfully in their hearts. To drag this prefect, who usually only gave orders and never touched work, down to labor alongside them, how delightful. This official obeys. I will not let Duke Qing down. He Guangyi answered with clenched teeth. Good. If the court had more good officials like Lord He, willing to work sincerely for the court, the realm would surely be at peace. Qingxiu spoke praise, but in his heart was full of contempt. This man still thought to flatter and please him? Very well, let him have a good assignment to enjoy. The next morning, Qingxiu mobilized the river workers and officials. A large group marched in force to the Yellow River. Originally, Luoyang did not have many river laborers, but Qingxiu directly ordered that each conscripted worker be paid 3 taels of silver, and provided with meals, no need to bring their own food. This rule immediately drew many strong men rushing in. With such rich pay, they could not wait to sign up. The people of Luoyang saw clearly, Qingxiu's efforts at flood control were not like the usual officials, shouting slogans, pretending to build dikes just to boost their records. He truly intended to govern the Yellow River. Of course, Prefect He Guangyi also had to follow the crowd, walking to the embankment with shovel in hand, dejected. As a prefect, when had he ever done such labor? Qingxiu had arrived at the embankment earlier than anyone. He had already observed the situation for a long time. This embankment had been repaired many times over the years. Though it temporarily calmed the river, the worst result was that the riverbed rose higher. At the current height of the riverbed, the next flood season would surely submerge all the villages outside Luoyang. When all the laborers were assembled at the bank, He Guangyi, dirty and tired, came before Qingxiu for instructions. The workers are gathered. Where shall we begin repairing the embankment? He Guangyi asked. Repair the embankment? Qingxiu frowned. I only said flood control. When did I say to repair embankments? Do you not think the riverbed is already too high? Now it was He Guangyi who was puzzled. If not repairing embankments, then must we dig canals? That cannot be done in 1 or 2 years, it might take decades, even 100 years. Of course, in rare cases, canals had been dug in shorter time, the Grand Canal of Emperor Yang of Sui being the prime example. But the consequences of that need not be said, those who knew understood. Even Emperor Yang, risking the world's wrath, had barely completed the Grand Canal. Qingxiu was not emperor, how could he mobilize the entire country's resources to build canals? If we follow your way, even if we work for 100 years, it would still treat the symptoms but not the root. Qingxiu spoke bluntly, leaving He Guangyi speechless. Fine, whatever you say, we'll just do it your way. He ordered the crowd to gather on both sides of the river and distributed tools, then gave his command, build embankments inside the river channel, narrow the riverbed. As soon as this command was given, the whole crowd was in uproar. Whether officials or commoners, their first reaction was shock, even fear. The Yellow River's waters were already very swift. If the channel were narrowed, the current would become fiercer and surely overflow the banks. This was like adding fuel to fire. Duke Qing, this is no joking matter. It is spring planting season. If the river floods and drowns the farmland, the whole year's harvest will be gone, and the people won't even have sprouts to eat. Yes, the people have no preparations against flood now. If the Yellow River floods, the commoners around Luoyang will surely suffer. We advise you to first raise the embankments. At least secure the autumn harvest this year. When winter comes and the river runs low, then you can make changes freely. From laborers to officials, nearly everyone advised Qingxiu not to do this. Even He Guangyi's face was uneasy. For the first time, he did not echo Qingxiu's words. But Qingxiu had long expected such a reaction. His method was too advanced for this age, no one could understand. Just dig as I say, narrow the channel. Any consequences, I alone will bear. If property is lost, I will pay from my own pocket. If His Majesty blames me, I alone will answer. And if, beyond property, any commoner dies as a result of my command. Qingxiu looked around at them all and said words that left everyone dumbstruck, I will repay with my life. No one imagined Qingxiu would dare speak to this point. Did he truly have such confidence, that no flood would come? Duke Qing, should you not think again? No need. Qingxiu cut off He Guangyi sharply. Begin digging at once. Since I have already removed your worries, you need not fear any consequences from the construction. Then speed up the progress, any delay will be punished severely without pardon. The words Qingxiu spoke carried unquestionable power. If he dared to pledge his own life as a guarantee, what fear could they have about his demands for the work? All were awed on the spot. They no longer thought of anything else, but immediately began digging as Qingxiu commanded. The crowd worked with fiery energy, narrowing the river channel, while He Guangyi was trembling with fear. If narrowing the channel now caused the floodwaters to overflow, he would be the first to die along with the laborers. But Qingxiu feared nothing at all, watching everyone at work and refusing to leave. He Guangyi dared not leave earlier than Qingxiu. Prefect, why are you still standing there? Qingxiu glanced lightly at He Guangyi, and the man, after a shiver, hurriedly picked up a shovel and started digging. The commoners downstream knew nothing about Qingxiu leading people to narrow the river. Otherwise, they would surely have carried their belongings into the city at once. Qingxiu looked at the laboring people, then after a moment's thought, ordered paper and brush to be brought. He wrote another letter to be sent to Chang'an. By now, he did not even know how many letters he had already sent to the capital. I wonder if His Majesty's thoughts are the same as mine. Qingxiu pondered, while casually observing the works on both sides of the riverbank. Just then, he noticed He Guangyi was slacking off. This official was only a little tired. With a short rest, I can continue working. Seeing Qingxiu's sharp gaze, He Guangyi quickly forced himself to keep digging. Several days later, Li Jing finally returned to Chang'an with his carriages and horses. Li Er immediately sent down an edict, instructing him to rest at home and not attend court. Li Jing was at ease, but he did not know that in the court, disputes over Qingxiu had already become fierce. Ever since Qingxiu executed Prefect Zhang Jijia, the news, before reaching Chang'an, had spread even faster through the surrounding regions. Officials from various places, as well as courtiers opposed to Qingxiu, all accused him before the throne of acting without law, despising imperial authority. Gao Shilian even declared repeatedly in court that His Majesty must punish him. Otherwise, such things would happen again and again. At that time, officials across the realm truly will not know whether to obey Chang'an's orders or Qingxiu's orders. Li Er sat in the Taiji Hall, recalling all that had been said in court, and his heart was troubled. If it had been someone else, he would not be worried. If they should be executed, they would be executed. If their clan should be exterminated, then exterminated. No trouble at all. But the man in question was Qingxiu, and that made him think carefully. Though Yuan Tiangang had again and again assured him that Qingxiu could be trusted and had no hidden schemes, still, this time the dead man was a court official. Local officials were terrified, fearing one day Qingxiu's blade might fall on their own heads. If this was not clearly resolved, local officials would no longer be united with the court, living in fear daily, unwilling to govern. What then could be done? Suddenly, word came from outside the Taiji Hall that Changsun Wuji sought an audience. Li Er, full of worry with no one to confide in, gladly ordered him to enter. "Your Majesty, are you troubled?" Changsun Wuji saw Li Er's worries at a glance and smiled. "This matter is not as troublesome as you think." "Not troublesome?" Li Er gave a bitter smile. "Wuji, are you only speaking for Qingxiu because he is your son-in-law? How could that be? I dare say your Majesty's trust in him far surpasses even mine as his father-in-law." The two looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Though the words were sharp, Li Er had only been joking. "Your Majesty, this matter only needs a single word of decision from you. Why let others sway you? This is not worthy of a wise and mighty emperor." Changsun Wuji's light words struck Li Er like a revelation. Yes, he was the emperor. Ministers only offered opinions, but the decision was his. If he deemed a man worthy of trust and reliance, then he should employ him fully, regardless of opposition. How could he let those speaking only for their own benefit change his mind? Li Er clapped and laughed. "Wuji, I was truly foolish just now, to be troubled by such a thing. To be called wise while hesitating over this, I am truly unworthy. Your Majesty has always been wise. Even without my words, sooner or later you would have understood." Changsun Wuji smiled. Li Er decided at once, "I plan to draft an edict, to rebuke Duke Qing over this matter. After that, the issue ends here. And later, when the matter has faded, I plan to grant him the authority of the Jia Jieyue." At these words, Changsun Wuji's face stiffened, then filled with disbelief. Jia Jieyue meant he could exercise imperial authority in the provinces. So long as the emperor was not present, Qingxiu could execute whomever he wished, promote whomever he wished, and only afterwards report it to the emperor. All his actions would be accepted as fact by the court, without consequence. Since ancient times, those granted Jia Jieyue were either ministers of utmost imperial trust, or powerful figures like Cao Cao who controlled puppet emperors. This was a highly sensitive power. Often when emperors granted it, it was not promotion but a hidden test. But from Li Er's manner now, this was no test, he truly meant to give Qingxiu this power. Changsun Wuji, an old hand in politics, thought, faced with such immense authority, if possible, better not to accept it. If Qingxiu truly gains Jia Jieyue, all officials across the land will have to be on full alert before him. Changsun Wuji sighed. Li Er was silent for a moment, then spoke firmly. "No matter what you think, Wuji, I have only one view. In all history, of all ministers of high rank and power, none is more worthy of this authority than Duke Qing. He will not abuse it. He truly thinks for the Tang state, for the people. If he does not have this power, then must we give it instead to treacherous and fawning courtiers?"
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.